Chapter 1, Grave Digging. Hump buried the body beneath an ancient ash tree. His master had taken an arrow to the shoulder, not too lethal for a wizard most of the time. Hump cleaned the wound all right, and his potions did the job removing the goblin poison. He'd never been much good at healing magic, yet managed to seal the wound shut. If that was all, his master might have made it. But the gods had dealt them bad luck, as they so often did with wizards. 3 days of hard riding through wind and rain had taken their toll. When the fever struck, Hump knew there was no recovering. Now the ground got to keep him. "Looks like it's going to rain again," Hump said, staring up at the gray clouds through the canopy. They were nearing the edge of Brookwood Forest. Another day or two and they'd have found a place to take shelter and rest. As it was, little but goblins and bandits dwelled within these trees, and travelers were few and far between. Staying was dangerous. His master hadn't woken in the morning, so Hump sat with him till he passed. It was well on its way to noon now, and he could be all but sure something would find their trail soon. By that point, Hump needed to be long gone or risk a similar fate. Despite knowing that, despite all the lectures on following wizards' logic over emotions, he couldn't leave. Not yet. He turned to his master's stuff. Well, his stuff now, looking everywhere but the grave. Only when there was nowhere left did he face his master for the last time. He deserved better than to die to goblins. They'd been ambushed along the road. It was stupid, really. Goblins were no real threat on an ordinary day, but an arrow from the bushes was deadly whether it came from a chosen archer or goblin runt. If it had only been a little further from his heart, or the rains hadn't come, or they'd found a wagon along the road, perhaps his master would have made it. Hump wanted to curse the gods for such bad luck, but they weren't listening, nor did they care. This was the life they led. Gutter rat or silver spoon, all were swallowed by the ground just the same. Not that his master would make a fuss. "Dead is dead," he'd say. And the dead don't care. The dead might not, Hump thought grimly, but the dying certainly do. He died in a feverish sleep, groaning and gasping until the end. Still, there were worse ways to go. Hump licked his lips as he searched for words, but his mouth felt dry. "I'm sorry, I don't know what to say." His jaw trembled. He took a deep breath, fighting to keep himself composed. "If you'd not picked me up, I'd no doubt be dead in an alley somewhere. I'll never forget that. I won't forget what you taught me either. I'll practice my spells every morning I can, give the staff a good polish more often than it needs, and keep my head out of trouble." It was hard to look away. Hard to do anything. He wasn't sure what he was waiting for. It wasn't like he hadn't buried bodies before. It was part of the trade. Being one of his own, though, it hit differently. For so many years it had been just the two of them. He knew the dangers of the job, that eventually it would catch up to them. Somehow he'd always thought it was something way off in the future. "You deserved a better death." He choked out the words, unable to hold back tears. "But you know how the gods are, they never cared much for us wizards." He sniffed and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. "Look at me, I'm a mess." Prancer stamped his hoof and snorted, the gray horse a small reminder that Hump wasn't alone. A sad smile came to his face. It was enough. Prancer thinks so too. "I'll take good care of him, give him an apple any time I've got a copper to spare." He paused. "Guess that's it, just well, rest easy, master." It was much easier to fill in a hole than it was to dig one. From the odd glimpse of the sun he caught behind gray clouds, he guessed it was past noon when he finished. Plenty of time to find himself a new place to camp, but then what? The thing he wanted most was sleep. It wasn't just the sadness, he was empty, like a pit had opened inside of him. Where would he go next? How would he survive? Hump's eyes wandered to the well-oiled wizard's staff leant up against the tree. It had a white gemstone focus embedded in its head, made from the heartstone of a calamitous clam, if his master were to be believed. Beside it, a pouch full of potions lay on the ground alongside a leather-bound spellbook that he'd set on his master's cloak. From the outside, it wasn't anything special. It just looked like any old leather journal, but it was the prize of his master's possessions. The one thing he'd never let him study. Sure, Hump had seen a few pages. It was full of detailed spell formations and potion recipes, the ultimate collection of hedge wizard knowledge. Yet his master never let him flick through those pages. For years, he'd craved to read all the knowledge passed down by their predecessors. "Too dangerous," his master had told him. You're not ready. Now that he had the chance, all he felt was doubt. How am I supposed to know when I'm ready? Cautiously, he picked up the book and sat down against the ash tree, placing it in his lap. He had a vague understanding of how it worked. This was a soul-bound artifact, a hand-me-down from all their predecessors. And now it was his. He pulled open the leather cover to find 7 names listed on the first page, each with a line through them, each of them dead. His master's name was at the bottom, crossed out just the same, and at the top, Hump frowned. The name was blotched out, hidden beneath the blackest ink. Hump tried to turn to the next page, when a sudden sliver of essence seeped out from the book and pricked the tip of his finger like a needle. He yelped, whipping his finger away and sucking it. A droplet of blood remained behind on the page. For a second, nothing happened, then all at once a wave of pressure pierced Hump's soul and ripped his essence from him. Blood and ink swirled on the aged yellow paper, and his name took form beneath his master's. The 8th on the list. The old man never mentioned that, Hump grumbled to himself. He inspected his wounded finger, squeezed out blood from the tip, then sucked it again. Just got done burying him and he's still causing me trouble. The book abruptly changed pages, flipping through them as if stirred by a strong wind, coming to a stop on Transform Earth. The spell formation filled the lower half of the page in perfect detail. Spellbook. Transform Earth. Description: create, shape, and manipulate Earth beneath your touch. Classification: chant. School: alteration. Spell tier: 0. Ability rank: 1. Basic shaping and manipulation capabilities. 2. Your control of essence and affinity with Earth allows you to extend the spell's range beyond your physical body, enabling you to influence the Earth within a 6-foot range. Hump frowned. He picked up the book again and started to close it, but it shook violently, falling from his hand and landing on the ground where it flopped open to the same page again. Okay, now that's weird. He narrowed his eyes, half expecting it to jump up and do something. When it didn't move, he felt like an idiot. The moment he reached toward it again, it shook. Hump sighed. You're not a normal book, are you? It shook again, vaguely shuffling toward the grave. Hump frowned. You want me to use this spell? He glanced from the book to the grave. On the grave. Then it dawned on him. A tombstone. It shook again. Okay, I think I follow you. I'm going to pick you up now, so don't bite me or anything. Tentatively, he set the book back onto the spare cloak and stood. Taking his master's staff from where it rested against the tree, he glanced once more at the book. Am I really going to follow instructions from a book? Stupid as it was, he didn't like the idea of leaving the old man in an unmarked grave. He took a stance at the head of the grave and planted the butt of the staff into the ground, gripping it tightly with both hands. Hump was short for 16, and the weapon extended well beyond his head. Still, holding it was a comfort, like a piece of his master remained with him. He gathered his will, drawing upon the essence in the core of his soul. Transform Earth was one of the first spells he'd learnt. He'd always had a strong affinity with Earth, and his master had used the cantrip as a shaping exercise that Hump could practice on the road. He'd never been much good at that aspect of it. Shaping was too finicky. He was more the brute force type. Most of the time, he just used it to form stone shards that made good ammunition for rock shot. What he was doing here wasn't much harder. He envisioned the shape of the tombstone in his mind. There was more to magic than merely being able to picture something. You had to fix the spell's formational channels in your mind and have the conviction to make it happen. To believe indisputably that the world would move when you commanded. He could tell it was working when the essence within him began to stir and interact with that of the world around him. It washed through him from his heart to his hands in a wave of warmth, surging out of his fingertips and into his staff. The runes along its shaft glowed with the essence of the earth, its bronze radiance smoking from them faintly. They were there to help control the essence, to give it power and guide it into the heartstone focus at the head of the staff, where it would be contained until the spell was ready. As essence flooded in, the crystal shone brightly, the surface bubbling with light as the power inside tried to break free. The earth awakened in response. Particles of dirt rose into the air around Hump, hovering a few inches from the ground as if drawn up by a magnet. Transform Earth, Hump whispered, releasing the spell. A chill swept through him, jutting out from his heart, the price of using essence. Thin tendrils of bronze light spiraled from the crystal like scraggly spider webs torn in the wind. They pierced the ground, seeking the stones below. He drew them to him, directing them with his will. At first, only the pebble-sized ones came, rising from the dirt and clumping together in the air before him, then the larger fist-sized rocks. He shaped them into the tombstone, breaking and binding the stones together with an effort of will and essence. When he was satisfied, he released it. The tombstone thumped to the ground. It was more oval than rectangle, and that was being generous. Where he'd bound the rocks together, it had come out bumpy and rough, but crafting essence into intricate shapes had never been his strong point. Even straight edges were a challenge. Essence smoked out from faint cracks in the stone, bronze light still glowing inside in a way that reminded him of molten rock. It was also a sign that he'd used far more essence than he'd needed to. Master Sethril would have chided him for such inefficiency. He grunted as he heaved the stone into place, positioning it over the head of the grave. It was a mishmash of gray and brown stone, but it was better than nothing. Using the butt of his staff and a bit of essence, he scraped into it the words, Sethril Woodrow. After a moment's thought, he added, "May the gods never catch him." Hump smiled. His master would have liked that. He walked back over to where he'd left the book. Happy. The pages shuffled once more, opening to a page with only a single paragraph. The Book of Infinite Pages. Introduction. To whosoever holds this book, this is a record of all those that have come before you. Where we have failed, there is hope for you to succeed, so learn well from our lessons. Trust in this book to aid you on your path, for it knows you better than you know yourself. When you are ready, our secrets shall be revealed. You're going to teach me. The book didn't move. Hump tapped it with his finger. Hello. How are you going to guide me? What do you do? Still nothing happened. Hump sighed. Fat lot of good you are. Again, he found himself without purpose. Staring out into the shadows of the forest, he felt a shiver run down his spine, thinking of all the bandits or goblins that might be lurking. He knew he was hungry. They'd been on their way to a new dungeon that opened in Bledsbury, and there hadn't been a chance to stop for a proper meal. Dungeons were always a good source of work for hedge wizards, and being well within the kingdom's territory, it would be safer than most. If he waited there, another wizard was bound to show up eventually. Maybe he could find himself a new apprenticeship. Sure, it was a difficult life, wandering from dungeon to dungeon, quest to quest, never staying in one place for more than a week or two. But that was the life of a hedge wizard, and it was a free and honest one, or perhaps he should head to the capital. He'd heard good things about the Elenvan Academy. His master had gone there, even made a bit of a name for himself if his stories were to be believed. Though Hump didn't much like the idea of being stuck within walls, reading books day after day. He slipped his hand into his pocket and felt the icy touch of his master's wizard medallion. He'd taken it from around his neck before burying him. He stared at the silver trinket, and the single stamped eye stared back. There's another option, he realized. He had his master's staff and his spellbook, and all the things a wizard needed. After a moment, Hump hung the medallion around his neck, wincing against the cold. He would need to have the guild rebind it. He adjusted it so that it lay on top of his undershirt to keep the chill off his skin, then fitted the potion pouch to his belt, along with the spellbook, the weight of which made him feel off balance. Standing there, he felt ridiculous, as if he were wearing somebody else's clothes and they were all too big for him. Tentatively, he took up his master's staff, the runes still glowing with the residual essence from the earlier spell. Where the light touched, his skin tingled with a pleasant warmth. He looked up at the sun, judging which way was east, then strode over to Prancer. It was only a few days' ride to Bledsbury, and a new dungeon was a better place than most to earn some coin. Chapter 2, Rusty Night. When Hump finally dismounted, little of the day's light remained save for a vein of molten gold that slowly lowered beneath the horizon. Not a day into his journey, and he'd already broken one of the old man's rules. Never leave it till dark to break for the night. But a wizard had his ways. Light, he whispered to his staff, forcing a sliver of essence into the focus. It shone with white light, illuminating the surrounding woodland just enough for him to find firewood. Wizard light was a simple cantrip, something any wizard learnt as a child, and one of the first spells the old man had taught him. The memory left him in a lull of solemnity. He hadn't known his exact age when he'd started his apprenticeship, so the old man decided he was 6. Why he'd decided to pick some runt off the street to be his student, Hump had never understood. Best not to ask when you have a good thing going. Whatever the reason, it was the old man's loss. Hump sighed. It was too quiet on his own. He set the fire the old-fashioned way. There was no use wasting what little warmth he had left on a spell. The night was too cold for that, and fire magic was about as inefficient as it got. He still had many more spells to cast before he could settle in, and that was his priority. Brookwood was a dangerous place for a lone traveler, even more so if they were stupid enough to start a fire at night. He'd need to hide it well if he were to keep curious eyes away while he slept. Sitting on part of a fallen tree beside the fire, he unbuckled the old man's spellbook from his belt. "Don't flip out on me, okay?" It didn't do anything, which was exactly what he liked out of his books. He thumbed through the pages until he found the spell he needed. Spellbook. Hidden fire. Description: create a veil that conceals the light, sound, and smoke of a fire. Classification: ritual. School: illusion. Spell tier: 1. Ability rank: 1 basic understanding of runes and veils. Notes by Ivish. A handy little spell I picked up from a mercenary in the sweeping meadows. Traded it for a night of drinks, would you believe it? Poor fool was too drunk to even remember. Not used to being the one that got to ride Prancer, Hump ached more than usual as he lumbered about the campsite. He murmured the chant for hidden fire, using the butt of his staff to inscribe 6 runes into the ground surrounding his fire pit. They were basic storage-type runes that would hold onto his essence for a good half-day, maintaining the spell while he was asleep. If it rained, they'd be washed away, but by that point he'd be awake anyway. He followed the spellbook carefully as he went. He'd done it enough to have it practically memorized, but one could never be too careful with things like this. A single slurred word, and at best he'd need to start over. At worst, he'd miss it and have a hole in his veil. He didn't have the skill in illusions to make up for something like that, nor the essence to waste on a botched spell. When he muttered the final word of the chant, cold swept through him, spreading out from his core. The runes pulsed once with blue light and went dark. He took a deep breath, clenching his teeth to help stop them from chattering. "It's way too cold for this," he muttered, rubbing his chest to try and bring back some of the warmth. His soul was still reaching maturity, the next 10 years or so being his most critical period of growth. On a good day, he could set up camp and train for a couple of hours each evening, practicing his basic shaping exercises and cantrips. Days of cold and danger had drained him of all the essence his reserves allowed him. He knew what his master would say if he were with him. Good for the spirit. Nothing pushes a wizard to grow like reaching their limits. It was tedious, but he checked the spell from every angle as he'd been taught, taking every care that neither light nor smoke escaped its confinement. Only once he was satisfied that he wouldn't be knifed while he slept did he take his old cloak and sit down. Freezing and hungry, he huddled close to the fire, trying to take in as much of the heat as he could to replace what was lost. To think that not even a week ago he and his master had been at one campfire amongst many, feasting on venison with ale all around. Funny how quick things change. His stomach grumbled and he took a strip of salt beef from his pouch. He stared at it in the firelight and scrunched his nose. Even soaked, the blackened meat looked dry as a boot. Shame some things never do. But food was food, even if it did taste like wood pulp. If he were lucky, he'd reach an inn on the morrow and stuff himself silly. Maybe splurge on a scalding hot bath while he was at it. He deserved it after all he'd been through. Wizards were ill-suited to the cold. "Ho there, stranger." Hump jolted, heart pounding in his ears. He'd fallen asleep by the fire with his head rested on his pack and staff hugged to his chest. Across the dying flames, 2 black figures stood stark against the night sky, a man as tall as any Hump had seen and his horse. "Might I share your fire?" the stranger continued. "My fire." Hump thought through the fog of drowsiness. How the hell did he find the damn thing? For a moment, Hump lay there frozen, holding his breath as if that would somehow make him disappear, all too aware of the sword at the man's hip and the fact he was in bandit territory. Stop acting like some farmer's daughter. Slowly, he forced himself to nod. "Please," he said shakily, his voice barely a whisper, his throat tight from tension. He cleared his throat and tried again. Please be my guest." "Thank you kindly. I was caught out by the dark and rode through the night in search of a place to stay." "You know how it is." "Of course." The man started to tie his horse to one of the nearby trees. Hump pushed himself up and lay his staff across his lap, gripping it tight, and pointing the focus at the man as discreetly as he could. Not that it could do much for his situation other than make him feel a little more comfortable. If it was just the one man, he could send him flying with an essence blast, but bandits worked in groups. Hump glanced nervously at the shadows beyond the fire, expecting more figures to appear at any moment and assail him. The night was still. Not 10 paces away, Prancer kicked at the ground and huffed in agitation, either caused by the presence of the new horse or something else. Hump wondered if he could reach the stallion before an arrow found him, though he abandoned the idea nearly as quickly as it came. Even on a good day, he'd be too slow, and right now his legs were stiff as logs. He watched the big man with rabbit eyes as he petted his horse innocently. "Nobody wakes a man before they jump him," Hump reassured himself. The man stepped closer to the fire, and Hump had to crane his neck to look at him. Fair hair and handsome, he looked younger than Hump had first thought, and not much older than him. If not for the rust spotting his chainmail and gaps where the rings had broken loose, Hump could have mistaken him for a knight. As he was, he looked every bit a bandit. Hump didn't blink when the man removed his sword belt, handling the weapon as if it were a baby as he placed it carefully on the ground beside him. He slumped down next to it, his armor chinking. Silence loomed between them but for the crackle of the dying fire. "That a wizard's staff?" the man asked. Hump nodded. He gulped, waiting for an arrow to find his back. "That explains the glow." Hump glanced at the focus crystal. He hadn't meant to channel essence into it. "You're a wizard, then?" the man continued. "What's your name?" He hesitated but saw no reason to hide it. "Hump." After a second, he sat a little straighter and added, "Wizard Hump." "Wizard Hump," the man bellowed, a deep, chesty laugh that made Hump startle. "A grand name for a wizard." Hump forced himself to smile. The man's laughter suddenly stopped and a frown formed on his face. "Come, man, you're staring at me as if I were a bandit." Hump paused, carefully turning over all the questions in his head before deciding there was no good way to ask. "Are you not?" The man stared at him, taken aback. "A bandit," he spat. "I am Bud of Blackthorn, sworn knight of Calisia. I am no bandit. Here, look." He pulled out a medallion from around his neck, a silver flame hung from the chain, the mark of Calisia. Hump frowned at him. A chosen of the Frostfire Witch, the goddess of winter herself, was a rare thing. It could have been stolen, but a chosen wouldn't go down easily. Besides, he'd heard of a Blackthorn estate nearby, a small farming region held by some minor lord. "Then, there's nobody out there ready to put an arrow through me." "Not that I know of," Bud grumbled, putting the medallion away. "You really took me for a bandit. Most knights I know don't sneak up on people in the middle of the night. A man in need is a man without heed, as they say. You'll have to forgive me." Suddenly, he rose to his feet and Hump flinched. Bud didn't seem to notice as he walked back over to his horse, untying something from the saddle. "Here, I caught a pheasant a few hours back. I'll split it if you like." He held it up by its feet. "She's a plump one. You can even have the bigger half." Hump blinked at the night, then stared at the bird. His stomach groaned. "Well, if I am to die tonight, at least it will be with a full stomach." Hump forced himself to smile. "How could I say no to that?" Bud grinned and returned to his place beside the fire, where he began plucking the bird. "It's Humphrey, by the way." The knight glanced up. "You asked about my name. Hump is short for Humphrey, not that you can make fun of it with a name like Bud anyway." The man appeared aghast. "What's wrong with Bud?" "Well, it's not the knightliest of names, is it?" "A name doesn't make a knight," Bud said seriously, wagging a feather at him like a finger. "I'm as much a knight as any man you'll meet. You're the rustiest knight I'll ever meet. Sir Rusty I should call you, or the Rusted Bandit." "Just Bud will suffice," he said. "Neither name nor armor make a knight." "Then what does? Your sword?" Hump tilted his head, trying to get a look at it on the ground. The hilt looked much like every other sword he'd seen. "My valors." Hump thought for a moment, then forced himself to relax, retracting his essence from his staff. I can see some truth in that. You must have valor in bucket loads to be a knight of Calisia. That's going a bit far, Bud laughed. I simply do the best I can. Is this your first time traveling alone? Bud looked at him sharply. How did you know? Only the arrogant or ignorant would approach strange fires in Brookwood. Bandits own these parts and goblins stalk the parts they don't. That's why I took such care to hide my fire. Speaking of which, Hump stared at his veil, perplexed. He could still sense his spell at work. How did you find me? I have twice as many spells as I need to make sure no one can. Bud scratched the back of his head and chuckled. What? Hump asked. You see, I kind of fell asleep. It was a Soltef that found you. He thumbed toward his horse. He's always been good at taking me to the right place. Hump's jaw dropped. He stared at the shadow of the horse, munching idly on a mouthful of grass. And where's he taking you now? To the dungeon of Bledsbury. At least I hope we're heading there. Hard to tell which way I'm going with the sun lost behind the clouds all day. As it so happens, I'm heading there too. Chapter 3, The Unreachable Ale Mug. It seems we've been blessed with another night beneath the stars, Bud said. The rusty knight almost sounded pleased. That's probably my fault, Hump said wryly. The gods hate us wizards. It was another cold, wet day of riding, and they'd passed neither inn nor farm. Somehow that did nothing to dull his new companion's spirits. Bud rode with his head held high through wind and rain, always with a childlike glee in his eyes as if every place he looked might harbor the start of his grand adventure. Hump knew enough to know the harsh reality of the world. If he looked too hard, all he'd find was bandits in these hills. There was no such thing as fairy tales. There had been a time when Hump had believed such things existed. He'd looked at the chosen of the gods in their shining armor and been captivated. Turns out, even heroes lose their shine when they're dead in the mud. Wizards couldn't afford such ideals. They had no godly boons, no blessings or skills, only the spells they learnt through study and practice. Those passed on from master to apprentice, generation to generation. Wizards found their own answers, for the gods sure as hell didn't give them any clues. Bud chuckled. I'm sure it's nothing personal. The gods work in mysterious ways. Never seemed so mysterious to me. The wizard's law is certain. Whatever you hope will happen won't happen. Now that's just ridiculous. Hump shrugged. Travel with me long enough and you'll see just how true it is. When I want sun, I get rain. When I want an inn, I get empty lands of nothingness. When I want a quiet, undisturbed night beside my fire, a rusty knight shows up and scares the shit out of me. Bud scratched the back of his head, a goofy grin on his face. I said I was sorry about that, and you can't expect the gods to plant an inn along the road just because you're tired of sleeping outside. Maybe not an inn. Would it have hurt them to have a merchant pass us by, though? Just a little effort, that's all I'm asking. It is not for the gods to appease us, Bud said. Perhaps you bring bad luck upon yourself. I'd heard wizards went against the norm, but you're asking for trouble. You worried I'll rub off on you? Hump gave a mocking smile. Calisia might not be too pleased to know one of her honored knights is traveling with a wizard. Not that she'd notice. She'd have to be listening for that. I'm not so sure. Perhaps it was more than mere luck that I found you. Hump laughed. There's a theory. Perhaps she really is watching over us. In which case, he gazed up at the dark clouds, raised his hands over his head, beseeching the heavens. Send me an inn, he called. When nothing happened, he frowned and looked at Bud. See, she's not interested. Bud's eyes went wide, his mouth dropped open. He looked from Hump to the sky as if waiting for a lightning bolt to strike him down. Finally, he shook his head in disbelief. You're a brave man, Hump. I'm telling you, wizards are just cursed. That's the life we chose. Hump paused and rubbed his chin. Though maybe having you about won't be so bad. You are a chosen after all, perhaps you'll balance it out. I fear it would take more than a single night to balance you out. He glanced about the surrounding hills. But I shall pray she doesn't decide to bring bandits down upon us in the night. Pray all you want, but just in case she's not listening after all, I'll cast my veils over the camp too. Not that it did me any good last night." Strange as Bud might be, Hump was glad to have him along. He kept his mind away from thoughts of the old man and the lonely road ahead. Bud had the mannerisms of a lord but lacked the pride and narcissism that usually came with it. From what Hump had pieced together, he was likely some lord from one of the estates nearby. No doubt ran off after a disagreement with his daddy. Either way, Hump found himself taking a liking to the night. Whether by Kalija's mercy or wizardry, the bandits left them undisturbed that night. And by noon the next day, they had left the Brookwood behind for the farmland of Bledsbury. The shadows of the afternoon were growing long when they finally reined in atop a hill that overlooked the town. It sat far below in the basin of the valley, dwarfed by the lake along which it was built. Farms quilted the hills from where they stood all the way down to the town. Across the lake was thick forest, only broken by a long, gray road that wound its way through. The mountain road, the reason the king had placed a prize to clear this dungeon. "It's magnificent," Bud said. Hump nodded. "Have you been here before?" "No," Hump said. "Most of my apprenticeship was spent in the south. We don't have so many hills down there. You." "Not once. Amidst all my training, there was little room for travel. To think I would never have seen this if I hadn't left home." "This type of terrain makes for hard traveling," Hump said. "The horses won't like it." "My Asoltef can handle it," Bud said, patting the stallion's neck. "Good," Hump said, urging Prancer onward. "But it's not the stallion I'm worried about. Let's hope someone in town knows where the dungeon is." Bud followed at his side, eyes wandering the mountains surrounding them, roaming over the great lake below. Hump could almost hear his mind ticking. "It almost seems a shame not to find a nice spot along the lakeshore and set up camp," Bud said. "Why be indoors when we could be out here, one with nature?" He took a deep, deep breath and let out a long sigh. "Feel free," Hump grumbled. "You want to spend another night getting pissed on by the heavens, I won't stop you. Myself, I want a hot meal and an even hotter bath." "You're right, I know it. But all my life I've spent cooped up in the city. It's been rather nice to spend some time out on the open road, man against the elements. It's almost primeval." He paused. "A hot meal does sound nice, though." It was a deceptively long way to the town, and twilight graced the sky when the sound of music and voices reached Hump from an inn. They'd made it. "Thank the gods," Hump said, and for once he meant it. The lake in a bottle was packed with twice as many people as there was space for, squashed up on long, makeshift tables and benches that had been set up in rows to make room for as many as they could. Built of rough and polished timber, the inn was 2 stories tall, an impressive size by the standard of most small towns, but not enough to house all those that had flocked for the dungeon. Hump breathed deeply, mouth salivating. "Can you smell that?" Bud scrunched his nose. "Smoke, stale ale, and sweat, indeed I do." "Not that, you rusty fool. Food." "Well, yes, that too." The innkeeper handed 5 mugs full of ale to a serving girl as they approached, then wiped down the counter. He was a thin man with disheveled graying hair and tired eyes. When he spotted them, he looked more stressed than pleased. "Ain't got no more roofs if that's what you want. We're stuffed as a pig." Hump scrunched his nose. Maybe they would be camping by the lake after all. "What about food and beer?" Hump asked. "Oh, and a bath." "No baths for diners." "You're kidding." "Do I look like I'm kidding?" he said blandly. "No, you do not, just the food then." He nodded. "What'll it be?" "We've lamb and boar on the spit, chowder in the pot." "I'll have the lamb," Hump said. "What about you, big fella?" he asked Bud, who was looking around the room as if he'd walked into a zoo. "What? Oh." "The chowder if you would. And have you got any cheeses? And a flagon of wine would go down splendid." He nodded and looked at Hump. "Drink." Hump grinned. "Beer." "Susie," he shouted to the back. "1 lamb, 1 chowder," he turned back to them. "Copper for yours," he said to Hump. 4 for the big man." Hump looked at his lordling friend expectantly. For a moment, Bud appeared confused. Then in a panic, he slapped his hand to his belt, searching along it. His eyes widened. "No," Hump growled, eyes wide, pure shock stormed through him. "You didn't." Bud winced. He had the same face Hump had seen 100 times. Hump glanced at the innkeeper, then back to Bud. He stepped closer to the knight and whispered, "Tell me you didn't leave without your coin." Well, I left in somewhat of a hurry." "You're a knight," Hump snapped. "How could you have no coin?" "Either pay or leave," the innkeeper said. "Not sure you noticed, but we're a bit busy." Hump gritted his teeth, so angry and hungry he could have tossed the knight out onto the street. But the fantasy was fleeting. Bitterly, he took 2 coppers from his purse. "Forget the wine, he's having beer too, and no cheese." The innkeeper nodded and poured out their drinks. Hump glared at Bud. "You owe me a bloody castle." Bud grinned. "You truly have Kalija's generosity." "Don't say it," Hump snapped. "Don't you dare say it. This is my generosity." "You owe me." It didn't take long for a woman to bring out their dishes. She nodded toward the tables. "Find yourselves a seat." Hump stared at his beer on the counter. Plate in one hand, staff in the other, he was stumped. For all the spells he knew, he lacked the truly important ones. The woman looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Someone will bring it over for you. Stop standing around and find yourself a seat." Hump smiled awkwardly and nodded. "Thanks," but when he turned around, his shoulders slumped. "Easier said than done," he muttered. Oddities always seemed to gather in places like this, looking for work just as he was, and always with more sharp and pointy things than he'd have liked. There were few places one could find outlaws sharing tables with soldiers, mercenaries with adventurers, vagabonds with thieves, or a duo of Northmen the size of bears with pale white skin sitting in the corner nearest the fire, and a woman sat between them with long, braided hair. Hump made a point to stay away from those last ones. All would be competition for the king's grand bounty, the dungeon core. Not that Hump expected to claim that prize. He'd be happy to get away with a few midweight heartstones and gold coins. Unlikely enough to purchase any spell higher than Tier 1, but it would keep him going till his next job. "Right," Hump said, searching for seats. "Go find us some of Kalija's generosity." "Over there," Bud pointed. Hump followed his finger to a gang of that could have easily passed for bandits or sellswords. They looked 6 pints in already. They didn't have much in the way of armor, but they had the broken noses and scars to show they lived the rough life. Not the best of company, but there were 2 vacant seats at the end of their table, and Hump was too hungry to care. The moment they sat down, the table went quiet. Mugs clattered to the table, and the 6 men gave them a wicked look. The broad-shouldered man at the center of the table leant forward and looked at them with a toothy smile. He had dark eyes and dark hair, and the stare he gave them was darker still. "Hello there," he said, loud enough for the whole room to hear. "I'm Nell." "What's your name, knight?" "Bud of Blackthorn," Bud proclaimed. He extended a hand. "Pleased to meet you." The man grinned but didn't take it. "You in town for the dungeon?" "You guessed it," Hump said. "I wasn't talking to you, kid," he growled. "Shut your mouth." Bud stiffened. "There's no need to be rude." Nell laughed loudly. Slowly, he rose from his chair and sauntered over to stand behind Bud. He rested a knobbly hand on Bud's shoulder. "Funny you should say that. I always heard a lot of good things about you knights. You reckon you'll take home the treasure?" "It's my first time in a dungeon," Bud said, frowning at the man's hand. "I don't expect too much, but a man can hope, eh?" "Well put. You see, my friends and I need the coin. Where a man like you, well, the armor's got to cost more than I've ever had." "Right." "Believe me," Hump said, "he's broke as they come, and that armor's rusted to shit." "Kid," Nell looked at him with hollow eyes. "I told you to keep your mouth shut. You interrupt me again, and I'll smash your teeth in." Hump stared at him. His grip tightened on his staff. A part of him wanted to blast the man. In a 1-1-1, he was confident he could take him, but with his friends nearby, those odds plummeted. That and the innkeeper would kick him out if he started a fight, whether it was his fault or not. Bud stood, nearly 7 feet of metal and muscle, shoving off Nell's hand and looming over the man. "Now you're going too far," he growled. Nell squared up to Bud, but being at least a head shorter than the knight, it was more amusing than threatening. "Sit the fuck down," Nell snarled. Bud placed a hand on Nell's shoulder. "I think that's enough." As one, the rest of Nell's group were on their feet. The music in the inn went quiet, and Hump felt all eyes turn to watch. Hump glanced at the lamb on his plate and sighed. He started to stand, but one of Nell's lackeys tried to stop him. Hump pointed his staff at the man, gathering his will. "Blast!" he whispered. Essence flowed into his staff. The runes shimmered faintly blue, and power pulsed from the crystal. Hump hadn't put much strength into it, but it was enough to send the man stumbling back. He tripped on the leg of the bench, crashing to the floor entangled with the legs of the man behind him. And then Hump was on his feet, his staff poised to launch another spell, his left hand ready at his side. The few pieces of battle magic he knew were the prize of his collection. They required only short incantations and movements. Hump could practically taste the words on his lips, calling to him, lulling him to let loose the ancient power. "I wouldn't start anything if I were you," he said instead. To emphasize his point, he channeled a little extra essence into his staff. The crystal pulsed with blue light. The closest two recoiled, covering their faces, expecting a second blast. Hump gave them his most pleasant smile. For a long moment, the inn was silent with tense trepidation. Hump's gaze moved between the sellswords. Each of them stayed back, glancing at each other, waiting for someone else to make the first move. Good, Hump thought. That's what they get for picking a fight with a hungry wizard. On the next table along, another man stood up, a soldier from the looks of him. "There a problem here?" He wasn't as tall as Nell, let alone Bud, but he had the build of a man that had trained all his life, and the fair hair common in those of the South. Nell glanced at him, then back to Bud. His lips tightened into a sinister smile, and he looked Bud right in the eye. "Course not, no problem at all." He shrugged Bud's hand from his shoulder and stepped back. "We're all friends here." Hump noticed the sneer on the man's face as he sat back down, the rest of his lackeys following hesitantly. Bud was still frowning at the sellsword. His type might not be common in the inns the lordling was used to, but most low-level dungeons had their rogues in Hump's experience. They never messed with the old man, though. He had an aura to him that made it clear to everyone that he was not a person to be taken advantage of. "Leave them," the soldier said. "They're not worth the trouble. You two best find yourself another table." "Couldn't agree more," Hump said. "Thanks for your help." The soldier nodded. "Dangerous place for two young lads. Look out for yourselves." He took his seat, the other soldiers continuing as if nothing happened. Hump picked up his plate and sighed. All he wanted was a hot meal. This would never have happened to the old man, he thought bitterly. Chapter 465, Spell Siphon. The stench was the worst part, like roasting meat. Only it made Hump's stomach churn. His eyes remained hard as he watched. Anthony didn't scream for long, yet somehow he didn't fall immediately to his knees. He stood there, eerily silent and still. Seconds passed. Still the fire raged from Hump's staff, dancing through the tunnel in ribbons of orange and scarlet. Then finally, Anthony's body toppled back, hitting the floor with a heavy thud. As the final flames died down, the tunnel was still once more. Hump stared down at his fallen foe, Anthony's body twisted and broken on the scorched stone. Smoke curled from the charred ruins of his flesh, his once proud features reduced to a blackened, hollow husk. His mouth hung open in a silent scream. His eye sockets were hollow, crusted with ash, reminding Hump of the victims left behind by warlocks who'd fed. Dylan scrambled to his feet, rushing to Bud's side, his blessings filling the tunnel with green light as he poured them toward the night. "Is Bud?" Hump asked quietly. "He's alive," Dylan said. "Someone bring me one of those elixirs." "Quickly!" Emilia was at his side, rummaging through Bud's belt and pulling out the elixir Hump gave him earlier, handing it to Dylan. The druid breathed a sigh of relief as he took it. "Thank you." Dylan pulled Bud's helmet off gently. It had protected much of his head, but his face was red and blistered, especially around his mouth and neck. Hump's eyes were glued to him. To the damage he had done to his friend, there must have been another way, something else he could have done. A hand took Hump's and he turned to see Selling. She gave him a soft smile. He wouldn't have had it any other way. Nisha brushed against Hump's leg, chirping softly and gazing up at him with big eyes. Hump let out a long sigh. "I know, but that doesn't mean there wasn't a better way." Hump trailed off. He sensed something coming from Anthony's corpse. Faint but distinctive essence, not a corpse at all. Selene must have sensed it too, as her hand went to her dagger, glaring at Anthony. Blood surged beneath what remained of Anthony's skin, seeping from the cracks and forming threads. They crawled across his flesh, veins knitting burnt muscle back together like roots through ruined tissue. "He's still not dead," Hump said, stunned. Even now, even after all that, his body was healing. Essence came faster, steaming from all across him. Whatever dark power over blood Anthony had mastered, somehow it still clung to life, writhing like a parasite desperate not to die. Emilia was on her feet, rapier in hand, but Hump held up a hand to calm her. "Not dead, but he's healing slow, don't worry." Selene stared down with a scrunched nose. "That's disgusting." "It's a grim sight, isn't it?" Hump agreed. "Is there a reason not to kill him now?" Selene asked. Hump considered it. While capturing and questioning Anthony would be invaluable as far as he knew, they were in a city under siege, and they lacked a reliable way to keep Anthony incapacitated. If given the time to heal, they wouldn't be able to kill him a second time. Not to mention the seal of Alenvin still needed protecting. They didn't have time to take prisoners. "No," Hump said. "How do we kill that which will not die?" Prince Gregory asked from behind them. The man stared at the body with wide eyes. "Same way as most things," Selene said, dropping to one knee beside Anthony. She shouldered her bow and positioned her dagger bloodshadow over his heart. The blood gems on the handle glistened red. With one hand pressing on the other, she drove the blade in. A silent breath escaped the warlock's mouth. The threads of blood spasmed in the air and seized. His healing stopped. Bloodshadow drank deep. Crimson light filled the gems, swallowing a little of that power. And then a burst of red smoke exploded from Anthony's chest, rippling outward in a shockwave of essence. The air rang with screams, the voices of dozens, hundreds of people he'd devoured, wailing in release. Hump staggered back, watching as the wisps of red turned to blue, pouring from the corpse and swirling up to the ceiling of the tunnel in a spiraling storm of light. They vanished into the stone above them. Hump had killed a lot of warlocks now, but never like that. Those souls hadn't simply been consumed, they'd been trapped. Yet at least now they could pass on. That was better than many. As Selene pulled the blade from Anthony's heart, Hump couldn't help but see the symbolism. "It's fitting, isn't it?" he said softly. "After all he did to Cassius, it's only right that his blade delivers the final blow." "My blade," Selene said, sheathing it. Though for a second there, it really didn't want to be. "You ever thought of getting yourself a dagger that doesn't try to overpower your will when you use it?" Hump asked. Selene gave a casual shrug. "Keeps its edge well, can't ask for more than that." She took him by the arm and led him over to where Bud was unconscious on the floor. Hump looked up toward the rear of the tunnel rather than at his friend. The only demons in sight were dead. That was a good thing at least, but more would come, drawn to the smell and the essence. The warlocks likely already knew that Anthony had fallen. "How is he?" Hump asked quietly, gaze returning to Bud. "We don't have long." Dylan crouched at Bud's side, hands glowing with soft green light as he worked his magic. "The burns are bad, but it's the wounds across his body that are the real problem. The elixir's helping, but it needs time to work." "Should I use the silver sprig?" Hump asked. Dylan shook his head. "The elixir will be enough. Help me carry him into the sealed chamber." "He should be stable enough now." They moved quickly. Hump took Bud's legs, Dylan his shoulders. Bud stirred with a groan, his face contorted in pain, but he didn't wake. "Bud, can you hear me?" Emilia asked. "Bud." No answer. As they reached the sealed chamber entrance, Hump caught sight of Prince Gregory kneeling beside Steward Hygrid. The prince's face was tight with grief. At Hump's glance, Gregory gave a slow shake of his head. "Dead." Dylan noticed and spoke softly. "He saved my life." "Then he's a hero," Gregory replied, eyes not leaving Hygrid's body. "If we live through this, I shall ensure his family and the kingdom know." Inside the sealed chamber, they lay Bud gently on the ground. Much of the room was coated in ash, the stone blackened from the inferno Hump had unleashed. The aftermath of Hump's spell was written across the room in blackened scorch marks, the pristine white stone now marred by fire and smoke. Once luminous glyphs etched into the walls and floor had dulled beneath soot. With Bud tended to, Prince Gregory stepped forward, placing a firm hand on Hump's arm and pulling him aside. "What was the infinity he spoke of?" Prince Gregory asked. "He recognized you, Hump. How?" "Not here," Hump said. "We don't have time." Prince Gregory looked like he wanted to say something, but he gave a reluctant nod. "Very well." "What now?" Emilia asked. "We're trapped down here." "We defend the seal," Gregory said. "And if we can, we figure out a way to stop this invasion at its root. There must be a way to destroy the Tree of Damnation. You did it before, Wizard Humphrey, did you not?" Hump exhaled slowly. "I did, but that time I had the help of a phoenix feather to amplify my magic." Prince Gregory gestured to the box of treasures he'd taken from Hygrid. "There must be something in there that can help." "Maybe, but we need Hygrid to tell us what's what," Hump said. "And last time I didn't have a host of demons and warlocks between me and it." The prince's eyes burned with resolve. "We must try." Hump turned back to the seal of Elenvine. At the heart of the chamber, it remained untouched. It floated at the center of the space, a perfect sphere of darkness suspended in a vast lattice of glowing glyphs and radiant lines. The surrounding threads of power anchored it to the chamber itself, linking it to the pillars and ceiling. The radiating power was incredible. Perhaps he didn't need an amulet. What if he used the seal itself? It was on the verge of collapse anyway. Misty strands of essence bled from every part of it. In a room filled with glowing white light, it was even more evident. Before his eyes, he could see the glyphs fading impossibly quick. If the veil would fall anyway, why not be the one to make it happen, and in the meantime, use its power to send a message to any other would-be invaders that this was what awaited them if they came to Alvarin. It was a terrible idea, but it was a power source. The question was whether it was even possible. His spellbook had deciphered god glyphs and the runes of Lady Light in other parts of the tunnel, but could it do this? "Give me a few minutes to think," Hump said. "There will be more on their way," Emilia said. "Your spell didn't kill them all, and they'll return with reinforcements." "I'll keep watch," Selene said. "Shout if you need me." Hump nodded. "Thank you, don't go too far." "Glindarl," he murmured, voice low, uncertain. "If you're listening, I could really use your help. Elenvine is under siege. A tree of damnation has taken root. I need to destroy it, and this seal might be the only power left strong enough to do it. Is there a way for me to harness it?" Hump felt foolish. He still didn't fully understand the workings of the Silver Owl, only that he was in there and that he was powerful, yet limited. He poured his essence into the book, filling the pages with blue light, reaching for the spirit within with every bit of his intent, trying to convey his urgency and message. And then Glindarl answered. The book changed, the Heartstone gem emerging embedded at the center of the cover, the leather becoming perfect and distinguished. And the book opened, the pages whirling and whirling, turning faster than Hump had seen them, and for longer. Deeper and deeper into the reservoir of pages they went, until finally they settled upon one. There was a formation in the center of the page like normal, but there were no words, no descriptions. Nothing Hump could make out but for the runes etched in a strange, angular text. Hump didn't recognize a single one. The formation twisted as he looked at it, as if it resisted being observed. Geometry that defied logic, symbols that bent the air around them. He reached for them with his essence, and then he felt it, intent surging through them. Hump's eyes widened. What was he supposed to do with that? "Gods above," Prince Gregory muttered. "You really will need to tell me what that book is once this is over. I've never sensed anything like it." The page turned once more. Spell siphon. Ritual tier 7. Description. Reach into an active spell formation and forcibly redirect its energy through a conduit formation, tearing apart the active spell and converting its residual essence for use elsewhere. Footsteps pounded on stone. Selene burst back into the room, her bow already drawn, face pale. "Something's coming," she said, voice tense. "I don't know what, but I can feel it. A dreadful presence, it's close." Before Hump could respond, a new voice entered his mind, cracked and distant like a whisper on the wind. "Hump." The connection grew distant. Hump reached for it with his own essence, latching on as best he could. Godfrey is coming. He intends to free Baelker, and he needs the seal of Elenvine to do it. I don't know what you're doing down there or how you killed Anthony, but you must leave. Now we are in pursuit. Hump tried to answer to follow the essence trail back, but it slipped from his grasp. The connection faded. Celane's eyes narrowed. What did I just sense? Aldrich managed to reach me, Hump said grimly. Godfrey is on his way for the seal of Elenvine. We've been warned to leave, and quickly. He wants us to abandon the seal, Prince Gregory asked. We were never meant to be down here in the first place, Emilia said. But we are here, Prince Gregory said, and our only way out is back through the tunnel. Hump's mind went to Olin, but then he shook his head. Godfrey needs the seal of Elenvine. I know how we can take it from him. Chapter 466, Descending Sun. Hump stood before the seal of Elenvine, doubt plaguing his mind. But if Godfrey was coming to destroy it, the veil between worlds would open anyway, in which case, wasn't it better that they use its power for themselves? What do you mean, take it from him? Prince Gregory asked. We can be the ones to break the seal, Hump said. We can use its power to destroy the Tree of Damnation and stop this invasion. The seal is already collapsing. This is not a matter of if it breaks, but when. If we do it now, we do it on our terms. If we wait, it will only serve as fuel for the enemy. Surely there's another way, Prince Gregory said. Anything but destroying it. We cannot allow it to fall. It will fall, Hump said. We can let it, or we can destroy it ourselves and use it for good. What you're suggesting is insanity. Hump shrugged. I suppose we could fight him. Are you confident in taking on a Ninth Circle traitor chosen? We must at least try. We cannot fight him, Prince, Emilia said. Bud and Dylan are injured. I'm exhausted. Selling too. I don't think we would stand a chance against another Warlock Anthony, let alone Godfrey. If we choose to fight, it is an empty attempt at defending the seal. If we fight, we'll lose, Selene said. He is the closest to the divine of all that I have met. You agree with Wizard Humphrey? The prince asked. If the seal will fail anyway, then why not use it for ourselves? Emilia let out a long sigh, her gaze set on the seal. We cannot stop it. We can't stop Godfrey either. What we can do is take it from him. Prince Gregory stepped between Hump and the seal, shaking his head. Yet his eyes were conflicted. We can't do this, we can't. Hump frowned. The fact was, it would be a simple enough matter to overpower the prince and do it anyway. Only problem with that is destroying a seal under the prince's orders seemed a whole lot less treasonous than knocking him out and doing it anyway. The former could get him on the Inquisition's most wanted list, but the latter would definitely do it. His mind went to Olin. Calling her here would simplify things. Maybe she could tell him what to do. No, who was he kidding? She wouldn't help Elenvine. But she would get his friends out. They could rescue Emilia's family, Mav, maybe even Wizard Aldrich, Count Daston, Mr. Borton, and the kids under his care. Then they could leave the city to burn, Prince Gregory to die for his morals. Elenvine had never truly been home to Hump, and for many years, Alvarin hadn't felt like much of a home to him either. It had always been the road and the fire. Gods, that sounds good right now, Hump thought. He was so tired of cities and warlocks and demons and gods. He was tired of such monumental things happening around him. He wanted so badly to agree with the prince and leave. Let the man die on his own. They could get out. Hump let out a long sigh. He couldn't do it. Do you hear that? Selene asked. The group fell silent. Hump strained to hear, but nothing came to him in the silence but for the distant groans of a few surviving demons. Nisha growled, only to be cut off as Selene hushed her. What is it? Emilia said. Selene raised a finger. Listen, it will come. A few more seconds passed. Then Hump heard it too, barely audible, but a sound like faint crumbling. It came from above. There, Selene pointed toward the corner of the chamber ceiling. Their eyes all went to that spot. The noise grew louder and more steady. Each of them went for their weapons, preparing for whatever came through. The sound continued to build, and then something broke through. A thick brown tendril pushed its way out of the stone, writhing like a serpent. It twisted as it entered the chamber, curling and twitching as if tasting the air. That didn't look like Godfrey's power, and Hump sensed no divinity in it, but it was familiar. "That's a tree root," Dylan said grimly. "The tree of damnation is seeking out the seal." "Shoot it, Selling," Hump said. Selling severed the end of the root with a well-placed arrow. It dropped to the ground with a thud, but more followed it. There was half a dozen already crawling into the room. "Shit," Hump said. "Emilia, Selling, do what you can to slow it down." There was no time to wait. Even under ideal conditions, what Hump wanted to attempt was difficult. Now, with the enemy at the door, he needed every moment he had if they were to have a chance. And for that, he needed His Royal Highness to get out the way. "We have no choice, Prince," Hump said. "It's us or them. The seal falls either way. I need you to move." Prince Gregory clenched his fists. "I can't. I have a duty to protect it." Hump took a step closer. "You have a duty to protect Elenvain." "To protect your people." A heavy silence lay between them, broken by a weak voice. "Bud, destroy the seal." Hump's heart lifted knowing he was awake. All eyes turned to the knight, still lying on the ground before Dylan. "Our path has led us here," Bud continued. "What are you saying?" Prince Gregory asked. "You think the gods would have us destroy the seal we're here to protect?" "If the gods wanted us to protect the seal, they would have repaired it or left us a way to stabilize it," Bud said, with a certainty that Hump couldn't understand. "But they put us on this path, which means there is meaning here. The seal's collapse is inevitable, which means we're not here to protect it. We're here to make sure the warlocks do not get their hands on it. We can still stop Godfrey." His eyes were filled with such faith that it bordered on insanity. How, after all this, did he trust the gods so absolutely? Bud focused on Dylan. "Help me up." The druid frowned. "I'm not sure that's a good idea." "I didn't ask if you did." Bud extended a hand. "Come on, my friend. I'm going to need to be on my feet for this." He stumbled as he stood, but he stayed upright. The sight gave Hump a little confidence. They needed him right now. "What of the opening veil?" Prince Gregory asked. "Will I be turning away one army of monsters in exchange for a host of others?" The conflict danced on Prince Gregory's face, but Hump could tell something had changed. That resistance wasn't there anymore. All he needed was a push. "The veil will open, and we will find out, and then we will stop it," Hump said. "We don't leave the people of Elenvain to be slaughtered by demons simply because they will be exposed to more threats later. We defeat the damned demons, we save the city, and we show whatever else is out there what happens if they try to claim it." With a heavy sigh, Prince Gregory stepped aside. "Gods grant us mercy for what we're about to do, but you have convinced me. Wizard Humphrey, you have my permission to destroy the seal of Elenvain." Hump smiled. It was a forced smile, but he felt like he needed it right now. Today, the doors to Alvarin and the rest of the world would open, and a new era would begin. And it was his magic that would do it. "Are you sure you can do it?" Emilia asked, slashing through a twisting tree root. "It may be close to the point of breaking, but this is still divine magic crafted by Lady Light. How do we break it?" "I'll siphon its essence away with another spell," Hump said, stepping toward the seal. "Then use that power to fuel my attack on the tree of damnation." He came to a stop before the seal of Elenvain, unable to help but to admire the runes. Even in their fading state, they remained beautiful. The lines were perfect, carved out of light itself. He could feel the subtle flourish of the caster in every curve and stroke, like brushwork left by a master painter. He'd convinced the prince to let him do this. Now he needed to convince himself. A wizard had to be certain, and right now he was anything but. Opening his spellbook once more, he studied the spell Siphon Formation. A Tier 7 spell, and he had minutes to pull it off. "Or perhaps not, I have more," Hump realized. "Why are you smiling?" Prince Gregory asked. "Is that a good or a bad smile?" "A good smile," Hump said, pulling out the Lix phylactery. "I know how to buy myself some time." The ceiling groaned above them, a low, grinding rumble. More roots pushed through the stone, sending chunks of masonry raining down. Dylan raised his hands and summoned his fourth blessing. Wrath of the Wild Shimmer appeared, the spirit fox adding its incredibly pure nature essence to Dylan's. Warmth swept through the chamber like a forest breeze. It wouldn't be enough. The roof tore open. Dust and stone gave way to writhing, snaking roots, their bark gnarled and glowing faintly with corrupted essence. The sun shone down through the opening, and Hump squinted against its brightness. As the light shifted, his stomach sunk. That wasn't sunlight. Godfrey had found them. Hump clutched the phylactery tightly in both hands and turned to the others. I'm going to use the time-stop hourglass. That'll give me 2 hours, but for you, it'll be just a few seconds. Protect me while I cast. What? Prince Gregory asked. No time for questions. Just don't let anything hit me. He sat cross-legged on the floor behind the seal, placing the phylactery in his lap. Selene and the others backed up to guard him, Selene's shadows wrapping around them all, shrouding them. His breath came slow and steady. The noise of the chamber faded as he focused. Godfrey's light descended into the room like a slow, inevitable avalanche. Though it seemed the traitor chosen hadn't noticed them yet, hidden in Selene's shadows. There it is, the traitor chosen said, hovering just beyond the torn ceiling. The prize of my lady light. He raised his voice, calling out to the world, his arms raised in challenge. Do you see me now? When no answer followed, he gave a bitter laugh. Hump didn't want to hear it. He fell from the world, darkness enveloping him, reality shifting. His vision swam, the darkness encroached, and then the carnage was gone and he was there. Walt appeared atop the steps, the little blue creature with a big grin on his face. How's it going, kid? Talk in a minute, Hump yelled, rushing past him at a dead sprint, charging up the steps to the front doors, racing through the entry hall to the next room. His boots pounded against the wood. Inside, he took the stairs 2 at a time, not stopping until he reached the enchantment table. There, on the mantel above the fireplace, sat the time-stop hourglass. He grabbed it and flipped it over, sands falling in a steady trickle. He fell back, leaning on the table, catching his breath. With that, he'd bought himself 2 hours. Walt's voice echoed through the hall, soft with concern. What's going on, kid? Hump didn't answer right away. His hands were already moving, clearing the table, pulling tools from drawers. Elenven's under invasion, and I've got 2 hours to figure out this spell formation if I'm going to save it. Chapter 467, Enchanting. An invasion, huh? Walt said. I'm guessing now's not a good time for a chat then. Hump gave a shake of his head and ran his hand through his hair. I'm a little short on time right now. Being here, being out of the battle, Hump felt all the stress rush into him. Adrenaline and need had kept him going, but now there was nothing. He was safe here with Walt. For 2 hours, nothing could touch him. For 2 hours, he could think, and right now he didn't want to think. He was more tired than he'd realized, the cold of essence use settling in, and it wasn't like he could recover now. His mind returned to Godfrey, descending from above like the god's damned sun. Even though he had tested the time-stop hourglass many times, he couldn't help but worry that he left them alone with him. What if something went wrong? What if this was all the time Godfrey needed to harm them? He'd seen how fast the man could move in the battle above, as fast as light itself, or so it seemed to his eyes. Would Olin even be able to reach them in time if he called? Godfrey hadn't yet noticed them when Hump left. Selene's shadows were concealing them, at least for now, but it wouldn't take long for his light to pierce them. I can see you're stressed, kid, Walt said. Just tell me what you need. Hump tried to relax. He'd gotten trapped in his own head. I need to focus. He gazed at the enchantment table, full of its many runes and channels, designed to aid the process of artifact creation. I'm not even sure I know what I need, Hump said, setting his spellbook on the table. He opened it to the spell siphon page, looking over the formation. Walt came over for a look, standing on his tiptoes so that his single eye could study the book too. Looks complicated. It is, and I've got 2 hours to find a way to make it work. Then walk me through the problem, kid. That's what I'm here for. I told you there's no time. And what, you got time to stand around panicking? Come on. Spit it out, you'll waste more time if you're not thinking straight. Tell me what's going on. Tell me what you need to do, break it down into steps. Or don't if you don't think it will help, but I'm here. Hump stared at Walt, ready to snap, then let out a long sigh. Walt was right. He wouldn't get anywhere in a headspace like this. He focused inward, throwing the fear and rush of battle to the waves and trying to restore some semblance of calm. And then he walked Walt through the problem. In the end, it was always simpler once it was broken down into steps. It boiled down to a few things. Firstly, he had a Tier 7 spell formation that he somehow needed to activate successfully on the first try. A difficult challenge made all that harder because Godfrey would be there. It had to be fast or discreet, which meant there was no time to draw the formation in his world. He needed to create something now. Gold, Hump said. What do you mean, gold? Walt asked. It's a fantastic conductor of essence and something I might be able to work with on my own with the table's help. Didn't strike me as someone who had all that much gold on them. Hump took out his bag of holding. If there was one thing he had now that he'd always lacked in the past, it was gold coins. He reached into the bag, pulling out a heavy sack bulging with coin. I need a pot or something that will work to melt gold, Hump said. Something ceramic or iron. Walt grinned, fangs bared. Coming right up, kid, let's do this. He returned shortly, bringing what could have once been a marble fruit bowl. As with everything, it was perfectly clean. The house spirit had been tending to the place well. Hump tipped the gold into the bowl, then willed his spellbook to open to melt metal. A spell nearly identical in function to melt stone, only Tier 2, requiring a little more power. Hump had never used it before, but it came naturally to him, like picking up a new sword similar to his old. Or at least he assumed that was what it felt like. The coins melted to a shimmering pool of beautiful, gleaming liquid like molten sunlight. It was a breathtaking sight, and one that calmed Hump a little more than he was proud of. The harder task lay ahead, shaping it into something he could actually use. He poured his essence into the enchantment table. Its surface erupted with essence, the ancient ruins and channels radiating his intent, each designed to help the user guide essence in precise, controlled patterns, enhancing essence efficiency and providing a power source, material manipulation, and perhaps most importantly, material attunement, manifesting the innate magical properties of items placed upon its surface. For gold, that meant it was even more conductive and easy to manipulate than normal. With careful focus, Hump coaxed the molten gold to obey his will. Slowly, painstakingly, it began to coil around itself, bit by bit. He drew it together until he had a perfect ring of liquid gold. He held it there, the foundation the rest of his formation would rely on, and the easiest part of the process. Now came the challenge of intricately crafting the network of runes that formed the spell siphon formation. Fortunately, while a Tier 7 spell, it lacked the complexity of erupting core. Instead, the difficulty came from the sheer amount of power it was designed to process, and the intent required to override an existing formation. Any deviation, any flicker of doubt, and it would fail. He formed circles of gold attached to the ring, upon which he carefully etched runes, each stroke of essence burning into the surface. His hands never stopped moving, copying everything from the book of infinite pages as perfectly as he could. When the final rune was in place, he added the last component, a gold protrusion extending from the ring like the branch of a tree. It would serve as the bridge between the seal of Elenvine and his spell siphon. The moment this was connected, the flow would begin, and that would be the most dangerous moment of all. Divine essence would flow through the channel, and it had to hold. If it didn't, the resulting explosion could tear everyone in the chamber apart. Hump glanced at the hourglass as he finished the formation. 3/4 of his time had already passed. Did it work? Walt asked. Not sure yet, and the truth was, if it hadn't, he wasn't sure what he was going to do. Hump looked over the gold ring for any errors. The thing weighed more than he expected and placed it on the floor. Then he took his place at the anchor point at the center. It all looked fine, but there was only one way to know for sure. He connected the channel to the enchanting table, then activated the formation, channeling his essence into the piece. It flowed through the formation with ease, the gold conducting his essence perfectly. Around him, the runes lit up. At least that was working fine. With the spell prepared, all that was left to do was insert essence into the enchanting table through the channel and will it to him. He took his time forming the connection, feeling out the channel for any malformations, but he found none. Then, when there was nothing left to check, he drew a breath and focused his will. "Spell siphon," he commanded. His essence flowed, and the power left in the enchantment table flowed into him, along with all the intent stored in its runes. That power swept through the formation, its intent weakened by the many runes before it finally reached Hump at the center. He held firm as the conflicting essence rushed him, surging into his body. His own channels became chaos, and all he had to calm the storm was his will. But calm it he did, and in the end he held more essence because of it. Not wanting to drain the enchanting table to the point of damage, Hump stopped. "So?" Walt asked. "It worked," Hump said. "I didn't process much essence, so it's hard to say how well it will hold up outside, but it worked." "I see," Walt said, his grin slipping. "I guess this is it then. Good luck, kid." Hump drew a breath and gave the house spirit a smile. "Thanks. Just, if you die, please try and leave me somewhere a demon's not going to find me." Hump raised an eyebrow. "I really don't like demons," Walt said. "I'll do my best." "I can give you to that goddess from before." "The scary one?" Walt asked, hopefully. Hump nodded. "I'll likely be calling on her soon." Walt smiled. "A fantastic idea, kid, fantastic." Hump glanced once more at the hourglass. There was a little time left, and he would use it to prepare himself mentally. He found himself a seat, calmed the storm of power in him, and braced himself for the battle to come. His time was up before he knew it. He said his goodbyes to Walt, then stepped out of the manor, willing himself back to his body. That same darkness as before took him. He sensed the change before he saw it, the chaos of essence in the air, the power of the breaking seal, and the light of Godfrey. Hump opened his eyes, and everything was as it was when he left. Godfrey was slightly closer, encapsulated by the sight of the seal. Selene still held them all in her shadows, hiding them. "It's done," Hump said. With an effort of will, he withdrew the gold spell formation from the phylactery. "With this, I can use its power." "He hasn't spotted us yet," Selene said through gritted teeth, her voice strained. "But it won't be long. If you use essence, it'll be instant." "I can't hide that." "I think it's time we call in that favor," Hump said. Hump wasn't quite sure what he needed to do to reach Olin, but he had one idea that made sense to him, the silver sprig. She'd given it to him. It was a piece of the great tree. He reached for it with his essence where it dangled from his staff, and then he called to her. Lady Olin, if you are out there, I could do with that favor now." The connection was instant. His mind blanked. All he felt was the gaze of something terrifying. Eyes in the darkness, shining with green lighting and killing intent. The darkness grew, filling his mind until there was nothing but those eyes and that feeling of death, and then the gaze softened. The killing intent turned to warmth. The mother was now before him. "I thought you might call on me, wizard." Her voice filled his mind, a cheerful amusement to her tone. "How did you know?" "The last seal will soon break, and my dear chosen is fighting so hard to keep it safe, and of course my little dragon. How could I not? What is it you seek from me?" Hump decided to try his luck. "Will you destroy the tree of damnation in Alenvan?" There was a long pause. Hump swallowed nervously, wondering if he'd made a mistake. "No, I will not aid in this battle, for these are not my demons to face. I can help you escape if you so wish." "I have people here I must protect," Hump said. "I cannot leave." "Then what?" "Hide us from the traitor chosen," Hump said. "I need time. With it, I can destroy the tree myself." "I care not about the tree nor the city, and above all, I will not protect the seal of light." She spat the words, her voice becoming harsh, a little of the hunter returning. "I do not seek to protect the seal," Hump said, a small smile touching his lips as he realized that he had her. "I intend to destroy the seal and use its power on the tree. I will siphon its strength and open the veil myself if it means saving Alenvan." Laughter echoed through his mind like a bell. "Then conceal you I shall." "How will you get here?" "Look to Selene, wizard," Olin said. "She is my conduit. Through her I shall act." Hump opened his eyes. "Did it work?" Bud asked. Hump stopped as he sensed a change come over Selene. Her eyes turned the same green as the hunter's, like a pool in a deep forest, dark and deep. The darkness around them thickened to the point that Hump felt it on his skin like a physical cloak. "Act now, wizard." Selene said, though it was not her voice. Even my shadow will not hide you forever. Chapter 468, Divine Possession. They all stared at Selene in awe. Her presence had changed entirely. There was a weight to her a power Hump could feel in his bones. A goddess had descended, or at least partially descended. Her power wrapped them in darkness so thick he felt it physically on his skin, yet he could see through it. Hump wondered when the last time a god had actually appeared in a Lenvain. He was the first to snap to his senses, more familiar with Owalin's presence than the others. Looking around, Bud, Dylan, and Amelia were still frozen in place, awestruck, while Nisha nuzzled Selene's legs as she gently cupped her face. Selene, Owalin, looked up from Nisha, smiling softly. Well, get on with it. You can only ask for my help once. It is a shame you called upon me under such circumstances. I am limited when acting through a vessel. Their voices were one, a hint of Selene still in there, but the ancient voice of Owalin added weight to it. The strangeness of it all sent a shiver through Hump's body. The warlocks don't seem to care too much about our convenience. Her smile twisted to something more sinister, like a hunter finding their prey. Amusement danced in her eyes. Even though he knew Owalin meant Selene no harm, the sight of her body possessed, her movements guided by another's will, felt wrong. Wrong in a way that prickled at the edges of his thoughts. He knew exactly what Selene would have said. She would have given Owalin her body if asked, without hesitation. And right now, this was their only option. If they were going to overcome these odds, they needed the help of a goddess. Hump swallowed, forcing himself to focus. Right, guys, wake up, let's do this. Is that Owalin? Bud asked, mouth hanging half open. It's certainly not Selene, Amelia muttered. Dylan looked at her admirably. Your essence is beautiful. Selene smiled, though it wasn't quite her smile. There was a calmness to it that didn't seem to suit her. Thank you, chosen of Kriok. As is yours. You are not a goddess of the pantheon, Prince Gregory said slowly. She is not, Hump replied. But she has come because I asked. She's here to help. I thank you, Lady Owalin, Prince Gregory said, bowing his head. Do not thank me. I am not here for you or out of any kindness to your people. The prince frowned at that and looked suspiciously to Hump. Hump could guess exactly what the man was thinking. How in the world has this wizard called upon a god for help? He didn't answer. There was no time to talk things over. He turned to the seal of a Lenvain. Only to freeze as Godfrey started straight at him. Hump's heart hammered. He didn't move, didn't even breathe. A second passed, then another. He was certain the man must have seen him, yet Godfrey's gaze passed on without notice, even his eyes unable to pierce the veil of shadows. Still Hump didn't move. He waited to see what Godfrey would do. Soon the man looked out into the tunnel where they had fought Anthony. With the man's back turned, Hump carefully placed the spell formation crafted out of gold on the ground before the seal. The channel that would connect the two didn't line up perfectly, but he didn't need it to. It pointed toward the suspended seal, and Hump took his place at the center. The book of infinite pages opened in his left hand, and he engulfed himself in the intent of the spell formation, reminding himself once more of its workings. He would have one chance at this. One chance to do it right. To fail would, at best, alert Godfrey to their presence, and at worst, kill them all. Closing his eyes, he drew a deep breath, envisioning the river and waves inside. His body was a tempest. Owalin's appearance had shaken him, and he had to admit he felt more pressure now than he had in a long while. But pressure was where he functioned best. He could do this. He dealt with many situations like this now and had overcome them all. Dragons, princes, liches, and demons. This was nothing new. A goddess stood beside him. A traitor chosen of the ninth circle hovered in the air before him. Demons rampaged through the city, and the tree of damnation was open. No doubt Belker gazed in from beyond, waiting for his opportunity to enter a Lenvain, waiting for the seal to break and for the path to heaven to open. The situation couldn't be much worse, but that thought brought a calmness to Hump. Nobody expected him to succeed. He was just a wizard, a hedge wizard at that. In this city full of powerful chosen, royal guard, and ancient practitioners, he could only make the best of what he had. If he failed, perhaps somebody else would find a way. His mind went to his friends, to Selene and Nisha, to the people of this city. The thought of them didn't just calm the tempest, it brought an inner strength. He felt the spark in his soul flare, the core of his being surging. All his life, he'd been taught that a wizard must be logical, yet there was no denying the power in emotion, just as there was danger. To lose control was to give in to essence and its intent. And now, perhaps more than ever, he could not do that. To falter here, the divine power of the seal would overwhelm him entirely. It was that divine power he braced himself to meet. The waves within him steadied, his essence flowing through his channels with a serenity. Doubts fell away. His soul brimmed with power. He felt the world around him as clearly as he ever had, whispering its will to him. And before him, he felt the overwhelming might of the seal of Elenvain, its power surging outward as it collapsed. He would not bend before it. It might have been created by the power of a god, but it was old and it was failing. And now it would do his bidding. Hump pressed his staff to the formation, essence brimming in its crystal focus, churning with blue light. He poured his will and power into the golden formation beneath him. One by one, the runes and channels lit up in that same blue essence. It flowed easily. Naturally, he aligned his intent within the runes to that of his spellbook, matching every line and curve in perfect accord. When the final segment of the formation lit, he knew beyond all doubt that he had it right. All that remained was to forge the connection. He allowed himself a few last seconds to steady his breath, to gather every fragment of focus. And then he reached for it. Tentatively at first, a sliver of essence extended beyond the rod, urging the power of the seal to come to him. Yet that touch was like the shattering of a dam. Power washed at him in a flood, raging with overwhelming force. Even with the channels, the torrent nearly crushed him beneath its weight. But the connection channel held. The runes held. As the divine essence raced through the formation, its many segments slowed the force, tempering it, making its raw might almost palatable. The wild intent was dulled enough for him to absorb it. He drew it into his body, and it surged through his channels. Bliss, as sudden and overwhelming as it was, Hump had long since craved the touch of divinity. It had called to him when Bud received a blessing in Bledsbury Dungeon, the god pillar descending before him, so close he could touch it. Back then, the pure, perfect power of the gods felt like a distant dream, a glimpse of something beyond mortal reach. The pure, perfect power of the gods. Now that same perfection flowed through him. It wasn't just power, it was order, balance, and truth made manifest. Its intent was flawless, so harmoniously aligned that it didn't resist him at all, but rather intertwined with his own essence as if it had always belonged there. It filled every channel in his body with a blissful warmth, its touch restoring his weariness and strength. The sensation was intoxicating, a weight lifted, a clarity beyond thought. Yet even calmed, the energy rushed through his channels with far more force than he was used to. At this level, he could handle it. The power flowed from his body in golden streaks where he couldn't contain it. His staff's focus turned gold. Still, Hump drew more upon the seal. The runes that laced the black orb within faded. The wind of power pouring out in all directions diminished to just the faintest trickle. It was his. All of it was his. He drank from it hungrily, watching the ancient formation unravel before his eyes, and the darkness of the veil became deeper. As his power grew, Hump felt as if the world truly came into view. Owalin's darkness was invisible to him now, and he saw through the shadows of the chamber as easily as if it were day. He looked up, and the battlefield above was revealed to him as if a third eye had opened in his mind where distance played no role. Was this the power of Lady Light's essence? "I can see the keep above," Hump said. "Your eyes are shining like gold," Emilia said. "It must be from the seal." "What do you see?" Bud asked. It lit an anger in him. "What of Count Dastan?" Bud asked. "What of Lady Kaisera?" He searched. Lady Kaisera was impaled on the ground by Godfrey's golden spear, while Master Dorn's corpse lay unmoving beside her. His eyes burned out and blackened around the edges. "What is it?" Dylan asked. "Lady Kaisera and Master Dorn are dead," Hump muttered. A pit opened in his stomach even saying the words. Dead, both of them dead. Two of the most powerful people Hump had ever met, and they were gone. "Focus on the here and now, wizard," Owalin said through Selene. "You are reaching your limit." She was right. Hump could feel it already. Much more, and shaping it into a spell might be too dangerous to attempt. The book of infinite pages turned to a new page. The silver owl was still on its cover, shining with matching essence. Gold in one hand, silver in the other. The page settled on white flame. There were many spells to choose from, perhaps more powerful, but only this had burned down a tree of damnation in the past. Now it would burn another. With a thought, a flame appeared before him, a dancing white flicker laced with flakes of gold and silver. Hump poured his essence through the spell formation in his spellbook. Trails of light ran between it and his staff, each building on each other, and all that power lead back to the flame. It bloated to the size of his head, blazing faster and more violently. Its white light was like a lone moon in Owalin's shadow, pressing back even that darkness. "What are you doing, Godfrey? The seal is fading, yet the rift does not grow." A booming voice came from above. The flame shook from the growing power. Even Hump's soul shook. Bud drew his sword and stood before Hump, watching the roots of the tree of damnation and the hole in the roof with caution. "Nothing," Godfrey said. "I am what's happened." The traitor chosen raced back into the room. He rushed to the seal, a frown on his perfect face. Up close he looked so young. His skin lacked any flaws, and his golden hair ran like silk down his back. Even without channeling his power, there was a sheen to him, like light shone from within. There was a flash of light as his hand gripped the seal of Elenvain directly. Light and dark fought beneath his grip, the power of the seal and that of the veil it kept closed. Hump's eyes widened as essence surged to Godfrey, and that same expression formed on Godfrey's face. He could feel his essence immediately. "Uh-oh," Hump said. "What?" Bud asked. "We're both drawing on the seal of Elenvain." "He's—" Godfrey's eyes lit up. His light poured into the shadow, yet the shadow did not part. "You said you could hide us," Hump said to Owalin. "I did. Baelker detected your work." "It was too slow." Chapter 469, Prayers Unanswered. Godfrey's light pierced the shadow of Owalin like the sun through storm clouds. In that moment, Hump felt utterly exposed, stripped bare beneath the traitor chosen's gaze, his very soul laid open. And yet he wasn't afraid. Not with the divine power of the seal of Elenvain coursing through him like liquid fire. With an application of essence, he activated accelerated thought. The world slowed. Time stretched thin as his mind raced. He gathered his essence to his staff, a beacon of golden light forming in its focus, a mirror to Godfrey's brilliance, light against light. This was the power of a goddess, and in Hump's hands he felt invincible. A spell was on his lips. Power blazed from the very core of his being. Godfrey moved before he could utter it. Even with time slowed, the motion was a blur. Hump didn't see the strike, he only felt it. First, one of the 3 charms of the talisman of spell defense taken from the royal armory shattered, barely redirecting Godfrey's attack. Then the agony came. It exploded through his chest. His vision reeled. The world tilted violently as gravity abandoned him, and he was flung across the chamber like a broken doll. With his mind sped up, he felt everything. The crack of his ribs, the jerk of his neck as it whipped backward, the crushing slam of stone as it rose up to meet him. He hit the ground hard, his bones jarred, pain radiating through every nerve like fire. Something was wrong. Very wrong. The fire quickly turned to a cold ache. His body didn't move the way it should. Limbs refused to obey. Cold lanced through his soul, backlash from his disrupted spell. His breathing came in ragged gasps, and he tasted metal. Still, he pushed through the haze, pressing himself up enough to face Godfrey. A dozen beams of light filled his vision, blinding spears of golden essence. They shot forward in radiant streaks. The worst part was that he could see them coming, yet there was no chance of getting out of their way. He tried to cast Dimensional Snap, a few feet to either side, and it would be enough, but he was too slow. Godfrey's magic was faster than anything he'd ever faced. He sensed the last 2 charms of the talisman shatter, disrupting 2 of the spears aimed at his chest, but there was no stopping the rest. They pierced him across his body. His muscles gave out, every limb sagging to the ground, his body a sack of dead weight. Blood pooled beneath him, warm and slick. Even with the seal's power, his magic failed to answer. His body refused to rise. Darkness edged in, cold and creeping. The pain was dull and distant. A chill settled into his bones. In the back of his mind, Hump processed the searing heat on his wrist where his replacement lifesaver charm had activated. He lay there, eyes half closed, the tiled floor blurring in his vision. His thoughts were muddled with agony, the fire of divinity dimmed. But in the silence he felt something. A flicker, panic, not his own but Nisha's, distant and unmistakable. She was still there, hidden in the veil of Owalin's shadow, calling out to him with all her might. She wanted to run to him, to fight, to set the chamber ablaze with her fury. Owalin held her back, kept her safe. Have to do something, Hump thought. His first instinct was to cancel accelerated thought, but that would be suicide in his current state. He needed to think through the misery. His eyes landed on his staff still thankfully in his hand and the artifact dangling from it. The silver sprig. It was right there. He dragged his arm toward it on his fingertips, clawing at the ground like spider legs where he grabbed a hold. With all the will he could muster, he drew upon its power. Warmth surged through him, and with it came the pain. The blissful numbness of encroaching death vanished. He wanted to scream, only his mouth didn't obey him. He bit down on his teeth through the agony, intent on healing his wounds. He directed the essence toward the most central injuries first, where he assumed he was losing the most blood, focusing the healing power of the silver sprig. It was working, but not fast enough. He was losing too much blood. It was becoming harder to think. Is this really it? Nisha called to him desperately. Fear, desperation. Fury, Hump fought harder, but he couldn't. The tiredness was getting too much. The pain, even the warmth of the sprig, did nothing against the cold. A second power joined the mix. The silver sprig crumbled in Hump's hand, but its warmth rushed through him even faster. He recognized this power well, Owalin. Selene didn't react in time as Hump was struck down, swatted aside so casually. One moment he stood strong before her, the next he was crumpled on the ground against a wall. Her stomach dropped at the sound of the crash. He was tough for a wizard, but that blow was devastating. She couldn't even call his name, trapped in her own body as Owalin controlled her. A roar of rage erupted beside her. Nisha transformed, her black scales turning gold, her body shining with essence, her purple eyes glittering with the light of the stars. The little dragon Selene knew vanished in that moment, replaced by a furious beast with no control over her wrath. Her fire battled Owalin's shadows, churning flames of gold and red mixed with darkness like the blackest smoke. Emilia, Dylan, and the prince readied their weapons. Bud's sword was already in his hand, his voice joining Nisha's as he lunged toward the traitor chosen. But they never made it. All of them halted mid-step, frozen in place against their will. Selene felt Owalin's power radiate from her, the killing intent of the huntress. It flowed through her body as if it was her own, only 100-fold as powerful. "What are you doing?" Selene asked, struggling against Owalin's hold over her. "Let me help him." "I cannot, child," came the calm voice of the mother within her. "I can't let him die." "It would mean your death," Owalin said. "To allow it would go against the favor that brought me here. Fear not. Your wizard yet lives. Trust in me." Godfrey's attention turned to her. Selene's breath caught. His gaze was like a blade, but before she could feel it fully, Owalin rose within her, a protective presence unfurling like a cloak over her spirit. With Owalin as one with her, she did not fear the traitor chosen. "You are not of the Pantheon," Godfrey declared. "I am not," Owalin replied through Selene's voice. "Then who are you?" "I am Owalin, Queen of Dragons, Arrow of Death, Hunter of Gods." With each title, Selene felt the air change. These were not mere words, but truth laced with intent. Her soul shook at the power that resonated in each of them, her vision of Owalin stark in her mind. She saw the hunt at the winter solstice, racing through the forest with hounds and dragons. She saw the archer, poised with her bowstring drawn back, an arrow of silver so brilliant it was as if the moon had lent its light. And of course there was the hunter, her eyes seeing through everything, and anything she set her sights on was mere prey. "Are you here to kill me, Hunter of Gods?" Godfrey asked with a smirk. "No." "Then why? You are no ally of the Pantheon. I did not foresee your presence here, nor the presence of any god. I am here to return a favor and protect my charge." Irony curled Godfrey's lips. The end of Elenven has come, and the only deity to appear is not of the Pantheon. All that prayer, all the faithful calling out at this very moment for help, and it is you that comes. But you are only an apparition. I applaud you for showing up, but your power is not enough to stop me. It is time for this age to end. Godfrey placed a hand upon the seal of a Lenvain, then with a sweeping gesture of the other, the seal shattered. Its light died. The ancient runes of Lady Light scattered through the air in an explosive wind of essence. And from within, a deep darkness came. The veil between worlds ripped open like tearing fabric, revealing a gaping rift of blackness at the chamber's center. Dust and debris spiraled into it, drawn in by its power. Selene felt its tug at her clothes, her hair drifted toward it, but she stood firm, anchored by Owalin's will. I am not here to stop you. Owalin's voice rang with joy. Selene felt the gleam of Owalin's amusement. Too long the Pantheon have ruled. With this, traitor of light, their reign shall end. Godfrey regarded her with disdain and raised a hand toward her. Light exploded from his palm, obscuring Selene's vision with blinding light. Then begone, goddess. Today is my hour, and I shall not have you interfere. Owalin's presence receded, but not without leaving behind a gift. Her intent rushed through Selene. Enlightenment trickled into her mind. Not words, but feelings, instincts, understandings. The way of the huntress, the killer, her path. The will of the huntress filling her soul, clear, ruthless, decisive. Be strong, Selene, came Owalin's whisper in her mind, for we hunt together still. And then she was gone. The oppressive hold over Selene's body faded and she was back to herself. Her companions were free of Owalin's hold. The shadow fell. Nisha stepped up to her side, snarling at Godfrey, her scales still radiant with gold. Tobias! Stop this madness, Prince Gregory screamed. Godfrey didn't even look at them. A golden wave erupted from him, sweeping through the chamber with enough force to slice a person in two. Emilia leapt back. Selene raced for Nisha, grabbing her with both arms under her torso and jumping with the surprised dragon, narrowly getting over the golden line, though the residual essence was enough to send Selene flying into the back wall. Bud and Dylan went to Prince Gregory's defense, a wall of essence and blessings of nature forming before them. Their defenses cracked, but Bud stood, leaning into the storm, a desperate roar escaping him. His feet carved lines in the ground as he was slowly pushed back, until he was beside Selene, each of them at the very edge of the chamber. Runes of molten gold burst forth from the floor's seams, connecting in a radiant circle around Godfrey. The golden light flowed like living fire, rising along the walls, crawling into the roots of the tree of damnation. Gold veins glowed through the trunk all the way to the surface, igniting the red leaves high overhead into gold, barely visible through the gap in the ceiling. Sunlight itself seemed to fall into the chamber. A deep, resonating crack echoed through the ground like the world torn in two. A giant claw emerged from the trunk above, blotting out the sky through the hole. Baelker was breaking free. There is no reasoning with him now, Prince, Bud snarled. We must stop him through force. Bud always knew how to make it sound heroic, but Selene had no clue what they could do against this man. He was beyond them, beyond Anthony and any foe she'd ever faced. Before him, she saw no avenue of victory. No weak spot in the armor for her arrow to slip in. They were little more than insects before his light. Hump gazed up at the great claw emerging from the tree of damnation, still not daring to move, even as he felt his body healing. The skin of Baelker was charcoal gray with the texture of graphite. Illuminated by the golden radiance of the tree and Godfrey's power, it seemed like it didn't belong. It didn't fit. Spells and blessings filled the world above through his small viewpoint. Smoke, essence, magic, all of it bombarded the tree, trying to pierce its defensive barrier and destroy the rift. In places, it was already breached. Fire raged up the tree. Bark peeled from it, streams of red and golden essence pouring out in a mist that filled the sky. But Baelker was fighting back, his magic protecting the tree. Hump didn't think he would be much help up there, but down here he could stop it at its source. In his hand, the silver sprig turned black and withered as Owalin drained it of its power to heal him. Moment by moment, its warmth pierced deeper until he felt whole again. And then the sprig dissipated to dust, its power drained entirely. There would be no repairing that. Hump lay still, not wanting to draw Godfrey's wrath once more. Surviving it had destroyed 3 powerful artifacts, but right now he was presumed dead. That was his only advantage. "Work quickly," Olin said. "He will not be fooled for long, and my power in this form only extends so far. I have warned your allies not to come for you." Hump's heart lifted. He felt a glimmer of hope, and for once he didn't feel like an idiot for it. There was an actual goddess on his side. "I thought he had banished you." "The fool thinks he can banish me with a word," she said. "My spirit lingers, but it will not last long. Hurry." "What do I do?" "I am not here to tell you what to do." "No, you were here to hide us," Hump snapped. "You hardly held up your end of the bargain." "I did as you asked." "It is not too late for me to get you out of this city, but do not test me, W. Zard. I killed a lick for you, at least give me a clue." "The rift," Olin said. Hump tentatively looked up. He was once more shrouded in Olin's shadows. He couldn't draw upon the seal any further, but its power still flowed through him with all he needed to complete his objective. It raged within his body like a storm. Heat roared in his veins, desperate to erupt, surging through his channels. His eyes went to the black void at the center of the room and right in the middle of Godfrey's formation. He stared at it, wondering what Olin meant. Activating spirit sight, he saw the flow of essence spiraling toward it, drawn in hungrily. And growing. The rift was feeding on essence, growing larger at a steady rate the more it consumed. But right now, Hump had more essence than ever. If he couldn't physically stop Godfrey, perhaps he could destroy his formation with the rift itself. Chapter 470, Maw of the Abyss. There was no defeating Godfrey. Hump knew it. The man was too fast, too powerful, and too tough. He dealt with both Lady Kaisera and Master Dorn. Count Dastan and Wizard Aldrich were still above trying to destroy the tree and had been unable to stop him. People far more powerful than Hump had their chances and failed. Anything with his and his party's capabilities would be ineffective against a foe this strong. To fight him would be like an apprentice wizard trying to take Hump on, worse than that. At least a wizard might be brought down by a stray arrow. Godfrey had no such weakness. To fight him was to attempt stopping a storm. But the rift gave Hump one option. They didn't need to fight him, only stop the ritual. In Sheercliff City, Warlock Anthony had attempted to sacrifice the populace to bring Baelker into this realm. Here, Godfrey only had the seal of Elenven for power. Disrupt it once, and there would be nothing left for him. The chamber quaked. Stone and debris tumbled from above as the roots of the Tree of Damnation continued to worm their way in, spreading through every wall, expanding along the floor, called to Godfrey's runic formation at the center of the chamber, the black rift to the abyss at its core. The sound of the battle above was deafening. Explosions rattled the Tree of Damnation as Baelker tried to keep it safe. Fire blazed along its trunk even as Godfrey's golden power fueled it. Godfrey himself stared skyward, his face alight with victory. Concealed by Olin's shadows, Hump rose to his feet. His body felt strong despite coming so close to death. The essence of the seal of Elenven coursed through him like molten gold. Shadows parted before his eyes, and he could see everything with such clarity. He picked up his staff and spellbook, then turned to face the traitor chosen. He studied the rift before Godfrey. It was as tall as he was now and growing larger by the second, but its growth was slow. Hump would change that. Not wasting a moment, he drew upon all the essence desperate to burst from him. It answered eagerly, rushing into his staff. The runes along the shaft shone gold. The focus churned with golden light, shining brightly, but Olin's shadows kept it contained. "My time here is running out," came Olin's voice. "I know what I must do," Hump whispered. He could not hurry this. Now came the difficult balance. He needed to feed the rift enough essence to speed up its growth. That alone was simple. The abyss swallowed every bit of unclaimed essence in the room with a ferocious hunger. All Hump needed to do was add essence. Bit by bit, the rift grew larger, inching close to the runes of Godfrey's formation. The challenge came from doing it unnoticed, while being fast enough to stop the summoning ritual in time. The ritual shone with the same golden power of the seal as Hump's staff. It would camouflage his efforts, so long as he didn't rush and use too much essence too quickly. Hump used the first principle behind the veil of infinite reflections that Wizard Charles had taught him. to blend in with the essence of the world, rather than attempt to forcibly conceal his presence. He dispersed it into the world, scattering it all around him and filling the room naturally. His essence passed through Owalin's shadow and added to the chamber. The addition was subtle, but its effect was immediately obvious to his spirit's sight. The chamber, already rich with essence, now filled with golden spirals, all of it siphoned toward the rift in a tempest of light. And Godfrey was none the wiser. Hump bit his lip as he focused. This power was almost beyond his control. Almost. But through sheer will, he steadied the tide. He imbued it with his intent and let it slot into the room as naturally as he could. It was even easier than he expected. Lady Light's power was so rich here. What was a little more? He increased the speed, the rift growing larger. Godfrey stood with his hands out at either side, his gaze fixed on the chaos above as the runes around him shone with radiance. Great rays of essence rose from each of them, filling the chamber like the light of a god pillar rising from the hells. The sight made Hump smile. This was the arrogance of the powerful. There was movement at Hump's side, and he glanced over to see Selene and the others approach. "Hump!" Selene called quietly, squinting as if to try and see him. She couldn't see him through the shadow. "I'm here," Hump said, teeth gritted. "Must focus." The relief in her was palpable. She stepped through the veil and took in the sight of him fully. He saw the light of his power reflect on her face, illuminating her like the sun. There was a moment of worry on Selene's face, but it passed before Hump could figure out why. She came to stand at his side, and there she stood, Nisha arriving beside her. Hump felt comfort at their presence. She was safe. Nisha was safe. He just had to focus on the rift. Bud stared at Hump in astonishment. Golden veins pulsed under his skin. His eyes shone with radiant light, so bright, so alive, they mirrored Godfrey's own divine brilliance. It was unmistakable. This was divinity. This was the power of Lady Light, and right now it was wielded by a wizard. Prince Gregory took an eager step toward him. "Wizard." Dylan seized the prince's arm and held a finger to his lips. "Let him focus." The prince's brow knit in confusion. "What's he doing?" "As far as I can tell," Dylan whispered, "he's filling the chamber with essence drawn from the seal of Elenvain. He's using it to expand the rift. I don't know how he's managing so much. A single mistake and we'll all die." Dylan gave him a nervous look. "Probably." Bud took a steadying breath and turned his gaze toward Godfrey. If a single mistake would doom them, then Hump wouldn't make it. When the pressure was on, there was nobody Bud trusted to hold themselves together more than Hump. This was when he performed best. Now Bud just had to do whatever he could to support him. His lips pressed into a determined line as he stared toward the expanding rift. It was almost half the height of the chamber now, a black slit in the world like the pupil of a cat. He caught the moment Godfrey noticed something was wrong. His triumphant smile faded, replaced by one of concern. The trader's eyes swept across the chamber, clearly searching for their hidden position. "He's noticed," Emilia said softly. Bud glanced up. Already the rift was larger. Above, the battle raged fiercely. The tree of damnation was on fire. Belker was forced to defend, but it wouldn't be long before he broke free. "Hump, whatever you're doing, you need to speed up." "He's almost finished." Bud took another step forward, sword held tight. His body was heavy. His earlier wounds left him cold and weak, but now more than ever he could not allow himself to falter. He lifted his blade, an extension of his own body. "What are you doing?" Selene asked. "We need to distract him, even if it's only for a moment," Bud said, stepping out of hiding and into Godfrey's sight. "He must maintain his ritual. Now is our chance." He marched on Godfrey. "I stand before you as Kalisia's faithful," the chamber echoed with Bud's voice. "Tobias Godfrey, trader of light, you will taste the cold of frostfire, and in the blaze your sins shall be purged." Wings of the frostfire paladin erupted from Bud's back, and he leapt forward using Harbinger of Ice, launching himself through the air. The world blurred past. He raised his sword overhead, frostfire blazing. He drew it into his sword, wielding the blade of judgment as he brought it down upon the edge of Godfrey's formation. A golden barrier blocked his blow, and Bud fell back. Golden lances exploded from it. Emilia appeared in a red blur, her blade carving a line of red horizon through the air as she blocked the blow. One took her in the shoulder and she fell, but Bud didn't turn. He advanced with solemn purpose. Essence pulsed through him. He raised his voice and called to his goddess with every bit of faith he had. "Hear me now, Calisia," Bud roared. "Grant me the strength to defeat your enemies." He felt her touch, a whisper of frost that ignited his soul. At once, her presence enveloped him. His ice armor turned to glowing crystal. His heart of frost fire turned to a true blaze, turning even the roots of the tree of damnation at his feet to ice. He drew his blade back, then stabbed it forward, the power of Calisia surging through his blade in divine reckoning. The golden barrier split under the impact. Cracks spread like jagged veins, and ice crystallized explosively within them, blooming outward in jagged, radiant blossoms. Among the shards, Selene's arrow cut through the chaos, a swirl of silver and shadow that flew for Godfrey's face. The traitor caught it, and it exploded into a churning blast of darkness and death, but of course he did not fall. Spears of pure light materialized in a halo around Godfrey, turning to point straight at Bud. He formed his glacial bulwark, layered it with aegis of sanctuary, then watched as they shot forward. Then he felt the warmth of Dylan's blessings around his waist. Vines wrapped around Bud's stomach, dragging him back alongside Emilia just as Dylan rushed to stand before them all. His skin had turned to bark. His body was taller, taking on the aspect of the guardian, half tree, half man. He braced himself, unleashing wrath of the wild with a primal roar as the spears struck him across his body. The time for subtlety was over. Hump's soul blazed as he watched his friends suffer Godfrey's terrifying strength. His will centered on his staff, steering all his essence into the focus. Then he leveled it toward the rift. A blazing jet of gold erupted, streaking through the chamber, through the broken barrier around Godfrey, and straight into the open abyss. The shock of it ripped through Hump like ice in his veins as the room erupted with golden fury. Olin's presence vanished, her shadows with her. The rift grew faster, feeding more hungrily on the world. Essence poured from the roots of the tree of damnation. From the ground, the battle above, the sanctuary of Lady Light, all of it rushed to the rift, tearing it wider. The veil was open, and it was greedy. Godfrey's attention snapped to it, his eyes wide with alarm. Hump screamed as he unleashed the last of his essence. The power of the seal had faded, but he had his own. He gave it everything. Around him, his allies joined the effort. Prince Gregory's blessings radiated with the fire of Ordana. Nisha roared, her golden flames pouring into the rift. It swelled. "No!" came the booming roar of Baelker from above. "It cannot." Silence. The rift touched Godfrey's runic array, and the light was lost from them. The chamber was plunged into darkness. In an instant, the rift swallowed the golden circle and the last bit of essence trying to free Baelker from his prison. It consumed Godfrey as he stood frozen, powering the ritual. But its growth continued to speed up. "Oh no," Hump whispered. He hadn't accounted for the essence in the array. Essence far beyond what he had fueled the rift with, absorbed all in one go. The rift didn't stop. There was no time to escape. "Get together," Hump roared, to Dylan. He sheathed his spellbook and grabbed Selene's hand as tight as he could, then told Nisha to get in close against his legs. They formed up around the druid, whose vines wrapped around them all. The rift surged forward. Hump sensed nothing from it, no essence, no strength, just an emptiness. And then they too were swallowed. Chapter 471, Beyond the Veil, end of Book 6. The darkness swallowed Hump. His senses fell away, no light, no smell, no sound. Even the essence of the world was gone. All he had was his touch. His friends were with him, holding onto each other tightly. Vines bound them, holding them tight. Hump tried to speak, but no sound came out. It was then he realized a more serious problem. He couldn't breathe. For him and the others, they would be fine for a few minutes. Hump possessed the weakest body out of all of them, but he was enhanced by dragon blood. More concerning was Nisha. She was young and already starting to panic. Her terror was visceral. This darkness was even stranger for her than him. Her body was attuned to the essence of the world, and here there was none. It was like she'd lost another sense. He tried to soothe her, speaking through their bond. "It'll be all right, Nisha." Hump said, clinging to her with all his strength with one arm, holding tightly to Selene's hand with the other. I won't let you go. We're together even if you can't see me. She sent an image of darkness, of nothing. Fear filled her and it broke Hump's heart. I know, girl, don't be scared. We'll find a way out of this. Hump said as much, though he wasn't sure how convincing he was. They were stuck in darkness and unable to use essence. Would this be how they died? Suffocating in this place of nothing, he forced himself not to think about the worst-case scenario and cast such doubts to the river and waves. They would only make things worse. He had to figure something out. Already his lungs burned, straining with being here. He felt as if he'd been tossed into the deepest pit of the sea. No sense of up or down, no light or dark, just nothingness all around. Heart racing, Hump called upon his own essence to cast wizard light, but his power was drained almost instantly. He caught flashes of light or essence nearby and assumed the others were trying to do the same. Whether blessings or spells, neither worked here. Not good, Hump thought. His mind raced, searching for any solution. He couldn't even reach for his spellbook without letting go of Selene or Nisha, but what good would it do in this place where magic didn't function? He called in his mind for Olin, but there was no answer. He expanded his sense, searching for anything around them. Anything he could latch onto, but there was nothing in the empty space. Seconds dragged on. Nisha's panic increased as she fought to breathe. Her pain was his, but he was helpless to stop it, helpless to do anything. Then there was light, a flash of essence in the dark, blazing like the sun. A gaping tear ripped apart the black, outlined in shimmering blue essence. Through the tear was a rocky landscape that reminded Hump of the remnant realm. He tried to reach for it, but couldn't move closer. A moment later, another tear appeared close by, this one an expanse of endless sea. Then another, a mountain concealed by fog. 8 more appeared, each of them like a hole in a curtain. Each of them could have been his own world. Hell's they might all be, though Hump's gut said otherwise. He felt a hand touch his chest and glanced down. The Heartkeeper amulet was glowing around his neck, rising toward one of the portals, a world of towering trees in every color and islands floating in the sky. He'd taken it back from the royal armory without much thought. Was it reacting to the tears or losing essence like everything else in here? His breath running out, Hump didn't think on it further. He poured what little essence he had left into its runes, and there on the other side he sensed something else. That same terrifying force from before returned, the intent of a god and an angry one at that. It surged through Hump's body, taking the breath from him. He didn't have essence this time to fight back. He was overwhelmed, the furious intent burning through him, lacing itself into his being, ensuring he couldn't escape. Pain surged. I did not kill the owner of the amulet, Hump screamed in his mind. The pain lessened. The enraged intent simmered down a little, some of that fury turning to logic. Hump's heart hammered, but he didn't stop. My party and I found the amulet in the lair of a gorger in the remnant realm. The owner was preserved as one of his trophies, but has since been given proper funeral rites. I am no enemy. Silence answered. Then Hump felt himself ripped through the abyss. Or rather, the abyss churned around him. A portal appeared before him, light beyond it. He fell through without intention. The world turned. His mind span. Nausea overwhelmed him. He flailed with his arms and legs, then felt something solid beneath him. Cold stone, but the room was too dark to see. He collapsed on it, gasping for air. Relief flooded through him. For a few seconds he lay there catching his breath. Around him his party did the same. Is everyone alive? Hump wheezed. A round of affirmations followed, but nothing from Dylan. Shit, Hump said, pushing himself up. Dylan, can you hear me? Give me light, Bud said. Hump held up his staff. Light. The room was illuminated in a white glow. They were on a black stone floor inside a large chamber. Hump scrambled over to Bud's side, Dylan on the ground before him, lying on his back. Sweat beaded across his face and essence glowed across his body, and Hump understood why. Blood leaked from a dozen wounds where Godfrey's spears had found him. Worst of all, he was missing an arm at the elbow, a bloody stump left in its place, the cut clean. Amelia gasped, God's Dylan. They'd pierced his razor-claw armor with ease and the barkskin of his guardian aspect. Somehow the druid managed to slow the bleeding with his essence, but it wasn't looking good. "Dylan, can you hear me?" Hump asked. Still no answer. The druid whimpered faintly, the kind of sound a feverish man made in his sleep, yet some part of him had to be conscious to be channeling this essence. "The silver sprig," Selene said. "Gone," Hump said. "Olin used it to heal me." "We have none of those elixirs left either." Bud's voice was heavy with guilt. "It's my fault. I knew it shouldn't have been used on me." "We'd have never made it without you, you idiot," Emilia said softly. "Don't say that." "What we don't have isn't helpful," Hump snapped. "We need to get his clothes off. Bud, help me." Selene and Emilia secure the area. Together they pulled off his armor. The wounds looked even worse now. His torso had been pierced in 3 places, an inch-wide hole in his side, left collar, and right by his heart. His right thigh was pierced in 2 places, and his left calf. Blood oozed from each. The skin seemed to be patching itself together, but Hump didn't trust it would be enough. Nisha whined and rested her chin gently on Dylan's good arm. Hump sifted through his potion pouch, glad he'd stocked up on the more expensive stuff, but even that might not be enough. Not for wounds like this. He hadn't felt around the wounds as he didn't want to disrupt Dylan's essence at work, but if an artery had been severed in his leg or chest, there might be nothing they could do. Gently, he forced Dylan to drink a potion of bodily healing, then he removed a couple more from his bag and began pouring them on the wounds directly. Realizing Dylan had to be almost out of essence, too, he gave him a powerful essence elixir, anything to keep him going. Then he opened the book of infinite pages. He had little affinity for healing magic, but at the very least he had some spells. Healing hands. Evocation healing tier 2 range. Touch. Description. Channel the caster's essence into restorative energy that accelerates the natural healing process. When applied, it mends minor wounds such as cuts, bruisers, and shallow lacerations. When provided with enough essence, it can stabilize more serious injuries to prevent further deterioration. Hump had only practiced the spell a few times. It was the most powerful healing magic he could use, and not much good for someone in Dylan's state, but perhaps it would help. He drank an essence elixir of his own and got to work. The cold of essence overuse was icy now, but Hump didn't stop. He continued to pour his power into Dylan. Slowly, surely, he knew it was a wasted effort. Bud tied off the stump of Dylan's arm, so at least that was under control, but it wasn't enough. The blood was flowing more profusely from the wound in his arm and side. Tears of frustration welled in Hump's eyes as his body shook from the effort. "Come on, buddy, please." Hump collapsed to the side. He had nothing left to give. His body was heavy as stone and far, far colder. "That's it," Bud said, frostfire in his hands. "I'll freeze the wounds, give him more time." "It won't work," Hump said. "The ice will kill him." "Then what do we do?" Bud shouted. I'm not sure there's anything we can do." Nisha stepped over Dylan, whining softly, her scales and eyes still shining in that radiant golden light. Hump could feel her thinking. He felt essence surge through her body. For a heartbeat, he thought it was for him. Then she opened her mouth, and a small jet of golden flames poured out, bathing Dylan's side. "Nisha, no," Bud snapped, reaching to throw her off. With the last of his strength, Hump grabbed his arm to stop her. "Wait." He recognized this essence. It had flowed through him once, though it had been far more powerful at the time. Both terrifying destruction and cleansing warmth, the flames of a phoenix. Hump's eyes were wide as the bleeding in Dylan's side slowed and then stopped. The wound sealed over red flesh in its place. Nisha moved over to his leg and did the same. Bit by bit, the gold in her scales faded to black, and then she slumped to the ground, legs splayed. Hump inspected the 2 wounds. They were the worst of them, and she'd healed them. "Gods above," Bud said, then laughed. "Good girl, Nisha, very good girl." Hump laughed too. The girls returned, confused at their cheer, each shocked as they explained what happened. "Will he live?" Emilia asked. Hump nodded, excitement building. He looked over Dylan's other injuries. With the worst 2 dealt with, Dylan's own essence was making more progress. "Is everyone else okay?" Hump asked. "Emilia's shoulder is quite bad," Selene said. "One of those spears caught her." "I'll live," Emilia said. I've taken a potion, don't worry about me. What about you, Bud? Those were nasty hits. Bud shook his head. Dylan saved me. He clenched his jaw, frustration on his face. I should have been the one to take the blows. If you had, you'd be dead, Hump said, struggling to his feet, feeling weaker than he had in a long time. Selene helped him to stand. Any sign of where we are? He held up his staff, illuminating the room. They were in a towering chamber of dark stone, but it was desolate. Dust covered every surface. There were skeletons everywhere, so decayed they must be hundreds of years old. Rusted armor still clung to them, their weapons laying forgotten nearby. Everything else had been turned to dust. These bodies are old, Emilia said. There must have been a great battle here. We've found piles of them elsewhere. And it looks like one of the wizard temples in the remnant realm, Selene said. Only the essence here doesn't feel the same. It feels like ours, but I can't sense Oelin. Bud let out a nervous sigh. I cannot feel Kalija either, but my blessings are still working. We must still be in our world, surely. Godfrey can use his blessings even after betraying Lady Light, Hump said. Why couldn't you without Kalija? Damn it all, Bud slammed his fist into the wall and roared. This cannot be. What of the city? What of Baelker? We must find our way back. We're lucky to even be together, Emilia said softly. We could have ended up anywhere. Where's Prince Gregory? Bud asked. And Godfrey, for that matter. Hump looked around sharply. He didn't get into the group, Selene said softly. Hump swallowed. Then he's likely still in that abyss, or somewhere nearby, Emilia said. How did we get out? The Heartkeeper amulet started to glow, Hump said. I think we followed its connection to here. Likely, whoever is on the other end of it is nearby. Well, that's just great, Bud said. A traitor chosen to an evil god. What makes you think he's evil? Bud gave him a look. They are not of the Pantheon. They attacked you. What do you think? Hump shrugged. I don't know what to think. Come look at this, Selene said, leading them farther into the chamber. I found some runes that might clue you in. I can't tell if they're your language. Nisha perked up as Hump stepped away but didn't move. Hump could sense her exhaustion. I'll stay with Dylan and Nisha, Emilia said. Call me if you need me. Dylan suddenly coughed, his eyes snapping open. He looked around wildly, panicked eyes only relaxing as he saw them nearby. What happened? He groaned. Why does everything hurt so bad? They all breathed a sigh of relief. Nisha whined happily and shimmied over to lick Dylan's face, her entire body rumbling. You did it, Nisha, Hump said softly through their bond. Go, Emilia told them. I'll catch him up. Selene led them to a central array, much like the one that created the rift in the wizard temples. In fact, as Hump inspected it more closely, it seemed identical in all but the script etched into the walls. It's definitely not Alvaronian. I think I recognize them from somewhere, though. What does that mean? Bud asked. Most likely, it means that the people who built this had been to the remnant realm but were not from Alvaran. Perhaps the seal of Elenven was placed over another connection point like the wizard temples. A connection point to a third realm. Hump shrugged. You saw those portals, didn't you? There were many realms. His gaze climbed the chamber walls. Instead of runes, these were etched with images, massive circles filled with intricate landscapes. Cities, sprawling forests, towers stretching into the clouds, and then it hit him, these weren't just pictures. Those are maps, Hump said under his breath. 12 of them. One sat higher than the rest, above the central arch of the other 11. While another at the end had a deep gash straight through it in the shape of an X, carved into the wall as if by the angry stroke of a sword. I think that's our world, Hump said. Look at that landmass to the left. That's Alvaran, isn't it? It is, came a deep voice from the shadows behind them. The words stopped Hump's breath. He turned with a stiff jerk. A towering figure stood in the darkness, twice as tall as Bud. A thick beard on his chin and a shaggy head of hair. His muscles looked like they'd been carved from stone. No sound had warned of his arrival. No whisper of displaced air or flicker of magic. One moment the space had been empty, the next he was there. Bud stepped ahead of them. Selling unshouldered her bow, an arrow finding its way to her string. Hump readied his staff, though he had hardly enough essence left for the wizard-light cantrip, let alone a fight. The world faded away. This man's presence swallowed everything. Hump sensed nothing else, just the man and the vast, raging aura that pressed on the air. It weighed down on Hump's spirit, drowning him in an overwhelming intent. "You are in my domain now," the figure said. "Who are you?" Bud demanded, stepping forward, blade drawn, shield raised. The man didn't even glance at him. His gaze was fixed solely on Hump, a deep white shining from within, swirling like mist. Ancient and unblinking. "Speak, mortal." "You who hold my heart, you say you did not slay my beloved, yet you carry her amulet, and you bear a staff with my runes." His voice deepened to a rumble. "Explain yourself, and speak quickly, for my patience is thin." Hump's heart thundered in his chest. He swallowed the lump in his throat and tried to look as honest as he could as he met the eyes of the god before him. "This wasn't good. A staff with your runes," Hump echoed, his words barely a whisper. He glanced at his staff with a frown, trying to process those words. His eyes widened, stunned that he'd missed it. "What is it?" Selling asked. "I realize where I recognize the runes etched into the array from," Hump said. "They are the runes of Lawfen." He looked up at the man again, a dozen puzzle pieces clicking into place in his mind. His power, his presence, the godly essence that filled the chamber. This was not just a god. This was Lawfen, god of craft, and one of the 12. Bud dropped to one knee, his head bowed. Selene lowered her bow, a firm frown on her face. And Hump, well, the Heartkeeper amulet suddenly felt very heavy around his neck. Chapter 472, A Disgruntled God, start of Book 7. "Before we begin," Hump said to the disgruntled god standing before him, "I feel like it's important to reiterate that we had nothing to do with your beloved's death. She was dead long before we found her." "You have said as much," Lawfen said. "It is the only reason you still live." Hump swallowed nervously, trying to think through his racing heart. The rivers and waves helped, but there was a lot of nervousness to throw to them right now, and he was running very low on both essence and willpower. Movement behind Lawfen caused him to turn. Emilia appeared, rapier in hand, an injured Dylan leaning over her shoulders, Nisha tiredly snarling at her side. Even missing one arm, the druid looked ready to fight. That changed very quickly when he saw Bud on one knee, head bowed. "Stop it, Nisha," Hump snapped. "Not someone you can growl at." The dragon's growl turned to a confused whine, and she tilted her head, watching Hump with confusion. "Dylan, Emilia," Hump called. "This is Lord Lawfen." "Lord Lawfen," Emilia repeated with a frown. As in one of the 12, Hump finished. "The amulet is his." "It is my wife's," Lawfen said. "My patience wears thin. Speak your piece now before it is gone entirely." Hump shared a look with Selene at his side. She nodded. Despite who was before them, she still had her bow in hand, an arrow on the string. "We found your wife in the Remnant Realm," Hump began. He gave Lawfen a brief explanation of their travel there, accessing it through wizard temples much like the one they stood in now. He briefed the god on their battle with the Gorger and then the discovery of a vault within a petrified village. There they found the woman, her body still preserved, the Heartkeeper amulet around her neck. There was a long silence. Lawfen was expressionless, but Hump felt the weight behind his eyes and the grief in his aura. "How did she die?" "I suspect she died trying to protect the village," Hump said. "One of her arms was petrified, much like the people and things in the village. I detected the essence of ossidium in the magic." "Rage." Lawfen's fists clenched. Pure, violent rage. Lawfen's aura soared with it. His essence blazed, illuminating the room in blue light. It was almost overwhelming, but Hump braced his soul, and his mind then faced it standing. He clenched his teeth, letting Lawfen's power wash over him. "My lord," Bud said, still kneeling, "surely this is a misunderstanding." "Do not presume to calm a storm you do not understand, Knight of Calisia. This is not your concern." He unclenched his fist slowly, one finger at a time as if it were bound, then extended his hand toward Hump. "Give me the amulet." Hump didn't hesitate to hand it over. Part of him almost asked what was in it for him, though his gut told him this wasn't the time. Better to stay on the angry god's good side. Though he was returning it to its rightful owner. Surely that deserved a reward of some kind. An image flashed in his mind from Nishari, selling glaring daggers at his back, bow in hand. Hump kept his mouth shut. Laufen held up the amulet, letting it dangle from its chain. There was a pulse of essence, and a golden flame flickered within. Hump sensed a presence in there, though it was only faint, the memory of something more. A sliver of a soul. Even now here light flickers. A tear ran down Laufen's cheek. Thank you for returning her to me. There was a long silence as Laufen continued to watch the flame. Bud rose to his feet. Hump glanced at him to see a face more confused than anyone's. He could only imagine what the knight was going through. Here was one of the 12 in another realm and caught up in a conflict with a fellow god of the pantheon. After what the traitor chosen Godfrey had told them about the gods and Olin and the Book of Infinite Pages, there had to be some doubts. The thought made Hump shift his body to turn his spellbook away from Laufen. If the tale Olin told him was true, Laufen was one of the beings that stole the powers of the wandering wizard. If he found out Hump possessed his book, there was a risk things would take a turn for the worst. Hump cleared his throat. What happens now? The man, the god, stared down at him with those clouded eyes, the white mist swirling slowly within. He lowered his arm and held the amulet tight. Hump felt the fight in Laufen. The rage from before returned briefly, and then it faded. A look of resignation came over his face. His shoulders slumped. The aura of invincibility diminished to nothing. Suddenly he looked old and frail. His hair and beard grayed, his skin wrinkled, his very form shrank until he was little taller than Bud. No longer did Hump sense a god before him, but a defeated man. Now I mourn. What about us? Hump asked. We need to get home. What are your names? Laufen asked. Hump frowned. I am Wizard Humphrey. With me are my good friends Robert Blackthorn, Emilia Reich, Selin of Draculin, and Dylan, chosen of Creoc. You are welcome in my domain, Laufen said. I shall direct you to Bright City. From there you are free to do as you wish. My lord, your hospitality is most generous, Bud said, but we cannot stay here. Elenven is under attack as we speak. The last of the 12 seals has been destroyed. The veil is open. Do you think I don't know that? Laufen asked. It was I that crafted them. The veil may be open, but the bridges are gone. I cannot rebuild what the Pantheon destroyed. There must be a way, Bud stammered. You are Laufen the Maker, the Rune Lord, one of the 12. Your people need you. Laufen let out a soft chuckle and shook his head. Not anymore. Bud took a step back, his face white as if he'd seen a ghost. What has become of you? Why are you here? Where are the other gods? I was exiled, Laufen said. The others bound me to this place, stripped me of my power, and tethered me to a world crumbling into nothing. A dying world, held together only by what essence and skill I have left. Hump spoke before Bud could express the shock written across his face. How do we know you are who you say you are? I don't mean to offend, but as far as we know, you exist in Alvarin. Your chosen still function, people still worship you. How do we know you're telling us the truth? Why should we believe any of this? There was a small smile. You think yourself important enough for me to lie to? I don't know you well enough to answer that. The proof is this world and its people. See for yourself or don't. It matters not if you believe me. Hump frowned. What did you mean when you said you're holding together a dying world? Laufen reached into the pouch at his hip and took out a round metal plate, no larger than his palm. Its surface shimmered faintly with embedded runes. With a subtle press of his thumb, the metal teeth around its center clicked and slowly peeled back like the petals of a mechanical flower, revealing a core of pure essence. A pulse of magic rippled through it. Light burst from the center, expanding outward into a three-dimensional illusion that hovered in the air above. A fractured sphere slowly rotated in place. It looked like a world shattered and then only partially reassembled, its fragments held together by enormous beams of essence, anchoring each floating fragment around a radiant core at the center. Hundreds of pieces made up the sphere. Bore forests with trees taller than castle spires. Others were mountainous, with white-capped peaks and gushing waterfalls that plummeted into the center of the air, only to swoop up and spiral to other islands. Scattered among the wilds were signs of civilization, villages clinging to cliff faces, cities built atop floating plateaus, towers and spires reaching skyward. "Is that a map?" Hump asked. "In a simple manner, yes," Lawfen said. "This allows me to monitor my runework and ensure it is stable. But it illustrates what remains of this world. Without me, it collapses into the void, and this is the limit of my power. I cannot help you. I cannot even help myself." Lawfen made for the door. Hump's mind scrambled for ideas. Anything. There had to be a way. His mind went to Olin and the promise he had made to her. Lawfen was not the first god bound to the pantheon he had met. "What if we can free you?" Hump blurted out. "If we can destroy the chains that bind you, will you help us?" Lawfen turned back to him, his defeated expression turned to one of thought. "I am the enemy of your gods," Lawfen said. "You would undo their work." "None of this makes any sense," Bud said. "How can you be their enemy?" "We still worship you. Your chosen still walk Alvarin. Your runes give us artifacts." Lawfen let out a bitter laugh. "You worship shadows, echoes. My spark was stolen. The runes your people use are forged by thieves who wear my name like a mask." "Your spark?" Hump asked. "The spark of divinity," Lawfen said. "The flame from which all gods transcend." Hump's eyes widened. He remembered Olin's verses, the things stolen from the wandering wizard. From the owner of the Book of Infinite Pages. "So fight," Selene said. "Take it back, if not for yourself, then for your wife. She was killed, wasn't she?" "It is impossible. You cannot reach me. We have fought liches, demon lords and devils, warlocks and ninth circle traitor chosen," Hump said. "Help us return home and we will get you out. Just tell us how." Lawfen looked over them, measured, considering. They were the eyes of a man that Hump didn't trust, desperate yet scheming. But what choice did they have? The map reappeared, turning to a section. "I am sealed in the deepest depths of this dungeon," Lawfen said. "Guarded by servants of light herself. Do you understand what it is you are volunteering for? I can help you return home, but I cannot protect you from their wrath." "Warlocks invaded Elenvain unperturbed," Hump said. "Lady Light's ninth circle chosen betrayed her and broke the final seal. Do you know what they did?" Lawfen's brow furrowed. "Nothing," Hump finished. "Nothing?" Lawfen asked. "It is not the wrath of the gods I fear right now," Hump said. "It is being stranded on this world while my own is destroyed." Lawfen's head turned down in thought. "If you wish for this, then go to Urandal. I will leave instructions with one of my high priests to offer you aid and ensure your friend's injury is tended to. It is a long way." "Why can't you take us there yourself?" Hump asked. "My time on this plane is limited. Already I near my limit and will fall into a deep sleep. Now come, I must show you the way before it is too late." They stepped out into the twilight. The air shifted, warmer than the halls they left behind, thick with the scent of ancient woodland. A lavender sky stretched overhead, scattered with unfamiliar stars. None of them matched the constellations he knew. It made it feel so real that this wasn't Alvarin, and he saw the fragments of land for himself. Islands of stone, great and small, hung suspended in the air. Vast cliffs pierced the clouds, ringed with ivy-draped rocks, drifting like slow moons in orbit. Vines as thick as tree trunks reached between them, tethering stone to stone like strands of a colossal spider web. Many were filled with trees, and great pillars of power shot out from the center of the world to each of the large ones, radiant with blue essence. A flock of creatures moved between some of the islands, gliding on vast feathered wings. Nisha stared at them eagerly, her instincts burning to hunt, though she repressed them, remaining calmly at his side. They stood within a forest glade. Trees towered like great towers, their bark silvered and glowing faintly in the dusk. Their leaves shimmered with hues of jade and violet, rustling in the gentle breeze. Bioluminescent moss clung to their roots, like the undergrowth. "There!" Lawfen pointed to an island floating far in the distance, the city atop it sparkling like a jewel. "Reach Urandal and go to my temple. I must leave you now. When I wake, I will offer what aid I can." "Lord Lawfen," Bud said, I believe we are here for a purpose. We have walked the path of the gods, and it guided us here. Perhaps we were meant to find you. I think that unlikely, Lawfen said. I don't know why the gods could not fight with us, Bud said. But there must be a reason. We will free you and find out together. Understand this, Robert Blackthorne. I am no friend of the Pantheon. Free me, and I shall seek out Ossidium with single-minded purpose. With that, Lawfen faded to essence, his physical form vanishing to blue light on the wind. Emilia and Dylan came to his side, Emilia taking his hand and squeezing. This cannot be, Bud said softly. I don't understand. There must be some mistake. It is strange, Selene said. Why bind one of their own here? Next time we speak, maybe we can find out, Hump said. Lately, it feels like there's far too much I don't understand. Chapter 473, The Ideals of a Knight. Standing outside the ruins of the Black Stone Temple, and in the wilds of a forest of a different land, they stared out at the distant island city. The details were barely visible, it was so far away, even to Hump's enhanced eyes, but he could just about make out the towering buildings. He wondered how long it would take them to reach it. There had to be a dozen floating islands between them and it. Somehow they'd need to find a way across, but that could wait. For now, they had a lot to talk about. Well, that was interesting, Hump said, breaking the silence. Interesting? Bud's face was aghast. I feel like the world was just turned upside down and thrown at my face. That's certainly another, more extreme way to phrase it. How do we even go on from here? Bud said. Lord Lawfen is an enemy of the Pantheon according to him, but to me he is a member before my very eyes. For a start, I think it's time for us to accept that the Pantheon isn't all we've been led to believe, Hump said. Bud turned a dark look on him. Now isn't the time for trying to be funny with blasphemy. I don't need to hear it right now. Not after all this. Now's exactly the time. It's a fact, Bud, fact. You don't have to believe the Book of Infinite Pages or Olin or the Warlocks or Godfrey. Lawfen himself has been exiled to another world. That alone is enough proof that things are not as we were taught. It could mean anything, Bud said. Exactly. The one thing it can't mean is that the Pantheon taught in Alvarin is real. At the very least, the 12 is more the 11. I think what Hump is not so delicately attempting to say is that there's more going on than we know, Emilia cut in. And we can't just base what we do on blind faith. What else is there? Bud asked. Faith is what brought us here. Fact, Hump said. The fact is, Lawfen himself has come before us and told us he can get us home, but to do so we must first free him. That's enough for me. Can't you use that spell you used to open a gateway in the infernal halls? Bud asked. Greater gateway? Hump shook his head. The array is different here. It won't work, and if Lawfen can't do it, I certainly can't. But he was exiled, Bud said. You're being a mud-headed fool, Selene snapped. And that's not you, Bud. You don't need to abandon your faith to know this is what we must do. Only I don't, Bud said. We can only work with the information we've got, Hump insisted, trying not to let his frustration show. Lawfen is our way home. Next time he shows up, perhaps we can get some proper answers, like where in the world the other gods are. Or maybe which world, Selene said. Considering Lawfen's here, maybe they've all spread out. Or they're all in the path to heaven, Emilia said. Another thing I'd like to ask Lord Lawfen about. We need to make a decision, and it needs to be unanimous, Hump said. If you don't want to do this, you need to give us a good reason. Bud looked conflicted. He looked at Dylan. What do you think? The mysteries of the gods are not our concern, Dylan said softly, his voice strained. You said it yourself, Bud. The gods guided our path here. This was all meant to be. By that logic, perhaps freeing Lawfen is meant to be too. Think of all that's happened to make it possible. Going to the remnant realm, finding the Gorger, taking the amulet, falling through the veil in just the right way for Lawfen to find us. A god that may have been exiled, but we are still taught to worship in Alvarin. He's also the only member of the Pantheon that has bothered to make an appearance, Hump said. Albeit his reason was entirely selfish, which doesn't bode too well. Whatever the case, we're in another world without any other allies or a way home. The veil is open, Bud. Unless you want to leave Alvarin to deal with it without us and find a nice place to settle down here, we only have one choice. Bud looked over them and then nodded. I'm sorry. We're all tired, my friend. There's nothing to be sorry for. There is. I can see how strange all this appears too. Worse than strange, it feels like I've been lied to. It's just, I don't know where to go from here. For as long as I can remember, I've been Bud, Knight of Calisia. The words of the warlocks did not sway me. The words of the traitor chosen did not either. But Lord Lawfen himself is here. How am I supposed to know what to do? As the knight trailed off, Hump placed a hand on his armored shoulder and squeezed. He met Bud's eyes. I do not know what the gods intend for us or the world. What I do know is that your faith has turned you into the person you are today. Not a person that blindly follows what they would have you do, but idyllic knight obsessed with heroism that would ally with a blasphemous hedge, wizard. He stumbled over in a field in the middle of the night. Someone that would stand by his friend when his soul was afflicted, and turned into a warlock. Someone who doesn't act because the gods or anyone else tells him to, but because he knows what is right. Like Dylan said, the mysteries of the gods don't matter, Bud, because whatever they intend, I know that good or bad, you'll do what you believe is right. Even after all we've been through, you've clung to those heroic ideals and we're all better off for it. Hump jabbed a finger at the steel plate on Bud's chest. What you decide to do now doesn't come from anywhere but in here. What does it tell you? Bud smiled at him. To find a way home to help our people. Hump grinned back and gave a nod. Damn right. Thank you. No need to thank me. Converting others to blasphemy is a hobby, if anything. There was a thud behind them. Dylan was on the ground, lying on his back. A weak groan escaped his mouth. Gods, Dylan, Emilia said, gently holding his head. You've talked so much nonsense that Dylan's passed out, Selene snapped at Hump. You're blaming me. I'm all right, Dylan wheezed. Sorry, I wasn't quite ready to be moving but didn't want to sit that one out. He chuckled, then stopped as a pained grimace came over his face. We met a god. One of the 12. We sure did, Hump said. I'm the one that's sorry, Dylan, Bud said. I got so caught up in my own head I forgot how badly you're injured. How's the arm? Dylan raised his left arm. This one's great. Then he wiggled the stub that remained on the other. This one seems to have been misplaced. With any luck, the alchemy skills on this one may rival ours, Hump said. Maybe we can grow you a new one or find you a prosthetic. I'd like that. Lawfen is your god of craft, isn't he? Selene said. His followers must be skilled in such things. More reason to head to the city sooner rather than later, Bud said. Sooner but not now, Hump said. Best not to rush things. We're all exhausted. We're in a new world lacking information. Dylan needs to recover before we move anyway. Let's sleep on the decision. I suggest we head inside and spend the night here, then get started tomorrow. No, Dylan said. Gods, no, not inside. Leave me out here amongst the trees. It may be different to our world, but I've been stuck in cities for far too long. The essence here is intoxicating. I could do with a night under the stars, Emilia said. Better than in this place. If anything comes for us in the night, we can move inside. Hump sensed the intoxicating essence too. Nature surrounded them, warm and full of life, yet somehow different too. It was orderly, lacking the randomness of nature. More like the sensation Hump got from an artifact like the silver sprig than standing in a natural forest. Most likely, it had something to do with how Lawfen had constructed his grand artifacts to hold the world together. Perhaps he had to regulate the essence so that islands like this could thrive. Still, it was soothing to his soul, and the idea of learning more filled Hump with an excitement he hadn't had for a while. Too long they'd been fighting warlocks. Camping out in an unknown forest was exactly what he needed. Preferably they would all have all their limbs, though. I can't argue with that, Hump said. I'll get started on an alarm system. I'll take care of food, Selene said. Emilia, Bud, you should both rest too. You may not be hurt as badly as Dylan, but neither of you look good. Hump lay in his hammock. swinging between two trees and gazing up at the unfamiliar stars through the canopy. There were two moons, one that looked like a larger, brighter version of his own, and the other small and pale green, trailing the first through the sky. The forest was beautiful. The feeling of nature filled Hump with warmth. His nature affinity felt more powerful than ever since he reached rank 6, though it was only now that he could truly test it. Dylan was right. Being in the city was truly awful compared to this. Nisha preferred it too. She'd adapted to this world even better than he'd anticipated. It was nothing like the barren lands of the Remnant Realm. The essence here was rich, perhaps even more so than in Alvaran. Only, given what Lawfen had said, Hump suspected that the density was more because the world was being destroyed than a naturally higher essence density. "Can I join you?" Selene asked. Hump glanced at her standing beside him in the dark. "I'm not sure that's how hammocks work, but you're welcome to try." Somehow she managed to wriggle her way into the hammock without swaying it in the slightest, nestling against his side. "How are you?" she whispered. "Exhausted." "You?" "The same. Is it bad that I don't mind that we're here?" Hump shook his head. "I was wondering the same thing. We've been fighting too long. Being stuck here with no simple way home feels like a break more than anything. I'm sure it won't last, and I am worried about everyone, but it's out of our control." Hump nodded. "This place will be good for Nisha," Selene said. "She needs some time in the wilds, and a place rich in essence, floating islands and towering mountains is perfect for her to grow. Much better than a Lenvain." Hump listened to Nisha's breathing on the ground beside him. She was fast asleep. Even in a new environment, her exhaustion had overwhelmed her excitement. "She's already grown so much," Hump said. "That fire she used on Dylan, have you ever heard of anything like it?" "Yes, but not from the Dragon Keepers." "Then from where?" "Stories. If she has truly inherited the fire of a phoenix, I can't imagine what she might turn into. Already she shows signs of being more than a wolf dragon." "You think she might become a true dragon one day?" Selene turned over and stared into his eyes, smiling at him. "With you as her keeper, anything is possible." "That's a long way up," Hump said, squinting at the next island overhead. Above them, Nisha roared as she soared between the floating isles, weaving effortlessly around jutting cliffs and dangling vines. She was majestic, fast and elegant as she moved, completely at home in this place. Hump could have watched her for hours. Every beat of her wings sent exhilaration through their bond. She radiated pure joy, curiosity brimming as she chased strange scents and marveled at the living sky around her. She was stronger than ever, larger than ever, large enough that Hump could dream of flying with her soon enough. "You'll need to attempt some short-distance flights soon," Selene said. "She's not big enough to carry you on her back yet, but maybe in her claws." "Like a package?" Hump asked. "You ever seen an eagle pick up a rabbit?" Selene asked. "More like that." "That sounds so undignified. I don't want to be a rabbit." It took them about half the day to reach the edge of the island, and now that they were at the end, the distance to the next one made things difficult. The gap was perhaps 100 paces. They would need to get a good amount higher into the air, too. That part was all right. The issue was if they fell. Firestorm clouds boiled like a churning inferno below, pulsing with such powerful essence that it hurt to stare at it too long. "We're going to want to avoid falling down there," Emilia said in a dry tone. Hump turned slowly to her, blinking. "Usually, I'm the one to give such valuable insight." She scrunched her nose at him, unimpressed. "When Lawfen said the world was falling to pieces, it was hard to imagine," Selene said. "I think I'm starting to see the issue." As they neared one of the islands, a powerful essence pillar rose beneath it, holding it in place. "Dylan, you think you can get us over there?" Hump asked. Dylan had already manifested some seeds for grasping vines. "No problem." 3 vines erupted from the seeds, twisting around a number of thick trees under Dylan's direction before twisting together into a spiral and beginning to expand over the gap. It took a few minutes, but soon they had a bridge, the longest bridge Hump had ever walked. By the time he'd reached the other side, he decided learning a flying spell as soon as possible would be a good idea. He stared to the distant city, now thinking his guess at the distance may have been optimistic. How many more of these islands do you think we need to cross? Hump asked. Selene followed his eyes. A lot. That's not a number. At least another 20. Some of the gaps might be too big, though. Might be time for you to learn some flying magic for us, Hump, Bud said. I was just thinking the same thing. A sharp screech cut through the air. Hump spun toward the sound, heart leaping, only to feel Nisha's excitement flood their bond. He looked up just in time to see her dive through a flock of strange, long-winged creatures. She caught one in her jaws mid-dive and flapped back toward them, wings wide, tailing whipping with pride. The flailing beast didn't last long. She chomped down hard, ending its fight in one powerful snap. Then, as if showing off, she glided overhead with the prize still hanging from her mouth. Maybe she can catch some for us too, Selene said. It might be tricky to shoot one down and have it land anywhere other than the fire below, and they seem to be avoiding the islands. Hump watched Nisha eat. Can't imagine why. Chapter 474, Is It Tasty? There's something strange about this place, Dylan said. They had managed to make it across 2 islands on the first day, both very similar to the one they had started on, minus the ancient wizard or godly temple. It was almost as if a giant forest had been broken up into dozens of pieces. Every time they found a clearing, Hump found himself lost in wonder at the sights. Waterfalls falling from one island into empty air, only to meander to the next island and continue on its path. Swarms of creatures clutching to the towering cliff faces. A few had tried their luck and attacked them, but it seemed this area was home to only lower-ranked monsters. On the islands lower down, that seemed to change occasionally. Where they walked, on the very outer islands at the top of the sky, essence wasn't too dense, but farther down Hump could tell it was different. The forests there were brighter, the beasts more powerful. Occasionally, he would sense an aura that reminded him they were walking in foreign lands and couldn't be too careful. "What do you mean, something?" Emilia said, laughing. "There's a lot wrong with this place. We're walking on flying islands." "Don't listen to her," Hump said sagely. "I think you might be onto something, Dylan." Dylan glared at them both. "Well, obviously, but it's about how they're flying. Look at those rocks." He pointed toward a section of rocks floating through the air. "They are untouched by any of the essence pillars that seem to keep the larger islands floating, so what's keeping them up? Can you make anything out with that perception ability of yours, Hump?" Hump studied them with spirit sight. "Nothing too useful," he said. "I've already tried it on a few things, but it's hard to get a proper read on any of the magical workings in this place. They're layered with such complexity. As in the intent." Hump nodded. "I noticed that too," Dylan said. "Care you explain it to the rest of us regular people?" Emilia asked. "Almost everything here is influenced by something else," Dylan said. "Considering Lord Lawfen told us he is holding the world together, I assume by him. His intent is in everything, and it's so rich and deep that it's almost nothing like the natural world." "That's what I'm seeing too," Hump said. "Those stones, for example, you would expect them to be predominantly made up of earth essence, and while that's somewhat true, the construct is so different. Rather, it's like there's a cloud of earth essence around everything, along with powers I can't recognize. It reminds me of spell formations in a way." "How so?" Dylan asked. "The way everything is connected and structured." "The intent. It's like we're looking at one piece of a large formation that repeats all around us." Hump stroked at his chin wizardly. "I wonder if the pillars of essence are some sort of gravity magic, and these stones and the water are caught up in the residual effects of it." "Is that possible?" Selene asked. "Lawfen said he was trapped here and didn't have all his powers. Could he really cover the entire world in magic like that?" Hump shrugged. "The powers of godly beings are a little out of my expertise. You, Dylan." "Can't say it is," Dylan smirked. It was good to see him smiling. He'd quite naturally been rather upset being in this world, the arm, of course, but also leaving Larissa behind. Selene rolled her eyes. "Aren't you two just hilarious?" "It's possible," Bud said. "Lord Lawfen told us it is so, and he is a god. This is what they do." The sun was a couple of hours away from setting when the ease of the day finally broke. While there had been the odd monster dangerous enough to pay attention to, they kept their distance. Hump had become too relaxed. Nisha soared overhead, enjoying the feel of the wind on her scales when suddenly she got into trouble. She'd been chasing after a bird that darted between the islands, her joy infectious through their bond. But then that joy shifted to terror. "Something's wrong," Hump said, already picking up speed. Selene and Amelia were faster, bolting ahead the moment he spoke. The rest of the group followed at a spring, feet pounding across the earth ground. When they reached the edge of the island, Hump's breath caught. Nisha was suspended in midair between two floating landmasses, wings thrashing, tail lashing wildly. At first glance, she looked as if she were hovering, held up by nothing but air, as if the world itself had frozen her in place. The last light of the day shimmered off something unseen, tiny glimmers catching in the fading glow. Hump's spirit sight told a different story. A vast web spread between the islands, glistening silver in his vision, crisscrossing to form a lattice. It had to span at least 100 paces and was nearly as tall. Every strand pulsed with essence, but it was more than that. After a few seconds, he recognized it as a kind of soul manifestation, like the web was an extension of whatever creature had created it. From the other island, a creature scuttled across the silken threads toward Nisha. Its body was the size of a horse, legs long and chitinous, tapping lightly against the web strands as it moved with unnatural grace. 8 eyes gleamed like black ink. "She needs to stop panicking," Dylan said. "The vibrations are what draws the spider in." "Stop struggling," Hump told Nisha. "We'll get you, girl. You need to stop panicking. It's making it come quicker." He tried to soothe her with his voice, his presence. Then, thinking it might help, he sent her an image of the spider, how far away it was, how it wasn't approaching too quickly. Her terror surged. "She's more panicked now," Hump muttered, wincing at the backlash of emotion. "I tried." "What did you tell her?" Selene snapped, turning on him. "I said to calm down and showed her what was approaching. I thought she'd be less worried if she knew it was just a spider." "You're an idiot." "Just shoot it down," Hump snapped back. Selene drew her bow but didn't knock an arrow. "If I shoot the spider and break the wrong thread, she might fall. Tangled in that web, she can't fly. Also, she should be able to handle this." "What do you mean?" Hump asked. "She's panicking." "As you said, it's one monster. Help her through it." "I'm ready if she needs me." Hump frowned but hurried to try and reassure her again. He filled her mind with an image of her unleashing her fire and freeing herself, then defeating the spider. His intent was confident and calm, his mind fixed with certainty. "Burn the webs, Nisha. You can kill it, you just need to free your wings." The thrashing stopped. A plume of fire burst from Nisha's jaw. It licked across the web, igniting the threads in a violent blaze. The silk snapped and curled, glowing red as it burned away. She snapped her wings outward, thrashing at the air until she soared once more. Freed, she surged with a roar of fury. Her wings beat twice, gaining height, and then she plunged, her scales glinting gold as she tore into the spider and dragged it toward them. The two creatures hit the ground before them, earth scattering around them. The fight was brutal. A whirlwind of claws, teeth, and flailing limbs. The spider screeched, a keening sound that echoed across the aisles, but Nisha didn't relent, tearing into its carapace until finally it lay still. Hump flinched at her rage, but underneath he felt the thrill in her. The triumph. Her excitement was surging through their bond, vengeance, victory, joy. She tore a leg from its body, chewing slowly, but the meat became stuck in her teeth, making her grimace. "Is it good?" Hump asked. "Tasty." He sensed her doubt as she continued chewing, clearly not impressed. "Can she even eat that?" Bud asked. "It's a spider, right?" Selene said. "She can probably eat it." Nisha finally managed to swallow the chunk. "Too late if she can't," Hump said. "Is it nice, Nisha?" A very disappointed grumble returned, followed by a spark in her head. Suddenly, she unleashed a jet of fire over the meat she'd taken from the spider. The smell of roasting filled the air, and Nisha took another bite, this time her tail happily wagging behind her. As she chewed, she looked up at Hump with a gormless smile. "Tasty. Good. Want. Do I want some magic giant spider?" Nisha tore off another leg and dropped it at his feet, roasting it again. "Eat, eat, eat," she hopped around excitedly. "She wants you to eat it," Dylan said. "Definitely," Amelia added. "You might upset her." And how can you say no when she's that adorable? Bud asked. It would be rude. Selene nodded. You'd definitely hurt her feelings. Sharing in a kill is a sign of affection, and with no other wolf dragons around, we need to support this important part of her development. She needs to learn that sharing with the pack is good behavior. Hump stared at her. Are you serious? Nisha must have sensed his hesitation because she had stopped hopping and stared at him, her head tilted. He felt her confusion and the bitter feeling in her stomach as if she'd done something wrong. Overwhelmed by guilt, Hump put on his very best smile and squatted down for the slightly charred, smoking spider leg. He picked it up by the bit still covered by shell and raised the fleshy piece to his mouth, taking a bite. He chewed cautiously, only to realize it tasted good. He raised his eyebrows and took another bite. That's not bad, actually. Really? Emilia asked. Yeah. Really? Kind of tastes like chicken. Nishari hopped around excitedly once more and went to rip off more legs, placing each of them before the rest of the party before roasting them too. Hump stared at them with the most vindicative grin he could muster. Go on then. Look how adorable she is. You can't say no to that, can you? Selene and Dylan went for the leg without hesitation. Bud paused but also picked his up. Hump watched the same hesitation turn to surprise on their faces, and they all turned to Emilia, who was staring at the leg, horrified. Nisha stared at her, head tilted. Oh, Hump said softly. She's feeling sad, Emilia. You might upset her. Emilia glared at him. It's really pretty good, Selene said, taking another bite. If we can find more of these, it'll save us having to try to get the birds to fall on an island. You can't be serious, Emilia said. It's a bug. Oh, stop pushing her, Bud said. Emilia's a very sensitive lady, used to the fineries afforded to one of her status. Even if it was a gift from the heart of a young dragon, just trying to make her happy. Ah, of course, Selene said. My apologies, Lady Emilia. Don't worry about Nisha. I'm sure she'll get over it eventually. Right, Hump? Hump nodded. And she's very sweet. I'm sure she'll forgive you. The daggers in Emilia's eyes were sharp as she picked up the spider leg. I will remember this. There will come a time when you will come to regret this day. She took a bite, then froze. It's nothing like chicken. Sure it is, Hump said, wiggling the leg in his hand. Like a drumstick. Emilia stifled a gag and forced the bite down, then she turned to Nisha. Thank you, little one. Would you like the rest? Nisha took it eagerly and carried on eating. There's plenty more, Dylan said, pointing at the remaining 2 legs with the one in his hand. You sure you don't want one? Can't complain later if you get hungry. Not you too, Dylan. Emilia sounded genuinely betrayed now. That broke them. Laughter erupted between them, even Nisha looking up from her feast and trying to understand their amusement. Chapter 475, Humphrey's Floating Islands. Dylan's hammock was empty when Hump stirred awake, swaying gently in the humid morning air. The camp was cloaked in a soft, silver haze that drifted through the trees. All around him, the birds called out in strange, melodic tones, and glowing insects pulsed and chirped between hanging vines and moss-draped branches. The soft tug of nature essence called to him from nearby. Curious, he slipped from his hammock and tiptoed through the dewy undergrowth, careful not to disturb the others. The jungle here was thick, perhaps even more so than around Draculin, and far wetter. He weaved through roots the size of wagons, and towering trees with bark as dark as polished stone, their surfaces veined in faint green light. Mist coiled around his ankles and drifted through rays of golden light that pierced through the canopy. The air tasted of moss and soil, and it was rich in essence. He found Dylan beside the small creek nearby, half hidden by the even thicker mist gathered in this place. The druid sat cross-legged on a mossy stone, eyes closed, hands resting on his knees. Around him, the world seemed to breathe, the silver mist shifting slowly. Essence gathered to him in soft spirals, drawn from the air, earth, and water. Strange, wispy spirits creatures gathered to him, flickering with faint silver light in the mist like distant lanterns. Dylan opened his eyes as Hump stepped closer. Despite the serene surroundings, he seemed disturbed. Can't sleep. Hump took a seat beside him, staring into the crystal pool. Richly colored fish swam in its waters. I slept a little, Dylan said. It's peaceful here. Other than the monsters. Dylan smiled. We're in the wilds of another world. It feels harsh to call them monsters. How are you? Hump asked. I know we haven't talked about it much, but you lost an arm, Dylan. I'll get it back. Eventually. I know, but it must be difficult. It's more irritating than anything. In truth, it doesn't bother me all that much. I can get by. Better to lose an arm than lose one of you. Dylan shot him a smile. Hump gripped his friend by the shoulder. You did save us, especially Bud. You should rub it in his face more. Dylan chuckled. I think he already feels guilty enough. I'm not sure he'd see the funny side. It's not for his benefit. It's the rest of us that will benefit. I'll keep that in mind. If it's not the arm, what is it? Larissa. Dylan sighed, staring down into the creek. Yes, I miss her, but that's only the beginning of it. I realize that she most likely thinks I'm dead. My master, too, everyone we know. Hump frowned at that. You hadn't realized? Dylan asked. I just didn't think about it. Everyone I care about is here. Well, that's not strictly true, but I don't have the connections that the rest of you do. I feel terrible now, actually. I should have considered what you were all going through. You don't need to. Bud's worried about Henrietta, but he and his father haven't mended the rift. Emilia and I have been talking. It's helped. I just wish there was a way to get a message to them, just to let them know we're alive and doing our best to get home. We will find our way, Hump said. We always do. I know. This is just one more reason for us to get a move on, Hump said. How hard can it be to free a god from his exile after all? It's only a prison of the Pantheon we're dealing with. Dylan narrowed his eyes at him. Are you still trying to make me feel better? I think so. I may also be falling back on bad jokes as I don't know what to say. Dylan laughed. I appreciate you finding me anyway. Mind if I stay? Hump said. I haven't truly had a chance to enjoy the affinity to nature Olin gave me. This place, for all the trouble it's brought us, is calming. As if you need to ask. I feel the same way. There's nothing quite like the smell of morning dew in the forest on a crisp morning and the feel of the world coming to life around you. The warmth of it. Together, the druid and the wizard sat in meditation. The sound of the rushing creek filled the air, the morning songs of birds and the chirp of insects. The warmth of the rising sun. Day 2 went well, all things considered. The path had taken them into a dense cluster of tiny islands, scattered like stepping stones between two larger masses. Some were only wide enough for a single person to stand on at once, and others tilted subtly beneath their weight, forcing them to move more carefully. But for all the difficulty, the landscape was stunning. Tall, jagged rock formations jutted from the island, and as the wind funneled through them, it created an ever-changing harmony. Fascinating creatures made their homes among the stones. More wispy spirits drifted overhead, like those Hump saw lurking in the morning mist, carried on winds of essence. The birds would feast on them, diving from above in flocks and piercing them with their beaks, or manta-ray creatures as large as horses would drift through the winds, snacking on the wisps as they went. You know what we forgot to ask Lawfin? Selene said. What is this world called? There's a lot of things we didn't ask him, and that's what comes to mind, Bud asked. I just don't know what to call it. We can't keep calling it this place. It's silly. Hump perked up, a brilliant idea forming. I could come up with. No, everyone interrupted. Hump frowned. The fact all of you snapped at me is a little hurtful. Why can't I name it? Wizards are good at naming things. Ah, yes, Emilia said. The fantastic spell names such as Wizard Light, Essence Blast, Rock Shot, incredibly original. They may not be original, but they are practical, Hump said. What about Rivers of Lava? That's a cool name. Master Vivi used to talk about wanting to acquire a spell called Torella's Tidal Torrents and Ocean's Oblivion, Dylan said. Hump frowned at him. You're not helping my case. Dylan raised an eyebrow. You don't like it. More words don't make it better, Hump said. Dylan shook his head. I'm not even going to jump into how wrong that statement is. You're not appreciating the alliteration. I will admit that's the one thing I like, but the wizard's name is in there and that hardly counts. Though I'll admit, any spell with oblivion in the name immediately catches my interest. Exactly. Thank you, Dylan. You've made a wonderful point, Hump said. What do you think up Humphrey's floating islands? Catchy, don't you think? That's just awful, Emilia said. Why would you put your name in it? It's not even your world. But Dylan said, the locals are going to very impressed, Bud said to her, ignoring him. We show up naming their home and already naming it ourselves. Humphrey the Conqueror. Selene winced. I know you're making fun of me, Hump said, but I really like that title. I knew he was going to say that, Selene said. Humphrey the Conqueror, Hump repeated, savoring the words. Bearer of infinity. Wielder of the white flame, he whistled. Okay, I really like it now. Emilia stepped close to him, close enough that she was looking down at him, studying him closely. What? Hump asked. Selene, this feels inappropriate. Bud. Oh, relax, Emilia said. I'm just trying to figure something out. Figure what out? Actually, don't answer that. I feel like I don't want to know. I was just wondering how someone so short can fit so much ego in. Hump rolled his eyes as the others burst into laughter. Are we back to short jokes? Really? We've been walking a long time, Emilia said, and I can only look at so many floating forest islands before my mind starts losing its way. And I'm the one that suffers for it. It's not even a good one. I've caught up to Selene now. Almost caught up, Selene said. Not quite. You know what? Hump said, folding his arms in feigned crossness. None of you are welcome of Humphrey's floating islands, especially you, Emilia. You've made a powerful enemy this day. Selene took him by the arm and hugged it to her side. Am I really not welcome on Humphrey's floating islands? Hump paused. Perhaps I could be convinced. You'll need to work for it, though. Emilia said. Selene raised both her eyebrows. Not like that, Hump said quickly. I was more thinking a written apology, you know, something from the heart, as well as a promise that no further short jokes will ever be made. Emilia said. Sure, that's what you meant. Selene pointed at something in the distance. Look at that. Hump followed her finger to a distant rocky spire, spotting a four-legged creature with a sleek, predatory build. Its fur streaked in molten reds and golds, like sunlight shone from within. That might be the strongest monster yet, Hump said as they all stared at it. It's definitely the most beautiful, Dylan said. They'd seen a few more powerful creatures that day, though only from a distance. Mostly lurked beneath them on the deeper islands, where essence was denser. It wouldn't be long before Hump and the others had no choice but to risk those depths, but for now they stuck to the islands that kept them relatively close to the outer edge of the islands. They followed him to a crescent-shaped isle no more than 20 paces across, carpeted in enormous, flowering plants with broad petals that curled upward like open hands. The entire surface was alive with motion. The blossoms shifted gently as if breathing, closing when they approached, opening behind them. The terrain forced them into single file, and they moved carefully, stepping only where Dylan instructed. Selene drew her bow at the pulse of essence nearby, a large flower opening to reveal a maw as she stepped close to it. Put that away, Dylan waved at her with his arm. The flower started it, Selene barked back. It's a flower. Are you really going to shoot a flower? Where I come from, some flowers try to eat you. Dylan chuckled. Then don't walk too close. The islands continued to get smaller as they walked, until they stood in a cloud of small rocks. The larger plateaus led downward, toward the lower levels. It left Hump wondering what they'd find if they descended the islands farther. From what he could see, there had to be hundreds of them spaced out below, creating a ladder into the depths, where at the very bottom molten essence waited. Activating spirit sight, Hump searched for signs of danger. Do you see anything, Selene? Nothing we need to worry about, at least not yet. Neither do I. It's concerning how few we've spotted since we arrived. I suspect, Dylan said, the wildlife here has been forced to adapt to hide their essence better than in our world. The ambient essence levels are very different, and the life forms seem more reliant on it to survive. We may be dealing with the kind of monsters found in the northern parts of the fallen lands. Selene let out a breath. It would explain why we haven't seen many. If each of these jungle islands is full of such creatures, we may find ourselves in trouble quickly. Hump looked up at the islands nearby. Dylan's vines were making useful bridges, but it was slow going when they were moving through such small sections, and the gaps only grew wider farther ahead. The distant city still loomed in the distance, jewel in the sky, even higher than where they now stood. The path to it was even less clear than it seemed the day before. "I don't see another choice but to head down," Hump said. "We're barely making progress navigating through this. Those islands are significantly larger." Bud shrugged. "I'm not worried about a fight. We could do with the practice. Dylan's needs to get used to using one arm so we can leave him to do most of the work." "That's a good idea," Amelia said, her face deadpanned. "Better to get used to it now than later." "No, it's not," Dylan snapped. "That's a terrible idea." "Don't overthink it, Dylan," Hump said. "You're hardly armless." Dylan glared at him. "How long have you been waiting to use that?" Hump grimaced. "If I'm honest, I've been resisting since you woke up. I didn't want to say it too soon." "It's barely been a couple of days, and that wasn't even a good one." "Okay, clearly. You're still sensitive about this whole thing if you can't appreciate a fantastic pun." Dylan gave an exaggerated shake of his head. "It was a terrible pun. Come on, let's get this over with." He walked ahead of them, leaping off the end of the island to one farther down. They'd set up camp on the edge of an island about 4 levels down, just a short distance from the next crossing point. They would set out at first light, once visibility was good enough to spot anything nasty lurking in the gaps between islands, then rush ahead. Nisha was already out cold. She'd had plenty of flight time today, fortunately, but down here that would change. It was too dangerous for her to go off alone. At least that was the plan. A thunderous crack echoed through the islands, followed by the roar of essence discharging and a great boom. Everyone looked at each other. "Do we check it out?" Selene asked, already on her feet. "Someone could need us." Bud was already moving. "Or 2 monsters are fighting," Hump called after him. Bud glanced back. "This might not be our world, but we're still adventurers. We need to make sure." Hump groaned but pushed himself to his feet. "Why do you have to be a noble knight? Some of us are tired." A piercing screech tore through the sky, laced with powerful intent. Hump felt it to his core, vibrating against the walls of his soul. Whatever made that sound was powerful. "That was strong," Dylan said. "Way stronger than the monsters we've seen." "Then we'd better move," Amelia said sharply, tightening her grip on her staff. "If someone's under attack, they won't last long." They abandoned their provisions without hesitation, sprinting toward the island's edge, weapons half-drawn and minds racing. The wind whipped past them, carrying another scream on its back, shorter, more pained. "You know another thing we never asked Lawfin," Hump said as they ran. "Whether the people in this world are even human." They all glanced at him. "What else could they be?" Bud asked. Hump shrugged. "I don't know." There was another boom, a plume of fire erupting from the jungle island below them. Then Hump heard a shout, the words too faint to hear. "I guess we'll find out." They reached the cliffside and stopped dead. Amongst the trees below, a battle raged on. A massive creature raced between the trees, its body all muscles and toned, built low to the ground with thick limbs and a long, whipping tail. Coarse fur covered its flanks, dark and matted, but its head and forelimbs looked like another species. Beaked, sharp-eyed, and covered in brilliant feathers that radiated gold essence. Great wings extended from its back, each beat of them driving it through the tree's speed that left shockwaves in its wake. "That's a griffin," Dylan said, the wonder clear in his voice. "There hasn't been a griffin in Alvarin in over 1,000 years. They went extinct. Beautiful, vicious, power creatures, but they have their charming side." "In what way?" Selene asked. "Doesn't look too charming." "For one, they mate for life. It's one of the reasons researchers believe they went extinct so quickly. The loss of one was the loss of a mating pair." "Hey, Dylan," Hump said. Does that mean we should expect? Hump was scanning the forest for the target of the creature when a second screech split the air, this one from above. Hump looked up just in time to see another griffin dive out of the clouds, claws outstretched, eyes on them. Another one, Hump finished. Chapter 476, Natives and Ghee. The griffin closed the distance fast enough that Hump only just had the time to utter the words of his spell before it was upon them. Shield. A barrier of dense essence manifested around them in a dome. The creature seemed to sense it as it veered away from them, twisting through the air and redirecting toward the island below. Selene took aim, her arrow streaking silver as she loosed it at the creature's back. There was a gush of wind as the creature beat its wings, the air bright with the white essence of wind, sending the arrow off course. And then the griffin was amongst the trees, sprinting through on its strange combination of talons and padded feet. "That thing is fast," Emilia said. "Faster than me maybe, at least when it's in the air. Beautiful, though, almost seems a shame to kill it." "It is a shame, but they are vicious creatures, as I told you," Dylan said. "There's a reason they were hunted to extinction." "Why is that?" Bud asked. Dylan looked at him, his lips forming a thin line. "If I remember correctly, they had a preference for young children. They would swoop down on them while they played in village streets, then fly them away, never to be seen again." "Well, that makes the choice easier," Bud said. A shout came from in the trees, and Hump glimpsed a figure amongst them, keeping the griffin back with a bronze shield that resonated with essence. The man had dark brown skin, even compared to the Nelishi, and hair like copper. "They look human," Selene said. Bud was at Hump's side, searching. "We need to get down there." "We could jump," Hump suggested. Everyone looked at him. "That's a long way down," Emilia said. "Are you sure you're ready?" "Would I suggest it if I wasn't?" Hump was slightly offended at the raised eyebrows that followed. "I'm ready," he insisted. "Not ready for flight magic, maybe, but I can get us down there." "We can all get down there," Bud snapped. "It's getting down there without going splat that's the problem." "I can probably do that, too." "Why do you always need to add probably?" Dylan said. "You know it's never helpful." Hump shrugged. "I don't want to set unrealistic expectations. Besides, you're my friends, I want to be honest." "You understand that in this case, the alternati is we all go squish," Dylan said. Hump glanced over the edge of the island, judging the distance. "Nah, I'd go squish. The rest of you would most likely live." "Fantastic," Dylan shook his head. "If he says he can get us down there, he'll get us there," Selene said. "Thank you, Selene. Now I'm going to start because you lot will keep chatting until we let these poor people die. If you don't want my help, feel free to make your own way down." He didn't wait for further discussion, taking out the book of infinite pages and activating a new spell he'd been working on. Embrace of the Wind. Alteration, Ritual Tier 2 range, short. Description: currents gather around your target, wrapping them in a protective shroud of wind. Their descent slows dramatically, as if carried by unseen wings, reducing their falling speed to a gentle drift and preventing damage from most falls. While active, the target can steer slightly in midair, drifting a short distance. It was part of a spell tree building up to true flight magic, though judging from the difficulty so far, Hump wasn't convinced he would be able to make it that far anytime soon. His affinity with wind essence was poor. Even the Tier 2 ritual spell was a chore to cast on so many people, while True Flight was Tier 7 spell, the very limit of his current capabilities. He activated Embrace of the Wind over the group, then gave them all his most confident nod. Time for a leap of faith. "You always make fun of faith," Bud said. "What I very occasionally make fun of is faith in the gods," Hump sighed. "Faith in me is absolutely fine, though seeing as you're so unsure." Hump turned and leapt off the edge of the island. The air rushed past him, whipping at his face and ears. He fell much faster than he expected. Nisha swooped down with him, an eagerness to her that he hadn't felt since she had last flown with the wolf dragon, Igni. There was a thrill in her simply being in the air with him, and that gave Hump enough encouragement to ignore the fear of the fall and really take in the sight. The island came up beneath him faster than he thought, though he managed to land somewhat gracefully. The others arrived around him. Dylan, in his aspect of the ape form, had no issues, and Emilia and Selene were already moving ahead by the time Hump was standing up straight. Bud, on the other hand, landed with a heavy crash, his army clinking as he groaned on the ground, rolling onto his back to catch his breath. "The wind did not embrace me," Bud wheezed out angrily. Dylan helped the knight to his feet. "I may have undershot the essence a little with all that armor on you," Hump said, already following after the girls. "Come on." "You didn't go splat, you're fine." They moved quickly, dashing through the thick forest undergrown. Emilia and Selene had already cleared them a path, and with the shouts and essence of battle ahead, it was easy to find their way. From what Hump could tell, the people under attack were likely bronze-ranked adventurers, or at least this world's equivalent. The amount of essence they drew upon felt fairly weak, but it was enough to hold off two powerful monsters, at least for now. The group of natives stared at them in shock. They were standing over an injured companion, one of their people working to heal them with a number of advanced-looking artifacts. Behind them was a carriage of some sort, but it was made of metal and floating in the air atop a stream of essence. Hump broke through the tree line a few seconds after Bud and Dylan. There were 6 of the natives, 4 standing defensively around an injured comrade. One of them, a woman, was bent over the wounded figure, working furiously with a series of intricate glowing artifacts that pulsed with complex enchantments. Behind them hovered a strange metallic carriage, floating midair on a current of shimmering essence. To their front, the battle raged. Selene and Emilia had rushed out in front of the people under attack, Emilia engaging in a battle between rapier and talons as one of the griffins unleashed a flurry of blows at her. The sound of steel filled the air, before the creature was forced back by one of Selene's arrows. Hump searched for the other griffin, then sensed essence gathering overhead. A tempest was building. Their archer loosed arrows, but they were lost to the storm, even more so than Selene's had been. A powerful ability, but far from anything Hump couldn't handle. The only problem was the distance. "Dimensional snap," Hump barked. He appeared amongst them in a blink, stunned faces staring at him. "Shield." As a hail of wind blades descended, his barrier formed around the whole group and their transportation. They struck hard and fast, but Hump poured essence into the areas taking the most pressure. Above, the creature let out a frustrated screech. The man with the bronze shield shouted at Hump in a language he didn't understand. "I don't understand," Hump said. "Do you speak Alvaronian?" "The Holy Tongue," the man said in a thick accent. "Yes, be wary of the griffin's magic. It will grow more powerful." It moved to help its bonded mate when Dylan lashed out with his vines, reaching for it like tendrils. It managed to dodge, flying higher into the sky. Meanwhile, Bud joined Emilia to pin down the first. Together, they harried it back, giving it no chance to escape. Selene launched a barrage of arrows from the side, causing shallow wounds across its body, but its feathers and hide were tough. When it finally stumbled, Hump saw his chance. He poured his essence into Grasping Hand, forming a fist large enough to wrap around the griffin's torso. With his left hand, he reached out and grabbed it, the hand of stone mimicking his actions. Caught, it writhed and screeched in his grasp, desperate to escape. Bud leapt into the air, wings of the Frostfire Paladin forming from his back, launching him up. He cleaved through the griffin's neck in one great swing, the head toppling forward, ice crystallizing over the wounds before even blood could spray. Above, the other creature let out a screech of pure fury. "Run!" the man screamed. "It will die for its vengeance." When Bud didn't move, the man grabbed Hump's arm. "What is he doing?" "Your friend cannot take it head-on." Hump glanced up at the power. It was strong, but not to the point he was worried. "Don't mind him," Hump said. "He can handle himself." "That's a griffin," the man said. "That griffin's about to meet the Frostfire Knight." The storm turned to lightning, though they weren't the target. It struck itself, feathers conducting the lightning until its entire body was crackling. It dove for Bud, then vanished, appearing suddenly before the knight, talons outstretched. Bud managed to raise his sword in time. The moment he did, ice exploded forward, encompassing the front of the griffin. It tried to crack free, but Emilia was already at its side, her blade shining red as she pierced its heart. The griffin let out a long breath, glaring furiously at Bud before it collapsed to the ground. Talk erupted between the group of natives. Hump turned to them to see a very scared-looking woman whispering quickly to the man with the bronze shield. The others joined in, only to go silent when the woman trying to heal their fallen companion suddenly shouted over them. Now those were words that transcended any language. "Shut up." Dylan walked over and knelt beside the injured man, approaching slowly to avoid startling the healer. She eyed him suspiciously. He looked up at the man. "Can you tell her that I'm trained in healing magic and can help to restore his strength?" The man with the shield frowned, glancing at Hump once before nodding and speaking to the woman. Now that Hump wasn't fighting and had a chance to look at the man, he realized just how tall they all were. Even the women were as tall as Hump. Another had the first man's copper hair, while the others were different, white, blue, and green. The kind of hair Hump hadn't seen in his world naturally, other than the elderly, of course. Each wore a complex series of braids, decorated with rune-marked beads of various metals. Hump could sense the power in them as he could their weapons and equipment. Each carried artifacts, while not unheard of to Hump to see so many on a bronze-ranked party was unusual. "Who are you people?" the man asked. "I have never seen your kind." Hump straightened, brushing dust from his robes. "No, I don't suppose you have. I suppose introductions are in order. I'm Wizard Humphrey, and with me are my party members, Selene, Bud, Emilia, and Dylan. There is helping your friend." Nisha grumbled at Hump's side. "Oh, and this is Nishari." The others gathered around him as he spoke. "I am a Callan," the man said, placing a fist to his chest in greeting. "I must thank you. Without your help, we would not have survived." "No problem," Hump said. "Happy to help. What were you doing out here anyway?" "The Griffins have moved into this territory recently and attacked a nearby village. We were sent to make them leave, only our instructions spoke of hippogriffs, the weaker cousins of these creatures. We were underprepared. It is fortunate that you arrived, but I do not understand from where. Why do you speak the holy tongue? And why are you all so small and pale?" "We're small," Bud asked, pointing at himself. "Me." The man took a step closer, using his hand to measure Bud's head to the bottom of his chest. He nodded, face completely serious. "Yes, small." "See," he repeated the gesture a few more times. There was a beat of silence. Hump couldn't help it. The laughter exploded from him. "There. That's how it feels. I think I'm going to enjoy this world." Chapter 477, Pathfinders. Hump's laughter stopped when he saw the way a Callan was looking at him, trying to judge whether or not he was serious. "This world," the man finally said. "You are not from our world." The question left Hump wondering how close to the chest they should play this out. Lawfen had instructed them to seek out his high priest, so keeping secrets seemed unnecessary. If anything, it would just slow them down. They weren't the enemies of this world, and the natives were not their enemies either. Hump shook his head, deciding honesty was the way to go. "We are not. We came here by accident, after falling through the veil of our world. We were instructed to seek out the high priests in Urandal to help decide what we do next." "Instructed by who?" a Callan asked. "I think you can guess." A Callan's companions broke into hurried conversation, two women with commanding bearing and a lanky man even taller than a Callan himself. Only the healer kept silent, bent over the wounded figure beside Dylan, hard at work saving their injured companion. At first glance, Hump thought they had been human, but up close the differences were striking. Their skin was a deep brown and had a coarse, leathery texture that caught the light like bark infused with metal. Their teeth were sharp, not grotesquely, but in subtle points. Long ears swept back from their heads, the ridges along the edges like serrated blades. What struck Hump most was their eyes. Essence burned within them, not as bright as those that were dragon-blooded, but distinctly there, matching the color of their hair. It reminded him of when Selene's eyes were visible, or perhaps more like Nisha's, as their pupils were thin and slit like a predator. Those eyes turned on Hump, the outburst still taking place. One of the women with white hair pointed at him angrily. One thing was becoming very clear to Hump. "They understand us, don't they?" Hump said to a Callan. The man gave Hump an awkward look but made no denial. "We do," the white-haired woman cut in. Hump thought she might be the youngest of the group, perhaps his age, though it was difficult to interpret through their different features. It is the language of the holy ones, saved only for the temples. We must understand it, and we know better than to speak it out here. My apologies for our lack of etiquette, Bud said. This is the only language that we know. She scoffed and folded her arms. Your tongue is not the problem, it is your words. The tiny one speaks as if the Maker spoke to you directly. You are schemers. Hump's cheek twitched, but he said nothing. Nisha stepped forward, snarling. The woman took a step back, and it was like all of them had seen the dragon for the first time. Calm yourself, Nisha, Hump said. It's fine. Nisha let out a huff, not taking her eyes from Tamira. Why do you have a dragon? She asked quietly. How? A wolf dragon, Hump said. She is my bonded companion. Enough of this, Tamira, Akallan barked, his voice deep. Your distrust is unfounded. They are our saviors. Caro lives because of them. She snapped at him in their own language once more out of frustration than anger this time. Do you think she meant you when she said tiny one? Selene asked quietly. Hump glared at her. Not now, thank you. Selene smirked. Akallan barked something in a sharp voice, and Tamira stopped, glaring at him but speaking no longer. Akallan turned back to Hump and the others with a sigh. She thinks I am too trusting, that you are part of the events orchestrated to bring us here. Things were starting to fall into place. The woman's suspicion, and the fact that a fairly experienced adventurer party were caught off guard like this. You believe you were intentionally given false information and lured here to the Griffins. Tamira spoke again. Enough, Tamira, Akallan said so that they could understand. They are playing you, she said. We can speak the holy tongue too. Does that mean the Maker sent us? They must work for Drasoon. I think I've heard enough of that, Hump said. If we're going to continue talking, we need to move past this suspicion. First of all, we have no reason to lie to you. You saw our strength. If we were part of a plan to lure you all here to die, why would we save you? For our favor, this is Akallan Legare. It would not be the first time a fool has attempted such a thing. My family is somewhat well known in Urandal, Akallan said. Hump massaged his head. There's a simple resolution, Emilia said before Hump could figure out his next attempt. We need nothing from you. Dylan can stabilize their friend there, and then we can be on our way. We achieved what we came here for. Achieved what? Tamira asked, narrowing her eyes. Helping a group of people in need, Emilia said softly, meeting her gaze. And that is all. We will continue on our way once Dylan is done here. We should not trust their strange magic, Tamira said. No, the healer spoke up. This magic is beyond me. Caro will live because of him. What is that potion you gave him? An elixir of vitality, Dylan said. It gives the body the strength to replenish its blood and heal wounds as long as they're not too serious. Amazing, she said. Never have I seen something work so fast. You do not have potions? Dylan asked. A short laugh blurted from her lips. Perhaps Akallan's family could get one. Such alchemy is beyond our means as a party. Leave them be, Tamira. They have already given us more than we could ever offer back. Melly, are you sure? The healer smiled at her. I can see a true healer when they are before me. This man is one he cares. She turned to Dylan. What did you say your name was? I am Dylan. My name is Melly Calvera. You have my deepest gratitude, Dylan, for saving us and for helping Caro. It seemed Tamira valued her opinion more than Akallan's, for the anger left her just like that. Resigned suspicion taking its place. Now that is out of the way, Akallan said, am I to presume that you are on your way to Urandal? We are, Hump said. Then we shall take you there. The way is long and the islands difficult to judge for those that do not know their ways. It will take you many weeks without a guide, with us perhaps one. Hump glanced at his companions who all seemed happy with the arrangement. That would be brilliant, thank you. Akallan held up his hands, palms open. Please do not thank me. You saved us. It was my failure that led us to this dire state, and you pulled us out. My friend is alive because of you, and for that I will forever be in your debt. There's no need for any debt, Bud said. We're adventurers, this is what we do. Adventurers. Your world doesn't have adventurers, Bud asked. People that go around fighting off monsters and helping people. Ah, Akallan said. Somewhat, we are pathfinders. Originally, we were tasked with identifying locations to settle new cities and building routes between them when the world was shattered. Now, we are much the same as you. Then you should know there is no need to go out of your way for us, Bud said with a smile. This is what we do. Akallan seemed perplexed. Still, I must do something. I would offer you our Windrunner, but it can only seat 6 people. It would reduce the trip significantly, but even without it we can cover ground quickly. There's an island a few days from here with other Windrunners. We will be able to take one from there directly to Urandal. I insist that we see you to your destination. Then we accept, Bud said. We are in no position to turn down help right now. It would be good to learn more about this world before we go around causing trouble too, Emilia said. Hump was staring at the strange metal carriage behind Akallan. That thing is a Windrunner, right? A small one, yes. Your world doesn't have Windrunners. Hump shook his head. No, is it some sort of carriage? In a way, yes. The carriage rides the winds of essence, winds generated by the power that makes the islands float. With it, we can cross the gaps with ease. Larger ones can travel even farther. Amazing, Hump said. While Dylan and Melly worked to heal Caro, Akallan seemed very keen to learn more about how and why they were here. His suspicion was that they were servants of the Maker, a concept that Hump very quickly wanted to put a stop to, but was unfortunately close to the truth. Bud and Dylan were chosen of the Pantheon. They were servants of the gods. Just this one happened to be exiled from if Lawfen was to be believed. They filled him in on some of the general ideas of what brought them to this world. A gap in the veil, and the help of Lawfen to arrive safely here, but left out many of the details such as the fall of the 12 seals. Hump still wasn't sure what to make of the natives. Akallan seemed like a nice enough fellow, but sharing that a war between ancient gods might be about to start didn't seem like an ideal way to kick off their relationship. In turn, Akallan answered many of their questions too. They were known as Altari, and just as Hump had never heard of them, they had never heard of humans either. Considering their worlds were once connected, it seemed impossible. The only possibility was that their existence had been intentionally removed from any record, along with information about their world. It was the same as the Remnant Realm. Someone very powerful had clearly gone a long way to hide many things, and the more Hump learned, the more he realized that there seemed to be only 12 likely suspects. Tamira didn't warm up to them that day, but Melly, the other woman, Yoltza, and a now conscious Caro seemed just as intrigued as Akallan was. They were a friendly bunch. At first, Hump worried they would slow them down if anything, but once he saw a map of the nearby islands, he quickly realized how fortunate they'd been to find them. If they had followed a direct course, the gaps between the floating islands would only become larger until they had to go so deep the monsters would have become truly dangerous. Even more impressive was the Windrunner. While it could only seat 6, it made easy work of traveling between islands, requiring a couple of trips to compensate for the increase in numbers. The more Hump learned about it, the more he couldn't wait to arrive in the city. It seemed the Altari relied far less on blessings and magic, instead utilizing special artifacts that utilized essence in the air. Such technology existed in Alvarin, but it was far from so commonplace. Just as Lawfen had used his craft to keep the world from falling to pieces, it seemed he had taught the Altari to utilize his glyphs to truly thrive in the world he created. As evening was drawing near, Hump finally broached the subject he had been putting off, politics. We've been dodging around an issue that I feel would be foolish to leave any longer, Akallan. The man's face fell. The Griffin attack. Hump nodded. Presumably you likely have an idea of who is targeting you. Drasoon, was it? A petty rival of mine that I suspect is using his father's criminal connections to make my life difficult. I don't think the plan was to kill us, at least not all of us. Most likely this was a threat. Whatever squabbles you have going on in your city are irrelevant to us, Hump said. What I'm interested in is whether you expect them to come for you again. Tamira seemed to think they might. Akallan sighed. It's possible, yes, perhaps I was mistaken suggesting this. I do not mean to bring you trouble. Getting involved in my affairs will only bring you problems. If they try anything again, it will be on the Sapphire Isles, Tamira cut in. It was the first time she'd spoken to them all day. We will be recognized when we inquire about a windrunner. It would be best if we part ways before then. Hump was not worried for our sake, Bud said. If they come for you, we will be ready. You have already helped us, Acallan said. And now you are helping us, Bud said. It's become clear today that our previous attempt at reaching Urandal would have taken some time. We must return to our world, and sooner rather than later. That begins in your city. If someone decides to cause trouble on our journey, it's only natural for us to step in. Acallan looked at the night. Wizard Humphrey called you the Frost Knight. Never have I seen a griffin taken down with such ease. You speak the holy tongue, the language of the Maker. And I sense divinity in your power. You say you are from another world, but I must ask, are you from the heavens? Bud's face hardened into something unreadable. No, but I draw my power from a similar place. Hump gave Bud a nod. They had discussed this already. It seemed wise to keep any mention of the rest of the Pantheon silent for now, just in case. Chapter 478, Altari Magic. The Altari were an interesting people. Hump and the others had learned what they could hear and there. In many ways, they were similar to humans, though it seemed they possessed a more powerful physiology beyond simply being taller and larger. They seemed intrinsically connected to essence, capable of sensing its winds and nature in a similar way to Nisha. And he had solved the question of why they had such colorful hair. It was their affinity. Yet despite their innate connection to it, not a single one of Acallan's party were wizards or even this world's equivalent. They had set up camp beneath the sweeping canopy of a twisted tree. The floating island above them glowed with veins of various colors running through the rocky underside, blotting out the moon and stars. Acallan had brought out a grill large enough to roast a griffin leg, and skewers of meat now sizzled atop it, powdered with unfamiliar spices. Judging from the sheer quantity, Hump thought the Altari must eat like dragon-blooded. As they talked, Caro, the injured man, slept. He'd been awake briefly, but it didn't last long. With a low chuff, Nisha stared hungrily at them, her eyes widening as Acallan lifted one off and handed it to her. She snatched it and patted away, slumping to the ground nearby where she maneuvered the pieces off the wooden stick. She's intelligent, Acallan said. Even more than you know, Hump said, watching her with a smile. What do you mean that none of you can use magic? Dylan asked nearby, brow furrowed. We saw you wielding essence during the battle. Melly the healer sat cross-legged near the fire, chewing thoughtfully on a skewer. We do you what you describe. It is just different for us. We must channel it through artifacts crafted by the Holy Ones. The power is built into the item, and our essence activates it. She pulled a small silver needle and thread from her belt and held it up, both gleaming faintly with intricate runes so tiny it was only the darkness that made them visible. These aid healing, stop blood loss, and ward off infection when imbued with essence. Is all your magic bound to items? Dylan asked. Do you not have techniques to channel your essence? Tamira, sitting beside Acallan, shook her head. We do not need such things. Our bodies are strength. Our essence fuels it, makes us stronger. Sounds like marshals, Dylan offered. Don't you think, Emilia? Emilia nodded. I can't think of anything else. In our world, some practitioners focus their essence inward, enhancing speed, strength, senses, perhaps their weapon and armor. We call them marshals, like me, while wizards like Hump focus on shaping essence externally to produce spells. Tamira gave a slow nod. Then yes, marshals are closer to our way. And what about chosen? Bud asked, leaning forward. People blessed by the gods to wield their divine power. The Holy Ones wield the Maker's power, Acallan said. And they are few and far between, and we are certainly not them. These give us our power. The man lofted his shield, gesturing at the runes on its surface. They are all we need. The Holy Ones can draw upon the Maker's power, of course, and they use it to create our artifacts. Acallan pulled down his color, revealing a mark on his chest above his heart. And to wield them, we are marked by the Maker. It allows us to commune with the relics of his holy ones. Are there many in your world? Melly asked curiously. Yes, Bud said. Myself, Dylan, and Selene are all chosen. That explains your power, Acallan said with a smile. Never have I seen griffins taken down with such ease. Your world must be powerful then. Hump frowned at that. Those griffins were powerful monsters, but he could think of many adventurers that could bring them down with similar speed. And on top of that, the mark on Acallan's chest seemed strange. There was no reason for it to be necessary. None at all, at least not that he could think of. His staff was crafted with Lawfen's runes, and he used it without problems. There was only one reason he could think of to mark his people, and it wasn't good. In that moment, things fell into place. It was said that Lawfen had created warlocks, turning people into weapons. What if he had also created the chains that bound Chosen? And what if now that he was exiled and without much of his power, he needed new servants and a new source of power? I do not know if we're powerful in the grand scheme of things, Bud said. Until recently, I didn't even know there were other worlds. Do you know of our gods here? Lord Lawfen, the Maker as you call him, is a member of the Pantheon. Are you familiar with them? At their bewildered looks, he continued. Lady Light, Kalija, Ordana, Rathler. You speak of the old gods, Acallan said. They have no chosen here, no priests. There is only the Maker, he who holds the world together. Bud frowned deeply. What about practitioners that have reached the higher ranks? Hump said, trying to gather a little more information. Do you have many people here that have achieved soul manifestation? I'm not familiar with that term, Acallan said. It is when one imposes their soul upon the world, Hump said, manifesting their presence and intent as a physical force or imparting it into the weapon or body of a martial. For us, it is the mark of progress from bronze to silver-ranked adventurers. The 5 members of Acallan's party all looked at Hump curiously. You speak of aura projection, Melly said with a frown. But that is something only high priests and divine sovereigns are capable of. Tamira scoffed. I told you he schemed. What is this foolishness? Hump's lips formed a tight frown. If Lawfen's own power was sealed off in his exile, we're better to get more than to siphon it from his followers, preventing them from advancing their souls. You really need to stop doubting Hump, Selene said. If you push him too much, he may just show you. Tamira smirked, her gaze roaming from Selene to Hump. Then show me, little wizard. Hump waved a hand at her. There's no need for that. Stick around us long enough and perhaps you'll see. It is not something to use upon friends. Tamira rolled her eyes, but Hump didn't pay her any more attention. He still didn't know how much he could trust this group. If they were little more than a power source for Lawfen, the high priests and divine sovereigns mentioned might not be too happy to find out what he had to show the Altari. For now, they were their guides to Urandal and nothing more. His true strength was best reserved for when it was needed. The magic you wielded, Wizard Humphrey, Yoltza started, the quiet woman speaking for the first time. I do not understand it. You wield an artifact of Lawfen, but the abilities you showed were not part of it. I would recognize such runecraft. Spells, Hump said. My method of casting is a combination of essence manipulation and intent. He demonstrated by forming some rocks over his hand and spin them around, slowly turning them back to sand, and then stone again as they cycled around. This is the external essence manipulation that Emilia spoke of. Tamira's distrust turned to intrigue. What else can you do? She asked. Hump snorted and sent dancing light through the air, 6 orbs spinning up into the night. Her eyes followed them excitedly. As she stared after them, Hump raised an eyebrow, surprised that this was what had broken through her spiky exterior. He'd take what he could get. While the others spoke, Nisha crept closer to the grill. Acallan noticed her first. Can I give her a skewer? Hump chuckled. Probably best. If she helps herself, there won't be any left. Hump gripped the cold metal rim of the windrunner, staring down over the edge at the dizzying drop beneath. It was a long was down, and even if he managed to cast Embrace the Wind in time, that would only slow his descent into the molten inferno that waited for him at the bottom of this world. Beside him, Bud exhaled slowly. It'll be fine, Hump said. It hasn't failed yet. Bud gripped the windrunner with white knuckles, looking straight ahead, his back stiff as a rod. That doesn't help. Surely you would trust an artifact of Lawfen more than anyone, Selene said. It's fine, look. She started leaning from side to side, gently tipping the windrunner. Stop it, Selene, Bud snapped. There really is nothing to worry about, Akallan said. He was driving the vessel across the gap, his own party waiting on the next island on the far side. There's nothing to fail. The runes keeping it aloft follow the winds of essence. Only if the winds vanished entirely would we lose control, and even then, it would be a slow descent down fueled by the leftover essence. The windrunner's undercarriage glowed with a soft bronze light, lined with runes that pulsed steadily with earth essence. Curious, considering its name. Hump would expect wind to do the heavy lifting. Instead, earth essence acted as the primary floating mechanism, while wind essence, focused through an array of spinning fans at the rear, drove the vessel forward. It was something related to the magnetism that kept the floating islands aloft apparently, though even with Hump's affinity with the Earth, he had been unable to detect the intent behind its workings. Like much of the Altari artifacts, it defied easy understanding. Hump wasn't a stranger to arcane machinery such as the carriageways going up and down Sheercliff, but this was a level of complexity that was far more advanced, and that only made him more curious. Look, Bud, Dylan said. Have you seen how the fans shift as we move, adjusting to the stability of the windrunner? It's reactive. The whole vessel adapts to what's around us in real time. You say that like I should find it comforting, Bud muttered, craning his neck to look without turning the rest of his body. It was only minutes until they were on the next island. Above, the sky was clear once more, the island above them finally ending. And there, floating overhead, was a massive skyship cruising through the air, its hull as wide as any ship Hump had seen in a Lenvain port, its underside aglow with the same earth essence as the windrunner. Hundreds of glowing runes spirally along its belly in complex patterns, weaving a lattice of power. Hump instructed Nisha to stay closer. The last thing he needed was to panic the people on board with the sudden arrival of a dragon. That's enormous, Emilia said. I can't believe such a thing can fly. We are nearing the Sapphire Isles, Akallan said. The skyport there is quite significant. It is a major crossroads for a number of towns and more distant cities, that there is a merchant vessel. You really do not have such things from your world? Caro asked. On our world, ships float on water, Bud said with a little more certainty than necessary. The sky is not for them. It should be. Floating on water doesn't sound very efficient. Does that not take a long time to get anywhere? When the alternative is to swim, we make do, Emilia said dryly. The Sky Isles are sort of like a collection of towns that all work together, Akallan said. There is no exact number of people, especially with so many moving in and out of the city every day, but somewhere around 20,000. It is quite a considerable skyport. It was far more once. What happened? Emilia asked. The first Pathfinders chose this location for its abundant supply of Equirin. Does your world have Equirin? I haven't heard of it, Emilia said. She glanced at Hump and Dylan. Hump shrugged. We would likely have another name for it anyway. It's a vital component for creating essence steel, Akallan said. The Sky Isles once had it in abundance, but no longer. Now the Pathfinders must delve deeper to the islands far below. Go far enough, and there are dungeons still rich in it, but the essence there is so powerful that monsters manifest. Hump stored the name away in case. He decided to purchase some Equirin for his own attempts at enchanting. The runes carved into the Windrunner's hull, the structure of their weapons and armor, they all seemed to revolve around essence steel as a conduit. It made him wonder what else he might be able to produce with it. Now that he had a little more time, it seemed like a good opportunity to put his enchanting table to more use. It's amazing that so many people can live across islands like these, Emilia said. Do you all travel by windrunners? Akallan shook his head. Such a thing is too expensive for most, but there are systems in place like it's best you see for yourself. We'll show you around once we've docked, Melly added, walking alongside the windrunner now that they were on the island. With so many travelers, the food here is diverse. You'll love it, I'm sure. There are cuisines from across the world. Speaking of which, your appearance will certainly stir some questions. I have considered that, Akallan said. There is no hiding that you are not from Var. My plan is to position this as an escort quest from the Pathfinders to bring you to the High Priests in Urandal. It will not stop questions, but it will help to speed things along. Thank you, Akallan, Bud said. This would have been a challenge without you all. It was our good fortune to have met you. The fortune is ours, Akallan said. Especially Caro's, Yolza added. Yeah, Caro said, I do appreciate not dying. Did you your world was called Var? Emilia asked. Akallan nodded. That's correct. Interesting, Emilia said, looking at Hump with a smile. Do you like that more or less than Humphrey's floating islands? As Akallan's party glanced at him, Hump quickly shook his head. No idea what she's talking about. Chapter 479, The Sky Isles. Hump had spent much of the week it had taken to reach the Sky Isles bent over his spellbook, searching for and experimenting with a handful of spells he thought would prove useful in the days ahead. Embrace of the Wind and the rest of the spell tree had been an obvious choice when they were so often just one bad choice away from falling to their deaths, but true flight was still beyond his reach. Now that he'd met Akallan and the Altari, a more pressing matter had presented itself. They would stick out like a sore thumb anywhere they went. A hooded cloak could only do so much when trying to walk through a populated town as the only humans in an entire world, so Hump's attention had turned toward one of his least favorite spell schools, illusion. Greater disguise was simple enough on paper to cast on a single target. Wizard Otto had displayed it masterfully when disguising Nisha as a horse before their visit to Lady Kaisera. The spell barely counted as Tier 2, but to extend it across 5 people at once, with every layer of detail maintained and reinforced so that if he walked out or range or became distracted it would not fail, the structure demanded that of a Tier 4 spell, along with a conduit on each of the targets. On top of that, he used the Tier 4 spell Sculpt Illusion to help better create the guises for his companions. It all required far more patience than Hump preferred. Illusions were subtle and artistic, not exactly ideal for a wizard that preferred big, powerful spells where most problems could be overcome by throwing more essence at them. But necessity had a way of sharpening one's talents, and by the time the Windrunner began its approach to the Sky Isles, he'd managed to force the spell into shape. The ritual was no small affair. They found a quiet spot in a clearing on one of the larger islands bordering the Sky Isles. Hump drew a series of wide spell formations on the ground using Transform Earth, and made his party stand in their own marked circle. The magic spread like a web, weaving light over them all. To sustain it, Hump had prepared a charm with the help of the enchantment table inside the Lick's phylactery, a simple loop of chain marked with the simplified disguise spell. His own hummed faintly with power, holding the illusion in place even while anchoring the others. You've done amazing, Dylan said. Learning all this is impressive. Hump shook his head. Far too much was achieved through a combination of my spellbook and soul strength. I can simply maintain more elements at once than a weaker wizard, so this is hardly the most practical spell. The most practical spell is the one you have on you when you need it, Dylan said. This is fantastic. You couldn't have given me my arm back, though. The Altari version of Dylan waved what Hump thought was a very accurate-to-life stump, and he looked every bit like an Altari now. Hump had modeled each of them after Akallan and his party. Them being the only Altari he had ever met had left him with little choice. Everyone now wore the angular features, tall frames, and colorful hair, looking suspiciously like distant cousins of Akallan's group. Well, Hump could see the family resemblance at least. Good enough if nobody decided to dig too deeply. Easier to make it as close to reality as possible. That charm should maintain the spell for a period even if we get separated, but don't go too far. He turned to Akallan. What do you think? It is uncanny, Akallan said. There are oddities. The hands look a little strange. Bud's eyes are a bit far apart, and you are all still on the shorter end of my kind, even with the added height. I couldn't make them taller without a risk of giving away the disguise, Hump said. The last thing we need is a head passing through something it shouldn't, Will it hold up to scrutiny? Callan nodded. Absolutely. Even counting the oddities, I have seen stranger-looking altari. Just look at Caro. What do you mean, look at Caro? The altari said, emphasizing Callan's words in a goofy impersonation. I am as handsome as they come. The bulging eyes of Buds are from him, right? Callan said, ignoring his friend. Hump's lips formed a tight line, and he raised one eyebrow as he met Callan's eyes, saying nothing. The rest of Callan's party looked at him. Why are you all looking at me as if I have something on my face? Callan asked. There was an explosion of their own language, smiles on everyone's faces but him. Finally, Melly turned to Hump and his party. We were just informing him that he may need to look in a mirror. Hump and the others laughed. There's one problem, Selene said. I can see through this at little more than a glance. I can't tell what's beneath the illusion, but it looks like a dense array of essence. Nothing I can do about that, Hump said. You're more powerful than the spell, and I'm not skilled enough in illusion magic to make up for the difference. We need to be prepared for it to fail if anyone inspects us using magic. Obviously, we won't be able to speak either unless we want to draw attention to the fact we speak their holy language. It will do, Callan said. I do not mean to be immodest, but my name opens many doors. It is unlikely that we will have trouble. If anything, Nishari is more likely to be a problem. Oh, don't worry about her, Hump said. She can fly overhead and meet us once we've found accommodation. Callan dropped off his own party on the main island first, then returned for Hump and the others. From the deck of the Windrunner, the sky isles sprawled across the horizon. Jungle-canopied islands rose from the mist, veined with flowers that gleamed like fireflies against the dark. Between them, buildings of bright stone and painted wood spilled over the cliffsides, bridges and ropeways crisscrossing the gaps, and all of it suspended above a sea of rolling clouds. Among them, he saw ships as large as any he had seen in the Alenvan docks, though far flatter. It looked impossible, yet seeing it was proof of something Hump had always thought but never truly believed. With magic, anything was possible. Maybe this world would change his mind. Despite himself, Hump grinned. It's lovely, isn't it? Selene said, leaning against him. So much more alive than the cities of your people. That's one way to put it, Hump said. She glanced at him. That feels like one half of a sentence. Hump shrugged. It's like we're flying into the painting of a crazy person. The town is floating, everything's floating. Selene snorted. From the island, a much larger vessel glided into view, dwarfing their Windrunner. It was cylindrical in shape, with a great central chamber ringed by balconies, something between a lighthouse and a fortress tower, though fashioned entirely of steel and runes. At its midsection, a walkway circled the hull, where a uniformed woman watched their approach with hands clasped behind her back. Dockmaster's vessel, Callan explained, easing the Windrunner into a slower drift. Standard procedure. No one enters the Sky Isles without registration. Callan guided them alongside the tower ship, exchanged a few curt words with the woman, and presented a sigil pressed into bronze. After a brief inspection and the clink of coin for the entry fee, their Windrunner was waved through. The great vessel peeled away, already angling toward the next arrival. Docking was easy enough, though the guards made Hump a little nervous. He sensed essence over a few of them, though it didn't seem directed toward them. There was no way to avoid them, though. All they could do was move like they belonged. Turned out he'd been worrying for nothing. His spell held. The skyport unfolded before them in a riot of color and sound. Altari strode along broad platforms carved into the floating rock, their vibrant hair glinting like banners above the crowd. Lamps lit the streets in a consistent glow, each holding the same rune within. Hovering platforms floated past, imbued with what must have been the same enchantment as the Windrunner based on the bronze glow below. Merchant stalls overflowed with fruits, metals, and trinkets, their sellers shouting over the crowds. It was busy, but not in the same way as Alenvan. This wasn't a place ordinary people chose to live. It was a stop on the way, and those that lived here built their industry around that. They were walking through the streets of town on their way to an inn when Caro took a step closer to Hump. The man had been the most intrigued out of all of Callan's party, hovering at Hump's side as if trying to decipher some great problem. He had a thick beard and long hair, both braided with essence stones, many of which were inscribed with runes. Hump could guess what it was easily. The altari held a bronze staff in hand and studied him intently, a light in his eyes that matched the runes in his staff. He was studying him with some sort of magical sight. "You know, in my world, it's considered rude to inspect someone like that without asking," Hump said. "Here too," Melly added. "I am sorry, I am simply fascinated. This is the external essence manipulation you spoke of," he asked, an intensity in his gaze that made Hump a little uncomfortable. "Yes, a Tier 4 example," Hump said. "Illusion magic is one of the areas I'm weaker in, so this is about the best I can manage." "Are there many spells like this?" the man asked. "Hundreds, thousands even." "And how many can you use? How many do you have access to? Is this something anyone can learn, or must you have a talent for it?" "That's a lot of questions," Hump said with a smile. "My apologies, I just never imagined such a thing was possible." "It's fine. I don't know the exact number, but I can use pretty much any cantrip I have access to without much effort. Those are the spells apprentice wizards start with as part of their studies. Tier 1 and 2 spells are quite simple to learn, and then a Tier 4 spell like this took up most of my focus during downtime this week." "Just a single week?" Caro asked. "At my strength, such spells are not too challenging," Hump said. The Altari man shook his head. "How much more powerful can they get?" "Is it really that impressive?" Tamira asked. Caro looked at her and laughed. "A spell like this would only be possible with the runecraft of one of the Holy Ones." "You should see him when he's not being so friendly," Dylan said. "Hump's not very good at the more intricate spells like this, believe it or not. His specialty lies elsewhere." Caro's eyes widened, a smile on his lips. "Can you show us?" "Probably best not to do it here," Hump said. "Why?" Caro glanced at Dylan and the rest of Hump's party, amusement dancing on their faces. "I feel like I have stumbled upon a joke I do not follow." "My specialty is more in the blowing stuff up kind of area," Hump said. "With any luck, you'll never need to see." "Now I am most curious." "It is said that High Priest Haradrim can raise walls of fire out of nothing and breathe out scarlet flames that could set a forest on fire, but I have never seen such things. You know how it is with stories, they are always exaggerated. If the Holy Ones were Lawfen's chosen, by Hump's guess that would put them somewhere around silver rank, though that could mean anything from 4th to 6th circle. "How many spells can you cast?" Hump asked. "Every rune in my staff was painstakingly carved, each spell chosen with great care to ensure I had the necessary abilities for whatever crisis we might face. There are 32 spells upon my staff, varying in their power and complexity." Caro fingered his beard. "These runes hold simple spells too, though the makings of them means that I can only use them once." Hump could see the essence brimming in each of them. While Callan's party hadn't achieved soul manifestation yet, an arsenal of magic such as this left them well equipped. "And they require the mark on your chest to use." "Correct. To you, the uninitiated, they are little more than glowstones." Caro turned to Callan. "I would be curious to see what our brand would do to them. Have you discussed taking them to the temple to see if initiating them might be possible?" "No," Callan said, "and I suspect they will not want to. They have their own gods and power." Well said, Hump thought. The last thing he wanted was to be branded by a mark he was pretty sure siphoned off their potential. Caro seemed disappointed. "A shame. It would be good to teach us each other's magics." "Are you interested in the study of magic?" Dylan asked him. "Of course, you may say it's my passion." "I would not be here, in fact, without the push of my teacher for some real-world experience." "Caro was top of his class at the adult school," Yoltza said. "I do not know how you would say such a thing." "University or academy," Dylan offered. "Why did they push their top student to come out here? That sounds like a tale." "Not an exciting one," Caro said. "I had learned what I could, and practical application was the next step. If I knew I would be eviscerated by griffins, I may have pushed back more." "It was very exciting," Melly said. "Caro learned everything the school had to teach and started experimenting on his own. He blew up an entire wing using a runic array that powered itself on the environment. Ah, Dylan said, I'm seeing why some experience was deemed important. Their loss and our good fortune, Acallan said. Caro's magic has helped us out of many dangerous places. And one day, it will be key to capturing a dungeon. We have dungeons in our world too, Hump said. Are they horrible places filled with monsters here too? Yes, but we do not see them as such, Acallan explained. Dungeons were places of great importance before the shattering of the world, and now they are a place where we can challenge ourselves. To capture a dungeon is to claim its treasure. As dangerous as they are bountiful and a chance for us to prove ourselves to the Maker. Lawfen created them? Hump asked. Yes, it is said that when he rebuilt the world, he put all the darkness into these places and sealed it away, binding it until a champion powerful enough to claim it came along. Of course, there are monsters elsewhere, but the lower islands are far more dangerous, especially near dungeons. Most do not go to such places. Interesting, you'll need to tell us more about it. You intend to try your hand, little man? Tamira asked with a smirk. I do, he grinned back. How could I walk away from the promise of treasure? He decided not to add that his dungeon in particular happened to contain their imprisoned god. He wondered what would happen to Var and the Altari if Lawfen was set free. All this time, his focus had been on getting home, avoiding Godfrey, and keeping his party alive. But Lawfen was so ingrained in their lives, from the brands on their chests to their magic, to holding together the very ground they stood on, that Hump had no idea what the true repercussions might be. They had set off to free an exiled god, which, under the best of circumstances, seemed like a questionable thing to do to Hump. Now, he was beginning to think they may need to learn more to ensure they weren't dooming this world by doing so. It seemed he and his party needed to have a talk. Chapter 480, The Talk. The Sky Isles consisted of 7 core islands, the most central and populated being Ivra. Acallan had selected a different location for them to stay, however. The streets bustled as they passed, Altari vendors calling from bright awnings while rune-lit carts floated over stone paths. Children darted between stalls, approaching Hump in height, their hair flashing with elemental hues, and overhead skyships hummed as they came into dock. The air smelled of strange spices, smoke, and the river mist. Jardes has the largest connection to Urandal, he explained as they crossed the large rope bridge that connected the 2 islands. It should be a simple matter for me to find us a sky ship that will take us the rest of the way. How far is that? Celine asked. If the weather holds, 2 days. If we get caught in an essence storm and need to land, possibly a little longer. We're almost there then, Bud said. Good. That's the part you're focusing on? Hump asked. Not the essence storm. I don't know what an essence storm is, Bud said. Exactly, he turned to Acallan. What's an essence storm? Your world doesn't have them. We have storms, Hump said. We even have storms rich in essence. For the most part, they all consist of wind and rain. Interesting, Caro said. I had assumed your world was richer in essence than ours, considering what you have told us about the strength of your people. Perhaps not. That's related to the essence storms? Hump asked. Caro nodded. The exact mechanism isn't known, but when a surge of essence rises from the fires, it enriches the environment above. At a certain point, the fire essence mixes with the ambient essence up here and creates a storm. We do have rain too, only its essence water from essence become too dense. It must be incredibly dense to rain essence water, Dylan said. I wonder if it would be possible to reproduce it with other types of essence. Are you interested in this topic? Caro asked. Dylan gave him a smile. This is my interest, magic and nature. Finding ways to utilize essence for the benefit of the world beyond fighting monsters and war. From what I've seen so far, your people seem to have done a far better job than we have already. We are still at the very beginning. Until last week, the thought of traveling to other worlds hadn't even crossed my mind, but now, Caro shook his head. The possibilities seem endless. My dream is to reconnect the world, not physically, of course, but through people. For all our Magitech advancement, we have failed to solve the issue of long-distance communication, nor detect the essence surges before they happen, and new dungeons. I seek to construct an array that is able to both detect and transmit essence. Fascinating, Dylan said. My own desire is both completely different but rather similar in scale. Though, are you familiar with the Remnant Realm? Dylan asked. When Caro shook his head, he continued. It is a world that was destroyed through war, leaving everything desert and barren. The essence there is the saddest I have ever experienced. It feels like death. Its intent is lost and confused, and with every passing day it decays even further. I want to restore it to what it once was. I want to bring life back to this dead world. You humble me to compare the scale of our work, Caro said with the shake of his head. Restoring worlds is beyond even my dreams. It is a dream to me too, for now, Dylan said. But it will be my life's work if I live long enough to see it through. The glimpse into your technology you can provide may be just the clue I need. Then you and I shall need to speak more on this, Caro said. I believe we will be good friends, Dylan. I have been away from like-minded people for too long. What do you mean by that? Tamira asked. Caro stared at her, considering his words very carefully. Studious. Hump snorted. Good choice, he thought. The accommodation Callan secured for them was far from the inn Hump expected, but rather a villa perched along the island's edge. A clear river cut through the ground beside it, falling off the edge of the island where it meandered through the air toward the next island, its mist carried in the air nearby. Tall trees and stone walls wrapped the property, providing enough privacy that Hump no longer worried about keeping the Altari disguise active every moment. Here they could breathe. Nisha joined them by flying up through the waterfall. She emerged, wings spread fully, momentarily blotting out the sun before swooping down onto the terrace, wings flaring before she touched the ground with the faintest scrape of claws on stone. Hump waited nervously for some cry of alarm, but it seemed she had gone unnoticed, or perhaps the people here didn't care. Flying creatures were a common presence here, riders arriving in the city on giant birds, drakes, and creatures Hump didn't recognize. From a distance, Nisha would Belden in reasonably well. Once they were settled, Hump gathered his party into the largest chamber of the villa, a spacious lounge with wide windows that opened onto the river view. It was a good place to get away from all the excitement and momentarily forget all that had happened to bring them here. The air was calm, the only sound was the rush of water, and Hump let greater disguise fall, fully relaxing for the first time since docking in the Sky Isles. The illusion peeled away, leaving them once more as themselves. That's much better, Emilia said, looking over them all. It was strange being surrounded by so many unfamiliar faces. Couldn't agree me, Dylan said. But that was effective, Hump. Good work on that spell. I'm genuinely impressed you were able to pull that off over such a long period of time. You may have more talent for illusion magic than you think. Hump smiled. I'm more than a little impressed with myself, honestly. I didn't expect those charms to hold so well. Bud leaned back in his chair, looking dwarfed by the furniture. This feels strange, though. I feel like a child at the adult's table. Even the table is about half a foot higher than I'm used to. I don't want to hear that from you when my feet don't touch the ground, Hump snapped, kicking at the air beneath his chair for emphasis. Bud let out a full belly laugh. What did you want to talk about? Selene asked. Hump's expression became more serious. Before we continue with the Pathfinders, I think it's time we shared what we've pieced together. About this world, the Altari, Lawfen, and what it means for where we go from here. Why do you say it so ominously? Bud asked. Dylan, you recognized it too, right? Hump said, glancing at the druid. Dylan held his eyes for a second before releasing a sigh. The brand. Hump nodded. What about it? Emilia asked. I believe that brand was created by Lawfen to siphon the strength of his followers to use for a different purpose, Hump said. It would explain why so few Altari achieve soul manifestation despite how rich the essence of this world is. Bud's eyes were dark. Why would you think that? You always assume the worst in the gods, Hump. How did you even jump to this? Because it's remarkably similar to something else, Hump said, struggling to keep the irritation from his voice. It is said that Lawfen created warlocks to be weapons for the gods. Chosen are also marked by a brand upon their soul, though we call them circles and blessings. It's hard not to see the similarities. There was a long pause before Bud said, I see. That's it, Hump said. No anti-blasphemous outburst. No, Bud said firmly. I understand why you need to bring this up, as difficult as it is to hear. I won't be as stubborn as I was before. The fact is, I can no longer argue that we have been raised on half-truths. The farther we travel our path, the more those truths seem to unravel. Ignoring such think is not a mark of my faith, but stupidity. Though I should make clear that I don't see it all as cynically as you do. Even if the gods have hidden things, I trust that it was for the right reasons. Hump nodded. I can respect that. Honestly, I want you to be right. We have too many enemies already. Our enemies include an army of warlocks of whom we recently killed their leader, a ninth circle traitor chosen that could be anywhere in this world or another at this point, Baelker, the servant of an ancient god, and now we're trapped in a world held together by the power of an exiled god of the pantheon. What we need now more than ever is allies. Allies and information. We need to do more than survive. The decisions we make now could have repercussions in this world and our own. That's a lot of words, but what decision do you want us to make? Selene said with a shrug. So what if Lawfen is branding his followers? We can't do anything about it. Actually, we can, Hump said. Lawfen is exiled from the pantheon by his own words. I want to get us all home, but seeing the brands has left me with doubts. Let's say I'm right and Lawfen created warlocks, forged the chains with which chosen are bound. Hump held up a hand to silence Bud before he could speak. Hypothetically. And now he binds his followers in this world. To put it simply, I'm concerned we could be trying to set free an evil god rather than a good god. I'm sure there are some shades of gray in there, but I'd really rather we skew towards freeing good gods. Emilia leaned forward on the table, resting her chin in her palms. It's impossible to make a judgment right now, isn't it? Feels a bit like that, Hump said. And the stakes are high enough that I'm terrified of what happens if we make the wrong one. You don't hunt in unfamiliar terrain, Selene said. Especially not in the fallen lands. You know your prey, know your weapon, and know your pack. Right now, we have 2 of those 3, which I think leaves us in a fairly good position. What do you do to make up for the latter? Hump asked. 2 choices, really, Selene said. Go ahead with the hunt, which of course is sometimes necessary, like when we went into that acidic dungeon or went after the Lick Queen. Both times I almost died. Or we take our time learning what we can. In this case, speak with a Callan and his party, meet with the high priests, learn more about this world. Lawfen said he would speak with us again too, Emilia added. We should prepare some questions. I want to know why he was exiled for a start and what the reasoning behind branding his followers. It's possible he requires their strength to hold the world together, in which case, I completely understand. That's a good point, Hump said. The technology of this world is far more advanced than I expected too, Dylan said. We may be able to discover another way for us to get home. Exactly, Emilia nodded enthusiastically. We have options. I know you're looking at this as a desperate situation, Hump, but the 12 seals are already destroyed. The veil is open. The warlocks are far, far away and not our problem. Godfrey is hopefully stuck out beyond the veil still, or on another world. The point is, you are talking about the stakes being high, but for the first time we have some breathing room. We can take our time and figure this out without worrying about any cities exploding. This is an opportunity for us to reflect on our growth too, Bud said. We've seen more combat in the last few months than the rest of our lives combined. We've advanced more than anyone should in such a short time, and no doubt that's left some holes in our foundations. What about our friends? Hump said. Larissa doesn't know Dylan's alive. I promised Mav I'd save his sister. Vivi will think we're dead too. And there's still a war to win. The battle for the stronghold in the Remnant Realm could still be ongoing. The path to heaven is open and the warlocks want it. There are things that need doing. It's sad, Dylan said softly, and I hate not being there for everyone. I hate leaving Larissa without answers and making my master worry and leaving our friends to fight for themselves, but what else can we do? Taking our time, figuring things out, and focusing on our own growth is what's most important now. Hump rubbed a hand over his face. He knew they were right, but he hated the lack of control. There was no telling how soon the warlocks might reach the path to heaven or what lay at the end of it. I know how you feel, Hump, Bud said. I feel it too. I think we've grown so used to being pulled toward the enemy that now that the way forward is unclear, it's like we've stagnated. While the warlocks make progress toward their goals, toward the downfall of our people, we're here enjoying a luxurious villa in a foreign world. Hump stared at his friend and sighed. Yeah, that's about right. Bud smiled. Don't forget that despite all our progress, we're still small fish in a very big lake. A lake that has connected to a bunch of other lakes now that the veil is open, Dylan added. Bud nodded. Point is, there are far more powerful people than us working towards stopping the warlock plan. We need to trust them for now and focus on what we can do. Selene leaned her shoulder against Hump's. You see what you've done? You're making Bud be the calm and patient one in the face of evil. That's never a good sign. Hump snorted. The warmth was comforting. Turns out he's pretty good at it. He met Bud's eyes, then everyone else's. Thank you, I was overthinking things. We don't need to make any decisions now, do we? No, Emilia said. And it's not like things would go according to plan if we did anyway. Nothing ever does, but for now we stick with our objective. Meet the high priest that Lawfen spoke of. Hear him out. That's a good place to start planning a little further. Agreed, Hump said. What if the people that set Callan up try to cause more trouble? Dylan asked. They seem like nice people. I'd hate to see them suffer. That's easy, Hump shrugged. Sounds like there are very few silver rankers in this world, or at least around Urandal. If someone tries anything, we deal with it. Chapter 481, The Crown of the Winds. They didn't spend long on the Sky Isles. As promised, Callan organized transport by the following morning, leaving them only enough time for Hump and the others to grab a skewer of spiced meat taken from one of the large flying creatures in the streams of essence above, and a warm flatbread from a busy street vendor. Other than that, it was straight to the skyport. Where they had docked the Windrunner the day before paled in comparison to this place. An entire distract carved into the cliffside of Jardes, platforms layered one above the other, each wide enough to host a fortress. Great ruined towers jutted into the air, glowing faintly as they anchored the immense vessels overhead. Hump stopped at the edge of the platform, craning his neck. The skyships dominated everything. From the air, they had looked impressive, temples drifting through the clouds, but up close they were giant, beyond giant. He'd seen castles with less bulk and presence. Whole crews of Altari swarmed across the decks like ants. The air buzzed with movement. Ropes creaked. Essence hummed and filled the air with such rich intent that it was overwhelming. Birds and the winged creatures he'd seen during the travel circled overhead, while strange fish-like creatures swam lazily in the currents of essence beneath the vessels, trailing them as they left the port. The ships were varied. Some were carved of polished wood, while others seemed to be entirely made of metal. There was one with a hull patterned like living stone, with crystal veins running through them. The cargo ships seemed largely boxy, with large hulls, while others were entirely different, seemingly designed more for appearance than function. Narrow spear-like ships, towers, or flat sprawling platforms that seemed almost like flying cities, the hulls filled with balconies. As they got to the lower levels, Hump could look up at the underside of the hulls, each shining with crystals cut in complex facets, and runes etched across their surfaces that channeled the bronze light that held them aloft. Such crystals would cost a fortune back at home, but here they were plentiful, raised from the ground by the shattering of the world. They looked so large from above, Dylan said, eyes wide. But seeing them up close, I am struggling to believe my eyes. How can such things fly? Caro laughed. They are impressive, aren't they? It is the same mechanism as the Windrunner. In fact, being larger makes it easier to keep them in the air, much like the islands they are inspired by. At a certain size, they are simply too large to fall. That sounds like you're asking for trouble, Emilia said. Everything can fall. Not these, not without a lot of help. Akallan had his hands on his hips, a great grin on his face. It is through these that Altari survive. Food-growing land is scarce and often far, far away. We require a constant supply to sustain our people. It must be difficult relying so heavily on such a supply chain, Emilia said. Do the vessels get targeted? Are you asking about sky bandits? Bud asked. Are there sky bandits? I am not familiar with this word, Akallan said. Bandits are enemies. Thieves, Bud said, and unconnected to any kingdom. Ah, then yes, we have such things as sky bandits. Attacks in these parts are uncommon, but farther away, absolutely. And it is not just people. Many of the more intelligent monsters have figured out that our vessels contain huge amounts of food. At times, entire hosts of monsters will come together under a greater beast and attack. Speaking of which, I've already informed the captain of your rather exotic companion. Not that I'm calling Nisha a beast. She can be out in the open? Hump asked. Akallan nodded. You're not the first to have an unusual pet, though you may be the first to have a dragon. They are both as rare as they are powerful, and I do not know of anyone who has seen one in person. Thank you, Akallan, Hump said. You've saved us a lot of hardship. It was our good fortune to meet you all. The Altari laughed and shook his head. Perhaps it is your culture, but I can't help but find the humor in such a statement. If not for you, Caro certainly would be dead, and the rest of us would have had some serious difficulty escaping those griffins. This is the least we could do, and I don't intend to stop here. When we arrive in Urandal, I will make sure you have all you need. They rejoined the crowds, sifting their way through to one of the lower levels of the cliff, where their ship awaited, attached to a ruined tower extending out from the cliffside. It was one of the smaller vessels, though still as big as any ship Hump had seen in his own world. Below, a wide bridge connected to the hull through a massive set of doors through which floating wagons of goods were hauled back and forth. Akallan led them to a ticket desk where their tickets and luggage were inspected before they could board. They left the talking for Akallan and his party after being instructed not to speak the holy tongue unless they had no other choice. Once they did, there would be no escaping attention. For the first time, they were scanned for magic, though it didn't seem to detect the illusion spell Hump had over all of them. He wondered if their lack of knowledge of spells would make such detection magic more difficult than normal, because he couldn't imagine getting through any sort of security back home. Once done, they were directed to a queue of other passengers. Hump had Nisha rejoin them now, flying up from below to stand in queue with the rest of them. There was no escaping the attention she drew, but Hump would take that over being separate from her for the entire trip. They spoke in the Altari language, but from the gasps and awed looks, Hump could guess what they were saying. He stared ahead silently. Surrounded by so many people, her eyes were everywhere, but she didn't let her excitement show too much. A few months ago, and it would have taken a stern word to keep her from racing off to say hello to everyone that glanced her way, but she'd matured much, perhaps too much, after what she'd seen and been through. As Akallan had said, she was far from the only exotic creature around. There were a number of richly adorned carriages, one pulled by 2 six-legged lizards that snaps and hissed at the air, another pulled by a dozen small 3-headed dogs. They're showing off, Tamira said to Selene with a scowl as they started up the steps of a metal walkway connecting the dock to the ship before it leveled out at the top. Pathfinders have their own mounts. You will see a few. Useful, flying mounts instead of silly pets. When they reached the ship deck, Hump saw a few boarding from such flying mounts, though he wasn't too impressed with the riders. There were many Pathfinders about even down with the passengers and crew, hired to protect the ship or rich enough to pay for more luxurious travel. From what he could tell, most of them were significantly weaker than Akallan's party, let alone his own. Power washed over Hump, subtle, but not enough that he didn't notice. He put up his soul defenses immediately and glanced in the direction of the probe. There was the bridge, the large top section of the ship from where Hump assumed the crew steered. But he couldn't see anyone. The large glass windows reflected too much of the sun's light to see through. What Hump did know was that up there was someone powerful enough to warrant his attention. Someone's detected my illusion, Hump said quietly, careful to make sure the other passengers didn't overhear his Alvaronian. Callan frowned. A problem? Bud asked. Perhaps. I did not inform Captain Hadber that you were not Altari. He may not be pleased. He is a powerful man, Melly informed them, and a dungeon capturer. Be careful when you meet him, because he will not be fooled so easily. Can we trust him? Hump asked. He is a pathfinder and has worked with my family for a long time, Callan said. Whether that is enough is up to you. Did you get a sense for his strength? Selling asked. Silver ranked, Hump said. I couldn't tell if he was stronger than we are, but his detection seemed clumsy. Clumsy, Caro murmured. Clumsy means Talvek, correct? Correct, Callan said. Caro shook his head. It is difficult to imagine your world, my friends. If Hadber is clumsy, we must look like fools to you. Tamira snapped something in Altari that didn't sound friendly. You might as well say it to my face, Hump said. I said you are mistaken, Tamira said with a laugh. Captain Hadber is one of the most powerful men in Urandal. Perhaps his skills lie elsewhere then, Hump said diplomatically. And you're not fools, Caro. We were all where you are now at one point not so long ago. You are young, Caro said. Younger than us by 3 years. Hump let out a heavy breath. True, but there is a price to the strength we have now, one that isn't worth it. Dylan's arm is only the most recent of far too many sacrifices. The crown of the winds was many times faster than the Windrunner despite its size. From the deck, the view of the islands as they passed below was amazing. Hump had been at such heights through the eyes of Nisha and the vision from her mother in the past. He had flown with dragons, at least in his mind, but seeing it in person and over such an extended period left him unable to tear his eyes away. The islands had been numerous from the ground, but up here he got a true grasp of just how many and how massive they could be. Layer upon layer of islands descended into the deeps, almost feeling like his vision was blurred. They were stacked on top of each other in such a way. They passed farms that encompassed entire islands, hunters using sky ships like fishing vessels, capturing prey from the water streams that meandered through the air. A few pathfinders had disembarked the ship atop their hippogriff mounts to go hunting the birds from before, the more docile and meeker cousins of the griffins making fearsome but loyal steeds. Selene at his side turned away first, Nishari perking up at her sudden action and following her gaze. Hump sensed discomfort in the dragon and glanced over to see a Altari man approaching. He had a tall, lithe build with a long saber at his hip and comfortable white silks draped over him. The man called to them in Altari. Selene responded with the greeting that Callan had taught them, but the man pressed again. Selene frowned as if considering her words, but it was clear this person had already seen through their charade. You are Captain Hadber, aren't you? Hump said finally. There was brief surprise in the Altari's eyes. Yes. You do not speak the common tongue. No. A smile spread over the captain's face. You know why I am here. You saw through my magic. Yes, I do not like such magics upon my ship. It is dishonest. I am not one for dishonesty. If I told you we just value our privacy, would that be enough? The man shook his head. You are still here because it was a Callan Legare that brought you aboard. I come here now to know if it will remain that way. Who are you? Are you threatening us? Selene asked. Call it what you like. I will not fly with those I do not want to. This is my ship, my crew, my passengers, and it is my name that will suffer if I were to let anything happen to them or bring those that do not belong to Urandal. So I ask you again, who are you? I can't drop the illusion here, Hump said. What I can tell you is that we are not Altari and we are not from your world. Lawfen, the Maker, as you call him, has tasked us with meeting with his high priest in Urandal, and Callan and his party have helped us get there. Captain Hadber looked at Hump for a long moment, then his smile widened. Those are large, ludicrous claims, and that only makes me more intrigued. What are your names? Humphrey. Selene. You are welcome aboard, for now, Humphrey and Selene, so long as you do not cause any trouble on my ship. We have no intention of causing trouble, Hump said. Then we'll get along just fine. You must join me for dinner this evening and bring your friends. I would hear more of this divine quest. Chapter 482, Captain Hadber. Hump took a seat on the far side of his and Selene's shared quarters, legs crossed, the book of infinite pages spread across his lap. With so many new spells to learn, Hump had neglected his soul training more than he should have. He'd obtained the spirit-forged technique just before the warlock invasion of Elenvin, yet it had sat largely untouched, overshadowed by the more immediately demands of not dying. Now that their journey to Urandal had almost concluded, it was time more than ever to use the piece aboard the skyship to return to deeper work. The Book of Infinite Pages. Spirit Forge. Enhancement Internal Essence Tier 6. Description. Through repeated refinement, the soul condenses into a dense, stabilized core, its once fluid structure forged into something enduring. Hardened walls contain the growing pressure, allowing for greater essence flow without collapse. With each cycle of essence that passes through it, the soul is tempered further, strengthened, solidified, and shaped into a vessel capable of more. It is in this vessel where a domain can be forged. Origin. The river and waves. Spirit well. Spirit overflow. Notes. Y403 Nithrand. To those who dare forge their spirit anew, know this. You now stand at the precipice of greatness, where brilliance and ruin share the same narrow edge. To press onward is to invite the flame of change. But should you endure, should you temper your soul in the crucible of your own making, you may yet rise to the heights of the old. Push further and shape not only your power, but your dominion over essence itself. Bend the world to your will. Dinner was still a while away, so Hump and Selene retreated to their shared quarters to train. At least that was the plan. Hump felt a gaze on him. He opened one eye to see Selene staring at him from the door. What? You were serious about retiring to our quarters to train. Obviously, what did you think Hump cut off as Selene raised an eyebrow. Selene, who do you think I am? A diligent wizard such as myself wouldn't mislead a lady. I'm offended you would even suggest as much. It was strangely forward of you. Emilia went red as a lobster. Women, Hump shook his head. Always jumping to assumptions. It was just an innocent suggestion. Oh, is that so? Selene took a seat across from him. Better get started then. Hump cleared his throat, but now that you bring it up. Selene's soul manifested, shadow engulfing her side of the room. There was enough space for each of them to work without disrupting the other, though the sheer intensity of her magic still bled into the air. Selene, Hump called, voice strained from the weight of her soul. Training. Hump scrunched his nose and glanced at Nisha, who watched him from the edge of the bed, one eye open. What you looking at? Nisha huffed, smoke coming out of her nostrils. Are you really giving me attitude too? She closed her eyes and went back to sleep. Hump drew a deep breath and did his best to regather his focus. Still looking at Selene, her form barely visible through the shadow that surrounded her, he couldn't help but be impressed. Her progress was striking. Since Owalin's possession, something fundamental had shifted in her. She'd explained it to him before. Olin had used her body as a conduit to perfectly channel powers much like her own. It had given her a vision of what her future control could be, and she'd been chasing it ever since. Now, as she sat across from him, the shadows curled and twisted around her like living tendrils, the air heavy with her intent. Hump felt the beginnings of a domain. It was only subtle, so subtle that if he had not experienced them before he would never think of it, but knowing what he did, he couldn't mistake in it. Her will was more than influencing the world, it was twisting it to one of darkness. Hump, for his part, had taken a rougher road to reach his point. Soul trauma had forged his foundation, surviving the dragon's imprint, resisting the Gorger's torment, and standing up to Owalin's pressure had all forced his soul to change, to grow. It was a trial by fire, and while it had strengthened him, the scars were still there. He was glad Selene didn't need to go through that. Yet for all the power he sensed in Selene's soul, it was small compared to his own. Now that he had formed a spirit forge, it was more clear to him now than ever. His soul was pushing toward a new threshold. His soul manifested naturally now, even without conscious effort. The room grew thick with the pressure of it, dense enough that Selene's shadows had to fight for space. The wavy exterior of his soul was long gone. What was there now was far more condensed, a sphere of energy that ebbed and flowed within him. With each ripple, his soul became a little denser, and with focus, he could advance the affect, temper it, harden his soul like iron. The technique was fairly clear in the path forward. If he was to advance, he needed to continue to condense the essence of his soul. If he did so and lived long enough to see it through, eventually he would form his domain. He was so close now he could sense it. It was a difficult process, especially when trying to avoid influencing his environment when he'd first reached this stage. The force of his soul had thrown the room around, sprouted grass, formed mounds of earth, and sparked fire in the air. All of which he suspected the captain of the ship would likely prefer to avoid. If he failed, the Lick's phylactery would make a good alternative place to train, but the essence there wasn't as rich and lacked the usual essence balance. It was better here, and he'd already used the time-stop hourglass today. A few hours passed when Nishari perked up and hopped down from the bed. Shortly afterward, there was a knock at the door. Hump withdrew his soul, then opened it with grasping hand. Emilia poked her head in, looking apologetic. "Sorry to interrupt. Akalin and Tamira are here." "Akalin and Tamira are here," she said. They stepped outside and joined the others in a private lounging area. Akalin was already seated, Tamira at his side, Hump's own party facing them. "You wanted to see me?" Akalin said. "Yes, thank you," Hump said. "I wanted to ask about Captain Hadber." "He came to find me." Akalin sighed. "I knew I should have told him. What did you say?" "I told him the truth," Hump said. "We're invited for dinner tonight. I think he will want to see for himself." "I wanted to know if I can trust him before that. Who is he?" Akalin frowned. "He is a famed dungeon capturer, firstly. The skyship we're on right now was claimed from such a place, along with many of his weapons. He is powerful. While he often works for my family, he is not beholden to us. If anything, it is up to him to choose his clients." "He is a man you must respect," Tamira said. "I can respect him," Hump said. "The main thing I care about is whether he will get in our way. We are going to Urandal for a purpose." "I can't let this man interfere with that. The stakes are too high." "You may find things go far more easily if you cooperate and do as instructed," Tamira said. "It would certainly be easier," Selene mused, smiling at him. "I'm happy to cooperate," Hump said. "The trouble will come if someone decides to stand in our way." Akalin went into detail on dinner for Hump and his party. From the sounds of it, the affair itself was fairly relaxed, though the company might not be. A few famed pathfinders would be there, a priest, nobles, and even a holy one. Hump appreciated the effort Akalin put into making it sound important, but at the end of the day, Hump saw it as a gathering of mid-ranked adventurers. Captain Hadber might be equivalent to Silver, but the rest of them were not. Those with power in this world were simply lacking. That made the captain even more interesting. What was special about him that allowed him to advance a tier when the brand kept so many locked to their ranks? The dining hall aboard the Crown of the Winds was more luxurious than Hump had expected for a ship, at least based on the one time he'd been on one on the way to the infernal halls. It seemed skyships had far more privileges thanks to their size. The floor was dark, polished stones, carved with geometric patterns and inlaid with thin veils of various essence stones that pulsed with essence. The furniture was all fine stone, polished and engraved, with plush cushions in deep reds and golds. There were even plants growing in carved planters along the walls, little vines curling toward the slanted windows. Seated at the head of the table was Captain Hadber, who was every bit the large personality that Hump expected from the owner of such a vessel. He was tall compared to most Altari Hump had seen, with long hair the color of scarlet flame tied back behind his shoulders. His eyes burned faintly with that same essence, most likely a fire user, the pupils narrow like a predator's like the other Altari. He wore flowing silks in white and crimson, a curved saber at his side sheathed in an ornate scabbard. Even seated, there was a presence about him, confidence without arrogance. The rest of the hall was empty but for a few of the captain's crew. There were 6 of them, dressed in similar fashion and all carrying their weapon of choice, whether that be bow, spear, or something else. Hump could tell that they were skilled even if they lacked Captain Hadber's clear power. Most likely, at least some of them were his party members for when he went dungeon delving. There was one more, a priest from the look of them, older than the rest and separate from the conversations. Now then, Hadber said cheerfully, I've come to realize that you misled me, young Master Acallan. The crew stopped their conversations and all turned to look, seemingly surprised by the captain's use of their holy tongue. I was told you'd figured us out, Acallan said, keeping his tone calm. My apologies, Captain. I did not mean to offend you, but I didn't think it was my place to speak of it. Hump dismissed the illusion with a flick of his hand. A shimmer passed over him as his true appearance emerged, his brown hair, battle robes, and cloak of protection. More importantly, he was very clearly human. What are you? The priest said. You are in the Maker's image. What? Acallan said, looking at them. They are smaller, but the resemblance is there, the priest said. How can this be so? We come from the same world, Hump said. It was your Maker that brought us here after we passed through the Veil of Hours, and now we seek to return. We were advised to go to Urandal for that. Advised by who? The priest asked. Lawfin. Hearsay, the Maker has not revealed himself for centuries, not even to us priests. You speak falsehoods. Hadber gave the priest a sharp look. Enough, Priest Valen. You are a guest on this ship as much as they are, and this is no interrogation. I believe you, Wizard Humphrey. Acallan vouched for you, but I prefer to trust what I see for myself. All of you are like this. My party and I, Hump said. The 5 of us. I would prefer to maintain their illusions. It's time-consuming to re-establish them all once they are broken. My apologies, Captain, Bud said. I am Robert of Blackthorn. I wish I could introduce myself to you with my proper face, but it would make our stay on your ship more difficult for Hump. You are welcome on my ship, Otherworlder, the captain said. Though I must ask, what is your purpose in Urandal? There are channels we will need to go through to ensure your arrival is legal. Smuggling people outside of the kingdom is trouble enough. I suspect the 5 of you will be an even more serious affair. We seek the High Priest of Lawfin, Hump said. It is related to our return home. That is all I can tell you. Chapter 483, Sovereign of Storms. The 5 of them stepped out onto the deck following dinner with the captain and his guests. The night sky was clear, the 2 moons luminous overhead, stars faintly visible behind their light. I didn't like that priest, Bud said. He wouldn't listen to reason. Worse than that, he didn't even care to hear what we had to say. What a stubborn old fool. Hump stared at Bud, blank-faced, trying to figure out if he was intentionally being hypocritical or if he was truly that oblivious. The others followed in silence, Bud's rant having caused everyone's attention. Dylan raised an amused brow. Selene smirked. Even Amelia tried, yet failed to hide a grin. Bud slowed, noticing the change in mood. Why are you looking at me like that? Hump clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder and let out his most sagely sigh. You're experiencing a glimpse into my life. I'm just taking in the moment. Bud frowned and glared at him, then the others. Why do I feel like I'm being made fun of? In what way? As in, Hump gestured vaguely. It's difficult to be the voice of reason when surrounded by people who think they're the reasonable ones, and knowing they won't change their minds no matter how logical your argument is. I am not like that. Hump winced. Maybe not that bad most of the time. You can't expect me not to argue back when you start spouting heresy. I don't. Then what's your point? To the priest, you're the blasphemer. I am a worshipper of Lawfin just as he is, Bud said. We should be allies. Hump shrugged. We've shown up, declared we were brought here by Lawfin from another world and are on a divine quest. I can understand the doubt. Bud leaned against the rail, cautiously leaning his head over the edge to look down at the islands passing below. I suppose I can too, he said. I just hate being beholden to these people. We don't have time for nonsense like this. We need to get back to Elenven. We need to know what happened. Amelia's family, Larissa, our friends. Hump thought of his promise to Mav to find and rescue his sister from the warlocks. A promise he'd passed on to Marcella before she had gone to attack the stronghold in the Remnant Realm. Now, he could only cross his fingers that it panned out. It's painful now, but so far it's working for us, Amelia said. Once we get to Urandal, we'll be in a better position to decide if this is the most efficient way forward. If not, well, I'm not convinced they would be able to stop us from leaving. Lord Lawfen did advise us to speak with the High Priest, Dylan said. Clearly he thinks this will be of help. Also, Caro said he knows people that can help with my arm. Shame we don't have one of those miracle elixirs left, Selene said. Could grow you a new one. Use the last on Bud, Hump said, shaking his head. That damned night. Bud winced. Sorry, Dylan. That's all right. It was the right call. We needed you in the fight. You couldn't have known anyway. Dylan, Hump said, you have an opportunity to make Bud feel guilty here. Why are you wasting it? A warm smile lit up Dylan's face. I'm just happy all of my friends are alive and with me. The arm doesn't matter. Hump scowled. That's a little too earnest for me. I'm out. Training again? Emilia asked, eyebrow raised, a smirk touching her lips. Get your mind out of the gutter, Emilia, Hump said with a disappointed shake of his head. An attack came, but it wasn't Sky Bandits. At least not the variety Hump expected. A voice came through an artifact in all the corridors and rooms, calling all Pathfinders and crew to the deck. Hump and the others rushed to assist. Ahead of them, a dark cloud was approaching, a swarm of monsters so thick they blotted out the sun, casting a great shadow over the deck of the skyship. From a distance, Hump made out a few more powerful monsters amid the mass. Wyverns, hippogriffs, griffins, giant birds. For every one of them, there was 100 smaller beasts, if not more. Captain Hadber stood on deck, shouting in Altari to direct his crew and Pathfinders hired as part of the trip. All across the deck, people stood ready while others were still arriving. Bows with shining runes and glowing arrows. Staffs lit up with essence more powerful than Hump expected of people of such rank, the crystal focuses filling the air with light. Others stood with shields, spears, swords, axes, waiting for the enemy to arrive. Some seemed eager, others nervous about the approaching force. What do you think, Selene? Emilia asked. That's a lot of monsters, Selene said. Thanks, Emilia muttered. I was hoping for something more practical. Oh, well, I think we'll be fine. Just need to shoot enough of them to scare them away. Hump spotted a Callan's party arranging themselves along the rail of the deck. Each of them carried their weapons with a resolve ready to fight, essence already gathered to them. Let's join them, Hump said. I don't want to get in the way by not listening to orders. They went to their side. Callan, what can we do? Hump asked. Their objective is the hull, Callan said. We must kill as many as we can before they reach us. Is there any reason to hold back? Hump asked. Hold back, Callan said, looking at Hump with wide eyes. We are fortunate to be on Captain Hadber's ship. A swarm of this side is trouble. Hump grinned. Brilliant. You are a very strange man, Callan said. Do you not fear death? You misunderstand, Hump said. Fighting monsters is what we do. It's not that we fear death, it's just that we're used to it. This is the work we signed up for. It's also a lot safer than what we usually do, Dylan added. Safer? Melly asked. What do you usually do? We can get into that after we survive, Bud said. Dylan, how are you feeling? I'll do my best to support. If things get bad, my arm isn't much of an issue for my aspect of the Guardian form. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, Bud said. How much of our power do we reveal? Emilia asked. I don't want to let anyone die because we held back too much, Hump said. This would be a good opportunity for me to try something, though. You want to try your storm spells? Emilia asked. Hump nodded. Sovereign of Storms is only tier 5, but it will be particularly effective here. I shouldn't appear too unordinary for a silver ranker. Do it, Bud said. It will be good to give the Altari an idea of what we're capable of so we can skip past a lot of this distrust. I'm not sure it'll go as you think, but I'm willing anyway, Hump said. Dylan, you think you could hold me up in the air so I don't risk damaging you the ship? Dylan's face lit up. You want me to fly you around like a kite while a swarm of monsters descend upon us? Honestly, I'd pay to do that. How much? Hump Selene scowled. Not the time for jokes, you've got about a minute. There's always. Vines wrapped around his waist and lofted him into the air. Hump flailed for a few seconds, trying to catch his balance, when another vine helped to stabilize him. He rose higher into the sky, surprised shouts and awed faces below. Captain Hadber roared something and focus returned to the enemy. Arrows and magic shot out from below, filling the sky ahead with flashes of light. A few creatures fell, but there were many more in their place. Hump took out the Book of Infinite Pages and grinned at the first spell on the page. Sovereign of Storms was powerful for a Tier 5 spell, not in its complexity, but in the way it was built upon the spells that came before it. Hump took a steadying breath, wind rushing past him. The swarm closed in, shrieks and cries growing louder. It began with the simple cantrip, Dew Gatherer. The spell activated instantly, drawing on the essence-rich air around him, moisture beating in the air, clinging together like mist, warm with the green hue of nature. The humidity thickening. "Cloud Shaper," Hump muttered next. With a twist of his staff, he pulled the gathered moisture into formation. Wisps of white vapor spiraled out around him, taking shape in a wide ring. They shifted slowly, light and diffuse, yet filled with intent. Now he gave it energy with Zephyr Call. The winds whipped around his form, catching the clouds in motion. He directed the gusts with his staff, swirling the cloud ring in a vortex above and around him, sweeping up the rest of the power he'd gathered with the previous spells. The beginnings of a storm. The swarm was closer now. Time was dwindling, and he hadn't even reached the difficult part yet. He hurried through congregation of clouds. The instant the Tier 3 spell was cast, the spell felt like it had surpassed what any Tier 3 spell should do. All the intent and essence built up in the previous spells not just adding to its power, but enhancing it, forming the foundation for something far grander. Hump felt a chill as his essence reserves took a hit, but he was far more powerful than he had once been. His soul was clearly that of a rank 6 wizard. Even Erupting Core, a Tier 7 intended to be particularly draining, was no issue for him. He had more than enough essence. The surrounding vapors compacted, thunderheads forming in moments. Dark, heavy clouds rolled and twisted in a dense storm mass directly overhead, while the rest of the sky all around remained clear. The air thinned. His hair stood on end. The smell of ozone hit him. "Storm's herald," Hump barked. Lightning crackled across his skin. Arcs leapt outward in a lattice of electric blue, hissing and sparking in the charged air. The first wyvern got close, and with a thought a tendril of lightning found it. It screamed as the bolt pierced its side, sending its smoking form tumbling from the sky. The others veered away, yet the mass of the swarm stayed focused, diving for the ship. Wind roared louder. Essence surged in his veins. His spellbook turned its own page. Sovereign of Storms. Evocation Tier 5 range, medium. Description: call upon the boundless tempest, drawing lightning from the firmament to smite where the caster commands. Let the winds rise in answer, howling with primal force to cast aside all who oppose. Through harmony of will and storm, the caster ascends as its sovereign, channeling the unbridled wrath of sky and thunder and shaping nature's fury to their design. Hump didn't utter the words. He simply reached into his spellbook, feeling the runes and channels with his essence. The book shone with verdant light, a ghostly trail forming between it and his staff, and then he unleashed it. All around him the clouds exploded with light. Thunder cracked like splitting mountains, echoing across the sky. And with Hump at its heart, a storm was born, sculpted by his will. Lightning rained like javelins, precise and deadly to his foes. Gales howled, sending smaller beasts tumbling away. Yet Hump remained untouched, Dylan's vines holding firm, untouched by the wind. Wherever he pointed his staff, lightning was unleashed, chaining through the monsters and slaughtering them. The power flowed through Hump with such ease, needing little essence to keep it going with so much of a foundation already in place. All he had to do was add fuel to it. Yet despite so much death, the monsters did not flee. They split up, diving lower, throwing their lives away to try and reach the ship. A small group managed to land on the deck, attacking with mindless aggression. Bud and Emilia rushed into battle, Nishari diving in to fight at their side. While still a youngling, the strength of her was impressive. She tore through monsters Hump considered bronze rank. From what he knew about wolf dragons, she was far stronger than she should be. Something to do with that phoenix essence power, no doubt. As the fighting continued, one thing struck out to Hump. There was something driving this attack. It reminded him of the red fog of the fallen lands and the frenzy it pushed monsters to. They would not throw their lives away like this naturally. It went against nature, which meant something or someone must have caused this. Chapter 484, Hunted. The monsters fell like rain around Hump, their cries lost in the howling storm. With their formation broken and momentum shattered by his spell, they became little more than flailing targets. Selene killed many of them, her arrows of shadows streaking through the shadow of the storm, dozens of them at a time. Nishari flew at Hump's side, intercepting creatures that tried to directly attack him. While any of the creatures that managed to make it past and land on the deck were swiftly dispatched by the defenders waiting there. From above, Hump could see it clearly how different this world's approach to combat was. The Altari fought with strength and discipline, but their power didn't come from technique and spell mastery like practitioners. Instead, they relied on their weapons for that, imbuing them with their essence and souls. It worked, certainly, but to Hump's eyes it was a pale imitation. Borrowed power rather than internal. Though that was not to say they lacked skill. Akallan wielded spear and shield like an immovable wall, the bronze shield withstanding any creature that approached, while the spear found their necks, the Altari's long reach making him particularly devastating. Caro's staff sent out a variety of spells, the relevant rune illuminating in advance to orchestrate his power, balls of fire, bolts of lightning, fierce gales, and walls of wind. He appeared like a competent rank 4 wizard, though from what Hump understand, he lacked soul manifestation. Melly tended the wounded with her artifact kit, though was largely lacking in combat capabilities. Tamira fought with 2 wolf-like creatures at her side, while she herself carried a weapon that changed shape from bow to twin daggers. Yoltz reminded Hump of General Korteg, with a giant sword and a berserker attitude. Though he was only at bronze rank, his sword cleaved through limbs with ease, each of the runes on the blade seeming to manipulate the weight of the weapon. There were other competent pathfinders amongst them of similar skill, but one stood out above the rest, Captain Hadber. The man moved through the sky like a force of nature. His saber sliced through the air in crescent arcs of condensed water, each strike clean and deliberate. Hump knew the moment the Altari invoked his soul, the weight of it stirred the air. His body shimmered, blue scales traced his limbs, jewels glinted along his arms and brow, and a serpentine tail coiled behind him. His eyes became those of a beast, shining with deep blue essence. He bore not 1 but 3 artifacts. His saber was the first, and it alone would have made him formidable. The second, a silver cuff on his wrist, glowed with a pale, frosted light, conjuring blades of ice or barriers that solidified midair. But it was his boots that were most striking. Shining with bronze essence, they like him glide across the battlefield like a windrunner ship, weaving through monsters with the ease of a leaf on the wind. His speed rivaled Selene's, though even with this, he was lacking compared to Emilia. For all Hadber's skill, Hump couldn't ignore that it was the weapons that enabled his strength. His soul was powerful, but if this was an example of a famed silver ranker, then this world was lacking compared to Hump's own. Bud stalked the deck like a juggernaut, sword flashing in wide arcs as he cleaved through anything that dared come close. Wyvern's dove, claws outstretched, only to be met by Emilia's rapier or Bud's frostfire. The 2 of them fought with perfect rhythm, a deadly duo, Bud drawing the enemy's attention while Emilia sowed disarray amongst them. No monster could withstand them, not of this level. As powerful and large as a monster swarm might be, they were just monsters. Frenzied, but nothing like demons, nothing like warlocks and licks and devils. Hump felt at ease as the last of the swarm finally overpowered the frenzy that held them and retreated. He descended slowly, the winds around him easing as Dylan retracted his vines. The moment his boots touched the wooden deck, silence spread in his wake. Dozens of Altari eyes turned to him and his party, their expressions ranging from awe to unease. Hump recognized the look in their eyes as if they knew they didn't belong. For a heartbeat, Hump feared his illusion had failed, but a glance at Selene and the others confirmed it was intact. They still looked like Altari. This wasn't about appearance. It was about power, the kind of power they weren't used to seeing. The kind of power that didn't follow their rules, and that was as foreign to this world as humans themselves. The stairs ended with a shout from Captain Hadber. The deck returned to life with movement. Crew members and pathfinders moved between the corpses of the fallen monsters, hacking limbs free, collecting valuable parts, and prying out glimmering essence stones. The stench of scorched flesh and blood lingered in the air. Above, only wisps of the storm cloud remained now that Hump had faded from it. Only Callan's party remained with them, that same shock in their faces, though it was more controlled. I knew you were powerful, but I did not guess it was to that extent. You called a storm to you, and your arrows, Selene, filled the sky. Emilia, I have never seen someone so fast. And Bud, I saw you kill that griffin in one blow, but I did not know you had the stamina to fight so fiercely for so long. I can't help but notice a lack of mention of me, Dylan said. Hump clasped Dylan's shoulder. You did a fantastic job of holding me up. Don't worry, I appreciate you. Dylan narrowed his eyes at him. Thanks. How did you do it? Tamira asked suddenly, irritation in her voice. What you did is not possible. We have been over this, Hump said. The magic of our world is very different. My party are stronger than most, but we are a long way from the strongest. I do not believe it. Tamira, Melly said, you must let this rest. We saw it. You believe them. You believe their stories. I do, Melly looked at Hump nervously. Step into the door with me. Both parties followed her, still on deck, but away from prying eyes and ears. You should know, Melly continued. That was no ordinary monster swarm. I've traveled these skies all my life and been attacked on skyships more times than I would like. This had purpose. They came for the deck, not the hull, and only at the end did they think to run. I agree. The monsters reminded me of the red fog, Emilia said. That berserker state, complete disregard for their own lives. To affect such a large swarm would require a very powerful person. Do you think you were being targeted? Hump asked. Like with the Griffin attack. Callan shook his head. No, not us, perhaps Captain Hadber or us, Hump concluded. He glanced outside toward the gathered remains as Nishari tore into a wyvern corpse. She seemed even happier than when she'd been hunting before. The blood and gore only encouraged her. Hump tried not to let his human principles intrude on his thoughts too much, as he didn't want to upset her. Covered in blood and flesh with a toothy grin on her face, she looked sort of cute. She looked at him with pure bliss and Hump forced a smile. Yes, very cute. His eyes passed over her, searching the rest of the deck. If they were being targeted by a swarm like this, they would need a way to follow them, to know where they were. A person on the skyship was possible. You notice anyone watching us while we're on the ship, Selene? Hump asked. Yes, though nothing out of the ordinary, she shrugged. Nisha's with us, our mannerisms are odd for Altari, and we don't talk around people. We're a bit weird. And you're sure this couldn't be aimed at you? Hump asked Callan. Almost certainly, Callan said. I know I gave you the impression that I am somewhat important in Urandal, but not like this. To offend Captain Hadber to get to me would be the most foolish of strategy. We should speak with the captain, Dylan said. I don't know if it will matter, Hump said. Powerful people attract powerful enemies. Even if he says it's possible, it doesn't help us. But who would even know we're here? Bud asked. We traveled for a week as humans before assuming these disguises, Hump said. It's possible someone saw us, especially if they are watching for surges in essence. Either the rift or Lawfen's descent could have been detected. But how would they know we're aboard this ship? Bud asked. We may have been followed, Dylan said. Selene shook her head. I'd have spotted someone tracking us, especially for such a long time. Scrying magic, Dylan suggested. Would you have noticed, Hump? Probably not, he admitted. Especially if it was subtle or something unfamiliar, or a blessing similar to those of the Chosen of Vesta, like Marian's. It would all be difficult to detect without a spell already in place. Then I like your idea, Dylan said. Technology in this realm is more advanced. We've seen glimpses of it. It's entirely possible they possess tools to detect planar disturbances rifts, sudden shifts in essence, that sort of thing. That's quite niche, Bud said. I can't imagine anyone bothering to look. We don't know how often such phenomena manifests in this world, Emilia said. Not rifts, Caro said, stroking his short beard in a particularly wizardly way. Hump was pleased to see the gesture surpass the boundaries of both worlds and species. There is a system designed to detect new dungeons, another to identify essence storms. Both have the capability of detecting and mapping sudden surges in essence. Such a system could be repurposed to locate rifts or even gods, like you suggested, or a similar system may exist elsewhere. Ah, of course, Dylan said. We have similar things in place in Alvaren. While rather rudimentary, they can detect the emergence of new dungeons within an area. We can locate them to a region, Caro said, and then use scrying artifacts to search the islands from a distance to locate the dungeon itself. Someone would only need to have looked our way, Emilia said. Hump frowned. If we've already been discovered, that complicates things. Have you ever heard of visitors from other realms? Humans, demons, or other things that are summoned? There are some with spirit companions like myself, Tamira said. It is theorized that they come from another realm, and evil doers that make deals with evil beings. That sounds like demons, Dylan said. Bud clenched his fists. Gods, if this world has warlocks too, I'm so sick of them all. Warlocks, demons, and everything in between. Footsteps approached. Captain Hadber stopped on the deck before them, a leather pouch in one hand. He looked over each of them in turn. You were not joking when you spoke of your power, he said in Alvaronian now. I can see why the Maker might choose you for a quest. I have seen depictions of such magic before. You have, Hump asked. He nodded. Ancient places. Dungeons always find themselves in places that were once important. Temples, homes, palaces, prisons, you name it. Anywhere a person might have an emotional attachment can become one, and in a few of them there were carvings that showed powers such as yours. We believed them to be of the gods. Now I think they may simply have been glimpses into the world before the shattering. The captain clasped his hands together. I owe you an apology. My bluntness when you first boarded was not befitting of your position. I thank you for not forcing your hand or causing any trouble at dinner last night. Priest Akbar would have deserved as much, not that he will apologize. The man is arrogant, but he has the will of the Maker on his side, or so he thinks. That's all right, Hump said. As I told you before, we don't want any trouble. Unfortunately, trouble has a habit of finding us. He offered the pouch to Hump. Your share of the harvest. If not for you all, the ship would have been lost. Hump opened it to see essence stones inside. He accepted it with a nod of thanks. Captain Hadber, can you think of any reason that someone might target your ship? Akallan asked. You noticed it too, the captain asked. I have rivals and enemies that might try to kill me, but not like this. None that could muster a swarm of such a size. His eyes fell on Hump and his party once more. The only reason I can think is you. His face split into a grin. But do not worry, I will see you to Urandal and make sure you meet the High Priest. If you are here for the Maker's purpose, then we shall see it done. Chapter 485, Urandal. The city climbed the island like a giant spire, layer upon layer of buildings rising in vertical, cube-like structures. They were on the far side of the deck with Akallan's party. It was crowded today, with what seemed like half the ship on deck to get a first glimpse of Urandal, and Hump could understand why. The sun beamed down on the white buildings, and they glistened like a great gem. From a distance, it looked like a hive of people and buildings. At the very top stood a pyramid, its central staircase wide enough to be visible even from the skyship's distance. From its peak, essence radiated from a beacon with an intensity that Hump had not seen anywhere in Alvaren. To his ordinary eyes, it was a second sun, but as soon as he activated Spirit Sight, he saw what Caro and Melly had described to him, threads of essence webbing across the entire city, connecting to everything. To the left of the island, a broad stretch of green wound along its side, thick with natural greenery. A waterfall poured from its edge. The stream drifted through the sky before splitting and feeding the three smaller floating islands nearby, each almost as densely packed as this one. Nisha flew up for a better look, circling the ship in her excitement. From above, she sent images of the city, her eyes picking out on the essence in a vibrant array of hues that Hump's spirit sight didn't catch. "That's it," Caro said. "I told you it's a sight to behold." "You did," Hump said. "I didn't quite believe you." "It is the center of all things, a gift from the Maker to power the city. Could it be anything but incredible?" "I'm struggling to comprehend how it is possible," Dylan said. "I thought essence became weaker the higher up we went. How can there be so much power in this city?" "Urandal was built on a water source," Acallan said. "While the ambient essence in the air may be weaker up there, the city itself has direct access to that essence, making it an ideal place. It was places like this that the Pathfinders were originally established to find." Selene stepped up to the edge of the deck and squinted. "How do they fit so many people into such a small place? I'm uncomfortable just looking." "You do not like cities?" Acallan asked. "Not particularly, and the busier ones are worse." "Then this may not be the place for you, but what choice is there?" Acallan said with a chuckle. "We make use of the space we have." As we ran out, people started to expand upward instead of out, stacking new homes on top of existing ones. The old cities are gone. There are no endless hills of grass and farms. That world is gone. This is what we have now. "I'm sorry," Selene said. "I didn't mean for that to come across as critical. I have the same issue with the cities of Alvarin." "She has that issue with cramped spaces too," Hump said, squeezing Selene's hand. "Selene just likes her space." He pointed toward one of the massive floating spheres that surrounded the island, each covered in runic arrays and surrounded by landing rings. The spheres drifted in fixed positions, forming a perimeter around Urandal. Hump could feel the magic in them. "What are those spheres?" "That's the Sentinel Ring," Caro said from Acallan's side. "Together, those spheres form a barrier over the city." The barrier was only faint to Hump's eyes, though strong enough that he thought Tier 2 spells like Rockshot would have no effect on it. Titan's Wrath, on the other hand, could likely bring the entire thing down. "You do not appear impressed, Wizard Humphrey," Acallan said. "Hump was probably just thinking of how he could break it," Bud said. "Break it?" Acallan asked, voice breaking. "To harm the barrier is to attack the city itself." "I was not thinking that," Hump lied, frowning at Bud. "Why do you all think blowing stuff up is all I think about?" Bud gave him a blank stare. "I don't know, why do we think that?" Hump sighed and turned to Acallan. "Ignore him. This is one of those moments where our cultures differ slightly." "Ah," Acallan said, "he is making a joke at your expense to tease you." His face relaxed. "I suggest you do not speak of such things, not even as a joke. Such words are more dangerous than you know, though it will not break so easy. This is not the barrier's full strength." "It's impressive creating a barrier this large of any quality," Dylan said. "How much stronger does it get?" "Right now, it is powered by ambient essence alone," Caro explained. "It can be maintained permanently, but is only effective at keeping out weaker monsters. In times of war or essence surges, it is far stronger." "How does one wage war without land?" Emilia asked. "Skyships," Acallan said. "Hundreds of them, all filled with soldiers. It had been almost a century since Urandal has been attacked, but I have heard stories of such assaults on other cities far from here. Artifacts rain down destruction from above, reducing everything to dust." "Fortunately, nobody is foolish enough to attack Urandal," Melly said. "While we are a fairly small kingdom, our skyfleet is advanced." Hump could see that. Skyships of various sizes patrolled the space around the island, some barely larger than a windrunner, others as big as any Hump saw on the Sky Isles, if not bigger. Those that were military were easily recognized by the golden crest they bore, unlike the merchant ships, civilian transports, and carriers ferrying goods to the various islands. The crown of the winds slowed as they approached the city, level with one of the ports along its cliff sides. It was more unnerving entering the port with massive ships floating overhead than it had been when they'd left. Hump felt very much like they could come down at any moment, and from the way Selene was squeezing his hand, she was feeling it even more. "Do you have a new fear?" Hump whispered. "Shush you, and I know you were thinking of destroying the barrier early." "How?" "You had that look in your eyes." They light up when you see something you want to play with, and there's only one way to play with a giant barrier. Hump smiled, his eyes going from the bottom of the ship overhead to the vertical cliffside port. Tunnels had been carved into the cliff, making room for merchants and people. Stone platforms extended from the cliff, forming roads and stairways all the way up the cliff, filled with people. Yet, despite his awe at it all, Hump couldn't help but feel uneasy. He was about to mention it when he felt Selene tense. "Is something wrong?" Hump asked. "I'm not sure," Selene said. "I feel like we're being watched." Hump slowly turned back to the city, trying to look relaxed. Now he saw it. There were a few too many guards standing around with nothing to do, not patrolling and too clustered in one place. "There are guards everywhere," Hump said. "I think Selene's right. They're focused on our ship. A Callan, is this normal?" "No," the Altari said. "It is not. It is possible they are here about the attack yesterday. But I think Captain Hadber would have warned us ahead of time if he had contacted the city." "I bet it's that priest," Bud said. "He seemed like a schemer. Could he have sent out a message?" "There are many communication tools," a Callan said. "Sending a message is a simple matter. I could have one sent now if I wished, and it would be received by my family within the minute." "Over there, too." Emilia gestured to the right side of the port, where two small ships, a little larger than windrunners, were slowly headed in their direction. They were too late to back away now, even if Captain Hadber were willing. Already the crew was tethering them to the docking platform, thick essence-reinforced ropes tossed and fastened with speed as they adjusted them to the side of the tower bridge where they could disembark. Just as it was set into place, guards came pouring out of the cliff face and filled the port. They descended to the docking area, dozens at first, then more. Soon, it was hundreds. The entire port seemed to draw in a collective breath. Onlookers gathered on the upper levels. The guards wore a cuirass sculpted into the shape of a muscular torso, polished to a gleam beneath their red cloaks. Short linen tunics hung beneath, paired with leather skirts layered with metal scales for added protection. Their legs were guarded by ornate greaves strapped over sandals, and their arms were bare, showing off their long, scaled arms. Upon their heads rested crested helmets with colorful plumes that made Hump think of certain lizards back home, more for ceremony than practicality. Most carried long spears and rounded shields that bore the runes of the Maker, though others bore unusual weapons that gave Hump pause. Long, crystal-barreled constructs held like crossbows or staffs. Artifacts, without question, likely designed to project essence like a spell. The crowd parted for them as they crowded the port, civilians scattering from the lower dock levels while more onlookers peered down from the balconies and walkways above. As the first wave of guards fanned out, forming a wide pyramid around the tower, another detachment emerged. Fewer in number, but these soldiers marched in a tight column, each step striking stone in perfect synchrony. Their armor varies, most having cuirasses too, but they were etched with glowing runes. Others had different armor, tanned hides, furs, some were simply bare-chested, as if they could choose for themselves just as their weapons differed. Several were missing limbs, but they were each replaced with gleaming bronze prosthetics, enhanced by ribbons of color as if to show them off as a mark of pride. A Callan stiffened beside Hump, his voice dropped low. "The Rune Guard!" He turned and shouted something in Altari to one of the crew near the helm. Hump caught Hadber's name in the string of words. "Who are they?" Bud asked, his hand drifting instinctively to the hilt of his sword where it rested. "The King's elite soldiers," a Callan said grimly. "Veterans of decades, some even centuries of war. Their equipment is forged by the Holy Ones, customized for each individual. They don't deploy them lightly." Did Captain Hadber arrange this? Hump wondered, eyes searching for anyone of note. Perhaps one of them was the high priest they were told to meet. No, he didn't think so. This didn't seem like a friendly welcome, and the captain would have informed them of such a thing if it was meant to be one. Most likely, these weren't people that came as friends. At the rear of the Rune Guard, a handful of faces finally appeared that seemed to carry authority. Officers marked by heavier pauldrons and more elaborate helms, their weapons gleaming with powerful runes. Priests in fine robes with old faces. And at the center of them, floating above the dock with a cloak that radiated golden light, was a man adorned in fine armor. Even his beard was bound with golden rings. 4 attendants flanked him, each similarly floating with a cloak, though unlike his theirs were red. From the way people looked at him, some bowing their heads, others falling to their knees, Hump could already guess who he was. "That is Prince Markov," Akalin said. "This may cause some trouble for you." "He's a problem?" Hump asked. "He is not my favorite of the princes," Akalin said diplomatically. "Be cautious." Several of the Rune Guard activated flight artifacts of their own, launching into the air and flanking the crown of the winds from both sides. They hovered in place, weapons at the ready, a subtle but unmistakable threat. The prince drifted forward until he was level with the tower platform. He raised a hand, and the guards around him came to a sudden, motionless halt. The Rune Guard did not, continuing to take up positions. Closer now, Hump saw the thick beards on their faces. He caught one with a gold eye. The prince called out in booming Altari, his voice magically amplified. Akalin translated under his breath. "Hail to the crown of the winds and to Captain Hadber and our visitors from beyond our world. Lay down your weapons and present yourselves so that we might speak." The words might have sounded polite, but there was iron behind them. Intent laced them. This prince was silver rank. Of that Hump was certain. From the way he held himself to the way essence clung to him, barely restrained. Chapter 486, Princes and Priests. Silence gripped the skyport following the words of Prince Markov. His demand lingered in the air, heavy with the weight of his intent. It sounded like an innocent enough request to speak, though there was something about him that didn't sit right with Hump, an undercurrent to his tone that even in another language came through. His words may have been amicable, but that and the smirk on his lips betrayed otherwise. "Should I do the talking?" Hump asked. "You're not very good at playing nice with nobles," Dylan said. "This seems like a job for Bud." "I don't mind," Bud said quietly. "It seems like a reasonable request. We aren't from this land. I can understand his caution." Hump clapped the knight on the back, plate armor ringing. "Go for it." "Any thoughts on what I should say?" Hump shrugged. "We mean no harm and are here by accident, and that we've been instructed to seek out the High Priest of Lawfen. There's not much else to it." Prince Markov called again. "Will you not speak?" Akalin translated. "I do not wish to resort to force, but for the protection of my people I will." From the ship's upper deck, Captain Hadber emerged, striding confidently toward the edge. His long hair was tied back and braided, his saber at his hip, and all the artifacts and jewels across his body on full display. He wore a smile as he came to face the prince, surveying the assembled force with indifference before giving an overemphasized bow to the prince. As the captain spoke, Akalin continued to translate. "It is an honor to receive such a welcome home, Prince Markov, and you have called in even the Rune Guard to greet me along with all these lovely people." He gestured at the upper levels stacked full of Altari watching them. "Never have I felt more pleased to be home. Captain Hadber, I thank you for bringing our new guests to Urandal with such speed," Prince Markov said. "Now please, I implore you, bring them out. I understand that they have some lavish tales to tell, but it is for myself and my mother to make the decision of what will be done with them." "Now's your moment," Hump said to Bud. "We are here, Prince Markov," Bud said. "Forgive my inability to speak your language. I hope that this will suffice. My name is Robert of Blackthorn, and with me are my companions Wizard Humphrey, Emilia Reich, Selene of Draculin, and Dylan, chosen of Creok. As you have so rightly pointed out, we are from another world. I would also like to point out that it was an accident that brought us here, and we mean no harm." There was excitement amongst the crowd at the use of the holy tongue. Prince Markov held up a hand, silencing the crowd. A smile formed on his face, but it didn't touch his eyes. "Welcome, Robert, and your company," he said in perfect Alvaronian. "Only in stories have I heard of visitors from other worlds, and I cannot think of one as grand as what I have heard of you. So I must ask, why do you not reveal your true faces to us? I see the magic twisting your appearances, the falsehoods you bring before me and my people." "It is dishonest." He gestured casually to one of his people, a woman with braided hair filled with spell stones. "Dispel their magic." "Of course, Prince," the woman said in Altari. The woman channeled power into a bracelet on her wrist, interlocking links of gold that ran all the way up her forearm, filled with various colored essence stones. He felt her essence rise, filled with intent and the will to break his arrays. Her soul manifested through her artifact, similar to how Captain Hadber had fought, only she lacked his strength. Briefly, Hump considered letting her, but something the prince had said resonated with his own thoughts. This would decide their relationship moving forward, and there was no advantage in being in a position of weakness, not if they were to be taken seriously. They were trapped on another world, on a quest for an exiled god of their pantheon that may or may not prove to be an enemy, and simply put, the people of this world lacked power. If they were to make it home quickly, that needed to be made clear. As the woman's magic washed over them, Hump braced his will and imbued more essence into the necklaces he'd given to his party members to maintain the illusions. As her will descended, his own fought back. A year ago, she would have been a threat, but now her will was weak and unfocused. It bounced off him with ease. Her face lit up with surprise as she staggered back, her artifact losing its light, essence fading from it so suddenly and sharply Hump knew she must have received backlash. The prince snapped at her in Altari and she responded quickly. "If you wish to see the real us, asking is enough," Hump called out to the prince. "Attempting to do so by force is as unnecessary as it is rude." Hump made a show of empowering his staff, essence flaring in the runes and lighting up the focus. "Dispel illusion." He said the words as if they were a spell, making a point of dismissing the spells cast over his party himself, even though it only required a thought and application of will in practice. With it, their guises fell, revealing their human forms. Gasps and shouts of shock and excitement filled the many levels of the port. The prince turned back to them, doing a bad job of hiding his own surprise and irritation. Then he shouted a single word in Altari, the sound echoing through the port. Footsteps sounded as the army and rune guard adjusted their positions, raising their weapons toward them. Those that had been flying in on the flanks came closer, pincering them with small sky vessels and individuals with flight artifacts, some of which were close enough to touch the rails nearby. Hump held his staff tightly, a spell ready on his lips if he needed to activate his defenses and buy them some time. Nishari snarled at his side, eyeing one of the rune guard that had come closest. "How dare you resist my orders?" Prince Markov said. "How dare you dictate what I can do? You are guests in my kingdom, my city, and you would do well to remember that." "I took defensive measures," Hump said. "We didn't come here to cause problems, but you have attacked us in a corner. You're lucky all I did was defensive." Captain Hadber cut in, his tone cheerful, but he spoke in Altari. The two men entered a heated exchange. "Was that appropriate?" Hump asked his party. "I didn't want us to seem like pushovers." "It was," Selene said. "I don't like the prince's eyes." "Makes leaving the talking to me seem pretty pointless, though," Bud said. Emilia gripped his arm. "It was a nice introduction." "Thanks," Bud said dryly. "Akallan, what are they saying?" "Captain Hadber is negotiating on your behalf," Akallan said. "He tells the prince of your quest to speak with the high priest on orders of Lawfen. Prince Markov speaks of Priest Ukbar's message, who says that you have fooled the captain and my own party." "So it was that priest who got us into this mess," Bud said. The prince's mouth was curled in disdain, about to speak, only to stop as a stir swept through the port. A ripple passed through the crowd, murmurs at first, then silence. Heads turned upward, even the rune guard stilled, eyes lifting to the sky. Far above, a figure descended, haloed in radiant gold light, slow and solemn as if Lawfen himself descended on the city. Only the aura lacked such power. There was divinity in there, but it was weaker than many chosen Hump had met, perhaps at the sixth circle, but no higher. Still, civilians fell to their knees. The man's presence was undeniable. Every thread of essence around him bent in his wake like grass before a storm. His robes trailed with threads of sunlight, pure white streaked with gold and sapphire. His robes controlled his descent, intentionally unhurried as he approached the height of the prince. The Altari was tall, statuesque, with skin like coal, and long hair and a braided beard flowing in strands of silver. "Gerard," Prince Markov said, his voice tight with restrained irritation. "Why have you come?" Hump looked to Akallan, but the man's mouth was slightly agape, lost in awe. Even Captain Hadber, so full of bravado a moment ago, stood in respectful silence. "I take it that's the High Priest," Hump said. "That's him," Mel said. "High Priest Gerard. He is the one you need to speak with. The female with him is Princess Yorella, too. You've drawn everyone here." The radiant figure landed gently upon the stone dock, golden sandals touching down without a sound. He carried a staff of woven metal and crystal, topped with a blazing rune shaped like a sunburst. At his side stood a young Altari, her golden hair braided in elegant coils and adorned in elegant silks of vibrant reds and whites. She held her chin high, her eyes calm as she took in the scene before her gaze settled on Hump and his party. Only then did her eyes widen briefly. "I am here at the command of the Maker," High Priest Gerard said in Alvaronian, voice echoing through the port, resonant with essence. "The Outerworlders are to be welcomed into our city." His gaze shifted to Markov. "They are not to be detained, nor insulted, nor bound by command. They are to be given aid." Prince Markov did not immediately respond. His jaw tightened as his eyes flicked between the priest and the princess beside him. He masked his anger behind a shallow smile. "The Maker has not involved himself in our affairs for many years. Now you say that this matter requires his attention." "The Maker sees what we do not," Gerard said evenly. "He has spoken and his edict is clear. Soldiers of Urandal, stand down." There was no hesitation from the Rune Guard, backing away from the Crown of the Winds and lowering their weapons. Behind them, the rest of the soldiers seemed a little unsure at the High Priest's conflicting orders, but soon followed suit. The tension didn't vanish, but it eased slightly. Around the port, civilians slowly rose to their feet. The prince's smirk twitched as he took in the sight of his men obeying another's orders. Hump wondered where the man stood in the hierarchy of this city. At the very least, it was clear the High Priest was above him, but did that go for the rest of the royal family as well? "If the Maker has decreed it, then of course we will obey," the prince said. He floated closer to the ship, coming face to face with Bud at the front of Hump and his party. "But I must insist that the Outerworlders be hosted in the palace as our guests," he continued, his voice lowered. "They are still unknowns, and I would not have them freely roam around our city. Is that acceptable, High Priest Gerard?" "A reasonable request," the High Priest said. "What say you, Outerworlders?" Bud gave a nod of his head. "We humbly accept. Your hospitality would be most appreciated." Hump stepped forward. "High Priest Gerard, before anything, we came here to speak with you. Would now be convenient. The temple is prepared to receive you, Wizard Humphrey. Prince Markov, if you would join us, I believe a palace representative would be beneficial." Prince Markov stared down at Hump, brow furrowed. "Yes, I will attend." From the anger in the prince's eyes, Hump immediately realized he'd made a mistake by ignoring him in favor of the High Priest. The man didn't watch them with curiosity now, but as possessions he intended to claim. It was in that gaze Hump realized why the prince was here. They were something new, something powerful, and he wanted to control them. Chapter 487, on the verge of collapse. The Crown of the Winds came to a complete halt as the tower bridge locked into place, providing them a path to the dock. With their illusions dispelled and Prince Markov's soldiers called off, Hump could now focus on just how many eyes were on them. The sea of onlookers pressed against the balcony rails and stairways, their hushed murmurs joining together as anything but quiet. It reminded Hump of when the city of Alenvain had seen off the soldiers entering the remnant realm to assault the warlock stronghold. The noise, the awe, the charge of anticipation. Only this time it was for them. The Rune Guard stood in formation along the walkway, their weapons withdrawn now, but Hump could tell they were ready for a fight. The High Priest had calmed the situation down, but only for now. "Nisha, stay close," Hump said, tapping his thigh and sending her an image of her walking at his side. She quickly slowed down, matching his pace, but her eyes were everywhere, dazed by the sight of so many unfamiliar people. He could tell she still wasn't sure about the Altari. She'd warmed up to Callan and his party, but their size and unfamiliarity made her surprisingly nervous, and so many gathered in one place was overwhelming. Hump glanced at Selene. Her shoulders were stiff, chin tucked down as if she could physically shrink beneath the weight of so many eyes. "You look like you want to claw at the shadows and crawl off into them," Hump whispered to Selene, taking her hand. She locked her fingers with his. I feel like an animal on display. Hump frowned. More prize stallion or exotic snake? Selene gave him a flat look. Do I need to get that specific? Hump grinned at her. Don't let it get to you, Emilia said. Hold your heads high, shoulders back. We're here because we matter. And they're here because they know it. Own that. Hump let out a quiet huff of amusement. Or pretend long enough to make everyone believe it. You've said that before, but I don't believe it, Dylan said. You think you're too smart for your own good. I am pretty smart, Hump said, stroking his chin wizardly. Or maybe he's pretended long enough to convince himself, Selene said with a smirk. Is that what you think? Hump asked, quirking an eyebrow. These days, whenever I'm surprised, I just try not to show it. Oh, I know what you mean, Selene said. You get that stern look on your face. His angry look, Emilia said, nodding. Both of you get it, she laughed. It's like whenever you get overwhelmed, you get angry. Hump and Bud shared a look. We don't get like that, do we? Bud said. Hump shook his head. Surely not. Both of them turned to Dylan. He waved at them with his missing left arm, smiling at them without a word. Selene shouldered Hump. Don't worry, though. I like it when you get that face. You look brave. Oh, Hump tried to contain his smile, feeling his cheeks growing warm. Then maybe we do get like that. Do I look brave too, Selene? Bud asked with a jeering grin. You look courageous, Emilia said first. Every bit the knight in shining armor we know you are. They were the last to step off the skyship, along with Callan and his party and Captain Hadber. They descended the tower together, coming to stand on the dock where Prince Markov, High Priest Gerard, Princess Yorella, and a whole host of soldiers and advisors were waiting for them. They stepped off the skyship together, descending the tower until they were on the dock, Callan and his party with them, while Captain Hadber would join them once the other passengers. Some of the passengers waited for their departure, while other new faces had arrived. I recognize representatives from some of the important families in the city, Callan said quietly. My mother is watching from one of the upper levels. You have drawn quite a crowd. Do we need to do anything? Bud asked. No, both the High Priest and Prince Markov are here. For now, leave the port with them. I will accompany you. I imagine they will have many questions once we are behind closed doors. Brilliant, Hump said. That's exactly what we need after a long trip. It's not so bad, Bud said. We'll finally get some answers. That reminds me, Hump said. Caro, I need to ask a favor. What is it? The Altari asked. You mentioned an artifact capable of identifying new dungeons and essence surges. Would it be possible for you to try and find a way for us to use it? Caro frowned. I can try, though I am not in particularly good favor with the university right now. What's this about? Hump paused, looking at Caro, then glancing over the rest of Callan's party before looking to his own. They have more than earned our trust, Bud said. Tell them. Hump nodded. We were not the only ones to fall through the veil. In the room with us was a prince of our kingdom, along with a powerful chosen that had betrayed the Pantheon. I will see what I can do, Caro said, but I can make no promises. My family may be of help too, Callan said. We have some pull with the Magic Society and the university. Thank you both, Hump said. How powerful was this chosen? Tamira asked. More powerful than you. Far more powerful than all of us together, Hump said. So powerful, the only way we survived was by using his own formation to cause a rift that swallowed us all. If he's in this world too, we need to know. High Priest Gerard, Prince Markov, and Princess Yorella waited atop the stairs at the top of the dock. All of them landed now. Their advisors and retainers stood around them with their hands on their weapons. Even now, Hump saw their tension. They watched him and his friends as if they were monsters. He supposed if this world had any experience with demons or the like, outsiders would be viewed with just as much caution. If an Altari appeared in Alvarin, it would be the same. It is a pleasure, High Priest Gerard said. I will be at your disposal at your convenience, but for now I ask that you follow me to the temple where we can begin having a more private discussion. Prince Markov barked something in Altari. If we are to treat these people as guests, we must converse in a way that they understand, Princess Urella interrupted. She looked at Hump with a warm smile. She was taller than any of the women in a Callan's party. Her black-scaled skin glistened slightly in the sun. Her robe was of silken whites and purples, its sleeves trailing like banners. Her hair was not blonde, but a radiant gold, coiling down her back in elegant braids woven with crystal runes. Markov does not wish to take you to the temple, but to the palace for questioning. Urella, Markov said darky. I will not have them think we are plotting, Urella said. They are here on the Maker's directive. We must treat them with respect. Her gaze turned from the prince, leaving no room for argument. It has been too long, a Callan. How are you? Even as the conversation moved on, Hump kept one eye on the prince. His seemed to seethe, though gave in to the princess' demands. A Callan dipped his head respectfully, hands clasped before him. Princess Urella, he said with a smile. Indeed it has been. I am well and grateful for your kind reception on behalf of my new friends. I know there is much to be discussed, but let me say that in the week that I have known them, they have saved my companions from disaster. High Priest Gerard, Prince Markov, I ask that you both listen to them. What will it be, Prince Markov? The High Priest asked. If it must be the temple, I will require to be present, the prince said, for the entirety of your conversation. High Priest Gerard frowned. The Maker. I am a prince. The Maker may have spoken to you, but that does not mean you can overrule me. I will represent my father. That is the condition. Otherwise, I will bring them to their accommodations in the palace, and they can speak with you later. Prince Markov is most welcome, Bud said. I believe what we have to say will be of great interest to the monarch. This will save us from explaining ourselves twice. Very well, High Priest Gerard said. I shall leave you here with Urella to escort you. I'm afraid these old legs are not much good for the heights of Urandal, but I will await you at the temple. Bud bowed his head. Thank you. We will be with you shortly. They watched as the High Priest rose back into the air. He spoke once more in Altari, addressing the crowds, and then he floated off back into the city. Markov, will you accompany us? Urella asked. As I made very clear, yes. Then let us be off. They made their way through the skyport, guards flanked at either side and at their rear. They maintained a respectable distance, but were never more than a few steps away. Hump fell into step beside his companions, the six of them walking in tight formation as the crowd was parted for them. The air buzzed with energy as they passed through the guard. Orders were being shouted out, and most of them seemed to be leaving, no doubt returning to their usual duties. Once they climbed the cliff to the top of the skyport, Urandal revealed itself in full. A sprawling city of white stone, climbing high into the sky, the houses stacked on top of each other. From the ground, the hive of streets looked like a maze, all of them leading to the very top where the Grand Pyramid stood overhead, essence pouring from its peak and filling the city. Waiting for them atop the cliff were two elegant floating carriages, each decorated with gold and banners bearing the sigil of a hammer surrounded by a sunburst. They were a similar size to a Callan's windrunner, but fully enclosed and more luxurious. Getting inside, it seemed a shame that they would miss seeing the city on foot, but Hump supposed they could do that later. Nisha spread herself out across Hump and Selene's lap as they took a seat inside the first vessel alongside Princess Urella, while a Callan and his party joined Prince Markov aboard the second. The door closed with a soft sigh, and the vessel rose smoothly into the air, directed by a driver in the front that Hump couldn't see. They advanced through the narrow streets, pedestrians making way for them. I have been so excited to meet you, Urella said. I'm sorry you were received in such a way, especially by Markov. Urandal is not like most of the Ura. The people here are too comfortable and too far removed from the real world. Untouched by hardship, Prince Markov more so than most. He doesn't know better and he's a fool. You are not related, Emilia asked. I assumed you to be siblings. He is my future husband, Urella said. That is why I'm in Urandal. This is my fate. Unfortunately, he's, as you saw. I do not wish to sully this conversation with this topic, though. Please, before the official business begins again, tell me about your world and your people. I am fascinated. The request took them by surprise. Hump glanced to the others, who offered tentative shrugs and nods. He cleared his throat. "What do you want to know?" And so, as they drifted through the city, they spoke of Alvarin and the lands beyond. Of rolling green hills, vast mountains, expansive cities, and the fallen lands. Selling described Draculin and its forests. Bud spoke of Blackthorn and his mother. Dylan shared stories of his time as an apprentice with Vivi and about Lorissa, while Amelia regaled her with the tale of how Bud had vanished on her. In return, Yorella told them of the Kingdom of Yura and its many regions. Her Alvaronian was perfectly fluent, even more so than the captain and some of the others. She described the sights of the city as they passed through, pointing out the towering buildings and various food types that they would need to try. Her voice carried the rhythm of someone proud of her people, even if she wasn't too happy to be in Urandal itself. As they reached the base of the temple, Yorella paused, her gaze settling on Hump. "There is something I must ask, but you do not need to answer. I sensed something in you, Wizard Humphrey. When you repelled the rune spell at the skyport, I caught a glimpse of your power, of vastness. You are all more powerful than we realize, aren't you?" Hump didn't reply at first. The princess had been friendly to them, but it was impossible to read her true intentions. From what he could tell so far, the Altari was a straightforward people, but he knew nothing of their politics or mannerisms. "We are more powerful than most," he said carefully. There was a glimmer of something in her eyes. Curiosity, or maybe a flicker of hope. Hump hated that look. It was never good when someone got like that, but he dared to ask. "Why do you ask?" "Because our world is collapsing," Yorella said. "The Maker tells us that the 5 of you can stop it." Chapter 488, The Reforging. The carriage came to a halt before the temple steps. Hump and the others stiffened. "What do you mean the world is collapsing?" Princess Yorella's smile was sad. "You must not speak of this. Very few outside of the inner circle of the temple are informed. Not even Prince Markov, I believe. The Maker's craft holds the islands together, but it is not perfect. The bindings are failing. The land drifts farther apart with each passing year, and more of our outer islands are vanishing into the beyond." "The beyond?" Hump asked. "The dark abyss that surrounds us. We do not know what lies amongst the stars, but I have seen entire villages disappear into it, never to return. Whole communities swallowed up. Eventually, even the Maker's craft will fail, and when that happens," she exhaled slowly, "everything ends." "And you think we can stop it?" Bud asked, frowning. "The Maker has foretold it. Long has he been silent, but he has declared that the 5 of you are the answer. High Priest Gerard will tell you more inside, but I wanted to see for myself the kind of people you are." Before they could speak more, the sound of footsteps broke the moment. Prince Markov opened the carriage door, a Callan and the rest of his party at his side. The air thickened once more with tension, but Yorella's face fell back into practiced serenity. "Let us not keep High Priest Gerard waiting," Yorella said. "A Callan, you must wait outside." "Of course, Yorella," a Callan said. "In which case I will return to the university," Caro said discreetly. "I've delayed long enough. When you have time, come find me Hump and Dylan. I'll show you around." Tamira, Melly, and Yolt spoke briefly before Melly said, "We will go too." "Are you coming, a Callan?" Tamira asked. "I'll wait outside," a Callan said. "Thank you, a Callan," Bud said. "We will see you shortly. And everyone, let us meet again once we've rested." Melly gave them a smile. "Melly, I'd like to try some of the food you've told us about," Emilia said. "Me too," Selene added. With a final exchange of goodbyes, they parted ways. Hump felt the wind in his cloak as he stepped from the carriage and made his way up the steps to the temple doors. They had traveled far, and now finally they could take a step toward returning home. As they walked, Hump couldn't help but feel like they'd been caught up in some kind of plot. Why would the world suddenly fall apart now when it had held together for so long? And why didn't Lawfen tell them when they met before? It wasn't adding up, but there was nothing to be done for now. He'd hear them out and do his best to gather more information to make an informed decision. The doors of the Temple of the Maker parted silently, giant stone panels moving with such precision and smoothness that the mechanism itself was astonishing to Hump. Golden light spilled into the entrance hall, not from any natural sun, but from a high-arched ceiling glowing with its own light, the same light as the beacon at the very peak. The structure was vast beyond reason, dwarfing the group as they stepped inside, as if it were built for giants rather than mortals. White and gold stone vaulted overhead in layered arches, every surface carved with runework and paintings. While Hump had expected the temple to the crafter god himself to be grand, he had not quite expected such a difference to the temples of Elenvain. Loffin's chosen had always been the greatest crafters in Alvarin, but the people here, they took it to an entirely new level. The air was thick with the sanctity of a deep, ancient power that pressed down on Hump's chest like an invisible armor. He felt his soul withdrawn, not suppressed exactly, but no longer at full strength. If he called upon it, he thought he could overwhelm this force, but it would be impossible to hide from it. Without a doubt, Loffin knew they were there, and he knew all that took place within these walls. Temple attends filled the vast halls. They were towering figures to Hump, as with all the altari, and they drifted like spirits in their robes, their movements slow and deliberate. Unlike Hump and the others whose footsteps were like drumbeats across the marble floor, other than Selene, who was as silent as always. Some watched with open curiosity as Hump and his companions were led inside, while others whispered among themselves in voices too soft to carry. The echoes of their murmurs laced through the air like ghostly whispers, bouncing off the high-vaulted ceiling. Stained glass windows filtered the beacon's golden light into brilliant patterns farther in, casting halos of crimson, sapphire, and emerald across their path. It was there they met the high priest once more. "Welcome to the foundry. Do feel at ease. There is no place in the world safer than here for those that follow the Maker. Within these walls, we are blessed by his gaze. No evil may take root, and no curse may endure." "Thank you, High Priest," Bud said. "Loffin's temple is even more remarkable than I anticipated. We have chosen of Loffin at home, but I do not know of a place that could match this." "Your words are kind," High Priest Gerard said. "I have come as you demanded," Prince Markov said. "We are here now, Gerard, so let us move this along." "Calm yourself, Markov," Urella said. "You are always so quick to anger. This is a good day." "Perhaps, but I will not be so quick to make my judgment." Markov's eyes ran over Hump and his party. Hump didn't like the way he stared down at them, judging them. "It is." Hump stopped listening as a sudden surge of emotion pulsed through his bond with Nisha. He turned in time to see her eyes wide, mouth hanging open. She let out a sudden, powerful roar that reverberated through the chamber like the cry of a great beast in a stone canyon. Her tail lashed back and forth, paws tapping with excitement, and she opened her jaws again. "Stop!" Hump snapped, stepping in front of her. "Nisha." "What are you doing? Quiet." She grumbled, sitting down heavily on her haunches, blinking at him innocently. Hump looked around the temple to find everyone had stopped. The attendants stared, shocked and silent at the sudden noise. He turned back to the others, cheeks burning. "Sorry," he muttered. "She wanted to hear the echo." Selene burst out laughing, followed quickly by the others. "Not for 1,000 years has such noise been heard in here," Urella said quietly. "Even the Maker will have heard her." The prince frowned. Gerard only smiled, the laugh lines at the corner of his eyes deepening. "Prince Markov is right. There is much to discuss. Others are already waiting in the Forgeheart. Come." As they continued, Hump glared at Nisha beside him. "Don't get any ideas." The Forgeheart was the inner sanctum, sealed within a great gaze of bronze and stone. Scenes of colossal beings kneeling in reverence before a figure with a hammer on his shoulder and light at his back. Loffin, Hump assumed. The deep chamber opened before them, circular and colossal, the domed ceiling lost in shadow. 5 towering statues of long-dead holy ones and priests lined the walls, each even taller than the usual altari, clad in the battle regalia of hardened warriors, their faces hidden behind sealed helmets. Beside each of the statues was a priest. At the center of the room was a giant anvil, and it was there that High Priest Gerard went to stand. Hump followed Princess Urella and Prince Markov farther into the room, coming to a stop on the other side of the anvil. He looked up at the shadowy dome above, all of it coming together to form a downward cone that pointed at the anvil. From the center, he saw the glimmer of light in the thousands of runes that covered it, and the faint red glow coming from the very tip. "Why here?" Prince Markov asked. "Why are they so important?" "It is time, Prince," said High Priest Gerard. Though his voice was soft, it carried the force of prophecy. A tremor of restrained ecstasy shivered through each word. "The reforging draws near. The Maker's voice echoes once more, and in his will I have seen the hour." "What are you saying?" Markov asked. "Why now?" "Why them?" "The stars of fate have aligned," Gerard said. "The Outerworlders have come as foretold. They shall descend into the hollow depths, into the place of unmaking. There they shall shatter the final chains. In his awakening the world shall be made anew, as it was before the sundering. And there it is," Hump thought, "fanaticism, the blind, fervent worship that turned men into instruments, the kind that welcomed annihilation so long as it came from a god's hand." All of a sudden the High Priest reminded him of home. "Why has no one freed Lord Lawfen before?" Emilia asked. "His prison is constructed in such a way as to restrict the numbers of those that enter," Princess Yorella said. "There have been attempts in the past, but all that enter have perished without question. We do not know what lies in wait inside, only that nobody has returned from it." "Lawfen told us to come here for aid," Hump said. "If none of you have ever returned, what help can you offer us?" "We shall mend the Druid's wounds," High Priest Gerard said, looking to Dylan. "Our forges will shape him a new limb, wrought of the Maker's flame and runecraft. We shall arm you with relics of the First Age. Provide potions, constructs, transportation, whatever your quest demands. We shall escort you to the edge of the dungeon, but beyond that." "Beyond is for you alone," came a booming voice. Not spoken, but carried on essence, vibrating in Hump's bones just as it reverberated in his mind. Hump searched for the source, his eyes coming to a stop on the central statue, the eyes now shining with blue essence. "Greetings, blood of kings, guests of the Maker, know us and be unafraid." Markov recoiled a step, his words stolen by either awe or fear. Hump couldn't tell. Princess Yorella dropped to her knees and bowed. Hump sensed the power in each of them, but he didn't understand it. They felt like people, but he saw no break in their armor. Runes covered every part of them, shining brighter as they woke. He activated spirit sight and saw a spiral of light pouring from their chests. Sensed the soul within them, sealed within the statues. They were neither alive nor dead, but something in between. "We are the heralds of iron," said the first. "We have slept, but the hour has come. The chains will break. The Maker shall rise in strength and reforge the world anew." A second herald rumbled. "The fire has returned. You walk in his wake. You are the key that turns the lock and the will that answers prophecy. The time of waiting is ended." And then the third spoke, its voice like the tolling of a bell. "The iron bears witness. The world shall be whole again." Hump looked between the High Priest and the towering statues, taken aback by their words as they continued reverberating through the chamber. He fought to keep his face steady, to not betray the unease crawling through his chest. Lawfen had never said any of this to them. There had been no mention of reforging the world. No declaration of prophecy. No talk of divine destiny. Just a shattered map of floating lands and a prison buried deep within an ancient dungeon. Lawfen had spoken of exile, of betrayal by his fellow gods, of being stripped of his spark and cast aside. What the heralds called reforging, Lawfen had framed as simple survival. Escape, revenge. So why did this High Priest and these living statues speak of foretelling? Were they being misled, or was he? The thought twisted in his gut, but he at least pretended to take their words seriously. Once they were out of this place, they could talk freely, but here in the temple, Lawfen could likely hear everything. Chapter 489, Heralds of Iron. Hump listened to the High Priest and the Heralds of Iron speak, and he kept his mouth shut. They had so many plans for how things would go, so many ideas on how their holy quest would move forward. There would be a festival held in their honor, the Maker's heroes, here to free their master so that he could reforge the world. It was uncomfortable to listen to. Their belief was real, Hump could see as much, but he didn't miss the story they were trying to sell to their people. The lies, and finally the line Hump wouldn't cross arrived. At the end of the ceremony, you will arrive at the temple steps, High Priest Gerard said. Before the crowd, you will each receive the Maker's mark and be gifted one of his relics. I have had enough of this, Bud said. The High Priest stopped and stared at him. The heralds paused, their metal faces giving nothing away. What is it? High Priest Gerard asked. We will not receive the Maker's mark, Bud said. And we are not your puppets to dangle before an audience. I believe something must have been seriously misunderstood because your expectations are misaligned. We are here because we are trying to get home, and Lord Lawfen has provided us a way. He mentioned nothing of any of this. Hump hid his smile with a hand. The damned knight had just come out and said what he was thinking. Here he'd been trying to hold himself back for the sake of the rest of them, and it was Bud that caved first. Prince Markov's eyes turned dark. This was one of my concerns, Gerard. How can we trust a people not of our world with our most sacred duty? We trust in the Maker, High Priest Gerard said. But Robert, you are here for me to guide. Those were your instructions. A skyship and someone to point us in the right direction is what we need, Bud said. Not this. You wish to use us, for what I am yet to see fully. There are some in this world that would see your quest fail, High Priest Gerard said. It is not enough to go alone. There are steps that must be taken. The people must be on your side, and they must make ready for the reforging. The day of fire and hammer is coming, the first herald said, his voice raised, commanding. Hump sensed the intent in it, and it was not for the first time. Why do you doubt us? Who are you to doubt us? We are the Maker's most holy, bound to him without end. We do not seek to make puppets of you, but to incorporate you into our temple and bring forth a better world. We don't know enough about your world to make such judgments, Bud said. Nor do we know enough about you to trust you. We are here in good faith with aligned goals, and that is all. If you wish for more, we must build on that trust first. Hump laughed. It came out of nowhere. He couldn't help himself. Is there some custom I am unfamiliar with? Prince Markov asked. Why do you laugh? Hump looked up at the prince, the Altari standing a good 2 feet taller than him. Prince Markov, High Priest Gerard, and the heralds, you all have your own ideas on how you want to move forward. I understand that. Along the way, however, you have dismissed us. That is something that will need to change. Wizard Humphrey, I can see you are all getting frustrated, Princess Yorella said. But understand we have the same task in mind. The Heralds of Iron are the Maker's most ancient servants, heroes that even in death wish to continue their service. Their wisdom is what has brought Urandal so far. They have not dismissed you, but are merely sharing their guidance as they have done for so many before you. We have our own way of doing things, Hump said. And what is that? Prince Markov asked. In this case, publicizing our quest is the last thing I want to do, Hump said. Even more so if there are Altari that will try to sabotage us as you suggest. Ideally, we take a skyship to the dungeon, along with a powerful contingent of your warriors, and proceed into the dungeon from there. Unacceptable, the first herald said. This is a holy quest, and the proper rituals must be carried out as has been done before. You must receive the Maker's mark. You cannot succeed without it. As my friend said, Hump clasped Bud's shoulder, that's not happening. It's time you understand that you need us a lot more than we need you. Lawfen did not send us here to receive orders, or advice on how we can move forward. That's all we want from you. If that comes with these conditions, we will make do without. Who are you to speak against us? The first of the Heralds of Iron said. Who are you to deny the Maker's voice? You can speak louder, but it doesn't change what I've told you, Hump said. We do this our way, not Lawfen's, and certainly not yours. Do not do this, Herald High Priest Gerard said. Stay yourself, he is the Maker's ally. He is the Maker's pawn, and he will do as instructed, the Herald responded, his voice like thunder. His metal body radiated essence. Runes across its surface blazed like molten gold. Power poured from it in crashing waves, and Hump stood there and took it as a pressure descended upon him. He had faced far more powerful than this, though. It would not break him. He gritted his teeth and pressed back, pouring essence into his defenses. Bud moved to interfere, but Hump held up a hand to stop him. There was no need. Hump had competed in many soul duels by this point, most in practice with his own party, and he knew without doubt that he would win. The Herald was strong, but he was only equivalent to the sixth circle. Hump's soul had always been powerful for his own rank, and now that he was rank 6, he had met none his equal that were of the same rank. This was where he excelled, and it was about time the Altari, both the temple and the royals, learned what it meant to get on his bad side. "Herald Hump said, "stop this before you cannot turn back." "Apologize to him, human," Prince Markov said. "Do not incur his wrath any further. If you wish to live, you must follow our ways and do as you're told." "I don't like negotiating in this way," Hump said, keeping his voice completely at ease. "Your people chose to make this about power, and this is the consequence. It is our help that you are after, our strength. You will not chain us to you. We are not yours to command. Let this be an explanation as to why." "You dare," the herald said, his voice strained. "I am first of the Maker's heralds, born anew in this body of rune and metal. For 1,000 years I have stood watch over this realm and spread the word of Lawfen. Know your place." The herald's body shone brighter, essence pouring from it in streaks of blue as his soul began to take form, imbued into the metal form much like the weapons of the Altari. But it would not be enough. His soul broke upon Hump's solid core like water on rock. "Assist me, brothers," the herald said, his voice strained. The others joined. All 3 statues turned their attention to him in synchrony, and the pressure redoubled. Their essence, their souls, locked onto his, pressing down with such weight that Hump was immediately forced to manifest his soul. He snarled, calling upon every shred of essence he possessed. The essence in his spirit well flooded out, and he circulated it using spirit overflow, letting it churn through his soul, empowering it, pressing outward on the walls as pressure bore down on them. They wanted his freedom, Selene's freedom, his friend's freedom. This is what it meant to take it. His power rose in a cascade. His blood boiled, the dragon in him raging deep inside. His body became hot. Lightning crackled in the air. Flames danced around him. Vines sprouted from the marble. Fragments of stone lifted into the air, orbiting him in slow spirals. His essence escaped in a violet burst, and once more the temple echoed with the roar of a dragon. Beside him, Nishari answered his call, adding her voice to his. He felt her light up through their bond, blazing like the sun. Her scales turned to gold. Essence surged from her. Her eyes shone purple, while flakes of gold as bright as stars sparkled within. Fire bubbled at the back of her throat. Smoke burst from her nostrils. High Priest Gerard, Princess Yorella, and Prince Markov all stepped back, shock on their face, hair and silk gowns buffeted by the essence that surged through the room. Hump's party only came closer, their hands going to their weapons, Bud and Dylan at his side, Selene circling around one flank, Emilia the other, spreading out in preparation for battle. But Hump didn't want this to turn to a fight. He knew none of them did. Nobody would win here. Nobody would get what they wanted. The only option was to make them submit. If this worked, he could do so without violence. Violet essence manifested around Hump, and the temple echoed once more with the roar of a dragon, the very force of Hump's soul. Nishari roared with him. She pounced forward on the closest statue, her entire body turned to gold, essence raging from her. Her eyes were shining with purple, flakes of gold as bright as stars within. Her fire poured down on the statue, and Hump felt the being's soul weaken. The world changed as he lost control of his dragon eye, spirit sight activating, and the essence around him coming into view. His gaze pierced the runecraft of the heralds, and he saw them truly. Souls trapped in golems of rune-forged metal, bound to their eternal vigil. But there was something strange, a dark spot obscured by something. No, it was more like a hole, the brand Hump realized. Like all the Altari, they would bear the mark of Lawfen. Was that it? A hole in their souls to siphon off excess essence. It was no wonder none of them could advance further with something like that holding them back. With a new goal in mind, Hump's focus changed from defense to attack. He envisioned his soul like a needle and stabbed at the soul of the first herald. Essence streaked across the room like a spectral finger, ethereal light shining between them. The herald resisted, but he wasn't ready for the force of Hump's strike, nor the intent behind it. As he pierced through his protections, Hump sensed the man's shock and terror as his soul was invaded. But Hump wasn't aiming to damage it. He just wanted to know what this was. He reached for it. His vision went. A world of light and power filled his mind. The room was gone, the soul duel over, and Hump found himself in a place of unending essence, all around him, soaring in every direction, fighting against each other in a constant chaotic battle. Pain erupted in his soul as that essence came for him too. Searing heat surged through him in the heartbeat it took to retreat. He opened his eyes to find Dylan supporting him under the arms, stopping him from falling. But Hump couldn't speak, couldn't breathe. All he felt was that heat blazing through his soul. He threw essence at it, envisioning the rivers and waves as he swept it through his body, trying to distribute it. He felt the solid walls of his soul begin to waver, like metal on the verge of turning molten. With every bit of will, he held it together. He endured. The pain began to lessen, the heat dissipated, and the raging essence through his channels finally started to take on his intent. Finally, he could breathe. Across from him, the first herald had collapsed to the floor. Essence no longer shone from the metal body, the runes faded, but the soul screamed with power. He was suffering just as Hump had, a suffering so real he sensed it in the air. "That was a foolish thing to do," came the familiar voice of Lawfen. Hump looked up to see Lawfen gazing at him, his eyes dark. Chapter 490, A World Held Hostage. The chamber turned to silence, stunned faces staring at Lawfen and the first herald. Hump wasn't so surprised. He'd seen an opportunity to gauge what lay behind the Maker's mark, and the possibility that it awoke Lawfen had crossed his mind. He hadn't expected the god to appear himself, however. It seemed he'd really pried where he shouldn't have. Lawfen's attention turned from Hump to the first herald. The ancient statue lay on the floor, the essence gone from his metal body, its runes faded. All that remained was the essence of his soul, screaming out in pain. It was a sensation that sent a shudder through Hump. The same suffering he'd been through a few moments ago, the essence that had escaped through the brand had latched onto him. Only the herald had no way of withdrawing from it. The brand was on his very soul. Nishari let out a huff ahead of them, staring down on the first herald victoriously, pride and amusement swelling in her. Hump couldn't help but smile. "What did you do?" Selene whispered. Hump gave a slight shake of his head. "Not now." "Hump, I may have poked at the first herald's brand." Hump kept his gaze forward as he felt Selene's stare bury into him. He did his best to ignore it. Lawfen placed a hand on the shoulder of the herald. A gentle light pulsed from it, echoing in the runes of his body. Slowly, the anguish of his soul diminished, until finally it withdrew inside the armor once more and relaxed. The first herald stirred, and only then did the room awake. The priests, attendants, heralds, Markov, and Yorella all dropped to their knees. Hump watched as Lawfen's attention turned from him to the first herald. He lay on the floor, the essence gone from his metal body, its runes faded, but his soul screamed. Hump realized it was the same suffering he'd been through. The essence that had escaped through the brand hadn't just latched onto him. Lawfen placed a hand on the herald, and a gentle light pulsed in the runes once more. The soul relaxed. Finally, the first herald stirred. It was then the room awoke, the priests, heralds, Markov, and Yorella all dropping to their knees. "Lord Maker," High Priest Gerard said, "you humble us with your presence." Lawfen looked over the gathering, his eyes finally landing on Hump. The white mist in them swirled, and suddenly Hump sensed a tug on his soul. There was no hostility to it. The intent was that of an invitation, and it was one he could refuse if he so wished. In this case, he decided it was best to hear the god out. He had many questions of his own, and perhaps some of his worries could finally be put to rest. With a thought, he was gone from the inner chamber of the temple and stood face to face with Lawfen, once more surrounded by the chaotic winds of essence he had seen beyond the mark on the first herald's soul. Only now, there was something that separated Hump from them, as if the two of them stood within their own small window. It reminded him of when Olin had first brought him to her for a private meeting. Lawfen had tugged on his soul, leaving his physical body behind. This time, Hump had had the presence of mind to refuse if he wished. Beyond the invisible boundary, the essence churned in a ceaseless storm. The magnitude of the power had been clear when it had almost consumed Hump, but seeing it with his eyes alone made it uncalculatable, like looking at the ocean and trying to guess at how deep and massive it could be. "Do you understand the damage you could have done?" Lawfen asked. "This world is balanced on the point of a needle. Everything must be perfect. The slightest mishap and all will be lost." "I did not," Hump said. "I still don't understand this." "Then why?" "The brand you place upon the altari is interesting," Hump said. "When your priest tried to insist that we receive one too and wouldn't take no for an answer, I'll admit I got a little angry. And then your herald so kindly showed his off. This place, it is the reason you mark them, isn't it? Their souls are what provide all this essence." "Not all of it, but some, yes. It is necessary. The world cannot hold together without it." "Is the same true in my world?" Hump asked. "What of the chosen of the pantheon?" "What do you mean?" "You were the one to create the process of blessing people, weren't you?" Hump said. "By doing so, you bind a soul with potential to whoever conducted the ritual, where they can siphon off what they wish for like a parasite." Lawfen's face darkened. "You know too much." "I'm correct?" Hump asked, genuinely a little surprised. "Do not be so proud of yourself." Lawfen took a step toward Hump, and his presence seemed to expand. He loomed over him, taller than before. "Some things are not meant to be known." "Now what am I to do?" "You need me," Hump said. "If you want my help, you answer my questions. You are no friend of the Pantheon anymore." "Do I need you?" Lawfen asked, ignoring the rest of Hump's words. "Yes," Hump said through gritted teeth, "though I do not yet know why. You have an entire world of Altari that worship you. Surely there is somebody amongst them with the potential to set you free. You will go to all the trouble of dealing with me instead of setting free the potential of a few. Why?" "I have attempted it before," Lawfen said tiredly. "For a millennium I have been sealed here, bound by chains. It costs me much to manifest in the world as I do now, but it is my only break from the endless darkness. All of my effort has gone toward holding the world together for long enough to escape, for someone to make it to the depths of my prison. All have failed." "How can that be?" Hump asked. "The seal upon me is ancient, placed upon me by the other 11 using magic that I have not yet deciphered. If even you have failed, what makes you think that I can? There is no use trying to hide it from me. You can do it, bearer of infinity." Hump's heart felt like it had stopped. "You know." "How could I not? That book was forged to destroy me and the rest of the Pantheon." Lawfen's soul pressed down on Hump with more weight than the world, and it was all Hump could do not to fall to pieces. Ice pierced him. He felt himself weaken, a terrifying pain upon a single spot of his soul. The mark descended. Nishari lent him her strength, her flame warming his core, her flame as soothing as it was destructive to Lawfen's will. Together they held their ground, but for how long could Hump resist a god? Power rose from somewhere else, the final bond in his soul. The book of infinite pages awoke, and Hump sensed the presence of Glindarl. The silver owl erupted in the spirit space, his wings unfurling like blades of moonlight, and it screeched. Furious intent filled its voice, a shriek of vengeance and anger that pierced Hump to the depths of his soul. One word came through above all else. "Betrayer," the pressure withdrew. "Forgive me, Glindarl," Lawfen said softly. "We did not know the true price of what we did. My regret is eternal." Hump felt the soul's space start to weaken. Glindarl made no answer, but the anger in his eyes said more than words ever could. This was his limit for now. Hump didn't know why, but he had the urge to comfort the owl. He reached out and touched a hand to his wing. He wasn't sure what he'd expected, but the soft touch of his feathers surprised him. For the first time, they made true contact. Glindarl turned to him, and that anger softened, though it did not fade entirely. "Why should I help you?" Hump asked. "I have been asking myself that question since we arrived. Now, even more than before, I find myself thinking it better that you remain sealed away." "You believe you are in control," Lawfen said. "But you are not. You stand upon ground that I hold in place. You breathe the air of a world that would rip itself apart if not for me, as does every other person here. You would hold the Altari hostage. I was sealed here by my closest friends. Lawfen said coldly. Left to die in darkness, and then I discover that my wife was killed by a man I deemed a brother. There is nothing I would not do for vengeance. Hump was momentarily lost for words. Lawfen was right, he had thought himself to be in control. The god needed him, after all, but this world needed Lawfen, and while he and his friends were here, so did they. Would you truly destroy us all if you cannot have your way? Hump asked. The world is already destroyed, Lawfen said. I can hold it together a while longer, but this is not a permanent solution. What difference is there if it breaks now instead of later? All will die the same in the end. Might as well end it on my terms. Hump grinded his teeth together, his anger building. All my life I've wondered what the gods think of us. I never believed they cared or watched or listened to our prayers. You have proven me correct. Hump felt sorry for Bud. For all his bravado, he had always wanted Bud to be right about them. The idea that the gods were evil was overwhelming. Think what you want, Lawfen said. Will you cooperate me or not? What will become of this world if you are freed? Hump asked. With my full power returned to me, I will be able to create a permanent system to hold everything together. It will survive. Hump smiled, defeated. How could he trust the words of someone that thought nothing of killing everyone in this world? So you say. You will also have an ally in me, Lawfen said. We seek the same thing. The Pantheon must fall, and I will see Ossidium dead by my own hands. Still Hump hesitated. He despised this choice, despised having to deal with a man that was so arrogant. You must decide, Lawfen said. I weaken as we speak and will return to my prison shortly. Hump sighed. He saw no choice. Very well, we will continue as planned. My party and I will free you from your prison. Then I wish you luck, bearer of infinity, for all our sakes. You are mistaken about one thing, Hump said as Lawfen faded. The god looked at him curiously. While the Book of Infinite Pages was certainly forged for revenge at one point, that is not what it has become. The first master had something else in mind by the end. It is a guide for those that seek knowledge, a tool to shape a world where no person is bound by the will of another, and one where we are finally free of you and the rest of the Pantheon. I am not meant to destroy you. I am meant to break the chains that your kind placed on my people. That is what he cared for in the end. A sad smile touched Lawfen's lips, his form fading faster now. I am glad Samuel lost some of his anger before the end. Hump frowned at that. Who were you to the first master? Glindarl already told you, I am his betrayer. There must be more to it than that, Hump said angrily. Why did you betray him? His words echoed around him. The world of essence grew faint. Hump found himself back in his body once more, all eyes in the inner chamber on him, though he paid no attention to them. Lawfen had told him much, yet there was so much more he had to ask. So many answers he still needed. He would find them before he set Lawfen free. Chapter 491, The Nexus. The world returned in a rush as Lawfen's hold over Hump's soul vanished. His senses snapped back to the Forgeheart, the grand inner sanctum of the temple, and for a moment he had to steady himself. Something fundamental had changed in the room now. The towering heralds of iron still stood like statues, the temple attendants lined up beside them. From their eyes to the way they carried themselves, the difference was clear. No longer did they look on Hump with confidence and command. Instead, they were looking to him. Are you all right? Selene asked softly at his side, her voice a lifeline amid the pressure. You seemed gone for a few moments there. Only moments, Hump thought. It felt like longer. I spoke with Lawfen, Hump said, lifting his voice to carry across the chamber, ensuring nobody could miss his words. We came to an agreement. We will continue our efforts to help break him free, but it will be on our terms. There will be no mark, no commands from his holy ones, no pointless rituals or ceremony. Is that understood? Hump had stretched his discussion with Lawfen, but the god had said he was weakening. Considering he was willing to use the lives of these people as bargaining chips, Hump didn't suppose he cared much about what he told them anyway, so he would ensure things were done his way. He swept his gaze across the room, locking eyes with those who met his. High Priest Gerard's frown was deep and bitter, His jaw clenched, shoulders sagged. Princess Yorella and Prince Markov had lost all their confidence, their pointed ears bent slightly. It was a look Hump hadn't seen from the altari before, but they felt nervous. The other attendants looked to their high priest for a decision, while the heralds of iron remained stoic and unreadable. At last, Gerard bowed his head. "Yes, we heard the Maker's final words before he departed. I offer my apologies, Wizard Humphrey. The Temple of the Maker is at your disposal." "As am I," Markov said, his voice lacking his earlier arrogance. "My hostility was misplaced. It was made clear to me that Urandal must do what we can to aid you. Once I speak with my father, you will have the king's support as well." "Thank you," Hump said. "We did not begin on the right footing, but I can understand your need for control. Your world is on the line, so I want to make it clear that we will see this through properly." "My thanks as well," High Priest Gerard said. "So tell me, what is it you need from us?" "Dylan here needs a new arm," Hump said. "I saw many of your soldiers have prosthetics. Would you be able to work with him to create something that will return him to fighting shape?" "I will see to it myself," Gerard said. "Prosthetics are a technology that has come far with runecraft, though there may be limitations for one without a mark." "I'd be happy with anything that works," Dylan said. "Thanks." "I'll leave that to the two of you to arrange," Hump said. "We will also need a ship, ideally captained by someone we can trust. Right now, that would be Captain Hadber, along with supplies, equipment, and assistance in maintaining and repairing our own. Lastly, I would like for everything to be arranged through the Leger family. Specifically, an Akalan Leger." Markov hesitated. "The Legers can be opinionated. Perhaps I can suggest a more accommodating alternative." "No," Hump said. "We trust Akalan. That's the only consideration that matters. Is there anything else before we finish for today?" When no one replied, Hump turned to leave. He wanted to get out of this place. He couldn't help but feel judged by the stares of the heralds and holy ones, and then there was always Lawfen listening. Being within someone's awareness like that made him uncomfortable. Before he reached the door, a voice cracked the silence. "Wait," came the first herald's voice, dull and strained. The essence in its eyes had dimmed, flickering low. "What did you do to me? What was that place?" Hump turned slowly. "You must have sensed it. I didn't do anything. I only looked inside." The herald's voice faltered. "Yes." The silence returned, thicker now. The room echoing with the herald's uncertainty. The other heralds looked to him, their expressions unreadable, but there had to be something to it as they hadn't looked away from Hump until then. Princess Yorella cleared her throat, voice gently cutting through the quiet. "Markov, why don't we see our guests to their accommodations?" She offered a tight smile. "This is a good place to end things." Tensions have already risen high enough for the Maker himself to intervene. Let us speak again after time has tempered thought. "Would that suit you?" Markov asked Hump. "It would," Hump said. Too much had been said already, and every word spoken within the temple could still be heard by a god who no longer slept. He wanted to be out of the temple sooner rather than later. Even though he knew Lawfen was in no fit state, it didn't help his nerves. The god had already proven that he was listening to everything. He'd rather not give anything more away. They left without another word. The heralds stood unmoving as they passed, the priests watching like ghosts. It wasn't until they had crossed the great gates and stepped into the open air that Hump spoke again. "What did Lawfen say while I was gone?" "I heard nothing," Bud replied. He looked to the others, but they all shook their heads. Only Yorella remained behind them. She caught up her steps quick, her voice quiet but urgent. "He said that if we did not do as you asked, the world would fall, that our fate rests in your hands." Only Yorella remained behind them. She caught up her steps quick, her voice quiet but urgent. "He said that if we did not do as you asked, the world would fall. That our fate rests in your hands." Hump slowed. Those words landed heavier than they should have, because they weren't the truth. The truth was worse. Hump's mind darkened at those words. She wouldn't believe him if he told her that if he didn't help to free Lawfen, it was their god himself that would undo them. At least, that was what he threatened. A part of him wondered if Lawfen would follow through on such a thing. A larger part of himself didn't want to find out. Callan was waiting for them near the temple entrance. At some point while they were inside, Captain Hadber had arrived and was keeping the young Altari company, the two of them sitting on a bench amongst the gardens. They stood as Hump and his party approached, Prince and Princess alongside them. They had taken the first step on their purpose in Urandal. For now, Hump couldn't decide whether it had gone well or poorly. He had some answers, but most were far less pleasant than he had wanted. They were shown to their estate right beside the palace. Markov had sent servants to see them settled in and left them alone after that. Hump had expected some lavish royal suite, but space was clearly not so easy to come by in Urandal. The palace itself was a strange structure. It towered into the sky many stories high. While it wasn't as large as the palace of Elenvain, it was filled with character. 11 spires reached for the sky, each with twisting tops, and a tower at the center with an essence beacon much like the one at the top of the temple. Their estate was a compact in a way that reminded Hump of Sheercliff's upper city, functional, but with modest rooms and only a small outdoor space. The structure of polished stone and bronze-framed windows, built into the side of a cliff with a sweeping terrace that looked out across the floating islands to the north of Urandal. Farmland and livestock dominated the nearest. Others were heavy with industry, black smoke trailing from forges, and in the far distance, half shrouded in mist, an island wreathed in smoke rose from what looked like a volcano's peak. From here, presented with such beauty, the reminder was constant. This world was broken. They wasted no time. As soon as the servants had left them, Hump gathered his party into the living room to give them the full breakdown of his discussion with Lawfen. The 5 of them sat on soft, padded seats that were designed for the Altari, so only Bud could really sit without curling up on the top. He told them what happened in the Forgeheart, recounting his conversation with Lawfen as best as he could. Hump didn't embellish. He shared Lawfen's claims, the truth of his imprisonment, and his threat. "He really said those things?" Bud asked quietly. "Yes," Hump said. Then, after a pause, "He could have lied, and he didn't confirm what I said about blessings, only that I knew too much. There may be more to it." "Maybe," Bud murmured, but he didn't look at Hump when he said it, and Hump didn't press. Whatever Bud believed or needed to believe, he'd come to terms with it on his own. Better that way. The next day arrived quickly, and with it, their arranged meeting with Callan's group. Caro led the way, navigating the bright stone paths of the city as they passed through the higher tiers of Urandal. "Here we are," Caro said finally, gesturing ahead. The University of Urandal rose high above the surrounding district, its stone towers spiraling into the sky, laced with bands of gold that shimmered in the sunlight. Runes glowed faintly across its outer walls, woven into intricate patterns that danced like constellations, constantly shifting. "The Rune Master has agreed to show it to you personally," Caro said. "He's the Holy One responsible for the university and the keeper of the Nexus." "The map you mentioned before?" Hump asked. "Yes, but easier for you to see than for me to explain. Just know, it's not something many outside our order ever get to witness." He hesitated, then gave them an apologetic look. "I wasn't able to secure the meeting without condition. The Rune Master and his peers are curious about your world. They want to learn from you." "I told him to go ahead and accept on your behalf," Callan said, walking beside them. "I assumed you'd want to see it sooner rather than later, but if I was wrong, we can still walk away." "No need," Hump said. "We'll talk. I'd like to see it." The interior of the university was made of fine stone, the floors inlaid with silver-veined marble. They were led through several wings until they reached a small chamber with a vaulted ceiling. An enormous table at its center took up most of the room. A large glove of light floated in the air above it, spinning slowly above the white stone. It was similar to the illusion Lawfen had conjured, an entire world represented in miniature form, modeling thousands of floating islands and a glowing core. Each island shimmered with magical light, shifting with subtle movement. Veins of essence pulsed visibly through some of them like blood through arteries. Clouds of magical energy drifted lazily across regions of the map, only to blink out of existence or surge unpredictably elsewhere. Essence surges. Hump stared captivated, and yet not all was complete. Nearly a quarter of the sphere was missing, an empty void like someone had carved a bite from the world. "That gap," Dylan said, pointing. "What happened to it?" "That is where we have no data," Rune Master Tutsa said. He was an old Altari male, his black scales beginning to show signs of losing their sheen, with deep wrinkles on his face. "The Nexus draws its information from a network of arcane nodes installed by pathfinders across the world. Each one relays essence readings and magical signatures back to this chamber. Where you see absence, it means we've yet to reach those areas or the connection has been severed." "I presume some of these are other nations," Emilia said. "I can imagine there are many that do not wish to be on a map like this." "There are some, yes," Tutsa said. "Most wish to take advantage of the Nexus, however. Essence surges are powerful, so powerful entire cities have been wiped out by them. This system was designed to prevent that, though it is not perfect. The nodes are often destroyed in the surges, and some places are simply too dangerous to maintain one. Caro has informed me of your request to see the unusual essence surges detected roughly 2 weeks ago." "Yes," Hump said. "Wait a moment." The rune master began manipulating the runes on a console nearby, consulting a journal beside him for information. The globe spun more quickly in reverse this time. Soon the globe stopped. "This is the day, though I fear you will not gain much from it." Hump could already see why. All across the globe, essence poured in, illuminating the islands in constantly changing patterns. "Has this ever happened before?" Hump asked. "Not for as long as I have been keeper," Tutsa said. "For the nodes all over the world to be affected at once is unheard of. We have yet to figure out why." "You wouldn't," Hump said. "I suspect it's related to our world. We were sealed off from the Veil, but those seals were broken on the same day we arrived here. Your nodes are likely picking up on that change." "You will need to tell me more of this once we are finished here," Tutsa said. "I believe there is much we can learn from you, and much you can learn from us." The globe paused. There was a flash on one of the islands near Urandal, multiple nodes lighting up with essence. "Ah, here is one of the anomalies, and near the location we believe you entered our world from." "That looks correct," Emilia said. "Did you detect any more anomalies like this?" Bud asked. "We did not," Tutsa said. "As far as we can tell, only your group arrived in our world in this day." Hump let out a sigh of relief. "Good. That's what we wanted to hear." "Wait," Selene said, pointing toward one of the regions without date, then circling it with her finger. "What's going on here?" "I don't see anything," Hump said. "All of these nodes are detecting something at the same time," Selene said. "Around this entire region, but how could that be?" The Altari frowned. "We have no information for that region. I'm not sure what—" He trailed off, seeming to notice what she meant. Caro leaned in next to Hump. "Rune Master, was that an essence surge?" Tutsa stood there with a frown, staring at the space. "Yes. And a large one to affect such a large space." Hump's heart sank. Caro gripped his shoulder. "Do not worry, this is far too large to have been caused by a person. A disaster for anyone living there, yes, but not for us to worry about." "You still don't understand the level of power we're dealing with," Hump said quietly. "Tobias Godfrey is a person, yes, but calling him a disaster is not an overstatement." His eyes went to the area that held the dungeon that Lawfen was sealed in. An empty region far too close to this surge for Hump to feel comfortable. They would need to leave sooner rather than later. If Godfrey had arrived, time would not be on their side. Chapter 492, The H Word. The night had already begun to settle in, as Hump took a break outside their accommodation, staring out across the many islands to the north of Urandal. Selene had already gone to bed, so he sat alone and watched Nisha as she soared through the sky, cheering her on. He'd been training, but now his mind was elsewhere. He didn't know what to do. Gaining access to the Nexus had proved fruitful, but at the same time it had left him unable to focus on anything else. So much needed doing. Transport to Lawfen's dungeon, new equipment, a new arm for Dylan, new spells for him. Then there was Walt and the library, his enchantment table, and Nisha's training. There was only so much time in the day, and it all needed to be done, but time was short. Godfrey was here too. In this world, and if he found them, Hump wasn't sure there was anything anyone could do to stop him. That terrified him. Dylan had already lost an arm. They'd all come close to death in the battle in the sealed chamber beneath Elenvain. Most of the equipment that had kept them alive was gone. The silver sprig Olin had gifted him destroyed, the charms he'd taken from the royal armory, along with many powerful elixirs. They were not prepared for a battle against a ninth circle traitor chosen, yet every instinct in Hump's body told him that they would encounter Godfrey again if they went looking for Lawfen's dungeon. "Can we talk?" Bud asked, stepping outside to join Hump. Hump looked at him and saw the contemplation on his face. "Sure." Bud took a seat beside him. "What will we do about Godfrey? I think he may be too far above us to do anything about." "What happened to being on the path the gods laid out for us?" Hump asked, trying to sound positive. "You're supposed to be the confident one." "I don't know," Bud said softly. "These days I just don't know anymore." Guilt rose up in Hump. "I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It feels like it is. I'm the one that keeps pressing it, and I'm sorry for that. As much as I've made fun of it, I've always admired your faith and commitment. I hate to see you struggling like this." Bud leaned back against the wall and stared up. The two moons were visible overhead, the stars around them. "It's weird. I was so confident for so long, then suddenly I wasn't. The change wasn't gradual. I just realized one day that doubt had crept in." "Is there not always an element of doubt to faith?" Hump said. Bud shook his head. "It was never like that for me. Even when my mother passed away, I never doubted the path I was on. But now I really wonder what we'll find if we make it to the path to heaven. I'm not even sure I want to know." His fists were clenched on his lap, knuckles white. "I can't imagine life without Kelija." "No, actually, that's not true. Being here, I'm beginning to imagine it. My blessings still work, but I can no longer feel her like I always could before. Her presence has faded. It's isolating. I don't know how you stand it." Hump tried to imagine what it would be like to have an ever-present connection like that. A tether that always pulled you in the right direction, and complete confidence that it wouldn't lead you astray. It was difficult. He didn't remember his family, but what Bud described gave him the impression of what it might be like to move out of home for the first time. There was Nisha. She was always present now, but her feelings and thoughts flowed through him like a second mind. "It's hard for me to imagine what you're going through," Hump said. "The idea of something greater guiding my direction is strange. It would be nice not to have so many doubts, but at the same time, I feel like I need those doubts to make decisions. It's only by working my way through them that I figure out what I truly want." "But how do you keep going against all this darkness without someone to rely on and trust in?" "I don't manage without," Hump said softly. "You are who I rely on. You, Selene, Dylan, and Emilia. Without you, I don't think I could face it. And all of us have your back just the same. Her presence may have faded for now, but you're not isolated. And we still don't know everything about the Pantheon situation. I hope your faith is rewarded, Bud. I really do." Bud smiled. "Thank you." After a few moments, he added, "You used the H word." "I did, didn't I?" Hump did an exaggerated shudder. "Doesn't feel right. I stand by it, though. Let's say the Pantheon are not the gods we have been raised to believe, but mortals that have ascended to great power. That means they are people just like us. Each will have their own individuality, their own goals and values, and all of them will be beholden to various things that have power over them, just as we are. It's very possible that Kelija will reward your faith yet. It's possible that her history with the first master of the Book of Infinite Pages is also correct. One doesn't disprove the other." "What of her blessings binding my soul and restricting my progress?" Bud asked. "You're keeping up with me. Maybe she had no choice. Maybe there were other factors involved that forced her to participate, like how Lawfen requires the marks on the altari to hold this world together." Bud laughed. Hump smiled, pleased to see him cheering up but also confused. "What?" "I just never imagined us switching sides like this." "You're a good friend, Hump. It means a lot that you would argue against your own values for my sake." "I'd do a whole lot more than that for you, Bud. And you for me. No matter where this path leads us, it is you and the rest of the party that matter to me." The gods, demons, warlocks, and everything else can do what they like, but at the end of the day, you all are what matter to me. That's nice, but don't go giving up on the world for our sake, Bud said. We're all fighters. Our path is one of violence, whether it's been laid by the gods or something else. It's one of bloodshed and death. We're all willing to do that because it's about more than us. Are you willing to walk head-on into Godfrey? Hump asked. To let Emilia walk head-on into him, because I'm worried that's exactly what we're doing. And just like you said, I have no idea how we can beat him. We got lucky once, barely survived, and didn't even hurt him. You think we will find him? If we go to Lawfen's dungeon, I struggle to imagine that we won't. That may just be my fear talking, though. Perhaps he'll have no idea and will be gone from this world before he's even had time to orientate himself. He doesn't have a Callan's party after all, nor Lawfen to provide direction. Hump paused and looked at Bud. Shit. What? Hump slipped forward, burying his face in his hands. Worry filled his stomach, a sudden sinking dread. It's completely possible Lawfen is working with Godfrey too. Why wouldn't he? Their goals somewhat align too. Lawfen wants revenge, and Godfrey wants to reach the path to heaven. I thought he needs your book to escape. So he says, but Godfrey is a ninth circle traitor chosen. He may simply have the strength to break him out, given time. I struggle to believe Lawfen would work for a traitor, even if he was exiled. He is still a god. A god willing to use the entire world of Altari as a hostage to force me to do what he wants. If his goal is merely to escape his prison and get revenge, then Godfrey may make a better ally against the Pantheon than us. Marcella Daston stood tall beside Lady Isolde and General Corteg, commanders of the forces laying to the warlock's stronghold in the Remnant Realm. They were gathered at the rear of their forward encampment, the warlock fortress visible through the tent flaps behind them. It still held, but after weeks of magical bombardment and attrition, its defenses were beginning to buckle. Despite herself, Marcella did not feel as if she belonged here. Her father had requested she be present, which was the only reason someone of her rank was to be included in a meeting as important as this one. Not that anyone would deny her. The general was a close friend of her father and the Dastons. Isolde stood resplendent, clad in gold and white armor. The chosen of Ordana wore a sword at her hip. Her presence was like the warmth of dawn, even beyond the battle. By contrast, General Corteg was a mountain of a man, broad-shouldered, iron-helmed, his greatsword slung casually over one shoulder. The chosen of Byzantius had the grizzled calm of a man who had lived through hundreds of battles, even now, on the day they were to meet the new king. Marcella shifted at attention as the air before them shimmered, light cracking across the fabric of reality. A portal opened with a hum of power, its center swirling with essence. From within stepped a woman Marcella recognized instantly, Larissa, the chosen of Vesta. They had only spoken briefly in the past, but she was Dylan's partner, and that was enough of a reason for her to stick in Marcella's memory. She was just as she remembered, sharp brown eyes, long brown hair braided neatly behind her head, and a smattering of freckles across her nose that gave her a youthful softness despite the steel in her gaze. Behind her, Marcella's father followed. Count Benedict Daston. Her heart stopped. It was the first time she'd seen him since hearing of the Battle of Elenvain. One eye was gone entirely, an empty socket in its place. A savage scar ran from his collarbone up the side of his neck and jaw, as if something had tried to tear his head from his shoulders. Marcella's hand flew to her mouth. Father. His letter had not mentioned this. Lady Isolde, her father said with a stiff nod, his voice hoarse. I am pleased to see you in good health. General, a pleasure as always. General Corteg stepped forward, and the two giants clasped hands. That is one mighty scar you carry now, my friend. It is good to see you. How are things back home? Lady Isolde asked. We live in dark times, her father said. But King Gregory has taken to his father's throne with strength. It gives me hope that the sun may one day break through once more. Marcella barely heard him. All she could think of was how close she had come to losing him. Her father was a seventh circle chosen of Avaroth. There were few things in this world that could harm him like that, and few wounds that would scar him. Then his good eye turned to Marcella. Don't give me that look, Sella. A grin twitched at the corner of his mouth. It'll take more than this to kill me. Her decorum broke. She rushed forward and threw her arms around him. Little word had reached them in the remnant realm of the true situation in Elenvain, only what the army had been told. That demons and warlocks had invaded Elenvain, along with the traitor chosen Tobias Godfrey, but that they had been defeated. There had been many losses, but the name that came up most often was the White Flame Wizard. I'm glad you're here, Marcella said, her father's arm wrapped around her, squeezing her shoulders. Of course I'm here. We will give you a minute, General Cordegg, stepping toward the portal. Isolde and their attendants went with them. Join us when you're ready. Thank you, her father said. Marcella ignored her embarrassment at the commanders seeing her like this, and simply stood there for a while feeling far more like a child than she should have. She stepped back once the soldiers were gone, noticing that Larissa still stood nearby, watching the reunion with a small smile. Marcella turned to her. Your name is Larissa, isn't it? Larissa's expression brightened. It is, Lady Daston. I'm surprised you remember. We never spoke much. Please call me Marcella, she said gently. I saw you with Dylan often. I'm so sorry for your loss. Larissa's smile grew stiff, grief behind her eyes. Only for now. I still believe Dylan lives. Hump, Bud, Selene, and Amelia, too. Marcella's lips parted, lost for words. Forgive me, I thought the stories say that the White Flame Wizard and his companions fell defeating the traitor chosen. How can this be? They are missing, Larissa said, unshaken. King Gregory told me personally that he did not see them die. They were lost, her father added quietly. Swallowed by an opening the veil, we cannot confirm their fate. But there's hope, Marcella said. Her father glanced in Larissa's direction, hesitation in his eyes. I cannot say. Marcella reached out and gave Larissa's arm a squeeze. We must talk later. I would like to know more of what Prince, King Gregory, has said. Come, Sella, we have much to catch up on, but it must wait until after the King's Council is adjourned. I may need you to speak in my place one day. Don't say that, she whispered. Please, Dad. He didn't answer. When she looked up, his expression had hardened again, like carved stone. You must be strong, he said. The veil is open. Incursions into our world are increasing daily. Cultists with barely any training are succeeding in demonic summonings. Dungeons appear faster than we can chart them. And the red fog of the fallen lands spreads more aggressively than ever. He took her hand, then placed it against his chest over the scar. I don't plan to leave this world any time soon, but should the day come, you must be ready, for the sake of our house, for the people who depend on us. Marcella swallowed hard, then took a step back, standing tall. Her father's words had struck something deep in her, firmed her spine. She turned her gaze toward the portal still shimmering with essence. She exhaled slowly. I'm ready. Chapter 493, Armless No More. There is more, King Gregory's voice echoed through the council chamber. With the veil open, it seems that the path to heaven has revealed itself. The warlocks want it, and so does Godfrey. That makes me want to get there before any of them. With all due respect, we defeated the warlocks. Their invasion of Elenvain failed. This veil, it may be open, but that does not mean anything. The enemy was defeated. Marcella watched the old man speak. He was a lord of some renown, though Selene only knew of his family, not the man himself. In her opinion, the man was an idiot. I saw beyond the veil, King Gregory said, his expression grave. A darkness that seemed unending. I am here only because of my own weakness. I could not even approach the rift due to the monumental forces in that chamber. A heavy silence fell over the room. The meeting with King Gregory set the tone well, at least in Marcella's opinion. He'd done well to show strength in this time of need, and already she could tell that many of those her father deemed troublemakers had set aside their own aspirations. At least for now. Time would reveal much, but while a lot of bad had come from the warlock invasion of Elenvain, the one thing it had doubtlessly succeeded in was uniting the houses and people of Alvarin. King Henry was dead. His son had succeeded him, and every banner and every chosen would be at his back until the kingdom was safe once more. And finally, King Gregory said, a statue shall be raised to honor the loss of Humphrey, Robert, Emilia, Selene, and Dylan gave everything to keep this city safe, and all shall know. They are heroes. They may not be lost, Larissa said. Many eyes turned to her at the interruption. I have glimpsed the veil too. Every time when I use my blessings, I catch a glimpse of the darkness beyond, and each time I pierce through that darkness and find myself where I am meant to be, whether here or the remnant realm. There are other worlds out there. The darkness is not empty. The veil was closed because it leads somewhere. I shall pray that they live, the king said. Truly I will, and if they do one day return, then they shall stare up upon their statues and know that we celebrated them. As the other lord and ladies sifted from the hall, Marcella waited. King Gregory continued to speak with his advisors, her father, General Cordeg, Lady Isolde, and a wizard that Marcella recognized as someone that Hump had associated with. Do I know him? Marcella asked Larissa quietly. Wizard Aldrich, Larissa said. The Iron Hand, he was once a member of the Inquisition, and it sounds like he took Hump under his wing recently. Ah, that explains it. The two of them continued to wait, when a familiar voice called to her from behind. Marcella, it is good to see you. Larissa nodded in the direction with a smile. She turned and immediately smiled. Vivienne, it's been too long. How are, she caught herself, the words faltering on her lips. Forgive me, I spoke out of habit. Of course you are not well. I'm so sorry about Dylan and the others. Vivienne's expression darkened slightly. Her robes shimmered with shades of blue and silver, her wand at her hip, plainly visible. She looked younger than Marcella remembered, less tired than during their time in Sheercliff, which was surprising given everything. She'd never known practitioners to age backward, and despite all that had happened, she appeared refreshed in contrast to the exhausted face she remembered when she first left Sheercliff City. It has been difficult, Vivienne said. Dylan and Hump only really had me, but I have heard Bud and Emilia's families have been notified, while I have sent word to Selene's kin in Draculin. From what King Gregory described, it seems Olin revealed herself here anyway. If that's true, her family already knows. A goddess was in Elenvain? Marcella asked. It seems so, Vivienne said. A shame it was not one of our own. Marcella hid her nervousness at those words. Hump had never been one to shy away from questioning the gods, but she thought Vivienne would know better, especially after spending so much time around Marcella's mother. The Countess was incredibly loyal to her faith. Sorry, Vivienne said. I have become rather irritable of late. I approached you for a reason, actually. Do you know a boy named Mav? I understand Hump was thinking of taking him as an apprentice. I know him, Marcella said. I didn't know he was considering that, though. He's the young man Hump helped off the streets. Of course he did, Vivienne said, shaking her head. They were too good. The lot of them. It's always the good ones that go. Hump always liked to play the part of a mercenary, but I never saw him turn down a person in need. Marcella smiled. No, he did not. I know of him because Hump made me promise to find Mav's sister in the Warlock's stronghold in his stead. A girl in her teens who was taken by the Warlocks. What do you want from the boy? Is that so? Vivienne said. I only wish to find him. Dylan mentioned him in his letters, and I thought to check in on him, though I don't know where to find him. The Reich estate, Marcella said. Emilia's family took him into their training. Then I shall stop by. What will you do now? Marcella breathed a deep sigh. In the morning I must return to the siege. In the coming days the stronghold will fall. If you see Mav, tell him I intend to keep Hump's promise to him. Good, Vivienne said. Though I shall wait if you do not mind. Hope is good, but if things do not work out, I fear it would only make things worse. Whatever you deem best. Ladies, a man called. Marcella turned to find Wizard Aldrich approaching, his cane tapping on the tiled floor. Vivienne scowled. What do you want? If Aldrich was bothered by her tone, he did not show it. He took out a silver flask and swigged it. I came to ask if I might hear more from you, Larissa, about your insight into the veil. Would the three of you perhaps join me for dinner? I'm happy to share, Larissa said, but why? Because I too believe that they survived, and I intend to find them. You are not the only one who believes that they survived. How is it? Dylan asked, looking at Hump. Hump forced his eyes away from the busy workshop floor and gave him an appraising once-over, then smirked. Fits you perfectly. If I squint, I can hardly tell it's not your real arm. It's the extra bulk that really gives it away. Your old arm was so skinny. Beside them, runesmith Tatsy made an irritated grunt. I assure you this is an accurate anatomical match, she said stiffly. She stood taller than even most of the Altari Hump had met, with the broad-shouldered frame of a smith. Her dark scales gleamed in the firelight from the nearby forge. Hump raised both hands sheepishly. I'm sorry, that wasn't a serious comment. I meant to make a jab at my friend, not your craftsmanship. It was in jest. He's not very funny in our world either, Dylan said dryly. Tatsy tilted her head back and let out a loud, hearty laugh. Ah, I see it now. The wizard hides his fear behind humor. A shame he is the one with skinny arms, though. You look far stronger than he does, Dylan. She barked another laugh, then returned to her work, making the final adjustments to the prosthetics. I wouldn't say far stronger, Hump mumbled. Dylan's armless. Dylan snorted and wiggled the prosthetic. Not for much longer, buddy. Better watch yourself. No, Tatsy snapped. No moving. Hump watched her work, still getting the fit right on what remained of Dylan's arm. The prosthetic itself was made of elder wood, an essence-rich and ancient tree that was thought to be almost extinct now. According to Princess Urella, this particular piece had been preserved in the temple vaults since before the Sundering and was worth a small fortune, and now it was strapped to Dylan's shoulder. High Priest Gerard had offered it without hesitation when the druid had requested his arm be made from wood, perhaps still shaken by the events in the Forgeheart. Whatever the reason, it seemed no expense was being spared now that Lawfen had intervened directly. It had been a busy 2 weeks since then, but they were almost ready to depart from Urandal. Callan had been integral in arranging transportation, and he had involved his family in the investigation into the monster attack that took place on Captain Hadbur's ship. It had taken some convincing, but the captain had been convinced to take them to the dungeon too. He wasn't happy about it. I've put my dungeon days behind me, got rich. Now I'm looking to stick to safe work until I retire. It was a goal Hump could get behind. Unfortunately, they needed someone they could trust, and Captain Hadbur was the closest thing to that they could find. In this world where they knew nobody, Hump could only cross his fingers that the people that had made a good first impression didn't have too many dark secrets later down the line. Dylan's arm was the only major item that remained. Dylan had asked Hump to come along for moral support. Now that Hump was there, he found himself enthralled by the workshop halls. Everywhere he looked there were intricate artifacts, carved with the layers of tiny, complex runes that the Altari specialized in. Of everything, little could match Dylan's new arm, from the elegantly shaped fingers to the intricate pattern of runes set into the smooth, polished wood surface. That should be done, runesmith Tatsy said. Now pour your essence into the prosthetic. How much? Dylan asked. All you can give. You are connecting the prosthetic to your essence channels. The more you can give it, the better the connection, and the more deeply embedded your essence patterns will be. When done right, you will be able to control the arm as if it is an extension of yourself. What if he does it wrong? Hump asked. Tatsy shrugged. Then he'll flail around like a drunken bird. Dylan gave him a flat stare. I don't know why I thought bringing you along would be helpful. Hump shrugged. Too late to change your mind now. Tatsy smiled at Dylan. Do not worry. Some never achieve full control, but I'm told your magic is similar to my gifts from Lawfen. In that case, you will likely take to this easier than most. Dylan nodded once. All right, let's begin. Please give me some space. Tatsy took a couple of steps back and sat down on her workbench, while Hump watched from the side, activating spirit sight. He's been messing around, but in truth he was glad to be there. While the Altari were proving themselves to be mostly useful allies, he still preferred to see the process for himself, especially as his friend was going to rely on it for combat. Dylan closed his eyes, exhaling slowly, and Hump saw the shift immediately. A gentle pulse beneath the skin essence welling up inside Dylan, rising like the sun on the horizon. It tugged at Hump's attention like a magnet, his senses drawn instinctively to the suddenly dense essence. The elder wood arm glowed a vibrant green, like the sun through green leaves. Light threaded through the runes and channels like flowing sap, illuminating every etched symbol and seam. The runes flared to life in turn until the entire arm radiated with vitality. The air filled with a comforting warmth as living energy wrapped around Dylan, cloaking him, shining over the surroundings and shading them in green. Still, Dylan pushed more essence into his arm. The light built until the entire workshop was cast in it. The runes were almost blindingly bright, the sensation of life and warmth growing stronger. And then there was a change. Small buds sprouted from the wood. A delicate twig burst from just above his elbow, unfolding into a single leaf that glowed with the same green. Dylan opened his eyes and stared down at the arm. His fingers curled and uncurled smoothly. "Amazing," Tatsy said. "High Priest Gerard had warned me that you were powerful and to use our most advanced techniques to compensate, but I didn't expect you to actually push them to their limits. The wooden prosthetic was an unusual request, but I can see it now. Your connection to nature has done something to it." "It hasn't ruined it, has it?" Dylan asked. "Not at all. The reason we use bronze is because it is most closely tied to the maker's mark and his gifts too. Try moving your fingers again. Try various motions." Dylan held up his hand and went through them, flexing and clenching. He picked up a pencil from the bench and manipulated it through his fingers. A broad smile broke out on Dylan's face. "Thank you, Tatsy. This is incredible. It feels like my own arm." The runesmith folded her arms, eyes gleaming with pride. "You have taken to it better than anyone I have worked with." "I am impressed. I have a technique of my own that is quite similar to using this," Dylan explained, summoning a small seed to the palm of the wooden hand. A vine sprouted from it, snaking toward Tatsy slowly. "I'm already used to manipulating additional appendages, so this feels very natural." "Now you're just showing off," Hump said. "I would expect nothing less from those that have come here to free the Maker," Tatsy said. "I am only glad that I could do a little to help." "More than a little," Dylan said. "Do you feel strong with it?" Hump asked. "I think so, hard to tell." Dylan looked at Tatsy. "Do you have anything heavy I could lift?" "Try this," Tatsy said, smacking the side of a nearby anvil with a clang. Dylan reached out and lifted it with one hand, the wooden fingers tightening effortlessly around the metal. He lifted it easily. "How was it?" Hump asked. Dylan looked at him with a raised brow, surprised. "Strong." "It can do more," Tatsy said. "Try again, but channel more essence through the limb." This time, the anvil rose even more easily. Hump held out the druid's quarterstaff. "Perhaps you will feel more at home with your weapon in hand." Dylan took it with a grin, holding it in both hands. He gave it a flourish, slightly clumsy with the weapon, but still managing. "This is going to suit me even more than I expected." Chapter 494, Resupply. While runesmith Tatsy completed the configuration of Dylan's new arm, Hump decided it was time to move on to his true purpose in accompanying the druid. Moral support was all well and good, but what he wanted was the good stuff. Magical artifacts, and this workshop was full of them. One of the runesmith assistants helped Hump along, showing him through the various pieces that had been crafted on request. Turned out, turning the usual altari artifacts into ones that were usable by those without the maker's mark required a significant amount of extra work. The mark compensated for much of one's connection to an artifact, simplifying its design, which was one of the things that allowed for so much complexity elsewhere. Hump still wasn't sure what he made of items crafted by Lawfens, Holy Ones, but he'd become used to using artifacts made by Chosen of Lawfen. Even his staff, though after its reaction to Cassius and the Tree of Damnation in Elenvain, he wasn't so sure it could be trusted. More due to the core that made the focus than the Chosen of Lawfen, though not entirely. He wasn't too keen on artifacts that worked due to the designs of a god that was threatening him with an entire world. One never knew when one's equipment might decide to fail them. The Altari had given them access to an impressive stockpile of artifacts, similar in scope to the consumables in the royal armory of Alvarin, though lacking in the way of weapons and armor pieces. It was difficult to compare their quality. Hump wasn't all too familiar with the artifacts in Alvarin, only getting access to it with his newfound wealth, but he was beginning to get a clearer picture. For artifacts of silver tier quality and below, the Altari craftsmanship was generally superior to both the chosen of Lawfen and practitioners. It became less clear with items approaching gold tier. Few Altari had reached their sixth circle, or this world's equivalent. Perhaps none have gone further beyond that. Their abilities were limited in power, yet the intricacy of their enchanting made up for it. Every charm, every potion, every spell stone was laced with tiny, precise runes that built power through layers of complexity rather than raw might. The limitation was evident in the way the Altari enchanted their gear, intricate, clever, and adaptable. And it left them vulnerable to more powerful foes like Akalan's party in dealing with the Griffins. That suited Hump fine, however. He and his party had power. What they needed was versatility. High Priest Gerard had granted them near-unlimited access to the artifacts they might need: weapons, armor, protection charms, elixirs, and rune stones. They could take their pick, so long as the runesmiths had the capacity to make them work for those without the maker's mark. That ruled out the most powerful and complex gear, though none of it would outright replace the key items that Hump or the others carried. Their weapons were known to them, tested. Reliability was more important for a dungeon filled with so many unknowns. As Hump's eyes roamed the collection of artifacts, hovering on the variety of amulets, rings, and other charms, his mind wandered back to his staff and the conversation the other day. If Lawfen was also working with Gregory to escape, would he turn on them, and with that, turn Hump's own staff against him? It was crafted by Chosen of Lawfen, after all. He decided to ask runesmith Tatsy to take a look once she was finished with Dylan. For now, he let himself admire the artifacts, the assistant talking him through their various uses. Charms of shielding were obvious. A single-use artifact that would manifest a shield spell if they sensed an attack approaching while the wielder did not manifest essence. They were also stocked with a variety of elixirs, underwater breathing, fire in a bottle, star glass to light their way. There was enchanted rope that would obey commands, runestones of repair equipment, gentle descent, air bubble, cleanse body, blessed vitality, and create water. Minor boons, but in the right scenario, they could be the difference between proceeding in the dungeon and turning back. The one area the Altari lacked was in their healing capabilities. Their understanding of medicine was good, but their knowledge of magical healing was almost non-existent. As much as Hump begrudged giving any member of the Pantheon so much credit, Emerai did not exist in this world. They had nobody to teach them the healing arts. By the time Hump was done, the haul he'd collected was enough that his former self would have been bitter. This was the rubbish that nobles would waltz out of their fancy houses with, pretending to be adventurers, packed so full of trinkets that getting hurt would be a challenge. It seemed childish now. If one had the coin or the means, there were few things better to spend it on than artifacts that kept you alive. If they were to free a god from a dungeon designed by other gods, they would need all the artifacts they could get. "Find what we were after?" Dylan asked. Hump looked at him with a smile. He had his shirt back on now, his new arm sticking out. "That arm looks good on you. Makes you look oddly dangerous, like some mythical druid out of the forest." "I like that more than you constantly calling me armless." He emphasized the silent H, which was always ridiculous, by the way. "I still have an arm." "Sometimes it's not about being accurate." Dylan rolled his eyes. "Does that mean it won't stop?" Hump stroked his chin wizardly. "Not sure. Harder to stop now that I know it bothers you." "You're an arse." "It's out of affection. It's endearing." "It's annoying." "You'd miss it if I stopped." "Shall we try it for a while and find out?" "You two are like my brothers," runesmith Tatsy said, approaching behind Dylan. She held up one hand and started opening and closing it. "Talk, talk, 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 talk. Never quiet, always saying nonsense. It does not inspire confidence." "I assure you, once the fighting start, Hump is far more professional," Dylan said. The talking doesn't really stop, but it becomes more useful. Outside of that, we've all just learned to zone him out. Thanks, Hump said. And in answer to your first question, I've got what we needed, but you can't have any anymore. There is more, Tatsy said to Dylan. Tell me what you need. I shall make it now if we are out. That was Hump trying to be funny again, Dylan said. But thank you. I see. It will take me some time to learn this wizard humor. We Altari do not joke in such a way. We are a blunt people. The line between mockery and fun seems different for you. Would upset many people, I think. The key is to only make fun of people you are close to, Hump said. It's a bonding activity. I make fun of Dylan, he makes fun of me, but we both know it's good-natured. Hump paused. Returning to matters of business, though, I was wondering if you would take a look at my staff. It was crafted by Chosen of Lawfen from my world. I noticed the maker's touch on it already, though it's quite unlike our own style. What would you like to know? Hump hesitated. He couldn't exactly admit he feared the weapon might turn on him. Just your general thoughts, if you don't mind. I'd prefer an unbiased opinion. She held out her hands, and Hump passed her the staff. Tatsy turned it slowly in her fingers, reverent and analytical. Essence shone in her eyes as she channeled one of her abilities. It's clearly not of our world, she said after a few moments, but finely made. The runes are those of Lawfen, but they seem to hold more weight in their simplified form. I do not know how it is achieved. The focus in particular is fascinating. Hump raised his brow, impressed she could notice at a glance. What about it? She nodded. I've never seen such clarity. No fractures, no clouding. No natural inclusions at all. It's too perfect. I do not think this was made naturally. You can tell it's artificial. It would be my guess. True essence stones always carry some flaw, some mark of nature's unpredictability. We as runesmiths work to minimize such imperfections, but I have never known them to be removed entirely. She gave him a curious look. Your people must be even more advanced than I thought to produce such a thing. My people didn't make it, Hump said quietly. It was taken from an enemy, from Belker's creations. I think he is a servant to a god of a similar strength to Lawfen. Ah, she said, the word rich with understanding. That explains what I'm seeing. There's residual essence trapped inside. I imagine this was once bonded to its creator. The signature's faint now, but it could still influence the focus under certain conditions. Hump frowned. Will it affect my casting? Not significantly, but magic is rarely a creature of logic. In moments of stress, when essence surges and your control slips even slightly, it might react. Amplify a spell, twist it. Anything is possible, and even more so if that Belker is close to you, but such a thing can be fixed. You can remove it, Hump asked. It is not pleasant work, but yes. Give me a day or two and I can purify the stone. Hump considered it a moment. He didn't like the idea of parting from his weapon, but they had the time, and ignoring this could become a devastating oversight. Selene met them on the streets as they left the lower workshop floor of the temple. High Priest Gerard tried to insist that they were escorted home, but Hump wanted to walk. Even after 2 weeks, he felt like he had hardly seen the city. He was always going somewhere, always meeting people or being taken where he needed to go. He hadn't had the opportunity to just see where the streets took him. Was anyone following us? Hump asked Selene. A few people actually, Selene said. I think they were separate groups too. Any stand out especially? Selene gave him a flat look. Do you think they're all that different? Suspicious-looking Altari stalkers are all suspicious. They all stood out. None of them was carrying around a sign saying, "Look at me." Hump raised his brow. Someone snippy, you know what I mean, any using evil monster magic. Selene narrowed her eyes. Not that I could tell. So this sounds altogether unhelpful, Dylan said. Maybe, Hump stroked at the stubble on his chin. Not a beard, but it served its purpose. I really would like to know what they want and why they're after us, though. You'd think they would be happy that we're trying to set their god free, Dylan said. Seems reasonable, Selene said. Knowing what we know, I'm not sure I like the idea of him being free. That's true. If someone discovered the true use of the Maker's mark, they wouldn't be so fond of Lawfen as his temple. Hump shrugged. But that's all just hypothetical. Whatever they want, they'll reveal themselves eventually if they care enough. If all they want to do is follow us around until we leave and not cause any trouble, I'm not sure there's anything for us to do. They may lay an ambush, Dylan said. Wouldn't be the first time. Perhaps I'm getting full of myself, but I'm not too worried. We're too strong for that to work. You're far too full of yourself, Selene snapped. Are you hearing yourself? What happened to "it only takes one unlucky arrow to bring even a wizard down"? The Altari may have given us some new protective artifacts, but where there are defensive tools, there will be weapons to overcome them. To summarize, don't be an idiot. You really are in a mood today. What got you all riled up? I'm sick of the city already, Selene said. It's even more crowded than a Lenvain, and everyone stares at us. I don't like it. Doesn't mean my words aren't right. You need to be careful. We all do. Hump smiled meekly. You're right, sorry. I guess I'm just trying to rush things too. But I'll remember that. Don't be an idiot. Dylan, you best remember it too. Don't bring me into this. Selene's right. We don't know enough about the Altari to make a true judgment of their capabilities. We were ill-informed about warlocks too until not so long ago, and wizards like the Three Eyes. Who knows what great powers still lurk in this world? I'm willing to bet there are at least a few that pose a considerable threat. Are you suggesting we poke them first? Hump asked. Dylan snorted. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm stating Selene is right, you're careless, and now would be a terrible time to let our recent successes go to your head. Maybe we should poke first, Hump said, ignoring the druid's rant. Better to take them by surprise early than to give them time to prepare. What do you think, Selene? I want to leave the city sooner rather than later, she said flatly. Leave them alone. Once we're on the skyship, it will be too late for them to do anything. Have you already forgotten the monster wave? Hump asked. Last time Captain Hadber had a ship full of passengers, Selene said. This time it's only people relevant to our expedition. They won't catch up to us unless they're on board. And if they're on board, Hump asked, Selene smiled, then we poke them. Chapter 495, Leaving Urand. Everything was going to plan. Captain Hadber's ship had been stocked with all they would need. Acallan had recruited a number of pathfinders to their cause. High Priest Gerard had even arranged for a few holy ones, including runesmith Tatsy, to accompany them and look after their equipment and any runecraft needs that may arise. They had their gear, new potions, single-use artifacts, repairs to their weapons. Tatsy had even managed to rid Hump's staff of the Tree of Damnation's residual power. All was perfect. Until the day of boarding, when the king himself arrived and demanded Prince Markov accompany them too. Hump stared at Urandal, growing more distant by the minute. Floating islands passed beneath them as Captain Hadber steered them ahead. Distantly, he could hear Prince Markov arguing with Princess Urella, another member of the ship far from eager to have him aboard. Perhaps that might prove entertaining, but all Hump felt was tired. An arrogant noble, whether baron or prince, was all it took to quash the moral of an expedition. Why? Hump said to Bud. Why do annoying nobles always ruin everything? Bud gave him the side eye. Is that directed at me too? Do you think you're annoying? Bud frowned. Occasionally. Hump snorted. You're one of the good ones. It's the ones who got here because of their parents. You were little more than a rusty bucket when I found you. You mean when I found you? At best, I'll give it to a Soltef. Your horse had good sense to come to a wizard like me. I'm trapped in another world and questioning everything I believe in, thanks to that bloody horse. I'm not so sure. Hump frowned too. Hold on a second, is a Soltef to blame for everything? If we hadn't met, I probably wouldn't be here either. Demons. Warlocks, princes. If we never met, if a Soltef hadn't bound us together, none of it would have been our problem. You'd have never met me or Nisha, Selene said, approaching behind them. We'd have met, Hump said. I was heading to the dungeon. Selene scrunched her nose. We only took you because of Bud, though. That's lovely, thanks. Well, we only joined you cause Vamir was paying. We both know that's not true, Selene smirked. Do we now? Don't think I didn't notice you staring at me even the first time we met. You weren't very subtle then either. It was just unusual seeing a young lady such as yourself approaching a dungeon, Hump said defensively. And you and Vamir looked quite fancy. I'm simply observant. What about the other times you were staring? Confirming my observations. Selene took a step closer to him. Enlighten me. Hump smiled back confidently. For a start, you were obviously trouble. Would you two stop flirting? Bud interrupted. Please, I'm trying to brood over our next steps, and you're ruining it. Like you can talk, Selene snapped. You were reminiscing over how the two of you met. I just joined in. Bud and I have something special, Hump said. Don't be jealous. Are you picking on my fiancé? Emilia asked. Get him, Nisha. Nisha ran ahead of her. Dylan followed behind, laughing. It's so nice to be able to play with her again with two hands. I can actually wrestle. Hump tilted his head to look at his arm. Your prosthetic has teeth marks. Dylan glanced at it. Oh yeah. He channeled essence into it, a few runes on the arm glowing green. The marks healed over, the wood growing back to its previous form. Amazing, isn't it? It has a series of self-repair runes that I can enhance the effect of. If left alone, it'll fix itself from most damage, however, as long as the core isn't destroyed and one of the runes remains. I don't think I've heard of any self-repair system that's even comparable to that, Hump said. Multiple runes is smart, but I wonder how they get them to work together. Dylan shook his head. I've been struggling to figure out how this works for a long time. Plenty of time to look at it as we travel, Emilia said. For now, I want us all to greet the prince. Why? Hump, Selene, and Dylan all asked at the same time. She looked between them exasperated. Because if we're to make this trip palatable, we need everyone working together. And if he happens to not be on our side, then we need to know him even more. If we're to avoid an attack like those monsters, the best thing we can do is know everybody we're traveling with. Selene plans to poke them if they try that again, Dylan said. Emilia frowned at him, then turned to Selene. What? We've talked about what to do if anyone tries to stop us again, Selene said. Leave them alone until they come for us, and then we strike back hard. Emilia narrowed her eyes. That doesn't sound like your usual sort of plan. I think she wanted to leave Urandal, Hump said. Didn't want us sticking around to figure out who's be stalking us. Ah, good, then we can go with my idea instead. I'll assign everyone people to get to know. We've got a month of travel ahead of us. By the end of it, I expect you to be able to tell me the names of their parents. You're kidding, Hump said. I don't even know Bud's dad's name. Emilia's mouth dropped open in surprise. Really? It's Robert, Hump. It's not my bloody fault. Why do nobles always give their kids the same name? We've had this conversation before, Bud said. I think it was on our way to Bledsbury Dungeon even. You whinged about it then too. Hump formed his lips into a tight line, the memory coming back to him. Oh yeah. Well, with that highly important tangent out of the way, we can get started, Emilia said. Let's go welcome the prince. 2 weeks passed without much excited. They were almost at the halfway mark and nearing their first city stop along the way. Hump had always dreaded the idea of sea travel, weeks, if not months aboard a ship, eating hard biscuits, pickled vegetables, and cured meat, with little to do, trapped inside cramped quarters with nowhere to escape. Fortunately, the Crown of the Winds was far more accommodating than the ships back home. The rooms were fairly spacious and the food much better. Still, there were only so many islands a person could drift past before that too became tiresome. That said, a few sights had caught his attention. Many were jagged towers of stone rising into the sky like spears, honeycombed with natural tunnels and holes, each surface teeming with strange creatures. But most interesting was the sphere of water before him now, sparkling like polished crystal, a reef of brilliant colors visible inside like a snow globe. At its center was a shining blue light that helped to illuminate everything within, some sort of essence source. Beneath the surface, an entire ecosystem flourished, full of schools of vibrant fish darting between swaying plants as Nisha flew overhead, spooking them gleefully. "Good morning, Wizard Humphrey." Hump looked over to see Pipto come to lean on the rail beside him. He was one of the crew, a lanky Altari with long, braided hair that ran down to his hips, tied up with yellow and orange sashes. As it turned out, Emilia's suggestion had been a good one, not just for making allies and weeding out potential threats, but for Hump's own sanity, too. Getting to know the crew made the long days bearable. Captain Hadber ran a tight ship, but the crew were a friendly lot. Many had been curious about the tales of Hump and his companions back in Alvarin. The same with the pathfinders aboard, who saw the voyage as a holy pilgrimage. Their faith reminded Hump of when he left the infernal halls through the Warlock Rift, entering the Remnant Realm. The certainty of the Chosen with him that believed they walked the path of the gods. This time, that belief was irrefutable. Lawfen himself had assigned their holy mission. A pilgrimage to free the Maker and remake the world. To most aboard, Hump and his party were not just warriors. They were heralds of their gods, symbols of divine will. It had made for some awkward conversations at first, but most of the crew had figured out that they didn't want to talk about it. He smiled at the Altari. "Morning, Pipto. You see that island too?" Pipto nodded. "We call it Akara in our tongue, like water forest full of fish." "We call it a reef," Hump said. "I didn't imagine they could exist as floating islands like this." "The Maker's magic makes all possible," Pipto said. "The light at its center is a stone of water. Its nature is what makes the Akara what it is." "An essence stone?" Hump asked. Pipto nodded. "I think." "Not so sure. Sometimes lots of essence stones." Looking at the reef, the essence source at its core would have to be powerful to hold so much water around it, and to allow for life to thrive. He should have thought of it sooner. "That makes so much sense," Hump said. "Are all islands held together by an essence stone?" "I think yes." "And never must you remove one, or you will be hunted." "What happens if you remove the stone?" Hump asked. "You saw the area with lots of little rock before the Sky Isles." When Hump nodded, he continued. "Islands once, but people took their essence stones. Now they are crumbled. King said no more after too many islands vanished." "That would be a shame." "I haven't seen many water islands." "You like fish?" Pipto asked. "To eat or to look at?" Hump asked. "I suppose I quite like both. Why?" "This not too special," he said with a grin. "Too small to visit. You should see the Sapphire Isles. Hundreds of reefs like this. More beautiful. We fly down from the cliffs on gliders, swim with fishes, drink sweet wine on white sands. Good times when Captain gives it to us." "Sounds incredible," Hump said, trying to imagine what would make this seem dull. "Will we pass them on the way?" The Altari shook his head. No, far to south, we go east now. East is less nice. More trees, more monsters, duller water." Hump smiled. "That's a shame. I'd have liked to see it." "You have such things in your homeland." "Some," Hump said, "but I have not seen them. I come from a large country and have never been out to sea for any length of time." "We do not travel through the sky like you, but on water or land." "Like before the sundering?" Pipto asked. "Hard to think of now." "It's much slower to travel," Hump said, "especially by land. We follow roads past fields of crops, up hills and into valleys through thick forests. There are few nice places to stop like this. Instead, we feast in the halls of the lords that hire us, or share stories around campfire while on quests." "Do you travel much?" Pipto asked. "Since I was a boy, my master took me on and I went with him." His eyes widened. "Since you were a child?" Hump nodded. "You escaped?" Pipto asked cautiously. "Escaped," Hump frowned and shook his head. "No, he died." His eyes widened further. "You killed him." Realization struck Hump and he laughed. "I think there's been a mistranslation. My master was my teacher and I his apprentice. He was a good man and taught me wizardry." Pipto relaxed and chuckled. "Ah, to Altari a master is a slaver. It is not allowed here." "Nor is Alvarin," Hump assured him. "He died a couple of years ago. killed by a powerful warlock who disguised himself as a goblin. Do you have goblins here? Little green creatures that walk on two legs. We have them. The Altari bared his teeth, his next words somewhere between a hiss and a snarl. Terrible creatures. Not so much a problem for a ship like this. They prefer little villages. Just like back home, Hump said. He frowned as Nishari flew up from the reef, her attention captured by something in the distance. She sent him a flash of concern. Investigate. Don't get too close, Hump said. Is something wrong? Pipto asked. I'm not sure. Nisha has seen something up ahead, but I can't tell. An image from Nisha appeared in Hump's mind, smoke rising in the distance, fire blazing through it. He couldn't make out what lay within from this distance, but he could guess. Where's Captain Hadber? He's going to want to know this. What is it? Smoke, lots of smoke. I think Nishuga City is on fire. Chapter 496, Essence Sur. Pipto led Hump straight to the bridge. The corridors of the skyship were quiet, with the ship's passengers limited to only expedition members and essential crew, but the bridge was packed. Altari crew members crowded the chamber, hands flying across large plates of runic formations and rune-embedded walls, essence channels glowing with power. The floor hummed with essence. Runes flared in layered, interwoven sequences, dozens of formations working in perfect synchrony. Hump's skin tingled with ambient magic, the air thick with it. In only a glance, he could tell this was the single most complex artifact he had ever witnessed. There were so many formations activated at once that he couldn't begin to identify what did what, only that operating such a complex artifact required incredible precision, teamwork, and knowledge. Captain Hadber stood at the helm, draped in his usual flowing blue silks, his curved saber at his hip. He had a series of levers and a wheel on a pedestal before him, along with various essence panels depicting illusions of light displaying various numbers and lines. He turned to them as they entered, calm professionalism giving way to immediate concern. Wizard Humphrey, what brings you here? Apologies, Captain, Pipto said. There's news that I thought couldn't wait. Hump stepped into the room. Nishari flew on ahead and spotted smoke in the distance, thick columns that spanned too much distance to be ordinary. I think Nishuga is burning. The captain's expression darkened. Essence surge. The crew paused only briefly before all sprang into action. Prepare the ship for impact, Hadber barked. Sound the alert, arm the defenses. He shifted into the Altari tongue, issuing a rapid stream of orders. The crew responded immediately, each person moving swiftly, faster than before, but the organized feel of it never changed. The room was alvey with motion, a blur of hands, runes, and essence. They were an orchestra and the captain its conductor. Hump waited for a pause before speaking again. It wasn't smoke, was it? No, Hadber said grimly. It's the city activating its essence wards. It only happens when an essence surge is detected nearby. If we'd made port even 3 hours earlier, we'd be safe behind Nishuga's defenses. As it stands, he looked through the great glass windows toward the horizon. We'll have to take it head on. Is Nishari safer in the air or on board? Hump asked. Call her back and quickly. Our own wards will be raised soon. It'll be rough, but the crown of the winds has seen its fair share of essence surges, and if we survive it, we survive richer. A savage grin lit up his face. What can I do to help? Hump asked. Find the runesmith Inari and follow his instructions, Hadber said. We may have need of your strength. Pipto, make sure he gets there. Yes, Captain. They moved fast. As they reached the upper deck, Nishari descended from the sky, her wings folding as she landed beside him, chirping happily as she rubbed against his side. Hump gave her a quick stroke. Good job, girl. Now get inside. Before descended, he glanced back once more at the distant sky. The faintest haze coated the blue sky. He activated Spirit Sight, and it was suddenly so obvious. Essence poured across the world in 1,000 different currents, all the elements fighting together in chaotic currents. There was so much, it was almost blinding to his dragon eye, the brilliant essence obscuring everything around it. Crew members rushed across the deck, unfurling strangely curved sails, almost like hammocks. Others placed out buckets of spent essence stones, tying them to the rail around the deck. "What are they doing?" Hump asked. Pipto stared at him from the door. "Preparing for the surge. We open the ship's essence core to refuel its reserve. Essence stones will pour from the surge like hail too. We collect what we can. If you've got any rune stones, leave them out and they'll refill on their own." Hump's thoughts went to the storm in the remnant realm. It had been much like this. A surge of dust and essence. In its wake, the ground had been coated in essence stones, and shades and warlocks alike had descended upon the harvest. His thoughts turned to Walt and the Lick's phylactery. "I need somewhere safe to leave something. It's too valuable to risk losing. Is there a place that can hold it?" Pipto nodded and led him to a series of metal cages built into the outside of the bridge, each with heavy bars to keep them shut. Many were full already, but Pipto found one for Hump to place the phylactery inside, then passed on a warning to Walt about the soon-to-come influx of essence. All this time Hump had been imbuing it with essence bit by bit. Perhaps this would speed things along. Pipto secured it shut, and then they made their way below deck. One of the crew's voice echoed over a communication artifact in the corridor. "All passengers to quarters. Brace for impact. Runesmiths and holy ones to the rune room." "This way, Hump," Pipto said. "Quickly, it'll be on us faster than you expect." They descended a narrow spiral staircase, the clang of their boots echoing through the metal spine of the ship. As they reached the central deck, Hump could already sense that there was more essence in the air. He turned instinctively toward it just as Pipto started to direct him. At the very center, a great steel door was open on its hinges, revealing a compact chamber lined with runes and formations. A dozen Altari were gathered inside. Runesmith Tatsy, Prince Markov, Princess Yorella, along with Runesmith Inari, who kept everything on the ship running. Hump's companions were among them too. Selene walked over as soon as she saw him. "Where have you been?" "Nishari spotted the surge," Hump said, brushing the sweat from his brow. "I went to warn the captain." "I'll get back to my duties," Pipto said. "We'll need to finish our chat once the surge has passed," Hump told him. The Altari gave him a grin before rushing back the way they came. Hump stepped into the chamber, his eyes drawn to the wall of pulsing runes and channels. Some he recognized from the bridge, not their function, but the distinctive formations themselves. He wondered if the two locations were connected, all part of one vast system. At the heart stood Runesmith Inari, his orange robes fluttering slightly in the charged air. "Come," Selene said, tugging him by the hand toward the group. "Runesmith Inari is assigning roles." As they stepped closer, Inari's keen gaze locked onto him. "Hump," she called. "Hump, Hump, Hump. I didn't know Hump was a name." Hump frowned at her. "I didn't know Inari was a name. Is that relevant to the essence surge?" "Oh, right, the surge." "Yes, put your hand on that stone. I've been told you would serve best as an anchor, so keep your hand on there and don't let go." "What does it do?" Hump asked. "Everyone will be providing essence to the ward array placed over the ship," she explained. "The other runesmiths will guide it to me. You, however, I may draw upon directly if the flow falters. It shouldn't be too much. The ship can provide enough essence on its own, but the problem with a surge is that there can be unpredictable flares. We're here to fix any weaknesses before they become a problem." Hump nodded, understood. Hump stepped forward and pressed his hand to the stone at the center of the assigned formation. Instantly, it latched onto him, drinking his essence, not painful but firm. Around him, the rest of his party got in line behind runesmiths, forming a circle as they offered up their own essence. It would have been a great place for a trap. All of them gathered together and testing a strange formation. The thought had Hump pull back a little. He tested how much control he had over the flow, gently increasing and decreasing it with a slight effort of will. Inari activated the rune room. Hundreds of runes all around the box chamber lit up at once, on the floor, walls, and ceiling, everything shining with essence. A wash of light and color, streams coursing through the runework in a dazzling display. Hump felt the other elements resonating in the chamber, harmonious. Then the defensive ward flared to life, a dome of shimmering white and blue light erupting from the room and disappearing into the walls of the ship, expanding outward, clear in Hump's mind through the stone. He stopped when Captain Hadbur's came out of the communication artifact on the wall once more. Brace for impact. For a few seconds, there was a change to the essence in the air. It lost its calm, whipping back and forth frantically, tingling on Hump's skin. Then the ship shuddered, groaning like a wounded beast. Hump stumbled, almost falling, but keeping his balance with his staff. Essence splashed over the ward like liquid fire. The ward held, but the pressure only grew. Essence battered the ward. The ship's essence reserves flowed up to reinforce it, but it was only moments before Hump felt Inari drawing on him. Nearby, one of the Altari stumbled. Then another dropped to their knees. The drain was building. In response, Dylan's blessings expanded. He took on the aspect of the tree, his roots connecting to each of them, improving the recovery and efficiency of their essence reserves. "How often do these usually ask?" Hump asked, breath tight in his chest. "Minutes," Inari said through clenched teeth. "Must focus." Another Altari dropped to the ground. That was 3 down already, another 9 to go, plus Hump's party. Minutes. At this rate, Hump wasn't sure they would last. As the ship endured the bombardment, more cracks opened up in the ward. It was damage that Hump was familiar with, much like his shield spell. Inari threw essence into the cracks, patching them over and reinforcing them. It was an inefficient process that seemed to only make the web of damage worse as time went on, the size of the ward over the ship making it even more difficult to repair. More Altari faltered. Some collapsed entirely, their bodies spent from channeling essence too quickly. Hump gritted his teeth and leaned in harder, pouring more of himself into the stone. The essence in the room became more chaotic, so many elements fighting against each other. The intent of the world became wild and unpredictable, making his own efforts less efficient. But in there, he could hear the familiar sounds of earth, fire, and nature, whispering to him like a long-lost friend. He whispered back, and they came for him in a storm. He let the essence pass through him like a funnel, channeling it into the stone. Nature stirred to his call. Fire coursed through his veins. The earth pulsed beneath him, the strongest of all the elements here thanks to the stones that allowed the skyship to fly. It felt almost peaceful. As he opened himself further, the burden lightened. When the surge finally passed, Hump opened his eyes to see the rest of his party still standing strong. Their blessings filled the air with auras of shadow, ice, and nature, while a red shroud hung over Emilia. Half the Altari were on the ground now, catching their breath, but Runesmith Tatsi, Prince Markov, Princess Urella, and Runesmith Inari remained standing. Inari released the central stone and stumbled back. Hump stabilized their back with his left hand, holding them upright. The other Altari collapsed to the ground, all of them appearing exhausted, yet Hump didn't miss their eyes. They looked between Hump and his party appraisingly. Hump could guess their thoughts. They had all been a part of one grand formation. He had sensed their essence, and they had sensed his and his friends. Hump paid it no mind. "Are you all right, Runesmith Inari?" "I am fine," Inari said, then his eyes widened. "Are you?" "I took more from you than I intended." "I'm fine," Hump said with a smile. "I take it the surge is over." Inari nodded, still seeming a little shocked. "Good." He looked at his party. "Are you all ready to go?" "Go where?" Bud asked. "I left Walt on the deck," Hump said. "Apparently everyone gets rich if we survive an essence surge, so I want to check out the deck. Also, Nisha's in the hallway and getting very impatient. She seems to think we're playing without her." Chapter 497, Trials of the Lick Queen. Essence stones coated the deck like scattered jewels, shimmering with every color Hump could imagine. They rolled gently with the breeze, clacking as they bumped into each other. The air buzzed with essence, tinged with the scent of wood smoke, soil, and rain. While most of the stones were small and faint, all of them combined to fill the air was a constant power, and there were a few amongst them that shone brighter. Hadbur hadn't been exaggerating when he said they could get rich off this. "Hump," Caro said, standing near the door. Callan and the rest of his party were nearby, working with the crew to start collecting stones. "What are you doing?" Hump asked. "Watching for elementals," Caro said, staff held loosely in one hand as his eyes scanned the deck. "The surge drives them mad." "Why would there be elementals here?" Prince Markov asked at Hump's side. "We're not." Before he could finish, the air rippled. Essence stirred, condensing into a single point. There was a flash of lighting as a body took form, its center pulsing like a heartbeat. The wind screeched, a torrent of air exploding outward. Essence stones scattered over the deck. Markov stumbled back with a startled cry. He raised his arm to shield his face, the prince's composure lost in the sudden blast. With a thought, Hump cast shield, the blue barrier forming before the doorway, sealing them off from the worst of the elemental's fury. Lightning lashed against it, sending ripples across its surface, but its power was far too weak to be a true threat. Rather, Hump watched the creature through his spell, fascinated. It was beautiful, intent and essence given form and consciousness. Hump had read about them in books and seen artistic depictions in old tomes, but they were beings that many considered myth. He never thought to see one with his own eyes, let alone see its birth before him. As the elemental began to get distracted and turn its attention elsewhere, he shaped his shield to surround it, imprisoning it within the barrier where it could do no harm. It continued to lash out, seemingly not fully understanding its situation. The beings Hump read about had been said to have full sentience, the ability to speak and think. This one seemed lesser. Nishari stepped out of the door and approached it, snarling. She leapt back and forth, thinking for Hump to release it and let her hunt. "Not now," Hump told her. She glanced back and let out a long, high-pitched whine. "Why do you always want to eat things?" Hump asked. "That's what they do," Selene said. "Putting things in their mouths is how they learn about the world." "Good thing we don't have elementals where we are," Hump said. "Can't imagine the wolf-dragon population doing well if they started biting down on everyone they see." "What do we do with it?" Emilia asked, stepping up beside Hump with the rest of the party. "Kill it," Markov said. "The creatures are dangerous, especially for a skyship." "Thing might start a fire." "We do usually kill them," Caro admitted grimly. "There's no other way, they're unstable." "Seems a shame to kill it," Dylan said. "It's just a little spirit, it doesn't mean to hurt us." "You're familiar with them?" Caro asked. "Not elementals specifically," Dylan said. "But it's reacting the same way many things do when they're surrounded by unusual things, fear, leading to it lashing out." "Whether it means to or not is irrelevant," Akallan called over as he approached. "That little spirit will grow quickly. It wants these stones, and the more it feeds on them, the stronger it becomes. Give it a few hours, and it'll be strong enough to push me. A few days, and it might become a serious threat." "Let me try something," Dylan said. "Can you let me inside, Hump?" "Sure." Hump opened the barrier without question, allowing Dylan to pass through. "I really wouldn't," Akallan said. Too late. Hump closed the shield behind Dylan. The elemental turned its full attention onto the druid, lashing out with wind and lightning, but Dylan stood there taking it. Green essence rose from him, filling the space within the shield until it encompassed them both. "I can't believe he's just taking that," Melly said. "I thought Dylan was more of a healer." "Not really," Bud said. "If anything, healing's one of his weaker aspects, at least in terms of emergency healing. When it comes down to a fight, Dylan's as tough as they come." Dylan's essence flowed from him in gentle waves, meeting the elemental's wild power not with force but with empathy. His presence seemed to calm the storm. "There, there, little fella," Dylan murmured, holding out a hand. "No need for that." The spirit twitched, confused. Another arc of lightning flared, but this one was weaker. Then it seemed to change. The whirling essence around its body dimmed slightly, its shape softening. The shrieking wind settled into a breeze that rustled Dylan's hair and robes, and a vaguely humanoid shape formed of essence floated in the air before Dylan, the two face to face. Dylan knelt and picked up an essence stone on the ground, then held it out for the creature. It floated closer, then wrapped its entire body around the stone. Essence glowed within it as it quickly absorbed it, taking only seconds until there was nothing left. Dylan grinned. "That's better." Hump lowered his shield, ready with another if the creature got angry again. "Now what? Are you sure it's safe?" Akallan asked. "I've never seen one calm down after a surge." "Seems calm," Selene said. "Or at least curious, better than angry." Dylan smiled. Shimmer come out. Essence shimmered in the air beside him, and in a burst of green light his fox spirit appeared, perching delicately on his shoulder. Shimmer blinked once, then tilted its head at the elemental, nose twitching. Can you talk to this little guy? Dylan asked softly. The fox leapt without warning, energy coiling like a spring. Dylan jerked forward. Not what I meant, Dylan said, grabbing the fox out of midair and hugging it to his chest. Did Shimmer just try to eat it? Selene asked, deadpan. Dylan grimaced. Yeah, seems like it. Maybe it's hungry too, Bud said helpfully. Give it an essence stone. Dylan dug into his pouch and pulled out a small, faintly glowing shard. Shimmer snatched it from his fingers like a starving dog, the glow in its eyes intensifying as it drained the stone. Its whole body brightened, swelling slightly before settling again, content. Well, Hump said, relaxing, I'll leave you to it then, try not to get eaten. As Dylan coaxed Shimmer to behave and offered more stones to the curious elemental, Hump moved across the deck to the metal cage bolted near the railing. He reached inside and retrieved the phylactery. It was a mirage of essence, shimmering like a rainbow trapped in polished obsidian. Hump took it out and immediately heard Walt's voice in his mind. You scored, kid. Why didn't you do this sooner? First time I've encountered an essence surge, Hump said. Well, find another one. This will take me a while to stabilize. Give me a few days and I'll show you around. Got it. Let me know if you need anything. The city of Nishuga still shone with the dome shield that surrounded it, a blue, translucent barrier that encompassed it entirely. Such a thing would have been impossible in Alvarin, but here, Hump wasn't too surprised. Urandal had a similar barrier, only he hadn't seen it at full power. Yet even this had not been perfect. Though the worst had passed, the barrier bore the scars of the essence surge. In several places, it had fractured, letting enough of the surge through to set parts of the city ablaze. Scorch marks blackened white and brightly colored rooftops, and smoke rose in places. But the damage hadn't spread far, the people of the city swift at putting out fires and repairing the ward. Now with the surge over, like much of the deck of the skyship, the city had become a harvest ground. Even from the distance, Hump saw tiny figures on the streets and rooftops. Essence stones glimmered faintly, scattered throughout, though they seemed far from as dense in number. The city shield absorbs a lot of essence from the surge, Caro explained as they entered the skyport. Similar to the others Hump had visited, it was built into the island's edge. It makes it so that there are far fewer stones, and those that do appear are fainter. Also, the captain withdrew our barrier just before the surge ended. Always catch a few more that way, though it takes good timing. End it too early and the ship takes damage. Captain Hadber advised them to remain on the ship that night, and Hump did just that. He had enough to distract himself with as it was. That evening, while Walt finalized his work on the new room, Hump snuck into the library so as not to disturb him. Using the time-stop hourglass, he slipped into slowed time and worked in solitude. By now, the library had become a junk pile of artifacts. Most of what he'd made was scrap, but every mistake taught him something. And slowly, steadily, his skill grew. The cluttered corner beside his enchanting table was stacked high with heaps of crude rings, copper bracelets, half-finished charms, worn boots, steel scraps, and essence stones drained of their power. Pretty much anything he could lay his hands on to test his inscription work. They were coming along well enough. The charms he'd made to maintain the illusion spell over his companions to make them look like Altari never lost its effectiveness. Unfortunately, most of it would remain her for a while. Taking things out of the phylactery was draining. One or two items were manageable, but beyond that it started draining a concerning amount of essence. So he let them pile up. Perhaps one day he'd melt them down and reuse the materials, better that than taking them out two at a time for the next year. He was sitting cross-legged, recovering some essence following another 2 hours, when Walt finally appeared looking unusually pleased with himself. The little blue goblin-like creature had a wide grin, his single eye beaming. Is it done? Hump asked, perking up. Walt showed his teeth. Oh, it's done. You're gonna want to see this, kid. He led Hump through the grand hall toward the rear of the library, through a thick, rune-etched steel door that somehow Hump hadn't noticed before. Was this always here? Hump asked. No, it was a mirror before. Walt practically bounced with excitement. The door opened silently, green flames flickering to life in the chamber beyond, shadows still clinging to its edges, shrouding the walls. Yet from what he could see, they were carved with runes he did not recognize, and at the center a figure stood. Naked, head bowed, its bloated greenish flesh sagged with rot, skin split and seeping. Silence and unmoving, Hump's eyes widened. "What is this?" Walt pointed at a plaque mounted on the wall. "I've deciphered it. It reads, 'To my dearest daughter, Irilla, on the day of your birth. I once told you that the world was not ready for you. The truth is, I was not ready to let you go. You are my blood, my joy, my pride. You carry my budding power, but that alone is not enough with enemies like ours. To walk the path of gods, you must endure, you must fall, and you must rise again. So I give to you this gift. These trials are for you to earn your strength and claim the freedom you so wish. Pass all three, claim your prizes, and you will not need my blessing. You will be your own.'" "That must be a message from Geas, like Queen Irilla's father," Hump said. "We found his eye in her lair." "We did?" Walt asked. Hump nodded. "I saw a vision from the eye of him being killed by Olin. He was a minor god of the plague." "That explains the plague zombie," Walt laughed. "I told you it was good, didn't I?" "You did." Hump returned his gaze to the plague zombie in the middle of the room. "I'm not sure how good, though. I like the library more without that thing in it." "Oh, it's not so bad," Walt said. He pointed at another plaque on the wall nearby. "This one reads, 'Trial of persistence. The flesh will rot, but one's spirit must not. This spawn is born of my will, shaped from rot and bone. Strike it down, and it will rise again. Hone your skills, sharpen your craft, and find a way to truly unmake it.'" "Any idea how strong it is?" Hump asked. "No idea. I prefer to leave that to you, kid." "Good luck. Never know, though, there might still be a prize in it for you." He had a point. Whatever the god had left behind, it might still be here. More likely, Irilla had claimed it for herself, but there was no harm in attempting the trial anyway. It gave him a place to practice his magic at least. Somewhere he didn't need to worry about destroying. "Do you not find any of this strange?" Hump asked. "Strange how?" Hump shrugged. "This is a gift from a god to his daughter, makes them almost seem normal." Walt laughed again. "You think this is normal?" he asked, gesturing at the bloated, undead figure in the center of the room. "He gave his daughter a freaky zombie thing for her birthday. That's not normal, kid. How do you think he even made it?" "No idea," Hump said. "I'm willing to bet it was pretty grim, though." Chapter 498, Plague Zombie Tom. Turned out, one thing was missing from Geas' description of the trial of persistence. The god had failed to mention that when the zombie thing was attacked, it didn't just sit there and take it, it screamed. Agonized cries that shook Hump to his core. It was impossible to tell whether the creature had any sort of sentience or not. He tried to get it to respond to his words and movements, but it registered nothing. The only thing it seemed to sense was pain. It left Hump sick to his stomach. The plaque left from the god to his daughter had left Hump feeling some sense of connection to them. That once, even if it was only a little, they were somewhat human. But now he realized how wrong he'd been. What type of person would leave this as a gift for his daughter? Hump had tried to push through. He tried to bombard the poor creature with his spells, and they had worked. Its flesh had been destroyed, its broken crumbled to ash, yet those screams never stopped. Even when its mouth was destroyed, the essence stone at its core remained, and from it echoed an agony that went beyond the physical. When Hump finally reached the core, a black sphere brimming with the rotten green of plague essence, something changed. He felt a spark, a sliver of intent at the edge of his senses, hidden within. On instinct, he reached for it, then his mind went blank. The dim chamber went away, and for a moment Hump was dragged into that world of plague. Nausea clouded his head. He felt ill beyond anything he'd ever experienced. The stench was bad, but the pain that stirred deep inside his body distracted him, like his organs were burning up. Before he knew it, he was back in the chamber. He sat there on the cold stone floor, staring at the zombie as it rapidly regenerated, stunned. Its black core radiating green essence floated in place as droplets of blood trickled out, clumping together to form beads of flesh. It squelched as it expanded, layers building upon each other until ligaments and bones took form within. Hump caught only glimpses in the seconds it took for the creature to scream back into being. And then, silence the moment its body finished healing. It relaxed and returned to its slouched, inanimate posture. Hump's heart hammered. He hadn't even decided to withdraw his intent. The control over his will and intent he thought he'd mastered was nothing in the face of that sickness, that overwhelming feeling of poison seeping into his body and soul. For the first time since the Gorger's torture, Hump felt like his soul strength didn't suffice. It was difficult to say for certain at this stage, but Hump suspected this wasn't just a puppet of the plague god, but a soul trapped inside a body and bound to this place. To unmake it as the trial required was not as simple as destroying a body. It required him to torment another being, unravel its intent, and invade the world hidden in its core. But how do I get past that? Hump thought. Even after a minute of distance, weakness pervaded him. While he didn't feel the chill of essence overuse quite yet, there was no doubt that it had drained him. "What in the hells is this?" Walt asked. Hump glanced at the house deity. "The test of a sick bastard," Hump said through gritted teeth. "I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. I saw inside its core, and it was filled with a poison so putrid that I don't even know how I'm supposed to face it." "Then maybe it's best you don't," Walt said. "I know you want the rewards, kid, but it's not worth killing yourself over. This library belonged to a bad lady. We don't want you to do the things she did, even if you get stronger for it. This feels wrong. I don't know what it is about that thing, but I don't want to hear those screams again." "I think that there's a soul in there," Hump said softly. "If I was to guess, Gooey's created a prison of flesh for some poor fool that attracted his ire and put it in there for his daughter to abuse as she liked. It may have even been someone she didn't like. This is a level of evil that I'm not sure even the warlocks can compete with. Even more reason not to hurt it." "I'm not planning to hurt it, I'm planning to free it." Hump forced himself to his feet, feeling more than a little stiff, and stepped toward the plague zombie once more, doing his best to ignore the stench of decay. Putrid blisters covered its skin, lesions leaked brown blood and pus. Hump tilted his head to stare up into its eyes, but there was nothing within, just emptiness. "Is anyone in there? My name is Hump. I might be able to help you." He spent some time trying to get any sort of reaction from the creature, but nothing worked. Conversation, jokes, dancing, light spells, water, and flashes of light. He tried everything and anything he could think of, but the creature didn't so much as shift its eyes. "If this is a flesh prison, maybe it simply can't move," Walt said. "Would make sense in a sick, twisted way." "Maybe, or maybe they've gone so mad with torment and isolation, they've lost the capability. Either way, I can't just leave them like this. At the very least, I need to know for sure whether or not there's a soul trapped in there." "How will you do that?" "To start with, I'll talk to my friends and see if they have any ideas. Maybe Dylan can come up with something. Nature is healing and all that. Or maybe I'll brave that place I saw in its core again and try to get through." Hump shivered, even the thought making him feel clammy. "Though I'm not sure I'm ready for that." Walt let out a long sigh. "Do what you need to do. You going to be all right with it in here with you?" "Not got much choice, do I? But maybe it's not so bad. I'm a house deity. I like having people around. This ain't people exactly, but maybe I can get through to them like you said." He shot Hump a grin. "I've got a way with people after all." Hump smiled. "You certainly do. I'll keep the phylactery on me. Any trouble, don't hesitate to shout. I'll be back once I have something to work with." Progress with the plague zombie was slow, but aboard the skyship, time was the one thing Hump had in abundance. He spent much of his resting time with him, as did Walt. They'd taken to calling him Tom and doing what they could to humanize him. Beyond that, the room still made for a good space for Hump to practice his spells without causing any damage. Outside of the phylactery, things were far more dull. Hump and the others kept themselves busy with training, but there was only so much one could do in the day. Emilia had taken to instructing anyone willing in the ways of the transcending blade. Many pathfinders and holy ones joined in, and even Captain Hadber had briefly participated, all of them eager to receive tutelage from both a swordsman from another world and someone as powerful as Emilia. It hadn't taken long for Bud and Callan to begin friendly spars to keep themselves sharp. and that had quickly developed into a bigger group. Prince Markov, Princess Yorella, Captain Hadber, and many of his crew, even Hump had participated in a few spars, putting the staff techniques Dylan had long since drilled into him to use. He wasn't a master by any means, but with his dragon blood and accelerated thought, he was more than a match for most, at least against those comparable to bronze-ranked adventurers back in Alvarin. Acallan's party had a few that were clearly a step above the usual, and Captain Hadber, well, Hump didn't even bother to challenge a silver ranker with his staff alone. It was a dark day when they came to the next major destination of their journey, black clouds blotting out the sky like smoke, the sun looming red behind in places where the coverage thinned. Hump leaned on the railing, gaze fixed on the island drifting beneath them. It was larger than most they'd passed recently, easily big enough to hold a town, but there were no signs of civilization here. These lands were far from the protection of cities and their armies, and with that distance came danger. Howls echoed through the forest canopy below, rising to meet them, following the skyship like a hunting pack. Now and then Hump caught flickers of movements in the shadows of the trees or eyes glinting in the darkness, watching. "I would have liked to stop here," Selene said softly beside him. Hump scrunched his nose and gave her a look. He knew Selene well, but sometimes she said things that were just odd. "You would." She nodded, her eyes sharp as she scanned the island. "There's so much life down there, so much dangerous prey to hunt. I count over 50 pairs of eyes looking up at us now, and every one of them burns with hunger and killing intent. Even we would be at risk down there. Anything that might trouble us up here." There had been more attacks in the week they'd Nashuga, wild, disorganized creatures drawn to the essence or food stores of the ship. For the most part, they had been easy to deal with. These weren't the orchestrated attacks from before, but beasts driven by instinct. It gave Hump and the others something to do, but more importantly, it was the perfect opportunity for Nisha to start getting proper combat experience. Each day, she grew more confident, hunting through the skies and on the deck of the ship alike. Yet here, Captain Hadber had advised to keep her aboard. Selene didn't look away from the forest. "Nothing we can't handle, yet." Hump gave her a flat look. "You know you're not supposed to sound like you want trouble. If it's already this bad, imagine what Lawfen's dungeon will be like." A smirk tugged at her lips. She leaned further over the rail, arching her back like a cat. "I know, but honestly, everything's been so quiet lately. Traveling by skyship is simply too dull. At least you have a new toy to play with." "Calling him a toy is insensitive," Hump said. "His name is Tom, it's polite." "At least you have Tom to play with then," Selene said. "I just have to watch Emilia and Bud flirt as they instruct the crew." "What about Dylan's?" "Only so much time I can meditate and play with his spirit each day." "Okay, fair enough. You were bored in Urandal too, though, you realize. Maybe try to relax a little." She glanced at him out of the corner of her eyes, an edge to her gaze. "What you trying to say?" Hump put his arms around her shoulders and wrapped her in a hug. "That maybe you should try relaxing for the brief respite we have. When was the last time we had a month where we weren't under threat of death?" "It's been a while." There was a long silence as they watched the landscape drift by below. "Are you sure there's a soul in Tom? I don't want to see you driving yourself mad over something that might not even be real. Or worse, letting whatever the plague inside is harm you." "It's real," Hump said. "There's intent inside him, the kind you can't find in a mindless construct. Unfortunately, every time I reach for it, I can only hold on for a few seconds before the sickness inside overwhelms me. It's worse than anything I've felt. Even the Gorger's attacks weren't so disturbing. Doesn't sound like something you should be taking a risk on right now." "I can't just carry around a corpse prison and ignore it," Hump said. "It doesn't feel right." "I know." Selene turned to face him. She ran a hand down his arm before slipping her fingers through his. "You'll figure it out, you always do. Just be careful. If it's that hard on your soul, it'll only get worse as you start unraveling the layers, even if you work out a way to defend yourself." The days continued, mostly uneventful. Monster attacks became more frequent, and Hump and the others were forced to use more effort to keep the skyship safe. but it soared ever onward, the horizon shifting behind them. And then one morning the land changed. High mountains rose all around, their peaks sharp as blades. They encircled a great landmass suspended in the sky like a floating kingdom, one singular, massive island ringed by jagged cliffs and cloud-wrapped ridges. At its heart, somewhere out of sight for now, they would find Lawfen's dungeon. They would find a place crafted to hold a god. A place where the Pantheon had sealed one of their own. Hump suddenly felt like he was walking through a storybook. With any luck, this one didn't end at tragedy. Chapter 499, Ulakai. Hump had always considered dungeons the pinnacle of essence density, pockets of the world where it pooled so thick it warped the land and spawned life. But this island, this prison designed to hold Lawfen, was even greater yet different. It was not the twisted, corrupted essence of the dungeon, nor the pure, rich power of the world. It was same as the essence in the remnant realm. The dead, barren power that remained after the gods had their way with it, devoid of the world's intent and energy. It lingered like oil against Hump's skin. The landscape only deepened his unease. Towering peaks ringed the island like stone sentinels, their jagged spires lost in the clouds above. From the deck of the skyship, Hump saw no way in. The wall of stone was unbroken. No sign of valleys or chasms, just sharp, vertical cliffs. Endless rock, a haze of essence, and an oppressive silence that sucked in all the crew. Even the approach had been desolate. All around the island, boulders orbited in winds of essence. Remnant pieces of the land that had once been here before the sundering. It required constant effort to push through, working in shifts to redirect the boulders away from the ship. There was no way this sense of foreboding was unintentional. The gods had left this as a warning, keep out. This was no place for mortals to treat, and yet here they were, to tread and free the imprisoned god. Captain Hadber had called all those that were part of the main expedition to discuss the last leg of their journey. Prince Markov was the last to arrive to the main gathering. "There is only one way to reach the dungeon," Captain Hadber said grimly. "The crown of the winds can go no farther. We must descend into the chasm and follow it inward. Only the windrunners are small enough to make the journey." Markov looked at him sharply. "This isn't what we agreed. We're not at the dungeon yet." Hadber didn't flinch. "And we won't be going farther by skyship. Trust me, Prince. I've made this journey before, and the only way in is by making ourselves a whole lot smaller." "How long will it take us by windrunners?" Hump asked, wanting to move the conversation along. 2 days, maybe a little less if we're fast. We've 4 windrunners, so space for 24 of us along with supplies. We'll need to move quickly, for there are dangers on this island that put everything else we've faced so far to shame. "Then all the more reason for us to find a way in together," Markov said. "Perhaps we could try and fly over these mountains." "The crown of the winds is famed for its speed, is it not, Captain? It may take longer, but it will reduce our risk." "You're not obligated to come," Princess Yorella snapped, "but I will be joining them." Prince Markov's face twitched. "I am merely suggesting it may be a better option." "None have succeeded before," Hadber said. "With such stakes on the line, I would not try and be the first." "We go by windrunner. Those of you going, prepare to leave by the end of morning." "I agreed to get our party of heroes there," Hadber said. "I agreed to bring you along with me. At no point did I say we would go all the way by skyship." They descended in 4 windrunners, the sleek ships well suited for the narrow passes through the mountains. Hadber and 3 of his men flew the windrunners, while a Callan's party, Prince Markov and Princess Yorella, and a host of holy ones and runesmiths accompanied them on the others. Behind them, the rest of the crew waved their goodbyes, while ahead the chasm through the mountains waited. The world changed as they dipped inside, sheer cliffs rising on either side, narrowing until the sky above became a mere crack of light. The rock walls were close enough to scrape the windrunners in places if they tilted wrong, and more than once the drivers had to evade sudden jutting formations. It was slow, and with tall walls of rock on either side, Hump couldn't help but fear falling debris or an ambush. He kept a hand on his staff the entire time. Strange calls echoed through the chasm as the hours went on, howls, screeches, and guttural noises that sounded unpleasantly like whispers. At time, Hump spotted eyes glinting in the shadows, but whatever watched them kept its distance. None of it sounded like anything Hump wanted to meet. Nisha, on the other hand, was ready to go. It took all her training to keep her restrained to the windrunner rather than to chase after whatever was out there. Her instincts were boiling over, but she seemed to understand that they were on the hunt for bigger prey. That gave her focus like Hump hadn't seen outside of actual battle. "They know we're too many," Selene murmured beside him, her eyes scanning the rocks. "Smart predators don't pick fights they're not sure they'll win." "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" Hump asked. "Too early to get nervous now," Hadber said from where he steered at the front. "We haven't even reached the dungeon yet." "Do you know what they are?" Dylan asked. "There's all sorts of nasty monsters in here," Hadber said. "G-Runnek were spotted when I was here last, large felines that live on the rock face. Rockwings probably won't cause us trouble down here, but I saw some from the crown. There are a number of poisonous insects and snakes to keep an eye out for, so try not to touch them if it can be helped. And then there are the Ulakai, stone spitters. Those are the ones that have been watching us." "I can hear them talking," Selene said. Hadber gave a nod. "Smart little things, too smart to attack us for now, but there's enough of them here that a den is likely. Keep yourselves ready." Hours passed, and soon even the windrunners became too unreliable for the narrow spaces. They were forced to land and continue the rest of the way on foot. It was cold here, but Hump's battle robes and cloak were more than enough to keep him comfortable. Hump had never been particularly fond of hiking, but marching through an unending chasm with nothing but the occasional bones and distant monster sound to occupy his mind, this was far from a good time. The expedition made camp at a bend where the chasm widened. They'd arrived a short time before nightfall, though it was hard to tell, the haze of essence above still glowing even now that the sun was gone. They ate, slept, and started the next day, continuing with only brief pauses. The farther they went, the thicker the essence became, until it clung to them like a wet cloth, dripping from them as essence water. And then finally something new appeared. A towering wall of stone filled the chasm ahead like a dam, an immense structure of interlocking boulders and floating stones. It pulsed with essence, power surging through it in waves. Hump studied it with his senses and spirit sight, surprised at the result. The stone was saturated with intent, layered so thickly that trying to piece it was like poking at plate armor with a feather. "Reminds me of a spell formation," Hump muttered. Hadber stepped up beside him. "This is the Ulakai den." "They shouldn't attack unless we give them reason to," said Runesmith Tatsy, examining the structure with squinting eyes. "We've passed other dens before. Leave an offering, don't touch their farm, and they'll let you through." "Farm?" Hump asked. "You'll understand once we're on the wall." What unsettled Hump most was the stillness. There were no visible Ulakai. Selene led the first group up the wall, moving like a shadow across the stone, preparing rope at the top for the rest of them to follow. Nishari flew up ahead of Hump, joining Selene at the top as he climbed with the rest of the expedition. At the top, he crested the wall and stared out across an oasis, stunned. In the distance, a second wall mirrored the first, and between them was an oasis of life. Moss coated the ground like a carpet. Flowers of violet and blue bloomed in twisting vines. Roots wrapped around essence crystals that shimmered with inner light. The air practically buzzed with energy. "They're farming using essence," Dylan murmured. "And they're doing it where essence is barren. It's amazing. How intelligent must they be to build something like this?" Hadber's voice was low. "Intelligent enough to let us pass if we don't provoke them, hopefully." Dylan leaned toward Hump. "This could be the key to restoring the remnant realm. Somehow, they've found a way to do this even here." "Save it for the journey home," Hump whispered back. Captain Hadber placed a pouch of essence stones at the wall's edge. They sank into the stone, swallowed up by the den, yet still the Ulakai were silent. The expedition exchanged uncertain glances. Then, weapons at the ready, they descended into the oasis. The air was thick with magic, dense enough that breathing felt invigorating. Anywhere else in this would make for the perfect training ground. Conversation vanished. Even the slightest movement seemed too loud. Nisha stalked forward, her body low to the ground. Selene stayed close to Hump, an arrow on her bowstring. Bud had positioned himself near Markov, axe already in hand. Emilia kept checking over her shoulder as she and Bud walked backward, covering the rear. They were almost at the far side when Hump caught his first sight of one. Golden eyes watched from the shadows of the walls on either side. A furred, long-snouted face peeked out from the rock, sniffing at the air. More followed, dozens of the little figures emerging from the rock and vegetation or controlling stones to float up into the air. "I don't like the look of this, Captain," a Callan called from the windrunner behind. "Form up," Captain Hadber said quietly. "If they attack, we force our way through." "Wizard Humphrey, can you do anything about the wall?" "I'll figure something out to get us through," Hump said. Dust fell from the upper reaches of the dam wall not 10 paces ahead of them. Dozens of Ulukai moved as one, more than Hump could count. They poured out of the wall like water, lining up like a flock of crows watching them, the echoes of guttural whispers filling the air. The expedition scrambled into formation. Nishari snarled, her claws digging into the ground. Hump reached out with his power, bronze tendrils lashing toward the dam. He hit a wall of will, hundreds of them woven together, intent so vast and interlinked that his magic couldn't gain purchase. He gritted his teeth and pushed, but he couldn't face so many separate wills working together. Not when they had an entire well of essence to draw from. The cheeks of the creatures puffed up, tinged with bronze essence. Then one of them spat, launching a rock forward on a trail of bronze. Fast. So fast it scraped Hump's cheek open before he could raise a shield, warm blood sliding down his face. All along the wall, the creatures started to spit stone, hurling a barrage of rock down at the expedition before disappearing back into their wall. It seemed to adapt to their wills, opening and closing where they needed it to. But the expedition's line responded, blessings and runic abilities activated. Bud summoned a wall of ice before him, blocking most of the barrage, but they were surprisingly powerful for such small creatures. It bought them a few seconds, but they breached. A Callan stood before his party with his bronze shield. Hump had manifested a barrier before himself and his party, but it wouldn't last forever against such an attack. Selene shot over it with shadow arrows, but there were too many of the Ulukai for her to bring down alone. Hump heard a cry behind him and turned in time to see 3 Ulukai scrambling up one of Prince Markov's attendants. The woman fell to the ground, trying to tear them free, rolling on the dirt to try and tear their jaws from her. They tore through armor and flesh alike. Emilia appeared beside her in a flash, spearing the trio of Ulukai and dragging the woman back into the line even as more began to swarm them. Hump could form a shield over them all briefly, but these creatures possessed magic too powerful for him to resist alone. They wouldn't win this by being defensive, and the Ulukai were using their wall effectively to attack from safety. "Dylan, Bud, protect me," Hump said. "I'm going to call on lava beneath the wall." Chapter 500, Stone and Fire. Hump drew upon his essence, sending tendrils of fiery bronze into the ground at his feet, reaching deep into the island. The power in this place didn't respond as normal, barren, and desolate, but he made it work, forcing his will into motion. Melting stone into lava, willing heat to rise from the base of the island. As he looked around, he knew it wouldn't be in time. He'd underestimated the Ulukai. The expedition was on the defensive as the Ulukai swarmed like a tide from their hidden warrens, spitting stone with far more force than Hump expected from such small creatures. Their attacks came from all directions, the chasm walls on either side of them, the top of the forward wall of the dam, along with the many holes that opened and closed along its surface, the very stone shifting to their wall. They even struck from the vegetation behind them. The air grumbled with their snarled, guttural tones. Essence swirled from the dam, pouring from the artificial essence well. Any other time, Hump would have been fascinated by such a thing, but the creatures had them surrounded, they were organized, and while each of the Ulukai was perhaps on the weaker side of bronze rank, there had to be 100 of them, if not twice that or more. They launched boulders the size of men against the expedition's defensive runes and blessings, shattered the earth beneath their feet, and combined their assault with intelligent precision. Bud, Dylan, and Hump were the only ones with large-scale defensive capabilities, but with Hump preoccupied, it wasn't enough. Bud's aegis of sanctuary and glacial bulwark were powerful, but he couldn't protect from all directions, and against the relentless bombardment even they were beginning to show cracks. the icy wall splintering like glass. "This isn't going to work," Bud said calmly. "How long will you be?" "Too long," Hump said. He left the well of lava building beneath the stone and returned his attention to the battlefield. He would use it when he had the chance, but they needed to make that opportunity first. There was too much risk of harming his own allies if he called upon it now. "And it's not going to help us against all the Ulukai. We need to change plan." Just as he spoke, 3 massive boulders flew straight for the expedition. Dylan caught one, his vines reaching for the sky, twisting upward and pushing it to the side. The second was intercepted midair by Captain Hadber and another member of his crew, while the third was shattered by the combined power of Princess Yorella, Akallan, and runesmith Tatsy, Akallan catching it on his bronze shield while the ladies enhanced his strength. The ground rumbled. A deep crack tore through the oasis. Hump lofted his staff in the air and responded with his own essence, expanding on the power he imbued into the ground before to create an area that the Ulukai could not influence. The crack stopped not 5 paces from him, widening into another chasm, swallowing up earth and vegetation. Around the expedition, there were more such attacks, forcing the Altari into a tighter group to hide within the walls of Hump's will. They'd suffered no casualties, but the damage was done. Their defensive perimeter was gone as Altari moved out of the way. The Ulukai poured in, small, furred figures clad in stone armor, jagged helmets covering their heads, and long, spiked claws extending from their hands. Their screeches filled the chasm like the howls of a wraith. They leapt and flung themselves at the expedition. Others spat sharpened stones in bursts of essence. The sound of cracking bones and agonized screams filled the air. Someone cried out behind Hump. He riled, just in time to see one of Markov's attendants tackled in the face by a screeching Ulukai. He raised his staff to help, and searing pain ripped down his neck. Claws found him. He stumbled to the ground, vision swimming. Blood was warm down his back, the wood searing hot. A shower of blood plastered his face. Nisha. She slammed into the creature with a savage crunch, her jaws tearing it from Hump's back. Snarling, she shook it like prey, spraying gore and fragments of its stone armor across the ground. She spat the limp body of the Ulukai out and stood protectively over Hump. More of the swarm poured in, 2 of them directly for her. Fire erupted from her throat, bathing them in flame. Their shrieks were high and inhuman, but one made it through, its stone shell glowing red. Nisha roared and pounced, rending its head from its shoulders like a snack. More followed, and she tore into them with a frenzy, blooding filling the air like mist. Hump staggered upright, blood still dripping down his back, but he felt the warmth of Dylan's blessings over him even as he lost track of the druid in the battle. The pain was dulled, and he just had to trust that it would heal. 2 Ulukai clung to Nisha's spine, their claws tearing lines into her scales, but she didn't even flinch, consumed by rage and a desire to protect him. One reached for her eyes. Hump lashed out, essence blast erupting from the focus as it made contact, evaporating the creature in an instant. He aimed an essence beam at another, piercing it through the skull. A third sprang from the wall, landing on her back, while others spat rocks at her from the safety of crevices in the ground and walls. Nisha roared and belched flame upward. Hump raised a shield just in time to block most of them, but a few smacked into them both. Dull aches throbbed across his body. Blood flowed from Nisha's scales. His shield rippled with hundreds of impacts across its surface. They would crack it quickly if he waited. "Enough!" Hump growled, casting Titan's wrath to summon dozens of small, obsidian needles, black spikes bathed in bronze light. He shot them out at all the Ulukai he could see, dropping them like stones, the essence-nullifying spikes shattering their armor with ease. Still they came. Nisha was panting, her legs shaking, her scales lacerated and blood streaming down her limbs, but she refused to fall. Dylan's blessings were already at work on her, green light in the wounds. "Hang in there, girl," Hump said. He struck another that tried to leap for her, slamming it with his staff and blasting it away. All around them the expedition fought. Bud stood like a bastion at the core of the formation, glowing with frostfire, an indestructible force at the center of everything. His aura turned the Ulukai to ice. His armor was too tough to piece. His blazing sword carved through any that dared to come close with ease. Unfortunately, the Ulukai were already avoiding him. Dylan had taken on the aspect of the Guardian, vines sprouting at his feet, writhing along the ground to entangle enemies and drag them down. Shimmer, the three-tailed fox, added to the chaos with illusionary spells that distracted the Ulukai. Selene's arrows of shadow flew constantly, dropping Ulukai wherever she could spot them, but the little creatures vanished quickly into their warrens. There were too many for her to stem the tide. Most devastating of the 5 of them was Emilia. She blurred through the enemy line, a red hurricane of movement. Her blade danced in her hand, each stroke bringing death. Despite all of it, the expedition was still being overwhelmed. This wasn't a battle Hump feared losing, not yet, but if it went on much longer, the Altari wouldn't last. He had wanted to avoid manifesting his soul out of fear of what attention it might attract, but there was no choice. With a thought, he called forth his soul. A dragon's roar echoed through the chasm. Violet light engulfed him. He pressed his will outward, trying to claim the battlefield. The Ulukai's domain resisted, but he forced his intent into the ground closest to him, stripping it from them 1 inch at a time. That alone would do little. The wall behind them pulsed with stored essence, fueling their magic. Stone rained down. Explosions rocked the earth. Hump turned toward the dam and raised his staff. With another casting of Titan's wrath, he formed larger obsidian spikes and hurled them at the wall. One after another, they buried deep. Bronze ripples pulsed along the surface of the wall, disrupting the stored essence. The Ulukai reacted even more drastically than Hump expected. Their attack faltered. Panicked cries erupted through their ranks as they scrambled through their warrens. Stone crumbled in places, pieces of the wall falling even as the creatures desperately poured their essence into its repair. Hump didn't waste the distraction. He reached downward with his will. The lava that welled below answered. He heaved his staff overhead, power rushing up, laced with his intent. "Everyone stay together," Hump said through gritted teeth. "Form up on me," Bud bellowed. "Do not step away." That got through to the others. They pressed in tight, clustered behind Bud. The ground cracked. Sulfur filled the air. Then lava surged through the oasis, flowing like a river of flame. Ulukai screeched, fleeing for the walls and cliffs. Hump directed the molten tide away from his allies, sending it toward the far wall. The heat turned the stone red. He targeted one corner, burrowing a hole through the wall, stone melting like wax beneath a flame. Whirling his staff, he gestured toward the sky like a conductor, lava rising overhead in a great arch of blazing red. There above the Ulukai wall, he held it in place. The creatures gazed up at it, frozen, eyes wide, but Hump could only guess their thoughts, as long as they stayed that way. "Bud, Callan," Hump called, "secure the other side." Everyone through now. The expedition surged into motion, scrambling through the breach. Callan led the vanguard, carving down the few Ulukai too slow to flee. Selene and Emilia covered the rear with Dylan close behind, still guiding vines for defense. Hump stepped through last, letting the lava spiral collapse and sink back into the earth. On the far side, the Ulukai stared after them from the wall, golden eyes gleaming, motionless but watchful. "Don't stop," Captain Hadber said. "Get away from the wall. Our battle will draw more monsters to this area." They moved quickly, going deeper into the island until the wall was gone from sight. Only once they were certain they weren't being pursued did they stop to rest and tend to their wounds, or at least most of them did. Prince Markov stormed over to Hump. "Why didn't you kill them?" he snapped, fury in his voice. "They stopped," Hump said, turning toward him. Senseless killing seemed pointless. "They deserve to die," Markov shouted. Hump didn't answer right away. His gaze drifted to the fallen Altari woman being carried on a stretcher between 2 others, her eyes dull, her body limp. So they had lost someone after all. He looked back at Markov. "I'm sorry for your loss, but we're not here to slaughter monsters." Markov scoffed. "If you can hardly defeat them, what good will you be in the Maker's prison?" "If we don't get any more delayed now, perhaps we'll find out." Hump strode past the prince to Selene's side, where Nisha was resting. He knelt beside the little dragon, running a hand over her scales as she cooed. He sensed her pain, but it was nothing compared to her excitement and desire for praise. As much as it broke his heart to see her like this, he smiled at her and stroked her face. "You did so well. Good girl, Nisha. Dylan will get you fixed up in no time." She blinked at him, then tilted her head and let out a gentle flame, washing over the wounds on her back. Before his eyes, the wounds closed, leaving behind reddened flesh. "Or you'll fix yourself up," Hump murmured. "If we ever make it back to Draculin, the other keepers will be stunned," Selene said. "In fact, I think even Olin will be." This is not normal. Chapter 501, The Maker's Tower. It was the afternoon of the second day when they finally emerged from the mountain chasm into the island's heart. Hump stepped out into a vast, open plain, a hollow basin encircled by jagged peaks that stretched continuously around them. They loomed like ancient monoliths, cutting them off from the rest of the world. The ground beneath Hump's boots shifted with each step, not soil or even sand, but dust-like powder that clung to everything. Wind stirred it lazily, revealing hints of rusted metal and bones half buried beneath the surface. Above, clouds of essence swirled in slow, murky spirals to form a sickly haze of magic. It stained the sky in streaks of brown and violet, blotting out all but the faintest hint of the sun. "We are here," Captain Hadber said solemnly. "Welcome to Ernithkar." The name settled like a stone in Hump's gut. Ahead lay a desolate plain of rolling hills and crumbling ridges, stretching out until it met the unbroken mountain ring. The only landmark was a solitary tower in the distance, jagged and dark, rising from the flatness like a blade from the earth. All around them the landscape was littered with silent shapes, half-sunken mounds covered in moss and glowing fungi that somehow managed to survive in even this hostile environment. Ancient weapons twisted by rust, shattered shields, broken bones stuck out in places. It was a battlefield lost to time. Hump's chest tightened. He activated Spirit Sight, but it could not peer through the darkness of this place. Power pooled here unnaturally, void of intent. There was a finality to this place. "Touch nothing," Hadber warned, his voice stern. "There is a curse upon the dead and all that went with them." Prince Markov chuckled, brushing the dust from his cloak. "I will believe it when I see it, Hadber." "I have seen it," Hadber said. "One of my own tried to take something. In only moments their body withered until all that remained was bones. We left them where they fell." Markov frowned, a shame. "Our people could benefit from what lies here." "They will benefit more when the Maker is free," Princess Yorella said. "That is the tale we are a part of, Markov. This is where the Maker fought against the destroyers and lost. Now his heralds have come, and he shall be free to reforge the world once more." "And you have led us here, Prince," one of Markov's attendants said to him proudly. "The songs will remember your leadership." "Let's survive to tell the tale before we start talking about that," Hump said. "The Maker isn't free yet." Markov flashed him a smile, though Altari's pointed teeth showing. "But he will be, I am certain of it." Hump said nothing. False certainty was a luxury he could not afford. He didn't even know what Lawfen would do once he was freed, if they let him go at all. To the rest of the expedition, he was their god, and they were eager for his return. But Lawfen had threatened all of them, the entire world. To Hump, he was a desperate, trapped man that thirsted for vengeance. His wife had been slain by the very people that had imprisoned him, people that were once his comrades, if not his friends. Hump tried to imagine what his mind would be like if that were him, if someone he trusted took Selene from him and killed him. He glanced at her, talking quietly with Emilia beside him, the two girls watching the distance. Was there any length he would not go for revenge? His mind went to Godfrey. It was possible the traitor chosen was out there somewhere watching them, waiting for them to make their move. Or perhaps he had already found the tower, or more likely he is nowhere near us, Hump told himself. He saw no sign of him, so all they could do was be cautious. Acallan pointed ahead. "I take it the tower is our goal." Hadber gave a nod. "Yes, Lawfen lies within. We will set up camp close to it. If anything's still watching this place, they'll notice us soon enough. Beasts have a habit of wandering in from the edge to pester past expeditions, so I do not doubt this one will be the same." They walked on in silence, all eyes watching the distant horizon for movement. On these plains, they would see anything coming, but that went both ways. The mountains were the perfect vantage points for the monsters that survived here to scout them. All it took was one hungry or greedy enough to come looking. Nishari crept close to Hump's side, unusually grounded, her tail low and her wings tight at her back. Her eyes swept the plains warily. "She can feel it too," Dylan murmured, keeping close. "This place is worse than the Remnant Realm, and she never liked it there either." "I think so," Hump said. "Though at least she would fly there. She hasn't stretched her wings properly since we entered the chasm. That never happens." "I can't feel anything, and I don't like it here either," Emilia said. Only place more isolated than here was the black abyss beyond the veil. "Was quite isolated in the Remnant Realm too," Bud said. Emilia shook her head. "At least there we had warlocks for company." "We do seem to visit places like this too often," Selene said. "We'll need to cut back on that," Hump said. "I know you don't like cities, but this is too much just so you can avoid crowds." "I'd rather this than a city." "I don't believe that," Dylan said. "This place gives me the chills." Selene smirked. "So do crowds." "Don't bother arguing," Hump said. Selene would fight a demon bare-handed if it meant she didn't have to stay in a city. Selene slipped her hand into his and smiled. "Exactly, you know me so well." The walk to the tower was longer than it looked. With nothing around to gauge scale or distance, everything felt deceptively close. They'd moved for miles, the dust clinging to their boots and gear, grinding into everything. Nothing disturbed their approach. No monsters, no signs of life. Just the ceaseless howl of the wind funneled between the towering mountain peaks, dragging sand across the plain in stinging blasts. Then finally they crested a long rise and the ground dipped into a wide basin beyond. Bud and Emilia were first to reach the top, walking ahead with a Callan. All three of them stopped at once, halting so suddenly it broke the steady rhythm of the march. Hump quickened his pace, concern spurring him forward. He climbed the hill, sinking into the dust with every step, until he stood beside them to be stunned just the same. Gasps rose behind him as the rest of the expedition caught up. The tower stood directly ahead, formed from cold, black stone, veined with glowing lines of essence that ran from its base to its spire, where jagged spikes bent toward the sky like twisted horns. It dwarfed even the palace spires of Elenvain, a monolith against a dead sky, but that was not what held their attention. At its base, coiled in a collapsed heap, lay the bones of a dragon. Its massive frame curved around the tower like a fallen sentinel, its ribcage cracked and broken, its spine twisted. The skull rested half buried in the sand, but even what was visible was larger than a house. Its jaws, slightly ajar even in death, revealed enormous fangs, stained a yellow hue by time, and power hung around it. Its bones pulsed with the echo of magic that felt so pure that Hump could have mistaken it for divinity. Nishari gave a soft, guttural rumble, a sound Hump had never heard from her before, not fear exactly, but reverence. Hump placed a hand on her side, steadying her. He could feel it through their bond, curiosity, awe, fear, and something else. Like recognition, she knew what it was, so did he. He'd felt this before in his dragon blooding ceremony when Skyfair had come to him in a vision, and when he had stood before Alguin, the first wolf dragon, and she had named him Ignorok. And now this one. Though it was dead without its scales or flesh or soul, there was no mistaking it. The power lingering in its bones was undeniable. "A true dragon," Hump said quietly. No one disagreed. "Do your people have any records of the battle that took place here?" Emilia asked Urella. "We have only legends," Urella said. "The dragon is named Orspeth. She is not the only dragon you will find here, but she is the greatest. The Maker chose this place to defend our world, and here he and his army fought to hold back the destroyers. They were defeated, and the world shattered, but in his wisdom he found a way to save us." Hump forced his eyes away from the dragon and to the tower doors, though they looked more like castle gates. "What do you know of the dungeon?" "Very little," Urella said. "None that have entered have ever returned. The tower is built by the Maker. It is said that the dungeon is below and that it is guarded by servants of the destroyers." Hump guessed those destroyers were either the old gods or the Pantheon. Either way, their servants were bad news. "I suggest we make camp for the night," Hadber said. "Get some rest, then enter come morning." "No," Hump said. "There is no point in us waiting. My party and I shall enter soon. Better right away than to risk an attack out here in the open." "We have traveled far. Are you sure that is wise?" Hadber asked. "We've already discussed it, Captain," Bud said. "Time is not our ally. Let us make camp, eat, and then we shall enter the dungeon. It is best we do not keep Lord Lawfen waiting after all." The meal went quickly. Hump had to admit he was more nervous about this one than he had been about many of their troubles in the past. Godfrey was a factor. Not knowing where he was or what he might be doing left a big unknown in every decision he made. At the end of the day, they just had to cross their fingers that the man didn't involve himself before they were ready. As for Lawfen, they would need to figure out a way to align. If Hump couldn't trust him not to harm the Altari or betray them, he couldn't release him. It was as simple as that. But Lawfen was their way home. He was their way to the path to heaven. And he was the answers Hump had been looking for so much of his life. The truth about the pantheon, the gods, and the time before them. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. They said their goodbyes to Akallan and the rest of the expedition and took their place before the tower gates. The hollow eye sockets of Orspeth stared down at them. Hump wondered what color they might have been when the dragon was alive. His eyes went to the door and the rune upon its surface. Yorella had explained that all he needed to do was provide it some essence and request it open. "Are we all ready?" Hump asked quietly. "No second thoughts." After a round of affirmations from his companions and a confident glance from Nisha, Hump turned to face the expedition. They watched with eager eyes, even the prince's usual arrogance gone from his face. "May iron and rune give you strength," Princess Yorella said. "We shall await your return, heralds. The hope of the Altari lies with you." "Good luck to you all," Akallan said. "Whatever happens, it has been an honor getting to know you." "And you," Hump said, "we will see you shortly." With that, Hump turned and placed a hand upon the door. With an application of will, he pressed his essence into the rune upon its door. "Open." The rune lit up in blazing orange and red like steel fresh from a forge. Silently, the doors parted, and a dark stone room awaited them within. Hump didn't hesitate, stepping forward alongside the rest of his party, a spell ready on his lips. The chamber was small and empty, but for a door across from them and a statue at its side. Hump glanced over his shoulder as the tower gates thudded shut behind them, condemning them to darkness. Yet before he could call upon Wizard's light, 3 candles over the door lit at once. "It has been long since I have stirred," a voice said, smooth as marble. Hump and the others startled, aiming their weapons at the statue. Its eyes opened, green eyes staring at them. "Who are you to disturb my rest?" Chapter 502, Beneath the Tower. The statue was carved from cracked gray stone, its surface veined with age and stress fractures that ran across its body like frozen lightning, emanating from the stone sword that had been driven clean through her chest. The blade pinned her to the wall behind. Though the statue's eyes moved and its mouth shaped words, the rest of it remained still. It depicted a young woman, her expression caught somewhere between sorrow and defiance. Curls of stone spilled down around her face, carefully sculpted, and she wore a long dress that, despite being carved from rock, somehow looked soft, as if it might sway if the air stirred. "I ask again," the statue said, her voice echoing in the small chamber. "Who are you?" Weapons were still raised around Hump. Bud's hand hovered near his sword. Celine's bow was half-drawn, and Nisha growled low in her throat, wings tucked tight to her side. Hump felt the tension ripple through them all, a shared thought on their mind. Was this statue the first of the Pantheon's traps left to keep Lawfen sealed here? His eyes returned to the sword through her chest. He didn't think so. Slowly, deliberately, he lowered his staff, though he didn't loosen his grip on it. "I am Wizard Humphrey, and these are my companions. We came at the request of Lawfen. We intend to free him. Now who are you?" The statue's green eyes shifted, fixing on him with unsettling intensity. "The Creator named me Kistra," she said. "Keeper of the tower, or I was once." Her gaze drifted briefly to the sealed door behind them before returning to Hump. "You are not the first to come here hoping to free him. Many have entered this tower. None have ever left." "And did Lawfen call them as well?" Hump asked. "Some, others came of their own volition, faithful and carrion, parasites, thieves, and fools. I have seen them all, and all have perished. Which are you, I wonder? It has been long since any have come." That settled uneasily in Hump's stomach. At least they were the first visitors in some time, assuming Keestra was telling the truth. The last thing he wanted was to bump into Godfrey in a place like this. "Greetings, Keestra," Bud said, stepping forward slightly and nodding his head. "My name is Robert Blackthorn. We come as friends, so please, tell us what you can so that we might free Lord Lawfen from this place." Her eyes snapped to him. "To you, chosen of the frost bitch," she hissed, "I am no friend." Essence radiated from her, carrying the soft warmth of divinity, though it was faint. Yet as quickly as it rose, it faded away. It was then that Hump noticed his own essence did not linger in the air around him either. In fact, there was no ambient essence whatsoever. He released a little more and sensed a faint tug, almost imperceptible. Essence drawn away from the space around them, flowing downward like water seeping through stones. Bud's hand returned to his sword. "Then if you are looking to make an enemy, I will also oblige. I will not let you speak of my lady like that again." Emilia placed a calming hand over his wrist. "Enough," she said quietly, then looked up at Keestra. "We know Lawfen's history with the Pantheon. We came here despite it. The world outside has changed. We need him, and if you truly wish your creator free, then our goals align." Keestra studied Emilia in silence, her expression unreadable. The green light in her eyes dimmed and brightened. At last she spoke. "What do you wish to know?" "Why did those that entered before us never return?" Emilia asked. "They entered the tower," Keestra replied flatly. "They sought the dungeon below, and there they remained." Bud snorted. "That's not much of an answer." Her gaze flicked to him again, cold and disdainful. "I am bound here. My sight does not extend beyond this hall." Hump's eyes lingered on the sword impaling her, on the way it fused seamlessly with the stone of her body. He couldn't imagine the loneliness of centuries spent like this, aware, thinking, watching the same walls forever. "You must have suffered," Dylan said gently. Keestra did not respond, but she watched him closely. Dylan offered a small, earnest smile. "I am a chosen of Kriak. I understand if you distrust me too, but I do believe our interests are aligned now." He lifted his prosthetic arm. "This was crafted for me by a runesmith of Lawfen on his instructions. We are here on his behalf, so if you know anything that might help us, please tell us." "Or at least let us past," Selene added. "I cannot stop you," Keestra said, "nor would I. I will help you, adventurers. I cannot leave this place, but I can guide you. Bring parchment." Hump opened the book of infinite pages, ink swirling across the pages as she described the layout of the tower and what lay beneath. As Keestra spoke, the lines that formed showed corridors, chambers, and spirals descending ever deeper. The tower was vast, and far deeper than Hump had imagined from outside. For centuries, it had been personal residence, a place where he forged his most complex workings and shut himself off from the world to further his study of runecraft. Now it was his prison. "That is all I can provide," Keestra said. "Of the Creator's prison and its guards, I can tell you nothing. In that you must discover for yourself." "What of the essence in this place?" Hump asked. "I can sense something siphoning it out of the air." "I do not know," Keestra said. "It was not always like this. Once this was where the Creator's craft and magic combined to make a place of wonder, but that was taken from him. Now it is but a shadow of what it once was. Hollow. Desolate, destitute. Go now, adventurers, for I must rest once more. I wish you luck, but I do not think we shall meet again." With that, the statue stilled. The green light dimmed, leaving only the candles burning above the inner door. The air felt colder without her voice filling the space. "Do you have to pick a fight with everyone who says a bad word about Kalija?" Emilia snapped, clapping Bud on the back. "You understand our situation, don't you?" "She called her a you heard what she said," Bud said defensively. Emilia rubbed a hand over her face. "I did. I also saw you threaten a statue created by a god. Next time, take a breath." Bud glanced to the rest of them for help. Dylan shrugged. "She has a point, big guy. Kalija might be more popular with Lawfen's guards once we find them," Selene said. "At least you have that to look forward to." Bud sighed. "Gods help me, what do we do if they've left Chosen behind?" If they did, this should be easy, Hump said. Any chosen should be long dead. Hump went to the inner door. Are we ready? Yes, but let me, Bud said. Hump made way for the knight, the 5 of them positioning behind him, ready to cast their protections if he needed it. Yet when Bud opened the door, they were greeted by an empty, dark entry hall. Nisha let out a low, uncertain rumble, tail twitching behind her. She hadn't stopped staring at the darkened hallway. Even Selene checked her arrows for the second time. No one spoke, but the silence pressed in like a held breath. They waited, ready for what might lurk within. When nothing came, they shared a look. Then Hump held his staff overhead, wizard's light illuminating the place, though he kept it relatively dim, not wanting to attract the attention of anything that might be lurking. Once it must have been lavish, but now the hall was in disrepair. The stairways had collapsed. Part of the upper balcony had fallen away. Statues had been defaced, the gold plundered, even sections of the floor had been torn up for scavenge. There were still faint outlines of runework over the walls, their magic long since bled dry, any essence stones dug out. Blackened scorch marks marred what remained of murals depicting Lawfen and his creations. Gold had been stripped from decorative motifs, leaving behind only jagged outlines of hammers, anvils, and runes, symbols of Lawfen's dominion. Every inch of the tower was looted. "Where do we start?" Emilia asked. "The upper levels of the tower may be worth clearing, so we know there's nothing at our backs when we descend. We can probably do it before the day's end, then we can get some sleep before descending into the dungeon." "I don't think we should wait," Hump said. "We know Lawfen isn't up there. All we're doing is increasing our risk of discovering traps left behind." Emilia looked at him. "Then what?" "I'd like to see where it is our essence is being siphoned off to first of all. Keistra said that it didn't used to be like this, which means that whatever is the cause, it's likely new. It seems a safe bet to assume that it's related to whatever is holding Lawfen here, or the guardians they left behind." "Agreed," Bud said. "Let's get this over with." Emilia nodded. "I can be convinced of that very well. Where do we need to go?" Hump activated Spirit Sight. It was a simple matter to see where his essence was going, the trail streaming from his glowing staff and disappearing below ground. "It's being siphoned to something beneath us, so I think we need to find the door." He brought out the Book of Infinite Pages, opening it to the depiction of the ground floor of the tower. Hump frowned, then turned his book on its side, then upside down. "Where are we?" "Give it here," Selene said, taking the book. She skimmed over it, then headed to the door on the far left. "This way." Selene led the way to the door on the far left, her steps soft as shadow. The rest followed, weapons ready, spells prepared. They passed through ruined halls in silence, Selene careful of any traps. The desecration continued across the entire floor. Whoever had done this must have hated Lawfen. They didn't just want to take anything of value, they had destroyed anything and everything they could, the pieces littering the ground as they walked. Keistra's map led them to an unremarkable room. Furniture lay in pieces inside what could have perhaps been a reading room once. There were no other doors, just the cracked stone tiles beneath their feet and 4 empty walls. "This is it?" Bud asked. "Keistra warned us that the door was hidden," Hump said. "We'll need to activate the runes. Help me clear off all this scrap." They emptied the room entirely. Hump wasn't surprised at all that he still couldn't see the runes, even with Spirit Sight. They were placed here by the most advanced enchanter known to Alvarin, so it only made sense that they were well concealed, but Keistra's instructions led him true. He crouched low beside what remained of the fireplace, reaching inside to touch the inner left wall with his palm. Still he sensed nothing, but a quick burst of essence was all it took for runes to flash to life. Golden lines flared through the stone like veins of light, forming a complex lattice of interlocking circles and angular script. A low grinding sound rumbled through the chamber. Dust spilled from the seams in the floor as the central tile sank, forming a spiral of descending stone steps. "Keistra was telling the truth then," Bud said. "That's a good start." "I wonder if she told the others that came here how to get inside," Dylan muttered. Hump peered into the opening. The stairwell descended steeply, its curved walls lined with dead essence lanterns, empty glass spheres set into gold mounts. He wondered what color they might have blazed once. Laufen seemed drawn to gold and flame from what he'd seen so far. "Selling, can you check it out?" Hump asked quietly. She nodded, drawing her knife in her left hand while keeping her bow ready in the other. Without another word, she descended into the darkness. Her silence in these times always made Hump nervous. Together they stood waiting for her return, barely breathing in case they missed a sound from below. Yet not sound came. A minute passed when like a ghost Selene returned. "All clear. No traps on the stairs or down below, and nothing I can see that might attack us." "How is it?" Emilia asked. Selene considered her words. "It's pretty much what you would expect from a very wealthy craftsman that thinks too highly of themselves." The descent was narrow but not very deep. The stairs were pristine, untouched by looters. They stepped out onto solid ground, and the hallway opened into a vast, open antechamber. Selene's words were no understatement. Before them stretched a chasm of a chamber, a single hollow carved from the earth so vast that it would take them minutes to walk to the other side. They stood on a stone balcony at the very teepee of the space. Below them were 4 levels stacked atop each other, each one a maze of crumbling balconies, collapsed bridges, dark corridors, and chambers. At the far end was a statue of Laufen. The god's form stretched through the chamber's full height, forged of seamless silver metal. The head was gone, and Hump suspected he knew where. At the center of the chamber was a deep, dark hole. "You're not going to like this," Hump said. "I'm fairly sure whatever is siphoning all the essence is down that hole." "Do you think you can maintain that spell you used to slow down our fall here?" Selene asked. "Yes, but it would draw attention if there are enemies down here." Selene peered over the edge of the balcony, searching for a route down. "It's going to take us a while to walk it, and we'll still need to get down the hole." Hump heard a thud nearby. They all startled, raising their weapons toward the darkness to their right. There stood Nisha, a very human bone in her mouth and a happy grin on her face. "Oh, for goodness sake, Nisha," Hump hissed. "Spit that out." Chapter 503, Guardians of Laufen. "I think we found our missing explorers," Dylan said grimly. "That's a big pile of bones." The mound sprawled at the far edge of the chamber, heaped in a careless hill that reached higher than Bud's head, piled at the feet of a towering statue of a heroic warrior, spear in hand. Skulls grinned blankly from within the mass, rib cages collapsed on themselves, arms and legs shattered and tossed together like scrap wood for a fire. Some were blackened as if scorched, others shattered or crushed. A few bore the unmistakable signs of teeth. "He's been here a long time," Selene said, squatting down to inspect them. "1,000 years of followers trying to free you adds up." "What do you think did this?" Hump asked, casting Wizard's light a little higher to illuminate the ceiling. It looked empty above, but something about the darkness felt like a veil waiting to fall. "The bite marks look like they were done after it died, like the bone was gnawed," Selene said. "And see here." She picked up a femur and held it out. A deep cleft had been carved into it, clean and straight, unmistakably a blade. "This one died to a sword, burn patterns on others." Shattered rib cages. Some of these were killed in combat, others something else. "Gods, they weren't cooked, were they?" Bud asked. "No, at least the bones weren't. This is the type of burn marks I've seen on the prey of dragons." Though it seems unlikely that the Pantheon would choose a guardian to keep Laufen down here. They don't deal with enclosed spaces very well, and their wings need to be stretched. Nishari took an inquisitive step closer to the pile, sniffing at some of the bones. "Leave it, Nisha," Hump said. She gave a shrill chirp, bouncing on her feet to turn and stare at Hump, her head tilted. "Eat." "Don't eat," Hump said. "These are Altari bones and possibly human. You shouldn't eat people." "Hungry? No, Nisha." "Have this one," Selene said, tossing her something that could have been an arm or a leg. "Really, Selene?" Hump snapped. "She can't eat that." Selene gave him a flat look. "Relax, Hump. I don't know what it is, but it's not Altari or human." "There's no signs of life." Emilia stood at the edge of the balcony, gazing over the rest of the great chamber. "Nothing at all that indicates something might still live here other than the bones. What do you think piled them up?" "Whatever the Pantheon left behind to keep watch over Laufen. Surely it needs to eat and drink." Hump nodded slowly. "That's bothering me too. It's too silent. Empty. I didn't expect it to be bustling down here, but I thought we'd have been attacked by now or have at least stumbled upon a trap. Maybe the guards aren't alive at all, but creations of the Pantheon. Golems wouldn't need to eat, Dylan said. Laughlin can't be the only one with methods to create such things. Hump's eyes went back to the statue standing over the pile of bones, still as a well statue. The others looked at it with him, all of them slowly reaching for their weapons. Surely not right, Hump said. We'd notice something like that. Everyone stand back, Bud said, rounding the pile of bones slowly and drawing his sword. He reached the base of the statue and poked at it with his sword. Hump had a spell ready on his lips. He watched for any movement, both with his eyes and spirit sight, any sign of life. The statue didn't stir. Try a blessing, Dylan said. Maybe it will respond to essence. Keep it subtle, though, Emilia added. We don't want to draw attention. Bud nodded, a flicker of frost fire rising from his sword. Ice crystallized over the statue's calf, yet still it didn't stir. Hump watched as the essence disappeared from the air, siphoned off like everything else. All of them relaxed and looked at each other, sharing a laugh. Let's leave this part out of the stories we tell people, Hump suggested. In our defense, there's a mound of bones at its feet, Bud said. It's an ominous statue. Hush, Selene hissed, turning her head to listen. She turned toward the darkness farther along the balcony. Nisha stiffened, shoulders hunched, staring into the same darkness. Nothing came, yet the silence deepened again, thick like fog pressed against their skin. If it's not the statue, something else is down here, Selene said. We must move cautiously. Something picked these bones clean. Do you know of any golems that do that? I think we're dealing with something living. Follow me and do so quietly. I know you want to be fast, but let's scout these upper chambers first. Maybe we'll get a better idea of what we're dealing with. They swept through 2 floors without incident. There were rotted shelves and collapsed cases everywhere, where torn-up books and scrolls had crumbled to pieces. And yet, tucked between the ruins, Hump occasionally found volumes that had survived. A few volumes had survived, protected beneath fallen beams or encased in broken wards that had only partially failed. Most were written in languages he didn't recognize, perhaps ancient dialects of Alvaran or even something older. But some were penned in faded ink, scribbled by hand in a version of modern Alvaronian that was just decipherable. Incomplete notes on enchantments, diagrams of runes, scattered thoughts about theoretical magic. Even the small pieces were fascinated, but the best-preserved books were still faded with time. Hump did not think there was much to be gained. Other rooms on the floor hinted at a once lively tower, a place of study and research. Wide circular chambers opened before them, their floors littered with fractured arrays, the boards and tiles torn up in places. Mechanisms were embedded into the walls, visible through bashed-in holes, discs, runes, and suspended components now collapsed in heaps. Hump suspected they'd once held levitating platforms. Imagine what this place was like before it fell, he whispered once, running a hand across a dormant enchantment. Selene gave him a look but said nothing. They cleared the top floor fairly quickly and continued down another staircase. This one was broad, with a wide landing that split the descent in 2, fit for many people. Deeper into the empty dark they went, and still everything was silent. If not for the force draining away his essence, Hump would have thought there was nothing in this place at all. Every room had been ransacked. Nearly every book taken, and those that remained were largely crumbled and dust. Yet here and there they saw signs of what must have once been. Grand statues and wall carvings, the faded colors of painted walls, suits of broken armor, shattered weapons, and fragmented essence stones. Hump could hardly imagine the value of it all. Half a wing was devoted to alchemy. The tiled floor here was coated in shattered glass, glittering like frost in the light of Hump's staff. Strange stains marked the walls, burned into the stone itself, traces of long-evaporated brews. Pipes lined the ceiling, twisted and broken, leading to vats and recessed stone basins whose purpose had long been forgotten. Cabinets stood open and empty, their contents looted or lost to time, but occasionally a single vial remained intact, resting in a dark corner or caught behind collapsed shelving. The faded remains of alchemical ingredients remained in places, only recognizable from the occasional intact vial. It's like they were looking for something, Emilia finally said. What makes you think that? Selene asked. I can't think of another good reason for the Pantheon or their forces to go to such lengths. Every piece of furniture turned out, every book taken, every bit of floor and wall searched. Laufen must have had something everyone else wanted. When they reached the bottom, they came to stand before the great hole at the center of the chamber. Staring down at the perfectly smooth drop, Hump held out his staff and watched as his essence was siphoned straight down. Yet no light reached them from below. Laufen's going to be down there, isn't it? Selene said nervously. Why is everything always so far underground? Why would anyone even dig such a deep hole? Where does it go? Imprisoning a god seems like one reason, Dylan said. Unless Laufen was the one to first dig it, Emilia suggested. That could be the purpose of the tower. An essence stone mine, Hump said. Emilia shrugged. Seems like an odd place to build a tower. Or convenient, Dylan countered. We have to go down, don't we? Selene said rigidly. Nisha cuddled against Selene's legs, sitting on her feet and staring up at her with worry. Hump took her hand. Yup, the question is, would you rather we descend quickly or slowly? I can slow our descent, or I can create steps from the walls. Steps, Selene and Emilia both said at once. We might need to get back up in a hurry, Emilia added. Hump sighed. I thought you might say that. Problem, Bud asked. It just looks very deep, Hump said. Hold on. He took out an old vial of crystal light and shook it, generating a golden glow. He cast Embrace of the Wind over it, then dropped it into the hole. It fell slowly for a good half-minute before his power over the spell faded, and it dropped all at once. Another 30 seconds passed before it shattered against the ground at the bottom in a burst of light. Hump pressed his eyes shut against the sudden light and blinked back spots, but didn't dare to keep them shut long. For a few moments they all stared silently. Nothing stirred. Hump, Bud said. Yes, Bud. Next time, could you please warn us before attempting to blind us all? Hump grimaced. Sorry. That siphoning effect is stronger than I thought. He sighed again. It's going to take a lot of steps. We can use my vines too, Dylan said. They won't reach that deep, but I can make a ladder out of them, and you can form platforms for us to take a break on as we go. Should be quickly than just steps, but a bit of a climb on the way back out. Hump nodded. Let's do that. And so began a grueling descent. For what felt like hours, Dylan and Hump worked in tandem. The druid would plant a seed, then shape it with grasping vines and growth, weaving it into a sturdy ladder. At the bottom of each section, Hump used transform earth to carve out narrow ledges. They moved slowly and methodically, wary of anything lurking in the dark. I think we're halfway, Emilia said between breaths. But no sooner had the words left her lips than a whisper echoed from above, low, cold, and inhuman. Hump looked up, heart thudding. Shadows stirred. Ghostly figures emerged from the walls like oil through cloth. Armored shapes cloaked in faint, flickering essence descended, their whispers filling the hole. He couldn't make out their words, but he could feel them like a vibration against his soul and a chill in the air. Spectral knights, their helms dark and eyes glowing with green flame. The cold that came with them was immediate, not physical but spiritual, a deathly stillness that scraped at the soul. Hump's breath hitched. Even Nishari flattened against the wall with a hiss, eyes wide with alarm. Specters, Bud called, raising his sword, frostfire blazing, filling the dark with light. As one, the specters attacked. The first reached for Hump, spectral blade drawn, but Bud raised his sword to meet it, carving through the creature. The blow disrupted its form, crystallizing ice rushing into its body before it scattered to mist like smoke. Hump, it's time to drop, Emilia shouted. I'm casting, he called, his spellbook in hand, already pouring essence into Embrace of the Wind. Nishari erupted with fire, bathing the descending figures in the blaze, yet they emerged merely smoldering. There had to be 50 of them, if not more. Hump felt the icy touch of one of the knights as it emerged from the wall at his back. Before he could turn, Emilia pierced it with her rapier. We have you. Focus. It was seconds before his spell was complete. Above, he couldn't see the roof of the chamber anymore, only spectral knights. It's done, Hump said. Jump. He threw himself from the ledge. Air rushed past as they fell. Hump slowed their descent as much as he dared, but they still hit hard. He landed with Bud, tumbling across the stone, while the others landed with more grace, Nishari managing her own descent. With solid ground at their feet, they turned their eyes upward, weapons ready. Hump already had a fire blast ready, the essence boiling in his staff, but the spectral knights didn't follow. They circled overhead, perching on the ledges, watching with glowing eyes but unmoving. Nishari growled, the deep, resonant kind that came from somewhere primal. Hump hushed her, but through their bond he felt her fear. He caught a glimpse of essence stirring in the dark of the chamber. Selene whirled around, an arrow on her string, staring into the darkness. Something is here. She took aim, but something stayed her hand. The arrow slipped from the strings, and she stared. Hump moved to raise his staff and shine some light into the dark, but she held back his arm. "What is?" "Nobody speak," she whispered, barely audible. "Very quietly move to the wall on your left. Keep one hand on it, don't let go. Stay low, follow it when I say." She didn't wait for agreement. Selene began moving with a hunter's grace, each step placed with agonizing care. Hump followed, his heart hammering, skin prickling with the tension in the air. Each footfall felt like it echoed too loudly in the cavernous space, but he kept going. Emilia followed behind him with Nisha. Dylan and Bud brought up the rear. Bud's boots, heavier than the rest, struck the stone with dull, metallic thuds. It was like thunder in a temple. Something stirred. A shape shifted in the gloom, massive, serpentine, and coiled tight in the shadows like a rope drawn back to strike. It uncurled slightly as it moved. A scaled body, thicker than a tree trunk, flexed across the stone floor with a sound like cracking ice. Then came the eyes, two of them high above. Huge, pale white spheres of swirling essence like wind magic caught in an eternal storm. They blinked slowly, silently. Watching, Hump's breath caught in his throat. He no longer felt the ground beneath his feet, too late to hide. He flicked his fingers and whispered a command word. Light flared from his staff, flooding the massive chamber with a pale blue glow. The creature lay coiled in the center of the hollow like a living mountain, its many heads draped across stone ledges and broken structures like grotesque ornaments. 9 serpentine necks twisted from a single body of glistening, steel-gray scales. Spines ran down its back like jagged ridges of black stone. And on each of the visible necks, glowing faintly, was a sigil of one of the pantheon. 9 sigils, 9 divine blessings. 3 were missing, Lawfen amongst them. Hump barely had time to process the implications when one of the heads moved. Its eyes gleamed in the light. Awake, watching, the other 8 remained still, slumbering, waiting. "Hydra," Bud blurted, stepping forward instinctively, hand on his sword. Hump winced as the beast uncoiled. Its limbs shifted with creaking force, stone and dust falling in avalanches from the ridges it had rested on. Hump could feel the vibrations through the soles of his boots. Each breath it took sounded like a gathering storm. As the Hydra rose higher, its heads began to shift one after the other, sluggishly waking. Hump gripped his staff tighter, heart hammering like drums. He'd heard stories of Hydras, legends of great heroes that had fought them, a few of which even beating them. But this power, the divine essence radiating from its body, he was not so sure. "With me," Selene said. "The doorway is right there." Hump forced his eyes away from the Hydra and saw it, a dark tunnel leading out of the chamber. He didn't think twice, chasing after Selene and the others, Bud at his back. As a roar shook the chamber, he reached it, then turned to see Bud just behind him and a shadow at his back. Bud dove, crashing to the floor at Hump's feet as jaws closed over the tunnel opening. The Hydra's head coiled back while 3 more lurked on either side, twisting to get a better look at them. "We have a problem," Selene said. Hump glanced over to her, only to see the tunnel ended there. The walls perfectly smooth, as if cut out from the stone, and at the back, carved into the wall, were the words, "My Death for Loften, Chapter 504, Hydra of the 9. The space was barely large enough for the 6 of them. Shadows clung to the corners, pressed back only by the dim glow of Hump's staff. They retreated up the tunnel until their backs were pressed against the words inscribed upon the wall, the ravenous Hydra snapping and clawing at the tunnel entrance, the ground shaking from the force. Bud swallowed. "We're trapped." "You're very observant," Selene muttered. Hump drew a breath, trying to think. "We broke into the prison of a god." There was only ever going to be one way, in or out. The Hydra wasn't part of that equation, Dylan said. Could be worse, Hump said grimly. At least the specters are leaving us alone. The desperate attempts to get inside stopped, the closest two heads backing away. Emilia snuck forward to peer out of the tunnel. It's doing something. Hump moved up beside her, careful not to step out into eating range. Nisha snuck up warily beside him, but he nudged her back. Back, Nisha, this is too dangerous for you. The dragon grumbled but did as she was told. There was a nervousness to her that was unusual for a fight. It took him a moment to recognize the feeling. It was the essence in the air, slick and oily. To her sensitive connection to magic, it was even worse. Hump needn't have worried. The Hydra's heads were distracted. 3 of them snapped at each other, hissing and spitting. 2 more dipped low toward the tunnel, jaws half open, drool hissing on the stone floor. The rest watched. Then, like some unspoken order passed between them, the bickering stopped. All 9 heads pulled back. From the tunnel, Hump saw the blackened and cracked walls that towered on all sides, scorched by countless years. At the far end stood a colossal doorway, half hidden behind the Hydra's body. With any luck, that would be where they found Lawfin. Hump wondered how mad the creature must be, trapped her for so long. The creature's limbs were chained by 4 enormous chains, thick links of polished silver that anchored it to the stone. Its body was withered, scaled skin stretched thin over bone and muscle, yet divine essence pulsed through its veins, glowing faintly in a swirl of colors. 9 blessings and a mad Hydra, and somehow they had to defeat it. Bones and mounds of carcasses were scattered close by. The stench was strong even in the tunnel. It had been fed recently. Perhaps that was the purpose of the specters, to keep it fed and alive, and to recover what scraps they could that weren't too close to the beast, sustaining it in this eternal prison so that it might guard the entrance. A low groan rumbled from the creature. Its muscles tensed. 3 heads moving as one, jaws yawning wide. Oh no, Emilia breathed. Hump. Shield, Hump snapped. A barrier flared into existence just as fire erupted from the nearest head. Ordana's flame, white-hot and screaming, laced with divinity. A heartbeat later, a second head unleashed a blast of wind essence, the 2 combining into a roaring inferno that slammed into the tunnel. Heat filled the space instantly. Hump gritted his teeth, sweat bursting across his skin. He thickened his shield, but already the heat was scorching against his skin. There was nowhere for it to go. The stone walls reflected it back at them, turning the tunnel into an oven. Then frost surged. Bud's heart of frostfire aura exploded outward, filling the tunnel with cold mist. Ice crept along the walls, cracking and hissing as it fought the flames. The heat lessened. Think you can burrow us out? Dylan shouted over the roar. It's stone. I think whoever carved that message already tried, Emilia said. I'll try anyway. I can hold back Ordana's flame, Bud said. Gods help us, I never thought I'd say those words. Bud stepped forward, taking his place before Hump, frost blazing from him. He threw an arm forward, palm extended, a wall of ice forming over the mouth of the tunnel, absorbing the next blast. Bud's defenses held. Better than that, the heat returned to comfortable levels. Hump remained where he was long enough to confirm that Bud's defenses were solid and then let his shield drop. I'll be quick, Hump said. He rushed to the back of the tunnel, running a hand over the words inscribed in the wall. My death for Lawfin. The words of a fanatic, but for them to have been selected to come down here, they were likely an impressive one. Hump pressed his intent into the wall, but it did not budge. It felt impermeable. He focused his will into a spear, directing it at a single point, yet he sensed nothing. Power laced these walls, and it was beyond him. So thick and heavy, he couldn't even sense the distinct intent, only that it was there. Yet someone must have carved out this passage. The smoothness and uniformity couldn't have been natural. But who possessed the strength to do this and leave it untouchable even to this day? One answer came to mind, and it wasn't a good one. Perhaps Ossidium carved this tunnel with his own hands. It may have even been how they got the Hydra into the dungeon in the first place, though it would have been a squeeze. Any luck? Emilia asked as the Hydra's fire faded once more, leaving them in quiet. Not happening. I think Ossidium forged this place. The intent in the stone is too strong for me to break through. Good, Selene said with a grin. Then we'll have to hunt the Hydra. Don't get too excited, Dylan said. We could get past it and go for the doors. Too much risk of us being pincered between two powerful foes if there are more enemies beyond the door, Emilia said. We need to kill it. Hydras are notoriously easy to kill, Dylan said sarcastically. Emilia gave him a sideways glance. Any idea how to kill it? Aim for the heart, Bud called. There's a lot of scales and flesh to get through to even reach the heart, Dylan said. Regenerative abilities are often slowed by fire, though a Hydra is famously not so bothered by that. It'll be difficult to kill it fast enough, especially with all those heads targeting us. I suggest we hit them. Won't it just grow more heads if we chop them off? Bud asked. I don't think so, Emilia said. Each of its heads is marked by a sigil of the Pantheon. With all the bones down here, someone must have chopped off a head once, yet it still only has the same number as the sigils. That's an interesting point, Dylan said, thumbing his chin. If that's the case, then I've heard burning its wounds so deeply that they are blackened it can interfere with its healing ability. It'll take a lot of power, though, Hump. I'll see what I can do, Hump said. What about Frostfire? Dylan shrugged. Wouldn't surprise me if Frostfire is similarly effective, if not more so. Then we'll start with that, Hump said. Chopping off heads and going from there seems smart. When I say so, Bud, lower your barrier. Selene, focus on taking out as many eyes as you can. Bud and Emilia pick one head each and go for the neck. I'll hold off the heads on the right, Dylan the left. I'll burn the neck of the one Emilia targets, and with any luck, Bud's Frostfire will handle the other. Just go easy on the fire, Selene said. I don't want to kill the Hydra only to die choking on smoke. Hump frowned. Good point. I suppose that takes my lava spells off the table. What about the other heads? Dylan said. If it works, we'll do the same again. And if more grow in its place? Selene asked. Then we'll figure out something else, Hump said. Nothing has infinite regeneration. It all takes essence, even for a Hydra. Burn through enough essence and anything dies. We just need to outlast it. Hump wasn't sure who he favored in a battle of attrition. The Hydra possessed the blessings of 9 gods, but it was emaciated and mad. Everyone ready? Hump asked. A round of nods and a strained glance from Bud, still maintaining his blessing, followed. Hump drew a breath, then forced a grin. Then let's kill a Hydra. Bud dropped his aegis, the air crackling as ice fell to pieces, glistening like stars before them. They didn't waste a moment, Bud, Dylan, and Emilia shooting on ahead. Dylan to the left, Bud and Emilia down the center. Behind them, Hump and Selene followed, veering right. Out of the shelter of the tunnel, Hump's stomach dropped as he looked up at the towering necks. It was taller than most builders, and the snake-like necks thicker than trees. Could they really chop through it? He supposed they'd find out. Hump waited until the last moment to activate accelerated thought. Time felt slow, his mind fast. Yet even so, as the Hydra's eyes locked on them and it reacted, it didn't feel slow enough. Its heads rose like cobras, twisting in unnatural coordination. Essence rose from it, so rich and complex that Hump struggled to comprehend it. He sensed each of the elements, only Rattler, Lawfen, and Vesta missing from the Pantheon. 3 moved to block Dylan, 2 focused on Bud and Emilia, and 4 swept toward Hump and Selene, all of them shrouded in their own blessing. Vines rose from Dylan on the left, exploding upward, almost as thick as the Hydra's necks, but there was a dozen of them twisting to meet the 3 of the left. Hump prepared a shield 3 times his height and just as wide, a sheet of blue essence forming in the air in the path of the charging heads. He almost fell from the force of the strike, but Earth rose to his will at his back, holding him in place. Go! Hump shouted. Emilia was first to meet it. The lone head, marked by the flame of Ordana, charged her from the front, but she was faster. A crimson blur marked her path as she danced through the air, her body twisting like a ribbon of lightning as she launched upward, using the neck as a springboard to launch at the head targeting Bud. Her rapier flashed as she spun around the neck in a spiral of slashes, carving a long line around the neck before it could even close in on Bud. The head severed, it thudded to the ground. The head dropped with a heavy thud. Its neck writhed wildly, blood spilling from the open wound, splattering to the stone floor. Hump thrust his staff forward. He condensed his essence, focusing the fire into a smaller space, filling it with the desire to consume anything it could touch, much like hellfire, and then he sent it forward. Fire blast. Scarlet flames burst from the tip, racing toward the gaping wound. The fire engulfed the twitching neck, searing the stump. The screeches of the Hydra filled the chamber, loud enough to make his bones rattle, but the bleeding stopped. Scorched flesh remained, black and charred. Hump let out a breath. It's working. Another head turned, power building in the back of its throat. The sigil of Seers, the wind god, shone on its head. White light built in its throat. It didn't attack them, but rather sent a blade of wind straight for the burnt neck. A clean, perfect cut. Icor spilled once more. "Hit it again!" Bud shouted. Hump already had a fire blast on the way. A jet of water met his spell. Steam exploded in the cavern in a scorching cloud that would have burned them all if not for Bud and Dylan's blessings. Green flames erupted from a third head. Emerized divine fire, the same healing flame that could restore lost limbs. The neck convulsed. Veins pulsed, flesh twisted and bulged. Blood oozed and reformed, and then in a flash, a new head burst forward with a roar. "No," Bud muttered. "Keep chopping them until its reserved run out," Hump shouted. "Target the Emorian Seers' heads first." Chapter 505, To Hunt a Hydra. Hump threw up a shield. The first impact sent him flying, boots scraping the stone as he staggered. A crack split his barrier down the center. Second came at him from the other side, jaws clamping down on his dome barrier. He poured essence into it, its blue color flaring as power leaked from all directions. Venom and spit sprayed from its gaping jaws, the back of its throat glowing blood red with the power of Byzantius. There was a crack. Hump felt the shock of essence dragged from him. His spell wouldn't last. Dimensional snap. With a crack, Hump vanished, reappearing 10 paces back as the jaws snapped shut on empty air. The head froze, confused. Hump didn't waste the moment. He spun toward the head Bud had chopped off, hurling a blast of fire at the cauterized stump he'd created. The flames crawled up the neck, then another head came from the side. He twirled his staff, heaving it to the side, Parry's shield flaring to life around its tip as he slammed it into the incoming head. The two connected. He felt himself being pushed back. Shatter. His Parry shield erupted with essence, detonating right against the Hydra's head. The explosion launched it back, smashing it into the chamber wall with a sickening crack. It slumped to the ground sluggishly, stunned, shaking its head. Hump was panting now. Everything was blurring. Time pressed on slowly thanks to accelerated thought, but his body couldn't keep up much longer. "Hump, behind you!" Dylan shouted. Too late. Hump turned just in out to see flame ignite in his periphery. He braced for the heat, wondering if his robes and charms would hold against this kind of heat. Then something slammed into his ribs and he went spinning. He hit the ground hard, rolling with the impact. Half a heartbeat later and the breathlessness and pain didn't hit him. There was no fire. No broken bones. His stomach sank. "Selling," he gasped. She was already dragging herself up from the ground nearby, one leg smoldering, her trousers signed and blackened but not consumed. "You okay?" he shouted. "I'm good," she said, though the way she avoided any weight on her leg told another story. "Dylan," Hump shouted, "Selene's hurt." Dylan shifted forms mid-spring, the aspect of the ape taking over. He leapt through the battlefield, launching off his quarterstaff and dodging a snapping head to reach Selene's side. His vines still grappled with another head, though they didn't last long. Hump moved to cover them, shield already in position. "Sorry." "Not your fault you're slow," Selene said, grinning through the pain. "It's not serious," Dylan said. "Keep fighting." "We're wearing it down." Hump nodded, guilt gnawing at him, but he shoved it aside. Bud was already moving on to the next. Time passed in a blur, slowed thanks to accelerated thought. 2 more heads fell the knight's onslaught, Emilia providing support. As the heads fell, Bud roared. "Burn it!" Hump let the shield drop and rushed forward, leveling his staff toward the severed neck, fire already bubbling from his staff. The wound crackled beneath the heat, blood stopped flowing, and as the flames cleared, a black crust had formed. 5 heads remained. Minutes passed. The Hydra fought back with frenzied desperation, tearing at its own wounds with claws, teeth, and magic to reopen the cauterized flesh. But it was tiring. It had stood guard for a millennium, and it showed now. Hump could sense its strength waning. It was becoming more sluggish, its essence use slow. They were overwhelming it. Bud launched himself into the air, wings of the Frostfire Phoenix unfurling behind him. He came down hard on another neck, cleaving it in a single strike. Still in midair, he drove his blade into the wound. Frostfire surged. Ice exploded from within, crystallizing the creature's flesh in jagged, gleaming shards. The remaining heads shrieked. A blinding light burst from the central head once more, but this time Selene's shadows swelled in response, cloaking the area in darkness as she and Dylan returned to the fray. But the burst had done its damage. One of the heads lunged and snatched Dylan by the ankle, hoisting him into the air. "Dylan!" Bud shouted. The druid didn't panic. His wooden prosthetic burst with green essence, fingers erupting into vines. They snapped out, coiling tight around the Hydra's neck. With a twist and a snarl, it flung him upward. The druid spun through the air, quarterstaff held overhead. Growth made its size thicken into a massive tree trunk of wood. He slammed down with it, the cavern quaking from the impact. Flesh caved, bone shattered. Another head hit the ground, twitching beside Hump. Its eye, level with him, glowed silver with the essence of Emira. Too big for fire and too close, Hump raised his staff, bronze essence churning in its focus. Titan's wrath. A spike of black obsidian formed before his staff, radiant with bronze light. He shot it forward, piercing the eye and burying it deep. The silver light went out. The head went still. Hump didn't lower his staff, keeping it trained on the creature in case regeneration kicked in again with fire to cauterize the wound. But it didn't. "Its regeneration is slowing down," Hump called. Only 3 heads remained, and the creature knew it. The Hydra redded back, its movements erratic now. Panicked, no more fury, just fear, but there was nowhere to go. Its tail slammed against the rear of the cavern, legs chained, body emaciated and trembling from exhaustion. Essence built in its throats, fire and light coalescing once more. "Emilia left!" Dylan shouted. Briar cage erupted around the left head and neck, thorns the size of tree limbs choking the creature's flame. Emilia used the vines to climb through the chamber, rapier flashing in a blur of red light. The head dropped moments later, cleanly severed. The other 2 reacted, one unleashing a beam of gold, the other scarlet fire. Hump threw up a shield around them all. The attacks collided with his barrier, heat searing, light blinding, piercing Selene's shadows. Nishari clung to his side, wings shielding her eyes. The moment the flames died, the last 2 heads came at him together. There was a boom as they slammed into Bud's aegis of sanctuary. Ice cracked but held, protecting them with a wall of smooth frost. The response was swift. Emilia leapt atop the central head from the left, blade flashing. Bud launched himself up on his wings and a blaze of frost fire. In perfect tandem, they struck down the 2 final heads, sending them crashing to the ground in a fountain of blood. Hump sensed the essence leave the Hydra. Its power had faded. The light in its sigils were gone as all heads dropped, its necks twitching but losing their vigor. It was over, but he took no chances. Nisha burned them. The dragon surged forward, excited to help, breathing fire onto one of the severed necks. Hump turned to the other, flame already bubbling from his staff. Together, they scorched the wounds black while Bud froze over the last. Silence fell. Hump dropped accelerated thought. His mind throbbed from the strain, sweat pouring down his face, while a deep cold rose from his core, spreading through his body. He turned slowly, checking the others. Burns marred their clothes, but Dylan's healing had healed them quickly, while Bud's blessings had shielded them from the worst of the heat. "The specters," Emilia said in rush. "Holding back," Selene said. "Something is keeping them from here." Hump gazed up the hole they'd come through. Specters filled it, staring down at them, their faces unreadable. He leaned heavily on his staff. "That's right. You all stay right up there." "We killed a Hydra," Bud said with a sudden laugh, clapping his hands together. Hump stared at the corpse of the great beast. "We sure did." "I'm not sure it counts as a good kill," Selene said. "That thing was chained up and trapped down here." "It definitely counts," Bud said. "Do you think that's it?" "There better not be any more guardians," Dylan said, massaging his ankle. "I can't believe you still have an ankle," Emilia said. Your foot must have slotted right between its teeth or something to drag you up into the air like that. Dylan chuckled nervously. I've lost enough limbs for now, I think. Hump stumbled over to Selene, who was on one knee inspecting her leg. He winced as she peeled back her trousers to reveal red, blistered flesh. Are you all right? I've had worse, Selene said. Nisha approached her, whining quietly. The dragon pressed her head to Selene's side, and Hump could feel her worry and desire to act. Do you think you can help me? Selene asked. Like you did with Dylan. Hump imparted the meaning through their bond, too, watching as Nisha tilted her head. He could sense her understanding. She wanted to help. The gold flakes on the tips of her scales shimmered. Essence built. She opened her jaws, and as if on a whisper, a gentle flame escaped her mouth, bathing Selene's leg. In moments, the blisters faded until all that remained was red flesh. Nisha's fire stopped, and the dragon slumped against Selene, tired but happy, her tail whipping back and forth. Selene laughed, hugging the dragon to her. Thank you. I want to keep moving, Emilia said, still watching the specters above. It may not be long before they decide to come down here after us. All of them turned toward the great door on the other side of the chamber. Made of solid metal, it towered 4 times as tall as Bud. Runes marred its surface. Some large, but many so small and intricate that it reminded Hump of Altari runecraft. Lawfen had said he would need the Book of Infinite Pages to breach his prison. Now he supposed it was time to find out if it would be enough. Chapter 506, Doors Not Meant to Open. Hump gazed up at the great doors, head tilted back, stroking his chin wizardly and trying to focus through his tiredness. So far, the Book of Infinite Pages hadn't been the slightest bit of help, and he couldn't understand why. There was no doubt this door was forged by the gods. Thousands of runes coated its surface, all of them etched in gold and all of them god glyphs. His book should have recognized something, so why was it idle? He wondered if the door had some mechanism to defeat such things, but it didn't make sense. Even if his spellbook couldn't analyze the door fully, it could surely interpret some of the god glyphs. Hump didn't recognize them all, but many had been deciphered in the pursuit of spellcraft. He recognized enough to know he wasn't wrong, and his book had never had issues deciphering them in the past when it came to blessings. Something was off. It was more intricate than he's ever seen god glyphs in the past, yet that still didn't explain it. He searched for anything that caught his eye, but the doors were so complex he didn't know where to start. They were formed from 2 slabs of dark metal, each as tall as a city gate. It was no easy feat to examine it. The material drank in both the light and essence of any spells he put on it. Veins of gold traced elaborate paths across the metal, forming a web that linked 12 spherical mechanisms embedded across the doors, with a 13th, larger sphere seated precisely at the seam where the 2 doors met. Each sphere housed an essence stone, and every one of them burned bright with power. 2 metal rings spun slowly around each of them, their combined motion like a sphere, somehow conducting the essence and forming it into a transparent orb of light. A thicker channel of gold extended from the central sphere to either side, like a massive locking bar securing the doors into the frame. Even that was lavishly adorned in a ring of ornamental spires, scepter-like protrusions, and layers upon layers of god glyphs worked into every part of the surface. The runes focused on the central sphere. There, a greater circular formation of god glyphs stood out most of all. It mirrored the structure of a chosen's blessings, 9 thin rings arranged concentrically. The innermost was a single, unbroken line of glyphs, just like the first major blessings. The next split cleanly in two minor blessings. And the third divided into 3. Then the pattern repeated outward, major and minor lines woven together to form a whole. Considering the similarly to chosen, Hump was fairly confident that the major blessings acted as a foundation of sorts for the rest of the array to function. Whether that had anything to do with getting the damned thing open or not, he wasn't sure. Thin seams of light bled between the runes, glowing faintly in various different essences, constantly shifting and pulsing, ever-changing. The colors overlapped and blended, washing the surface of the doors in a subtle sheen. Hump reached out and placed his hand against the runes. The metal was icy cold, not merely cool but utterly inert. No warmth, no sense of power. Nothing. He activated spirit sight again, trying to see anything he might have missed before. Essence from the surrounding space was being drawn inward, siphoned steadily through the doors toward whatever was draining the entire tower. Yet despite the sheer volume of power flowing through the structure, there was nothing coming back. No presence or pressure at all. Just an absence. There were faint flashes of power along the mechanisms themselves, especially around the slowly turning golden rings, and similar traces threaded through the surrounding walls. The intent here was overwhelming, just like the stone around the Hydra's lair. It was too dense for him to piece, no matter how he probed, and he didn't even bother trying to burrow through. "Any progress?" Dylan asked. "You look lost." He and the others had been working to get the essence stone out of the Hydra, partially for the loot but mostly to make sure it was well and truly dead. The others were approaching too with 10 essence stones. It seemed it had more than just the one. "I feel lost," Hump said. "It's so complex I don't even know where to start without my spellbook." Lawfen said it was the key, but I don't get it. You see the shifting essence in the runes. Dylan nodded. "It's changing nature." "I think so, and if the state of the runes is changing, that means that the way to open it would change too. At least it does in my head. Even if I deciphered it one moment, what good's it going to be if the locking mechanism is constantly shifting?" Dylan frowned at Hump. "Is that even possible?" Hump shrugged. "No idea. Not sure how else to explain it, though. Normal arrays don't go from fire to water to darkness in a single breath." Dylan hummed. "That's a tough one." The druid played his good arm to the door, palm outstretched, probing just as Hump did. "You'll get it open," Bud said, coming to stand beside him and putting a hand on his shoulder. "You always do." Hump let out a breath and gave an apprehensive shake of his head, eyes glossing over the runes for the 100th time. "I don't know about this one. This isn't something I can simply decipher. If the Book of Infinite Pages has nothing to offer, I could spend 100 years down here and be just as lost. It's made me wonder if the creator of the door never intended for it to open at all." "In that case, why make doors instead of just a wall?" Selene said. "No idea," Hump said. "Maybe they needed an entrance to get Lawfen inside, and this was easier than building the wall afterward, then lock the door and seal it shut forever." Selene scrunched her nose. "Don't think so. Doors are meant to be opened. If it's got a door, it's got a key, and you'll figure it out." "I wish I had as much confidence in myself as you two do." "We all do," Emilia said. "That's what we're here for. You tell us what you need, and we'll make sure it's done. For now, just make sure those specters stay in the hole and don't come down here, and give me time to think." "Spectre watch is still ongoing," Selene said. "Don't worry about a thing. Nishari hasn't taken her eyes off them anyway." Hump glanced over at the dragon, lazily splayed over the floor on her side, one eye half open and watching the specters above. "Yeah, not so sure about that." Selene snorted. "Okay, I'll keep an eye out too." "You sure we can't help more?" Emilia asked. Hump shook his head. "Lawfen said my book is the key, just give me some time." "I sense Lawfen in this," Dylan said, furrowing his brow. "Me too," Hump nodded. "But why would Lawfen help to forge his own prison?" Dylan asked. Hump raised an eyebrow. "That's a good question. We're beneath the Maker's Tower. It's possible that Lawfen built this himself, and that the rest of the Pantheon initially lent him their power. Perhaps this prison was intended for someone else." "Is it possible the old gods are behind there?" Selene asked. "I know destroying the 12 seals were meant to reveal the path to heaven and all, but maybe we took it too literally." Frowning, Hump glanced over at the rest of his party. "No, right?" "Absolutely not," Bud said. "How would that even work?" "Lawfen could be sealed in there with them," Emilia suggested. "I don't think so, though. If this was the prison of the old gods, I think we'd see more signs of the Pantheon. Also, Lawfen is the only god worshipped in this world. Why would it only be him that could appear beyond the doors?" "But if not the old gods, who else would Lawfen build a prison for?" Selene asked. "Powerful people have no end to their enemies," Emilia said. "Maybe he simply had a prison beneath his tower." Hump rubbed at his chin again. He had a little stubble, but it was hardly a wizard's beard. Dylan whipped his hand back from the door and stumbled back a step. They all stared at him. "Are you all right?" Hump asked. "I sense something," Dylan said softly. "Another power in the door, one I do not recognize." Hump frowned. "What, are you sure?" Dylan nodded. "Try for yourself." Try for yourself, but there is something strange in there. It felt contradictory to nature essence and hungry for it. I suddenly felt it draining me. He reached for the door again, searching for the essence Dylan spoke of. He sensed the pantheon, light most of all, radiant at the center: Emira, Emerai, Rathler, Kelija, Ordana, Sumi, Seers, Byzantius, Ossidium, Vesta, and Lawfen. The 12 were there, so obvious that Hump hadn't bothered to look deeper, but there it was. A 13th power, hungry and dark, absorbing the intent that Hump fed the door in such a way that it was almost invisible. "I feel it," Hump said. "I can't believe I missed it." "Any idea what it is?" "Not what," Hump said. "Who, Uvdar the 13th god?" "The fallen." "It cannot be," Bud said. "Why would the pantheon work with him?" Hump's heart was racing as everything fell into place, excitement and dread filling him at once. "Do you remember the story Olin told me before Selene and I left Draculin, about the wandering wizard, Samuel Durain, and the creator of the Book of Infinite Pages?" Their attention was on him fully, but Hump barely paid it attention. He opened his spellbook, finding the page with Olin's chant, and then he repeated it for all to hear. "Remember now the 13 thieves. Emira stole the moon and stars. Emerai claimed the spark of life. Rathler embraced the dark of death. Kelija usurped the throne of winter. Ordana seized summer and flame. Seers pilfered the wind and storms, while Sumi took the depths of the ocean. Byzantius seized his battle cry. Lawfen the art of craft and runes. Vesta his language and luck. Ossidium his secrets of stone. Light who snatched the secrets of day and night. And then there is Uvdar, greediest of all, whose hunger stole his sacred soul. The story speaks of the 12, Hump continued, along with Uvdar, capturing the wandering wizard and each stealing a piece of his power. What if this is where they imprisoned him, a prison forged by Lawfen that combined all their powers? Silence gripped them all. Bud's face was dark. Hump knew what this meant for his friend. When he had first told him about the story, Bud had denied it. Even after he had come around to the idea of understanding the mystery, Bud still didn't believe it to be true. He trusted in his gods in Kelija. But there would be no denying it anymore if this proved true. "Does this help us get the door open?" Bud asked. "If it's true, then it answers one question." Hump stared at the Book of Infinite Pages. The story doesn't end with the imprisonment of the wandering wizard. It was Glindarl, the silver owl, that rescued him, and as they fled, he was slain. If I'm right, Glindarl has breached this door before. The reason my book isn't helping me isn't because it can't. It's because Glindarl knows what this door is, and he wants to make sure it stays shut. Chapter 507, More Than Revenge. A frown settled over Hump's face. If he was right, if this door was truly where Samuel Durain had once been imprisoned, it was no longer a matter of deciphering the door, but convincing Glindarl to help him open it. The thought sat poorly with him. Convincing the spirit of a divine being to help free one of the gods responsible for his master's imprisonment and his own death was no small thing. "You're going to need to speak to Glindarl, aren't you?" Selene said quietly. Hump let out a sigh. "Yes." "I didn't know it worked like that," Dylan said. "Can you actually talk with him? It always sounded more like impressions and visions." "It's not really a conversation," Hump admitted. "More like standing in front of a wall that occasionally shakes its head. He's answered me before, just not with many words. He said not yet dramatically a couple of times." "Oh, good," Emilia said. "He has all the vocabulary he needs then. If this is the same place, he won't be easy to convince." Hump sighed again. "Yeah, not easy." "Why not?" Bud asked. Hump turned to him and spread his hands helplessly. "If you were in his place, would you?" Bud considered that, then shook his head. "We still don't know if this story about the Pantheon is even true. And even if it is, Glendarl has never denied you when you truly needed it before. He's stopped you, sure, but he's always let you take that next step. The words hit harder than Hump expected. Bud had a point. Even knowing that there was a spirit in his spellbook, he still didn't quite think of it that way, and perhaps he didn't value the things Glendarl had done to help him in the past enough. The restrictions on him had once made it difficult for it to lend aid, but when he'd needed it, Glendarl had been there. The binding of 13 to defeat the Dragon of Bledsbury, deciphering the greater gateway left behind by the warlocks beneath Fort Nordric, and then granting him its full powers when they had needed to follow the warlocks and demons out of the infernal halls and into the remnant realm. "You're right," Hump said. "I don't know why I was so pessimistic. Give me some time to figure this out, and I'll see what I can do, and keep an eye on those specters. Glendarl's essence may cause a change in them." "You do what you need to do," Emilia said. "Leave everything else to us." Selin gave his hand a squeeze. "I'll take care of Nisha." "Good luck." Hump managed a small smile. "Thank you." While the others spread out, Hump moved a short distance from the door and sat cross-legged on the cold stone. Far enough that the door's magic shouldn't interfere with him too much. The Book of Infinite Pages rested in his lands, its cover worn and familiar, Glendarl's presence completely concealed within. He placed it across his lap and laid a hand gently on the leather surface. How many times had he done this before? The touch was familiar, comforting. And yet today it felt like he was about to knock on the door of something he shouldn't. It made him think of Nishari and how she might act in a similar situation to Glendarl. Such anger, such grief did not leave. He drew a slow, deep breath, steadying both his nerves and the churning waves of essence through his channels. "Show me your heart, Glendarl," he whispered. At once the book stirred beneath his palm, shuddering like a creature roused from sleep. A thin stream of blue light bled from the seams of the spine, curling upward in ghostly wisps. Essence flowed through the leather, revealing the cracked texture of the grain and the veins of power within. Every crack, every crease, every fold began to glow until the whole book shone with radiance. The leather beneath his palm warmed, then softened, losing its rigid texture. The air thickened, not with heat but with intent. Hump felt Glendarl settle over him, heavy and unmistakable. This was not the distant, watchful awareness he had grown used to, but something focused, something looking back. As quickly as he'd made the realization, he felt a tug on his soul. It was subtle at first, like a thread pulled taut, but that feeling only grew. Hump resisted on instinct, but only for a moment before he let it happen. The world vanished. The stench of blood and ash was gone. Hump found himself once more in the endless expanse of blue sky. There was no ground beneath his feet, nothing in any direction but the occasional cloud. And before him stood the silver owl. Glendarl was only as tall as Hump's waist, but his presence loomed like a statue. His wings were folded behind his back, the silver feathers shimmering with a moonlight radiance. The owl's beak was curved and sharp, and his eyes were fixed solely on Hump, burning with that same blue light as the spellbook. Intent rose from the owl in a controlled surge, brushing against Hump's soul with the power of divine. There was rage in there, old and unrestrained, and at least a little of it was directed at him. Hump swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. "It's been some time, Glendarl." The owl said nothing. He didn't move, didn't even blink, yet Hump felt himself studied beneath that burning gaze. "I must enter that door," Hump said, "and I cannot do it without you." "No." Glendarl's voice was as loud as thunder. It came at Hump frown all directions, not from the owl himself, but from this place, from the endless blue that surrounded them. That rage Hump sensed before was amplified tenfold. It pressed in on his soul like a knife to his throat. "Lawfen is in that room," Hump said. "Am I right in that this was where your master, Samuel Durain, was sealed away all those years ago? Am I right that it was in this place where you were killed? Yet still I must enter. The seals are broken, and the path to heaven is open. Lawfen is our only way out of this world." "We need him." No, this time the word stabbed through Hump's soul, cold as ice. Hump stumbled, but he did not back down. He could sense Glendarl's grief beyond the anger. He knew what it was to feel this way. And he knew what it was he'd sought. Answers, revenge, closure. But that was not the purpose of the Book of Infinite Pages, not anymore. He remembered the words written in the book from Samuel Durain. The true purpose revealed to him once the restrictions were removed. "You were made into the Book of Infinite Pages with revenge in mind," Hump said. But that is not what the first master truly wanted. In his own words, it left him a shadow of himself. He wanted you to be more than that. He entrusted you, his greatest friend, to be there when the shackles of the Pantheon are broken and return the knowledge to humanity that has been stolen from them. The book was born of war, but what the first master truly wants is for us to guide those that seek knowledge, and to free those oppressed by those that would be gods. That time is now. The path to heaven is open, and Lawfen is no ally of the Pantheon any longer. Now is our chance to fulfill his wish, to bring about this world he envisioned. Lawfen must be freed if we are to reach the path to heaven and save Alvarin. Not just Alvarin, but our world. I ask you, Glindarl, help me as you once helped the first master all those years ago. Help me breach the door. There was a long pause. Hump sensed Glindarl's rage rescind and the pressure on his soul disappear. He stood there, breathing deeply, waiting for the owl to make his decision. In truth, Hump wasn't even sure how much of what he'd just said he believed anyway. He was not one for such ideals. The idea that he might usher in a new age after the Pantheon seemed as ludicrous as it was arrogant, but for it to come to mind like it had at least a part of him had to see it was possible. Or perhaps he just wanted it to be true. Finally, Glindarl moved. With graceful elegance, he lowered his head in a deep nod and closed his eyes. The world of blue vanished, and Hump was once more in the dim cavern of the Hydra. The Book of Infinite Pages opened in his lap to 2 blank pages. "How did it go?" Selene asked. Hump smiled, watching as a formation as complex as the door emerging in essence-made ink. He stood and made his way toward the doors, his book in one hand. Standing before it, he imbued it with essence, giving Glindarl all the power he might need. He sensed the owl at work within, controlling his essence. In a surge of light, it met the door. The golden channels shone with light, 1,000 runes glowed, and the arcane gears began to shift. Stone groaned like a mountain shifting, deep and resonant. Dust cascaded in streams as ancient mechanisms stirred, the arcane clockwork gears clicking as they turned. The colossal door cracked apart at the center, and with a low, reverberating hum, it began to slide open. No hinges, just a smooth, fluid motion as the doors were absorbed into the walls on either side. Light poured out through the widening gap. Not the soft glow of essence lamps, but something brighter and far, far more powerful. Hump's breath caught as the air shifted, heavy with divinity. A storm of essence rolled over them, enough to make his skin prickle, and a stark change compared to the emptiness of the place they had left behind. And then the door was fully open. They stepped through in silence, standing in the doorway as if they each feared the doors might shut behind them. The surging essence pressed on him like a great weight, pounding his soul like a storm. The chamber beyond was massive, as grand as any temple of the Pantheon in scale. It was no longer stone beneath their boots, but polished tiles of pale turquoise and deep emerald, veined with gold. The walls shimmered with intricate runes etched in runes that Hump couldn't read, but he recognized as god glyphs. They glowed faintly like starlight against polished gold. And at the center of it all hovered a swirling sphere of light, bronze, scarlet, and silver, all mixed into one, almost blindingly bright and frozen like the sun in mid-explosion. So large it filled most of the grand chamber. It pulsed with raw divinity, and it was a divinity that Hump recognized, Lawfen. 4 towering pillars surrounded it, spaced out evenly in a square. Monoliths carved from impossibly smooth stone, each veined with color that bled from an essence source within, flame, ice, silver, and gold. From each pillar extended great chains that arched into the surging light at the center. Bud fell to his knees, gazing into the light. Hump almost wanted to do the same. He felt like he was before a god pillar, no, something greater. This divinity was beyond anything he'd seen. It was like he was peering into the very heart of a god. It was then that Hump realized what it looked like. This wasn't just any energy, it was a soul, or something similar like soul manifestation. Then came a laugh, low at first, then rolling, echoing from nowhere and everywhere at once. It grew wild and unbound, filled with manic joy that sent shivers through Hump's spine. "So you have come," the voice said. Hump's heart leapt with recognition. "Lawfin. Who else would you find in here? I had hoped that you might succeed, but in all honesty." Another bark of laughter. "I did not truly believe it would come to pass, and yet here you are, bearer of infinity." Chapter 508, Common Enemy. There was a certain weight to hearing the words bearer of infinity from the mouth of a god. While Hump had never held the Pantheon in particularly high regard, and even less so these days, it was still rather shocking to have a member before his eyes. Well, somewhat before his eyes. He couldn't see Lawfin through the maelstrom of his soul that surrounded him, contained within the four monoliths of stone. Still, before him was a god. One of the Pantheon. His master would have probably laughed. Hump took another cautious step into the chamber. Even that one step was enough to almost knock him back. A raging aura radiated from the maelstrom, so vast and incomprehensible that it felt like walking through a storm. Hump bolstered his soul against the force and took another step. It weighed him down with overwhelming intent, but he managed another step forward. The more he bore it, the more it seemed to fade away. Soon he was in control of his essence enough to activate spirit sight, careful not to look directly into all that power. He didn't see any sign of traps, though that wasn't saying much. It was hard to see anything at all with such a dense source of essence in the room, rich in both divinity and intent. There was only one explanation for what it could be. "Careful," Emilia called. "There could be traps in here." "I assure you the room is perfectly safe," Lawfin said. "You have nothing to fear in here." That wasn't particularly reassuring coming from the thing in the room that Hump feared most, but he didn't voice that. "Check anyway," Hump said, scanning the room once more but still finding nothing. "Anything selling." "I don't think so." Hump nodded. "Brilliant. So it was just a hydra to deal with. You didn't think to warn us about that?" "You do not trust me," Lawfin said. It was unnerving hearing the god's voice but not being able to see him. There was a quality to it that made it feel beyond human, the words not just in the air but carried on essence, reverberating through the chamber. Hump saw no reason to lie. "Not really. Can you blame me? Have you forgotten how it is you brought me here? I don't like being threatened." "No, I cannot blame you. You are of Alvarin, so I had hoped your loyalties to your gods would help to avoid such time-wasting. A small bother for all that you have done for me, so I shall forgive it." "We have not done anything for you yet," Hump said. "For all my distaste toward the situation, the reason we are here hasn't changed. We need a way to return home, and you want out help." "Then we are aligned," Lawfin said, "yet you are not moving." "For a start, you need to do something about this essence," Hump said. "Even if I can reach you, I'm not going to be able to do anything about your bindings with this in my face." "What is it even?" Dylan asked. "I've never seen such dense power, part of the imprisonment formation." "That is Lawfin's soul," Hump said. "As far as I can tell, these pillars are forcefully drawing it out of him and cutting off the connection to his body, sealing off his powers from him." As if in response to their understanding, the light receded, dimming until it spiraled inward and condensed into the figure of a man. He stood tall, taller than any human, yet bore distinctly human features. He wore simple robes, unburnished by the many years. Chains bound his arms and legs about the wrists and ankles, stretching him taut. Where his skin showed, it revealed runic tattoos and muscles that looked sculpted from stone poked out. He had the same thick beard and untamed mane that hung down to his shoulders. The Heartseeker amulet Hump had given him was around his neck, along with its matching piece. "Correct," Lawfin said calmly, clouded white eyes looking over them. "It is only with great effort that I can contain my soul. In these moments, my clarity returns to me. I can influence the world and the altari. I cannot maintain this state for long. You must work quickly to destroy the pillars if you are to release me." "I shall guide you." Hump could sense the god's excitement. It was the same eagerness one might hear from a merchant on the street about to make a sale, but it seemed the god of craft did not hide it so well. Lawfin was desperate, and he didn't want them to know. That gave Hump more leverage than he'd anticipated. Against his instincts, Hump stepped right up to the edge of two of the pillars, looking up at Lawfin, meeting his white eyes. He felt tiny in every aspect compared to the god. All Lawfen needed to do was release his soul once more, and he would be sent flying back, overwhelmed by his sheer presence. But it didn't matter. More important than getting home, more important than his life, was ensuring that they were not setting loose a greater evil than even the warlocks and their masters. Baelker was one divine being too many already. Before we even begin releasing you, you must answer our questions. Lawfen's face twisted with anger. Who are you to ask me questions? As you said, I am the bearer of infinity. And if I am to free you from your bindings, you will need to convince me that you are not my enemy and that the Altari world will not be harmed. Our purpose is one, Lawfen said. I will see the Pantheon destroyed for what they have done, and Ossidium will suffer. You have nothing to fear from me. Yet I must still have answers. My time is short, Lawfen said. My recent appearances have already weakened me, and it may be years, decades, before I can be fully cognizant again. Then speak quickly. Lawfen's eyes narrowed. The white mist swirled in his eyes, and Hump could see the god's mind churning. Then the anger left his face in place of resignation. Ask your questions, wizard. I suppose to begin, what is this place? Hump asked. How can it hold you? You stand within one of my greatest creations, a prison forged using power drawn directly from the heart of this world. These pillars are reality anchors. Their purpose is to regulate and channel that power. Configured correctly, they can even hold a god. If you made it, why can't you break out? Selene asked. A shadow crossed Lawfen's face. Because it is damaged. The others brute forced my design to turn it against me. They have always done this, taking what I build and using it however they see fit. I am a craftsman. I build. But I cannot control the hands that wield my creations. You designed this to draw upon the heart of the Altari world, Dylan said. How much more destructive can you be? Now it is in pieces. Lawfen did not flinch. That was not my intention, but yes, their reckless use of my systems led to catastrophe. I warned them, and they did not listen. These people worship you, Dylan said. Do you feel no guilt? Lawfen's gaze turned on Hump, and there was no remorse on it. The world survives because of me. Without their essence, would collapse. Do not mistake necessity for cruelty. What of our world? Hump asked. When I asked you about the Chosen, you told me I knew too much. Why? What is it I wasn't meant to know? The binding of faith was designed to enhance mortals with divinity, Lawfen said. It was a way to pass down knowledge and power, to share it with all that possessed the talent. When the war was won, we were meant to move forward. Humanity was meant to advance, to become greater than it was, but the others had different ideas. They feared sharing their power and feared even more that others would come to match our strength. They butchered my binding, turning it into something it is not. A mark to siphon off the potential of a soul and take it for themselves. I sought to undo my work, and for that they doomed me. The original sounded much like Selene's blessings, something that helped to guide her growth rather than restrict it. No, Bud said. It cannot be. I do not believe Kalija would do this to me. I have heard her voice, felt her light in my darkest times. Always she has been there. I am the creator, Lawfen said. It is as I say. Bud stepped closer, fists clenched. You're wrong. I would have died long ago if not for her. Her blessings are my strength. Your strength does not come from her, Lawfen said. Each circle functions to stabilize the soul and help to build a steady foundation. As your soul expands, so to do the circles, stabilizing it to siphon off a portion of its essence. Her blessings do lend you her strength in a way, but it is in place of your own potential. Bud took a step back, shaking his head. I do not believe it. I do not. Hump's heart ached at the sight of his distraught friend, but there was not time for this right now. Their room for questions would not last long. As if thinking the same thing, Emilia stood in front of Bud and ran a hand down his face. There will be time, but it is not yet, she said softly. We will get our answers together. Bud looked at her. He drew a deep breath and nodded. What do you mean for humanity to advance? Hump asked. Your bindings enslave us, steal from us. What is it you want? They were never meant to enslave, Lawfen said. Just look at what I have done here on Altari bear my mark, and the essence of their souls is siphoned off to keep the world together. It is harmless, yet together, they hold their world together. And it takes away their freedom, Hump said. They cannot advance. I have not even seen a handful that have manifested their souls. A necessary compromise, Lawfen said. Survival must come first. What use is freedom in a world that no longer exists? But our world was not on the verge of collapse. Not yet, Lawfen said. But calamity waits beyond every horizon. Demons find paths through the veil, and there are things beyond them deeper still in the endless dark. We must evolve or perish. My system was a path forward, one world, one people, united in ascent. But fear halted our climb. Do you believe in fate, wizard, that we are shaped by a force beyond knowing, that every step is written? I don't, nor do I. Which is why we must forge our path ourselves. There is nothing out there to protect us. I thought that was your job, Hump said. I thought that was the role of the Pantheon, to protect Alvarin. Lawfen laughed, bitter and hollow. We cannot even protect ourselves. The gods will not descend to save Alvarin from what lurks in the darkness. They fear it enough to cut the world off from all others, to seal off the veil and isolate us, hiding away like rabbits in a hole. What of Samuel Durain? Hump asked. You imprisoned him, you stole his power. He was more powerful than all of you, was he not? Wouldn't he be best suited to create this world that you speak of? Lawfen's expression soured. For all his brilliance, he lacked ambition. He saw the endless worlds and desired only to see them. Infinite opportunities, magics, and technologies, yet he would have us remain stagnant. And while we did, our enemies would grow stronger. If we do not grow strong enough to keep our world safe, they will be taken from us. Nothing Lawfen said could make Hump trust him. They had no way to hold him to his word, no way to know his true desires. One thing was clear. What Hump saw before him was not a god, but a man with all the flaws and imperfections. So there it is, wizard. My mind laid bare. Have I proven myself to you? If you delay further, the decision will make itself. I will fade again soon. Then one final question, Hump said. Why should we trust you, after you threatened to destroy the Altari world if I did not help you? Lawfen let out a long sigh. His jaw tightened, face twisted in anger. They killed my wife. Is there anything you would not do for your beloved? Yeah, I draw the line at world destroying. Sorry, selling. That's all right. I think that's about where I draw the line, too. Tell me that after an eon together, Lawfen said softly. Tell me that when she is taken from you out of spite. Tell me that when she is slain by one of your closest friends while you are locked away, helpless. You can trust me because I shall do all in my power to destroy the Pantheon. His eyes roamed over them. We share a common enemy. If you cannot trust in my word, trust in my rage. Trust in my vengeance. Chapter 509, Reforged. The anger of a god was a visceral thing. Hump felt it tremble in the faint tendrils of power that escaped Lawfen's control, vibrating with intent. It brushed against his own soul like a shadow passing overhead, vast as the sky. While Hump could not trust Lawfen, he believed that anger. It was real. I do not know if I believe your words, Hump said, but I trust that we share a common goal to reach the path to heaven, to reach the Pantheon. Unfortunately, that is where our paths diverge. You are mistaken. The Pantheon is not our enemy. A bitter smile touched Lawfen's lips. I think you will find that it is you that is mistaken, bearer of infinity. We cannot set him free, Bud said, stepping forward. Hump, we just can't, it's wrong. We don't have another way, Hump said. We're trapped. The warlocks. Are they truly worse than setting Lawfen free? Bud hissed, eyes wide as if shocked at his own words. You heard him, he wishes to see the Pantheon fall. He is not our ally, but a calamity waiting to happen. Evil. Evil, Lawfen echoed. Such certainty. Are you so sure of your gods, child, even after all you've heard? Lies, Bud spat. Lawfen tilted his head, his white eyes narrowed disdain. I can show you the truth. You carry my mark as much as the Altari. It has been changed, yes, but I can remake it. Here and now. I can show you what you were meant to be. Return the freedom to you with which you were born. I can reforge you. You will not, Bud said, hand going to his sword. And I will listen to this no longer. We made a mistake coming here. If it is our fate to remain in this world, then we will make the best of what we have. It matters not. The risk of freeing Lawfen is too great. Bud's eyes went a hump. Say something, Hump. And what of the warlocks? Hump said. What of Godfrey? If we stop now, we are deciding to do nothing. Better nothing than this. What follows will be on us. It will be our fault. At least the warlocks are mortals, but Lawfen, he was left here for a reason. We must trust in that. Not all our foes are mortals, Hump said. Baelker is not out fight. Baelker, Lawfen asked. Baelker broke the seals. Bud jabbed a finger at him. You do not ask questions. It is done. You will remain. Enough. Lawfen's voice cracked through the chamber. The air buckled. His soul expanded, surging within its prison, and Hump was nearly thrown from his feet. He caught himself, jamming his staff to the ground and gripping it tight, channeling transform earth beneath his feet to anchor himself. The stone bent to his will, forming a ridge to hold him steady as the divine presence threatened to tear him away. Then came the scream. Bud let out a roar, his voice distorted by pain. You forget who I am, child? Lawfen said, his voice carried on essence. Your arrogance I can ignore, but your ignorance, I will show you what it is you so desperately protect. Release him, Emilia shouted. Nisha crawled up at her side, pressing against the storm of essence, adding her roar to Emilia's. Selene had an arrow on her bow, though she held it. Dylan's eyes were on Bud, a deep frown on his face. Hump struggled to move, essence burning in his veins as he fought to break through the pressure bearing down on them. He summoned what power he could, tried to call it to his hands, but it was sealed, locked inside him, blocked by Lawfen's overwhelming will. He gritted his teeth, helpless. Lawfen, what are you doing? Hump shouted, straining against the storm. Stop, we had a deal. The deal is off if you harm him. I am not harming him, Lawfen said. His voice was quieter now, but no less powerful. I am setting him free. Frostfire erupted from Bud, bursting outward in a sphere of blazing blue. It washed across the ground, etching radiant glyphs into the stone, each line filled with power. 5 great shimmered into being, drawn from the very essence of Bud's soul. His blessings filled each of them, taking form one by one just as Hump had seen before. Yet as he reached the last, a 6th circle, a new circle took form. The maelstrom intensified. Lawfen's form vanished into the swirl of essence, indistinct and formless. The storm raged within the bounds of the 4 pillars, and Hump could only watch. Nishari roared, her flame blooming in fury, brilliant and red, scorching the air, but it was useless. Her fire could not pass the boundaries of Lawfen's prison. And then silence. The blaze dimmed. The storm stilled. Bud knelt at the center of 6 circles of ice, his form slumped, shoulders heaving. The glyphs glowed with pale blue light. Hump had seen them enough to recognize that these were not the same. The change was subtle, but the glyphs were no longer what they once were. Hump took a cautious step forward. Bud. The knight lifted his head. His eyes burned with frostfire, but behind them Hump saw something else, anguish, pain, and rage. What did you do to me? Bud snarled, rising to his feet. His sword hissed from its scabbard. You are reforged, Lawfen said, voice strained. The storm of essence converged on him and once more and disappeared. I have turned you into what you were always meant to be. I have restored your potential, removed the bindings upon your soul. You are no child of Kalisia any longer, but a man free of any god, blessed with an affinity with frostfire. You have cursed me, Bud spat, spittle in the air, tears welling in his eyes. You saw it, though, didn't you? Lawfen said. You must have felt it like a breath of fresh air. There was a knot around your soul, and now it is free. Let it loose, child, manifest it here and now. Show us all who you are. Lawfen screamed, his soul leaping from his body again. He slumped in his chains, gasping as he drew his essence back into him. The strain showed in every line of his face. Sweat beaded on his brow. His limbs trembled, barely keeping his soul contained. Time was running out. It cannot be, Bud said softly. You know it to be true, Lawfen growled. You can feel where the chain once was. She was no god of yours. Bud, Hump called to him. We need to make a decision. Bud looked at Hump with the eyes of a man that had given up. The hope, the light was gone, and what remained was hollow. He fell back to his knees, eyes empty, listless. I don't care anymore, Bud said softly. His sword clattered to the ground beside him. You were right, Hump. It was all lies, all of it. Hump clenched his jaw. He swallowed the lump in his throat, heart hurting at the sight of his friend, but he couldn't give him the time he needed right now. I'll stay with him, Emilia said. Just get on with it. Hump gave her a nod. Lawfen's soul surged again, escaping his body in a burst of swirling energy. Once more he drew it back in, grimacing with the effort. What will it be, wizard? Free me now or live with your choice. You had no right to do that, Hump said. I merely opened his eyes, Lawfen said. It was not your place. I am a god, Lawfen thundered, voice echoing off the chamber walls as he strained against his chains. They groaned but held. He was bound by shackles I forged. Who else is more fit to break them? Hump drew a deep breath, holding tight to that anger and pressing it down. Tell me what to do. Lawfen exhaled. The essence stone in the pillars. You must infuse them with your essence and follow my instruction. Begin with the pillar of fire on your right. The bindings are complex. I can explain the first, but pay attention. Another shockwave burst from Lawfen. His soul shuddered and strained. Hump stumbled back, catching himself on his staff. The air crackled with pressure, and even breathing felt like a task. I warned you, Lawfen said between heavy breaths. We are out of time. I will not last long enough to guide you through all four. I must know, Hump said, voice low, that I am not unleashing a calamity upon the world. Lawfen's gaze burned with conviction. This is not a calamity, he said. It is a reckoning for our shared enemy. Now go to the pillar. Those who see fit to enslave humanity to empower themselves. Hump turned. Behind him, Dylan had joined Emilia, helping her pull Bud toward the exit. Nisha paced anxiously at the threshold. Selene and Emilia had pushed forward, unable to watch him face this alone. Stay back, Hump said, raising a hand. Leave this to me. The air was thick with Lawfen's power. Every step was like wading through a dream of smoke and fire. But Hump pushed forward, staggered to the nearest pillar, a monolith of metal and stone glowing with bronze essence. He pressed his palm to the essence stone set in its center. Immediately, heat raced up his arm, searing along his channels. He gritted his teeth and reached for his own essence, shaping it with intent and force of will. With effort, he pushed it into the stone. A flash of burning vision tore through his mind. He was not in the temple anymore. He saw that other world, the realm of pure essence Lawfen had shown him once before, the one he'd glimpsed when tracing the mark on the herald's soul. Fire and light, nothing but raw energy tearing through a shattered sky. The world was gone, obliterated. Only hunger and power remained, and intent. Overwhelming intent. Hump's thoughts drifted, swallowed in its tide. He felt himself slipping into something vast and endless. Then a voice cut through the storm. Do not fall for its allure, wizard. Focus, Lawfen's voice yanked Hump back. He gasped, latching onto it like a lifeline and returning to his body. The pillar still burned beneath his hand, but he was ready now. What was that? Hump asked. Each of these is a reality anchor formed from a piece of the world core, Lawfen said. I designed them to stabilize the formations as they draw directly upon the world core for power. Without them, this entire island would fall to pieces, and the abyss would swallow us. So don't break them, Hump muttered. Simply follow my instructions, Lawfen said. Begin by taking over the outer ring of the runic formations. Focus on the foremost rune first. One at a time. Hump narrowed his thoughts, drawing on the discipline of years spent shaping spells and forging his soul into something he could control. Slowly, bit by bit, he forces his essence deeper into the pillar, threading his intent into the formation like a pick into a lock. The glyphs resisted them, one by one began to dim. Another pulse of Lawfen's essence rocked the room. The god groaned in pain, his soul slipping. Hump listened carefully to his words, following his guidance step by step through the formation. It wasn't overwhelmingly complex, but it was powerful. The runes were formed with such perfect intent that they could process more essence than Hump would have thought possible, but it was simple enough for him to follow. Rune by rune, Hump wormed his way through the formation on the pillar. It was a painstakingly slow process, requiring constant focus and subtle essence manipulation. Once this would have been poorly suited to his skills, but these days it came more naturally. Still, this was made for hands far more skilled than his. By the time he reached the essence core, Lawfen was barely holding on. With the formation fully under his control, it was a simple matter for Hump to cut off the flow to the power source below. And with it came a flare of essence. The first of Lawfen's shackles was broken. With the first pillar deactivated, Hump moved on to the next, one by one. He broke the connection between each of the reality anchors and the world core. Slowly, the stifling power of the chamber dissipated. The rich intent that filled every aspect of this place weakened a little, enough that his control over his own power grew stronger. With each of the pillars, it was easier than the last. Yet when he reached the final one, Hump paused. Lawfen's control over his soul was incredibly weak now, barely contained within the prison. All Hump had to do was wait, and it would leave him vulnerable, exposed and open to receive a mark, just like those he bestowed upon others. Hump wondered how hard it would be to create the bindings of the gods with a soul exposed like Lawfen's, and what he knew about god glyphs suggested it wouldn't be too challenging. "Are you going to do something?" Lawfen asked quietly. "You carry the spellbook of Samuel Doreen. There must be a spell to bind my soul in there. Are you going to mark me, the price for my freedom?" It was tempting. Hump had to admit, so tempting in fact that he glanced down at his spellbook, wondering if Glindrel might show him something. The owl was angry, there was no doubt about that. Perhaps binding Lawfen to his will would quell that rage. But no, that was not who he was. "I will make no slave of you," Hump said. "You think yourself better than me?" Lawfen scoffed. "Greater than I, above me." Hump stared at Lawfen, chin held high. "In this regard, yes. I will not take your freedom from you, for that is not what I stand for." Hump released the final pillar. There was a surge of essence, then nothing. The bindings were broken. Lawfen was free. The god fell forward, slumping onto the ground. He lay there, looking more man than ever. He clutched at the cold stone, groaned as he slowly pushed himself up, testing his limbs. His face broke into a smile, and laughter came once more. "Spectres," Selene called. "They're coming." Chapter 510, Return of the Maker. Hump braced himself, staff in hand, as the specters surged from the Hydra's chamber like a crashing wave of light. A sea of ghostly blue forms poured forth, their screeches echoing down the corridor. It was only now that Hump truly processed that the siphoning power he'd sensed before was gone. Perhaps it was the reality anchors that were keeping them at bay until now. Without the suppressive force of the prison's essence siphoning, the specters were free. Their eyes were the brightest point, hollow and filled with essence. It shimmered around them, chilling the air as the screamed toward the prison's threshold. Others swarmed the Hydra's body, rending its flesh, feasting like a swarm of crows. "Bud, you need to get up," Emilia said. Her words didn't seem to reach him. The knight was unmoving on the stone floor, his sword forgotten beside him. Emilia shook him gently. Bud, please, you have to get up. It's not safe here." He didn't stir. At the door, Selene called out, "Nisha, come." The dragon bounded back into the room, snarling, her tail lashing at the wind of specters approaching. Hump could sense her fear. Their essence was unnatural to her sensitive scales. Selene started to pull the doors shut. "Stop," Lawfen commanded. "Leave them open." The god reached forward from where he lay, pressing his hand to the ground. A low hum rumbled through the stone, trembling beneath Hump's feet. He felt the pulse of essence spread outward, running through the floor like blood in veins. Channels of gold, bronze, and red blazed to life, erupting from Lawfen's palm and snaking out in 4 directions. They climbed the walls, filling the many runes upon their service, bathing the chamber in their light. The entire structure seemed to awaken. Hump felt it all, not just the room, but the tower above them. Lawfen rose slowly. Even weakened, he was a presence impossible to ignore. He strode toward the oncoming specters, his steps unhurried as if unbothered by the storm rushing toward him. He raised one hand, his fingers splayed. A pulse of force erupted from his palm. It spread outward in a wave, no flash, no explosion, just raw intent carried upon essence. The will of a god. The specters could do nothing to avoid it in the Hydra's chamber. They were swept up in his power and sent flying backward as if caught in a gale. The chamber echoed with their screeches, only for silence to take over as they struck the rear wall, their bodies dissipating into essence. Hump's heart hammered at the power on display. He gripped tightly to his staff, his body caught somewhere between fight and flight, and then it was gone. Lawfen's presence seemed to shrink, until it seemed as if it were only an old man standing before him. Yet the once dark chamber was bright with his essence. The runes upon the walls remained lit. Channels flooded the tiled floor. Even the rocks took on a new, faint radiance. "Come," Lawfen said, turning toward the towering doors. "After an eternity, it is time I leave this prison behind." He began to walk, bare feet slapping the tiled floor. But Hump remained behind, his eyes on Bud. The knight hadn't moved, not even to raise his head. It was hard to guess at what he might be thinking. Denial, anger, grief, or something else entirely. His face was unreadable, but his stillness was louder than any scream. Hump had never seen Bud so distraught. It wasn't like him. He was too stubborn for this. Nishari approached and nuzzled him, bumping her head into his side, yet he didn't even look her way. Emilia ran a hand down Nisha's back. "Give him some time," Emilia said softly. "We can't leave him here," Bud said. "I could carry him," Selene offered. Hump frowned at her. She could certainly lift him, but it was the image of a knight in full armor draped over her back that gave him pause. "Let's avoid destroying his masculine pride, shall we?" Dylan said. "I will carry him." The druid lifted Bud easily onto his back without resistance. Lawfen did not spare the Hydra so much as a glance as he passed through its chamber. The great beast was unrecognizable. In only a few moments, the specters had torn its body to bloody shreds, and what remained was a pile of flesh and gore. Lawfen strode past it to the end of the chamber, where he gazed upward through the great hole from which they had descended, without so much as a gesture. Essence stirred. Stone peeled away from the walls, spiraling upwards to form a broad staircase. They stretched all the way around the hole, climbing up to the lower level of the tower. Dust fell from overhead as the great structure groaned back to life. Ancient mechanisms, long dormant, awakened once more. It had been dark when they descended, but now a warm glow filled the space, faintly reaching them even down in the depths. "Wait," Hump said. "I've released you. It's time to talk about what comes next." Lawfen's gaze lingered above. "You seek a way home." "Yes, to Alvarin." "The gateway system will need to be restored," Lawfen said. "With my freedom restored, I can repair it, but it is not as simple as returning you to Alvarin. The bridges across the Veil will be open, all of them. Anyone with the will and the knowledge will have access from across the 9 worlds." "Why didn't you mention this before?" Hump asked. "You did not ask," Lawfen said with a shrug. "And does it matter? The worlds were connected once, and they shall be again." Hump wondered how much chaos the Altari arriving in Alvarin would cause, let alone whoever existed beyond. It could mean war. "Is there no way to reintroduce the gateways more slowly?" Hump asked. "Perhaps, but I do not know it," Lawfen said. "The bridges exist. All that keeps them closed is a calibration error across the gateways. But they are all connected. Where one is restored, all shall follow. It is only through that method that they function at all. I will need time to repair the conduits and relight the forges. Days, perhaps. The tower must be whole again first, but it will be done. You granted me freedom, and for that I am grateful, but any further questions must wait. I must take stock." "There is one more thing," Hump said. "Not a question. We didn't come here alone. Our allies are outside the doors to your tower in the barren wasteland that surrounds it. Monsters lurk on all sides, and we must get them inside. They are your followers." "Then we shall start there," Lawfen said. "Come." Hump swallowed hard. The others gathered close, weapons in hand, though none were raised. They followed Lawfen without a word, ascending the staircase behind him. There was a gravity to the god's movements, as if the entire tower shifted in response to each step he took. At the top, The great antechamber that had once been a lifeless ruin now pulsed with essence. The origin of the warm glow was shining stones embedded in the walls and ceilings. It flickered and danced like fire restrained in a crystal. Selene swung round and readied her bow. Hump turned to see a creature, no, a construct, stepping out from beneath the walls. It was forged of silver metal, engraved with runes, and its joints shone with essence. With graceful precision, it tapped forward on delicate feet and began gathering rubble, sorting it into neat piles. As it worked, others joined it. Dozens filtered out from hidden recesses in the stone, all forged of the same silver alloy, all moving with silent, single-minded purpose. As if some ancient system had flickered back to life, the tower itself was waking. The constructs fanned out, lifting stones, slotting bricks back into broken walls, sweeping dust and ash into waiting compartments. "Look at what has become of it," Lawfen said with a strange eagerness to his voice. "Once this was the heart of my dominion, but it has been ravaged. So much is gone. It will take some time to restore it to its former glory." "You don't sound upset," Hump said. Lawfen chuckled. "What is made may be lost, but the hands that forged it remember." Lawfen grinned up at his statue, noting the damage to the face with a frown. "Now that will need fixing." They proceeded through the antechamber, back into the Maker's tower itself. Soon they came to the entry-room. It was now that sorrow touched his face as he stared upon the statue, Kistra. "Creator," she said, "you live." "I do, my child," Lawfen said. A pulse of chamber passed through his hand, entering Kistra's body. The cracks in her body healed, but the shard through her chest remained. "We shall restore you, Kistra. You will not be bound here any longer." "I would like that." Lawfen forced his eyes away, turning to the tower doors. He snapped his fingers, and they swung silently open. Light spilled through a ND with it, the sounds of battles. Weapons clashed. Shrill screeches filled the air. Hump rushed to the threshold and stopped. The Altari were outside, their backs pressed to the tower walls, fighting off a host of flying creatures. The beasts came at them in waves, carried on bat-like wings with long, toothed beaks. "Come on," Hump shouted, waving them in. "Get inside now." "With haste," Lawfen called. "I have much to do." Outside, the Altari responded quickly. Captain Hadber barked orders, cutting through the confusion. Prince Markov and Princess Yorella followed, dragging a wounded scribe between them. Runesmith Tatsy came last. The monsters did not follow them. They surged into the tower, panting and bloodied. A few bodies were left behind, but most had made it. As the doors closed behind them, the Altari gawked. "What happened?" Prince Markov asked, his voice unsteady. "How is the—" He stopped, eyes falling on the towering figure of Lawfen. "Lord Maker." All at once, the Altari dropped to their knees in stunned silence. Lawfen didn't even acknowledge them. He simply turned and walked back into the tower. Much to do indeed. Lawfen was in no state to speak, his attention elsewhere, and truthfully, Hump and the others were in even worse shape. Exhaustion clung to them. The fight, the choices they'd made, the truths they'd uncovered, they all needed time to truly process it. But the world would not wait. "Wizard," Prince Markov called, striding toward him with the clipped, entitled tone of someone used to being obeyed. "You must tell us what happened in that place." Hump barely spared him a glance. "I have more important matters to attend to." He turned away. On the far side of the room, Emilia had managed to settle Bud into a sitting position. The night looked hollow, like a man carved from grief. That was where Hump's focus lay. His friend needed him, but Markov wasn't done. The prince stepped in front of him, one hand snapping out to seize Hump's arm. "I don't think you understand what's at stake here." It happened without thought. A flicker of anger passed through Hump, and with it his soul slipped loose. Not entirely, but enough. The air thickened with pressure. The prince froze. His grip fell away as his eyes widened in alarm. Then his legs gave out and he dropped to the stone floor with a panicked thud. He stared up at Hump, mouth working uselessly, no words coming out, just shallow breaths and fear. Hump didn't speak. He didn't need to. His gaze alone said more than enough. He stepped past the prince, drawing his soul back into himself as naturally as breathing. Behind him, Nisha padded over to him. She leaned close to Markov's face, not touching him, but enough that he could feel the heat of her breath against his cheek. Her lips pulled back into a silent snarl, then she stepped over him and followed after Hump. "How is he?" Hump asked. "He's talked," Emilia said. "But he's not saying much." Bud was staring at the floor, a cold sweat on his face, pale as a ghost. Not only had Laufen confirmed the fears that Bud must have already had from all that Hump had said, but he had taken away the connection Bud had to Kelija. He had reforged the blessings that Hump had worked so hard to forge. No longer was he a chosen of Kelija. If anything, he was more fallen, like the traitor chosen, Godfrey. Hump sighed. Where did he even begin? Chapter 511, Broken. "So," Hump said, slumping down beside Bud against the wall. "Welcome to the club." Bud gave Hump an unamused look, but it was a look. "Good to see you're still in there," Hump said, smiling. "You had us worried. Shall we talk?" Bud's eyes went back to the floor and he said nothing. The momentary emotion was gone, and cold, empty eyes returned. Hump looked around the room. The Altari were helping Prince Markov to his feet, and it seemed he had Captain Hadber to thank for the fact the prince didn't come storming after him. They were in one of the side rooms near the entryway. Hump wasn't sure what it had been once, for there was so little of it remaining. The broken stone made for decent enough sitting, though. "Give me something to work with, big guy," Hump said. "What's on your mind?" "What do you think of Laufen? Are you hungry? Do you want me to leave you alone and give you some time?" Bud remained silent. Slumped on the floor in his armor, he didn't look comfortable. "How about we just get you out of your armor?" Hump suggested. "You can think things through a little more comfortably, maybe get some sleep." Still no answer. He glanced at Emilia and whispered, "Am I helping or annoying him?" "Your guess is as good as mine," she said. "He has fairly high tolerance for you being irritating, though." Hump frowned glumly. "Well, thanks," he nudged Bud's shoulder plate. "If I'm annoying you, make sure to tell me. I don't want to be. I just want you to talk to me, Bud, something, anything." "You're not annoying me," Bud said quietly. "Good," Hump drew in a relieved breath, more at the fact his friend was talking than not irritating him. "Do you want some space? I get this must all be a shock for you, but we're here for you when you need us." Bud shook his head. "A shock, I don't know how to explain it to you. My entire life is a lie, everything. I can't accept it. I keep thinking about all the ways Laufen could be lying to me." "Do you think he's lying?" Hump asked. "Truly." "It's possible, isn't it?" Bud said. He sighed. "There's always the chance." Hump frowned. "What?" Bud asked. "You think I'm an idiot?" "No, of course I don't." Bud scoffed. "You do. I can just imagine how much you're enjoying this. Finally, your words have been proven right." Hump felt his anger rising. "You know I'm not like that." "Yes, you are. Nothing makes you happier than being right." "Not like this." "Not with you. I wish I was wrong, Bud. I really do. The world would be a better place if what you believed was true. You're my best friend." "Do you truly believe I would want this?" There was a long silence. Bud closed his eyes and pressed his head against the wall. "No," he put his face in his hands. "I'm sorry, Hump." "You don't need to apologize," Hump said. "I just need you to know it." "But what do I do?" Bud said. "How do I accept this?" Hump paused. He didn't even know where to start. How did someone get over something like this? Pragmatism. It didn't seem like a particularly helpful suggestion. "What does your heart tell you?" Emilia asked. "I have doubts," Bud said quietly. "I want to tell myself that this is a test, a chance to prove my faith, but—" "What is it?" Emilia pressed. "There's a feeling." "When Laufen twisted my blessings, I felt a weight lifted, like chains unraveled from around my soul. I could finally breathe." Bud's lip trembled. "But how can it be true? Laufen was exiled. He could have done something to trick me, to fool us all." To Hump, the proof was undeniable. Laufen had stood before them, explained what blessings truly were, then reforged Bud's before their eyes. Bud's soul had reached the next step. His power had evolved. It all lined up with what Hump had already learned and what he knew of Selene's blessings. "How could they deceive us all like this?" Bud whispered. How could they hide the truth from so many? Our people look to them for guidance. Our priests speak their messages. Our chosen carry out their will. I can't believe that was all a lie. Both can be true, Emilia said. The gods may guide the priests and chosen while taking some of their power. They have stolen from us, Bud's voice cracked. People pray to them for help. I have prayed in my times of need. Do you think they laugh at our prayers? Or was I talking to nothing, to no one? Have you looked at the changes? Hump asked. I don't need to, I can feel them. What do they feel like? Hump asked. Like scars upon my soul. The old wounds healed and new tissue in their place. And the power that remains doesn't come from anywhere but me. Can you show me? Hump asked. I'd like to see what he did to you. Bud shook his head. I can't. I can't see it. Don't make me. I'm an abomination. No matter what's true, my soul has been marred. Emilia placed a hand on Bud's. Bud. I won't make you, Hump said. It's just that I think they may be similar to Selene's blessings, designed to help you grow rather than dictating your path. Then look, Bud snarled, calling upon his blessings. There were tears in his eyes, glistening as frostfire flickered within. Circles took form around him, his blessings carving themselves out in the ground, one by one. Unfamiliar sigils circling him, the same icy crystals, yet something was slightly different to them. The flame was flaked with silver. The runes somewhere between god glyphs and Lawfen's runes. Bud read over them all in dismay. In this distant world, my connection to Calisia had faded, but it was still there, waiting to reconnect. Now that is gone. I am fallen. An oath-breaker, there is nothing. Now you're being an idiot, Emilia said. What oath did you break? If anyone broke an oath, it is Calisia. Bud laughed. There was no humor in it, just bitterness and pain. Didn't I? Where are we, Emilia? I've come to a place where my gods imprisoned Lawfen. He was exiled and now he is free, free to pursue his revenge. Free to bring ruin to the Pantheon and anything else he sees fit. I helped free him. He ran a hand down his face, fingers trembling. And for that, I am the greatest oath-breaker there ever was. At least Godfrey has not yet set any of the old gods free. Godfrey has slain countless innocents, Hump said. He's betrayed not just the gods, but the people of Alvarin. If you compare yourself to him, we really will start to think you are a fool. Bud forced a smile. Do you know the worst part? I don't feel guilt, only sorrow, hurt. Betrayed, I would have done anything for Calisia. Anything. And all this time you were right, Hump. I clung to hope that my faith would be enough. That maybe, just maybe, if I stayed true to Calisia, my faith would be rewarded. But now I know. He looked up at Hump. Tears ran down his cheeks. She was never watching, she never cared. The silence that followed was painful. Hump didn't know what to say. Bud's sadness was so visceral, so deep, he couldn't fix that. Bud bowed his head, sobbing now. All my life I've devoted myself to her cause. I have tried to uphold her values, punished her enemies, and followed every sign she gave. And it meant nothing. It wasn't for nothing, Hump said gently. Bud didn't look up. You didn't just uphold her values, you embodied them. Calisia never deserved your loyalty. She betrayed you. Bud swallowed. Not just me, her people. All of us. Bud clenched his fist and slammed it against his chest so hard it clanked through the halls of the tower. It just hurts so much. Emilia touched his arm softly. We know it's hard. You can't know, Bud snapped, though his voice cracked more with pain than anger. You're not chosen. You can't comprehend what it means to devote your entire being to something greater. It defined me, Emilia, yet it was never real. He shook his head. There have been times when I have doubted, times when I was uncertain of what lay ahead, but always I walked onward, trusting in her guiding hand, trusting that as long as I stayed true to her, all would work out as intended. But there is no guidance, no path, no reason. You might not have had Calisia, but you've always had your own compass, Hump said. Think of all the people you've saved, everything we've accomplished together. The terrible things that we've prevented. So what if Calisia wasn't pointing the direction? None of that came from her, that came from you. The path we're on is our own, and that's not a bad thing. Bud looked up at him, blinking slowly. But what do we do now? How do we know where to go next? I don't know how to tell you this, Hump said. But I was never trusting in any god to show me the way, not sure if you've noticed. Our way forward is still clear. We still have our goals, we still have a mission. We need to get back to Alvarin. We need to stop the warlocks from reaching the path to heaven, and you're still a part of that. But how can we know what's right? Bud asked, desperate. We've released Lawfen, but perhaps he did not deserve his exile. What if the warlocks and Godfrey aren't entirely wrong? Hump tapped the steel plate on Bud's chest. Follow that big all thing in there. Fortunately for the rest of us, you've got a kinder one than most. Do you need a god to tell you that the warlocks and Godfrey are evil? Bud frowned at him. No. That's a good start. You make it sound so easy. It's not always easy, Hump said. And when you find yourself struggling, that's when you lean on us. Maybe you'll come to like it. There's a sense of freedom and adventure to not knowing where your feet might take you next. And what will we do next? Bud asked. Follow Lawfen. Is that what you want to do? Hump asked. Bud thought for a moment. No, not one bit. All I care for right now is a full night's sleep without having to worry about who or what might want to kill us tomorrow. It's been a while, hasn't it? Sleep for a full night, Bud said. Not have to worry about who or what might try to kill us the next day. Hump snorted. It's been a while, hasn't it? Far too long, Bud sighed. And I think it will be a while yet before I get my wish. I want answers. Whatever we do now, we stick with Lawfen. If he is playing me the fool, I will know it. And if his words are true, and the Pantheon is using their worshippers for selfish reasons, then I would know it for myself. Hump turned his eyes from Bud to the doorway. Part of him wanted to get up and see what Lawfen was doing, but most of him was just tired. Let's get some rest first. Give Lawfen some time to get his things in order. Come tomorrow, I'll see about his plan for getting us home. What has he told you so far? Bud asked. That it will take some time, and he didn't seem to have much sense of urgency either. We're going to need to apply some pressure. All of a sudden, thunder boomed through the tower. The floor trembled beneath Hump, the very tower shaking. Nisha was on her feet, grumbling with worry, almost falling from the force. The quake lasted for 15 seconds before it finally stopped. What did he do? Emilia asked. The three of them shared a look and staggered to their feet. Hump's mind went to the reality anchors beneath the tower. Had he drawn on the world core from the power? Was this the destruction of the world the Altari had foretold? Yet as they raced out into the hallway, they found Lawfen arriving from the inner halls. What happened? Hump asked. Out here, Dylan's voice came from the entryway. Hump and the others crowded into the doorway of the small room. Selene and Dylan stood in the doorway, and outside, an explosion of essence filled the distant sky, breaching the mountains like the sun over the horizon. That's the direction of the skyship, Selene said. Captain Hadber shouted something in Altari. Light has come for me, Lawfen said, staggering back through the door until his back was pressed against the wall. She knows. But it's too soon. I cannot face her. Light, Hump asked. You sense Lady Light in that? He couldn't sense anything from this distance. Yes. It is not her, Hump said. Godfrey has come. Chapter 512, The Same Foundation. Nishari stalked ahead of Hump to gaze out the tower door, her tail slowly waving from one side to the other, eyes locked on the distant light. A low rumble came from her throat, but Hump could feel her fear. An image of him on the ground flashed from her thoughts, his body pierced by Godfrey's spears of light. The light beyond the mountains was like the sun at dawn. Golden rays streaked across the sky, and the storm of essence in this barren land seemed to glow with it. In other circumstances, it might have been a spectacle. But all Hump felt now was foreboding. They had been worried that Lawfen may have made arrangements with Godfrey already. The god could betray them yet. Yet as he turned to Lawfen, a calmness had returned to him. Tobias Godfrey, I do not know this name, Lawfen said. He had changed into more fitting clothes for a god, or at least Hump thought so. Fine trousers and a tunic with a warm coat over the top. Tobias Godfrey, he is Lady Light's former chosen of the Ninth Circle, Hump said. But he betrayed her. He is working with Baelker and the warlocks to try and ascend to godhood himself. Then it is not light that comes for me, Lawfen said. What of my crew? Captain Habdur said. We must go to my ship. We must save them. Nothing can be done for your ship, Lawfen said. If a chosen of the Ninth Circle has come to this world, he is beyond your people. My people came here to save you. It is too late. Lawfen let out a long sigh and reached into his pocket. He drew out the same round plate made of metal that Hump had seen him wield before. Prism magic pulsed from it, light expanding from the center to produce an illusion of the crown of the winds, or at least what was left of the skyship. It rained in pieces to the ground. Smoke and flame were artfully displayed by the artifact. Habdur dropped to his knees and stared at the light beyond the door. He clutched his chest as if he were about to tear out his own heart. I have failed them. There must be something we can do, Bud said. These are your people. You can't abandon them. They are dead, Lawfen said. Take solace in the fact that their deaths were not in vain, but we must act swiftly or we shall meet the same end. Are you not the Maker? Captain Habdur snarled. I am the Maker, Lawfen snapped back, released from a millennium of imprisonment. My strength is not what it once was. I cannot face him, but I can save you all if you do as I command. What would you have us do, Lord Maker? Princess Yorella asked. The tower wards must be restored before this Godfrey arrives. Then I must use what time it provides to create a new nexus for the Gateway network. Lawfen turned from the altari. The door to his tower closed without so much as a gesture. Those that wish to aid me follow. Yorella bowed deeply. We are yours to command, Lord Maker. Hump shared a look with his party members before following. His heart pained him. He did not know many of the crew well. But they had traveled together for a month, eaten together, told stories. Dozens of Altari that had grown to be his companions gone like that. Slain by Godfrey, slain by the traitor chosen. Anger rose in him. This was about more than just Godfrey. His crimes needed to be punished, but he was a symptom of a larger problem. The warlocks, all that had happened to Bud, this darkness stemmed from the gods, from the pantheon, from light itself. We should go, Dylan said. Our expertise will likely be useful. I will stay with Captain Hadber, Runesmith Tatsy said. He shouldn't be alone right now. Nonsense, Prince Markov said. You are the only runesmith we have. You must attend the Lord Maker. Tatsy opened her mouth to protest. My prince. I will not hear it. The sharpness to Markov's voice could cut steel. I will stay with him, Bud said softly. I'm not sure I can be around Lawfen right now anyway. Emilia ran a hand through his hair. Will you be all right? Bud nodded. Go. I'm sure we'll join you soon enough. Hump could see the smoldering anger on Bud's face as he put a hand on Hadber's shoulder. They could give them a few minutes at least, even in an emergency. It took them 2 days to cross the mountains. Godfrey was fast, but they had some time yet. They did not stay on the upper floors of the tower, instead descending to the antechamber below. There were even more constructs at work now than there had been before. Hundreds of them moved in tandem, clearing debris and other rubbish. Lawfen did not wait for them, striding through the halls with purpose. The Otari hurried to keep up, scurrying about the god, their heads held low, though there was a caution to them. No doubt the Maker was not what they had expected. What do you make of the situation? Emilia asked. Do you trust him? No, Hump said. In fact, I wonder if we should not have told him that Godfrey was a traitor chosen at all. Perhaps it would have been better for him to think that Lady Light truly had come. He would have figured it out eventually, as long as he got us home first. Does it matter? You would have been making an enemy out of a god. I think that matters. Hump gave her a look, a small smile on his lips. Can't help but think we've been making enemies out of too many gods lately. Well, what's important now is that we keep him on our side. Lawfen will make a strong ally. We should assist him. You seem almost eager, Emilia said. I thought you'd be upset after learning what we did about blessings. I may be chosen, but I was raised by Vivienne and taught to think like a wizard, ever since Hump first told us of his suspicions. I've been on the fence about the subject. This comes as no shock. Besides, Kriok is not one of the 12. He may be as much a slave to the Pantheon as we are. My focus right now is learning as much as I can from Lawfen. Do not forget, we are about to see the crafter at work. Hump had to admit he was curious to see what Lawfen would do. Lawfen led them to the ground floor. At first, Hump thought they were heading back to the hall leading to the Hydra's chamber, along with the prison that had held Lawfen for so long. But they soon veered away towards the statue. The floor was collapsed in places here, requiring Lawfen to conjure pathways of stone over chasms that led to the deeps. Soon they came to a dead end, a stone wall in an unassuming room. The surface was smooth, the brickwork not standing out in any way. Lawfen touched a series of stones. A complex pattern of runes took form beneath his touch. Soon the bricks parted, moving one by one as they folded in on each other. It was not the grand vault that they needed, but there was a small stash of tools, artifacts, gold, and essence stones, along with many alchemical components that Hump didn't recognize. "Now that is fortunate," Lawfen said. "Are you surprised to find you have anything left?" Hump asked. "It was a storeroom I created on a whim," Lawfen said. "A little project of mine while I was bored. A secret stash in case I ever had to leave in a hurry. It would seem to be the only thing in my tower to have been left untouched. Not too useful, but it should make things easier for us." "And what things would those be?" "Ah, wizard, you are in for a treat. My tower is alive once more, but its connection to the world core was broken. If we are to restore the wards, we must restore that connection first. My original workings were hidden in the walls, but they have been removed. We will need to make something more rudimentary." Hump paused, considering what Lawfen meant. "You intend to use the reality anchors to connect the tower to the world core. Only something of such magnitude is powerful enough to fuel a gateway network," Lawfen said. He gestured toward the store of items. "Bring it all with us." Lawfen didn't wait to see if the Altari followed his command. He was already moving. Now they descended to the Titra's chamber. What followed wasn't the intricate runework that Hump imagined. If anything, it was fundamental elements that he was familiar with layered on top of each other and done on a grander scale. Lawfen melted down the gold bars with raw essence channeled directly from his hands. The metal shimmered as it bent to his will, flowing like liquid across the floor. He guided it through the chamber with casual gestures, forming elegant channels that spread out from the reality anchors in curling branches of golden runes. Hump could have done a similar job, but he couldn't imagine matching the speed and accuracy. The lines were perfectly symmetrical and balanced. Every curve and intersection fed into the larger whole, fitting the floor of the tower like a piece of art. Dylan had wanted to learn from this, and in a way, Hump did. He thought he might uncover some secret that made the gods different, something that made them greater, a key component to magic that he was missing. But watching Lawfen work, what became increasingly clear was that he built upon a foundation that Hump was familiar with. He didn't recognize every rune the god used, nor the principles behind them, but those were just a matter of memorization. What stood out most was Lawfen's expertise in the art of runecraft. Perfect lines, perfect channels, and perfect runes. Everything was done so precisely, and so swiftly that if Hump hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he'd struggle to believe a single person had done it in a matter of hours. But if Lawfen could do it, why couldn't he? There was nothing the god was doing that was entirely beyond Hump, but it was the many different pieces that went into each detail where the difference lay. If he practiced enough, studied all he could, then this was not an insurmountable height. With that insight, Hump felt a weight lift. Watching Lawfen work made one thing very clear. The gods were not the infallible beings the priests would have them believe. Powerful, yes, but their strength was built upon the same foundation as everyone else, which meant they could fall just the same as well. Bud and Captain Hadber rejoined them part way through. They both seemed in better spirits than when Hump had left them, though he could see the tiredness on both man and Altari. "I thought you'd be helping," Bud said. "So did I," Hump said. Constructs worked tirelessly around them. The creatures of brass and steel scuttling around, carrying essence stones, positioning them in grooves, locking them in with a twist of their tool-tipped fingers. Others were at work in the rest of the tower, building a network of essence stones to conduct essence through the tower. Hours passed and runes sparked to life. Ancient channels were restored, formations repaired, and soon the tower truly awakened. Walls shifted, stone plates rotated to reveal hidden slots and dormant formations. A low hum of essence built in the chamber, radiating upward. The essence returned slowly at first. A trickle through the golden veins, then more pulsing in rhythm, steady, growing. Hump felt it beneath his feet, a rising tide. The tower was drinking from the world core once again. Finally, Lawfen reached toward one of the reality anchors, placing the surface of its stone. The massive crystal flared with red light, runes flaring along its surface, essence seeping itward. The chamber darkened, and for a moment, all the power drawn into the room seemed to pause. Then light surged back in, bursting from the anchors, racing along the golden channels in a web of brilliance. The stones in the walls ignited in sequence. One by one, floor to ceiling, a wave of essence rippled outward. The power now was far beyond when Lawfen first awoke. Above, the sound of machinery began to grind, echoed downward. Cranks turning, latches snapping, heavy stone shifting in motion. Lawfen stared around at his work with an unrestrained grin, like a child that had completed a puzzle. "It is like a piece of the old world has returned," Lawfen said softly. "Is it ready?" Hump asked. "The tower has fuel, yes, but there is much left to do. We shall restore the wards first, and then I will begin work on creating a new gateway. It is only a shame that we do all this to leave this place. There is so much work I must complete." "What of Godfrey?" Hump pressed. "Drawing closer, when Light's Chosen arrives, you must take control of the wards, wizard. You possess an understanding of complex spell formations, do you not?" "Depends what you define as complex. I could somewhat follow what you were doing here." "It will have to do. I shall explain what I can in the time we have. Come." Chapter 513, A Little Hope. They ascended the tower once more. It was different this time. Already it felt as if the ruins of the tower were truly waking up. Light filled the stairways. The shadows of the antechamber were pressed back. Rubble and stone were being used to rebuild the broken walkways, collapsed walls, and even the statue of Lawfen himself. The gods' constructs were at work constantly, scrambling over the walls and floor all around them. There were even more than before. As they rose the floors, Lawfen brought them to a large chamber where production for the gateway was already underway. Hump was surprised to find a second Lawfen at work there. "How can there be a second copy of you?" Prince Markov asked. "It is an avatar," Lawfen said. "Costly to forge, but we are in a hurry." The chamber was filled with motion. Everything unnecessary had been cleared out to make room for the massive slabs of black stone being levitated into place on floating platforms guided by runes and carefully placed by constructs. Already, Hump was beginning to see a resemblance to the gateways he had passed through before. The floor did not yet possess the complex runic formations, but the design was there. A curved wall on the rear side, partially doming the platform. Each piece bore Lawfen's mark. Lawfen's avatar stood at the center of the platform, drawing stone from a gathered pile nearby and warping it as it rose into the air. Its form melted, the smell of heat and sulfur filling the chamber. Gray brick darkened, essence imbued it. The very makeup of its being changed as more of the black stone took form. The black bricks were added to the others and carefully locked into place with the grinding snap of stone on stone. In the room beside it, anything of value was being salvaged and stored, ready to take with them. Keistra, the door guardian, had been stored inside. She was still attached to the segment of wall, a spear lodged in her chest. She had been placed gently in a quiet corner of the chamber. It was a small act of care, but one Hump hadn't expected from an otherwise uncaring god. It made him a little bit more comfortable with the fact that they'd freed him. "You intend to bring her with us?" Hump asked quietly. "I am her creator," Lawfen said. "It is my duty to care for my creations." Hump didn't respond immediately, and by the time he'd formulated a reply, Lawfen was already continuing. "I can tell from that expression that you're surprised." Hump glanced at him, almost suspecting a trick that he didn't yet understand. "All I know of the gods paints them as selfish beings that use and manipulate for their own benefit. Keistra is but one creation amongst many." A small smile touched Lawfen's lips. "Keistra is special. The world is not as black and white as you see it, wizard. There was a time before the war, before this need for power took over. A time where we were free to live and enjoy the things we had worked for when nothing could threaten us. It was during this era of peace that my wife and I created Keistra. Through my skill in the physical craft and hers in the soul, we created something that was more than just an object. She possesses a soul? Dylan asked, a pace behind them, unable to mask the shock in his voice. In a sense, yes. Not the same as you or me, but she is a fully sentient being with her own wants and desires. Perhaps if we had been given time, we could have turned her into more than that. What was your wife's name? Hump asked. Lawfen paused, his eyes fixed ahead of him. Anwen. There was a softness to his voice that made Hump press no further. He shared a look with the rest of his party as they continued up the tower. Lawfen's avatar called to the Altari, delegating tasks to them, forcing them to remain behind. They didn't need to take the stairs this time. With a source of fuel for the tower, old platforms that rose between each floor were working once more. They were pure magic compared to the carriageway in Sheercliff City, floating seemingly without any source of support and only a few runes on display. Hump's stomach lurched as they started moving, but he quickly steadied himself and enjoyed the experience. Nisha nervously pressed against his leg, trying to stay away from the edge. It went all the way to the top, where they exited into a small room that looked out over all the surroundings. The moment it stopped, Nisha leapt from the platform and rushed toward the window, staring out at the open sky excitedly. From here, at the very top of the Maker's Tower, Hump could look out in all directions through towering glass windows. The barren lands beyond were empty. The monsters that had been attacking the Altari were gone. Yet strangely, the thing that stood out the most to him was how dark the sky was. The storm of essence from before had been swept back by Godfrey's power, yet that light was gone and the sky was somehow worse for it. At least before, he'd had a sense of where the traitor chosen was, but now, at any minute, the man could arrive. Hump forced his eyes away from the mountains and to the runic circle that ran around the chamber floor. Fresh essence stones were embedded in various locations. Specks of dust still remained where the runes had been recarved and repairs had been made. "How do you expect me to make this work?" Hump asked. "The formation is designed to be straightforward to wield. It requires only basic knowledge." Lawfen held out his hand. "Pass me your staff." Hump looked at the weapon in his hands. "Why? That is a piece made after my designs, correct? But it is made only by those that practice in my ways. It is incomplete. Hand it here." "I need you to tell me what you'll do to it first," Hump said. "No offense, but I'm still not entirely sure that we're on the same team. I can't exactly trust you to make modifications to my weapon." Lawfen chuckled. "That staff is made with my runes. Do you truly think that I could not do as I wish with it?" Hump frowned. "I don't know, but one thing I'm becoming certain of is that I need a new staff." "It is always wise to wield a weapon of one's own creation," Lawfen said. "Perhaps when this is done, I shall aid you in the making of a staff of your own. If you want a weapon you can trust, the only choice is one forged with your own hands." Hump glanced at Selene, who gave him a vague shrug. He handed it to Lawfen, who raised it in both hands before his chest. Essence glowed from his hands, blue mixing with red and bronze, burning brighter until it was like the heart of a forge surrounding his hands and the staff. The runes along the shaft shone brightly, the focus filled with that same light, and the dim tower was illuminated. If Godfrey had had any doubts about where they were before, he wouldn't any longer. That light beamed across the barren lands that surrounded them. New runes etched into the staff, starting at the base. Each one was no larger than a fingernail, a tenth of the size of those already carved into the wood. They circled the older markings like delicate ornaments, refining and reworking them, subtly altering the design with a purpose Hump couldn't guess. He worked swiftly, yet every movement was precise. The runes slithered up the shaft like living script, almost like the filling out of a page in the book of infinite pages, winding between the original symbols. When Lawfen reached the focus, the light within it dimmed, and then he began to inscribe the crystal itself. Facet by facet, tiny runes and intricate channels wove their way across the surface. These marks were finer, more deliberate than those along the shaft, etched with such perfect craftsmanship that Hump couldn't detect a single flaw. The staff pulsed with contained power, shaped and guided with divine skill. Only a few minutes had passed, but by the time Lawfen lowered his hands, the work was done. This was the display of godly craft Hump had longed to witness, something far beyond foundational runes or mortal refinement. In moments, Lawfen had taken an already intricate artifact and elevated it into something masterful. Lawfen held the staff out to Hump with a casualness that felt almost inappropriate for something so meticulously crafted. Hump took it, fingers closing around the familiar shape, and yet it wasn't the same. The wood felt smoother beneath his touch, polished to a soft sheen as though centuries had passed beneath a master's hand. The focus was flawless, so crystal clear that the essence within seemed deeper and more radiant. And they were exquisite, lines so fine and elegant they could have been painted by starlight, not just inscriptions, but art. He could only imagine what the chosen of Laufenbach and Alvarin might think if they were to see it now. No artifact he'd ever laid eyes on had possessed this level of precision, and now it belonged to him. Its only flaw was the hand that had made it. For all its beauty, it had been forged by someone Hump couldn't trust. He felt a shudder at his side as his spellbook shook. "Open it," Lawfen said. "Glyndorl will know if I tried to sabotage you. Even I can't sneak something past that old owl." Hump opened the book of infinite pages. Item index. Staff of Damnation, refined. Artifact, universal, diamond rank. Description: crafted from the wood of an aetherash tree that was aged in pure essence for 10 years, this magical staff has an almost perfect essence conductivity. The focus is cut from the heartstone of a tree of damnation and has a large capacity for essence. This staff was enhanced by Lawfen for improved strength and additional effects. Origin: crafted by Sir Isaac, headmaster of Sheercliff Academy and chosen of Lawfen. Modified by Lawfen the Maker, the Betrayer. Abilities: refined arcane amplification. Enhance the power of spells cast through this staff, increasing their essence efficiency and effectiveness. Refined essence channeling. Enhanced focus and control when channeling essence through this staff. Refined essence store. Grants exceptional focus and clarity when guiding essence, allowing for finer control of shaping, casting, and maintaining spells. The focus naturally condenses ambient and cast-off essence, storing it for future use. Refined sphere of protection. Using the stored energy in the staff, cast sphere of protection in an area around you, manifesting a powerful impenetrable barrier for 10 seconds. This effect requires recharging between uses. Runebound Mastery enhances the wielder's ability to understand, cast, and manipulate spell formations, especially those designed by Lawfen. Increases efficiency and control when working with advanced runecraft. This effect is passive while the staff is held and intensifies when essence is actively channeled through it. Diamond rank. Hump had never seen it. He'd never heard of it. Yet he knew, without doubt, that this was most likely the most valuable object he had ever seen. The refined abilities for the staff were significant, though he would not know by how much without some testing. What stood out most was the increase in the barrier duration from 5 seconds to 10. It had saved his life many times over. Reading the description given by his spellbook, he understood why Lawfen had done this. Runebound Mastery was entirely new, and it would make controlling the tower wards easier. Why Lawfen thought he needed that after explaining that the wards were designed to be simple, he did not know, but he supposed he'd find out. "With this, I'll be able to control the tower," Hump said. "You will," Lawfen said. "I did not do this to sabotage you, wizard. If anything, I have only given you power over me, over my tower. In the past, very few possessed such a fortune, but it was you that released me from this place. Now it shall be you that helps me leave this world behind. Think of this as my thanks." "What happens now?" Hump asked. "You will wield the formation, and I shall finish the gateway. When the traitor chosen arrives, stand strong, wizard. When I said my strength is not what it once was, I made no exaggeration. If Godfrey enters my tower, I will not be able to protect you nor your friends. Your fate shall be your own." "You are still a god of the Pantheon," Bud said, speaking to Lawfen for the first time since the god had reforged his blessings. "How could a traitor chosen be so much more powerful than you?" Lawfen let out a long sigh. So much has changed. Just as this world is withered, so am I. Yet you intend to bring war to the Pantheon, Bud said. I will bring ruin to them, Lawfen said, but not with my hands alone. He gazed out the towering windows. This was once the most beautiful forest. Wildflower meadows, towering hollow-wisps, their light shining like stars at night, and waterfalls of silver streaming from the mountains. Now look at what it has become, all because they betrayed me. This place feels the same as the remnant realm, Dylan said. Lawfen's face darked. Yes. The druid took a step forward. How does a place filled with life become this? You are not ready to know that answer. We walk the lands that your people destroyed, Dylan said. We've seen the world that was lost. How do we not have the right to know? Do you forget who you speak to? Lawfen snapped. I am Lawfen the Maker, the Rune Smith. Who do you think you are to question me like this? A chosen of the Pantheon, Dylan said. One that wants to restore the damage caused by your kind. It is a valid question, Hump said. You said it yourself, I'm the bearer of infinity. I inherited a legacy of seeking out knowledge. Lawfen stared at him, but Hump refused to be intimidated. Finally, the god sighed. When you wield essence, you provided a command through your intent and it obeys, but it is limited by its nature. With powerful enough intent, one can rip apart essence, pure essence, and destroy it. In that moment of destruction, the energy released is magnitudes greater than anything you could imagine. But that intent is lost. What remains are the shattered pieces of essence. It is the most devastating power capable of killing gods, but the land you see is the price. You destroyed an entire world like this, an entire people. Yes. Why? That is what war between gods is. We are very difficult to kill. Our foes were led by Uvdar, whose hunger would have consumed everything. Losing one world was preferable to all of them. And here, why let the Altari world be destroyed? Would you hand yourself over for capture? To protect a world, Hump shrugged. Yes. The Pantheon were built upon my genius, Lawfen snarled. You would not understand. I understand pride, Hump said. You speak too freely, wizard. You have tested me, but I can only be pushed so far. He began to leave the tower. Can it be restored? Dylan asked after him. This world, the remnant realm, these barren lands. Can they return to what they once were? Perhaps, Lawfen said, but I have not found a way, and frankly, my priority is elsewhere. Hump glanced at his friend. Dylan's eyes did not speak of disappointment, but of hope. It was a dangerous thing, especially when his goal was to restore life to an entire world, but after the day they'd had, they could all use a little of it. Alone with just his part, Hump set his sights upon the formation. If he was to hold off Godfrey, he was going to need some practice. Chapter 514, Key to the Tower. There wasn't much for them all to do in the tower. Everyone was exhausted, so even once Lawfen had left, no one went after him. The god could make his gateway. While they would rest and wait for Godfrey to arrive, they sat around the small space. During that time, though, Hump had not been idle. He'd studied every part of the ward that he could, using the Book of Infinite Pages to note it down, to fully grasp the nature of its intent and the runes within it. What he had surmised was that this was not just a defensive barrier over the tower. It turned the entire tower into an amplifier, with Hump acting as the conduit at its core. What stood out most of all was that Lawfen had given Hump unrestricted access to the tower, all the way down to the reality cores that powered it. With the help of the Book of Infinite Pages, with Glindrel's help, Hump could make some changes. What those changes should be, however, was another question. Hump leaned back against a stone column between two of the windows. Selene leaned on his left shoulder while Nisha lay her head on his lap, fast asleep. The little dragon had collapsed almost immediately once the tension was gone. It's easy to forget that she's just a dragonling, isn't it? Selene said. Hump nodded. She was almost 7 months old and already approaching the size of a horse, at least in terms of weight. She was still compact enough to make it around indoors, but that wouldn't last much longer. If we ever make it back to Sheercliff, I'm going to need to make some changes to the manor, Hump said. Find a way for Nisha to fit properly. Not sure that manor would ever accommodate a fully grown wolf dragon, Selene said. You could build her a barn, Bud said. Hump stared at him aghast. You dare. Nisha would never live in a barn. Nisha didn't even open her eyes as she let out a disgruntled huff, annoyed at him moving and being loud, but Hump didn't tell Bud that. See, you're offending her. Bud rolled his eyes, a small smile on his lips before he leaned his head back against the window. That almost looked like a laugh there, Emilia said. How could I possibly laugh? Bud asked. My faith is shattered, my blessings in ruin. You and me both, brother, Dylan said with a sad smile. I know this hasn't hit me quite as hard, but I'm still struggling to wrap my head around it all. Bud's eyes softened as he looked at the druid. The two of us should have a talk when we find a quiet moment. That we should, Dylan said. But for now, I just want to make sure we all make it out alive. Bud's head sunk into his chest. If only it was that easy. What do you mean? Dylan asked. I don't trust myself, Bud said. He raised a hand, and for the first time since Lawfen had changed him, frostfire flickered to life from his palm. His eyes turned to disgust. I don't trust this power. I know it's hard, Dylan said, but in truth, I'm a little envious of you. How so? Bud asked. When I call upon the blessings of Kriok, I am working through faith, channeling her power with the trust I have in her. But something in that is broken. My resolve is shaken. When the time to fight comes, I do not know how it will affect me. While that fire is not the same as it always was, your frostfire now comes from within. You need not rely on Kalija or anyone else, just yourself. There was a long sigh. The flickering flame in his palm disappeared, yet he didn't stop staring. Emilia leaned forwards and closed his fist with both hands. You will fight as you always have, Emilia said. Her eyes went to Dylan. Both of you will. One thing has not changed, the same thing that has stood since the beginning of our time together. We fight for each other. We make sure that we all survive time and time again. We have come out victorious, and this won't be any different. If you can't trust yourself or your faith, then trust in the rest of us. Her eyes moved between them both, and each other. Hump smiled at her words. Hope, faith, the gods, all of that had been nonsense to him from the beginning. But this was what gave him strength. From the change that came over Bud and Dylan, he could see the same in them. Bud closed his eyes and drew a breath, a calmness coming over him. Dylan smiled fully now, a little light returning to his eyes. Thank you, Emilia, you're right. All of you are my closest friends. It's for you all that I do this. Finally, Bud nodded. And for the innocent people that can't defend themselves, I only hope we made the right choice. He lowered his voice. I still don't trust Lawfen. Nor do I, Hump said, though for now it seems our interests align. He wants to be off this world as much as we do. One fear I have is that when we leave this place, Godfrey will remain, Emilia said. What if he takes out his anger on the Altari? Why would he do that? Selene asked. Emilia shrugged. Aimless spite, revenge against Lawfen. All I know is that the possibility doesn't sit well with me. Releasing Lawfen might not bring about the end of the world, but it's very possible that Godfrey does. Hump suddenly sat up, disturbing Nisha and Selene, both of them looking at him, slightly annoyed. What is it? Selene asked. If we leave this place, then Godfrey will have access to the reality anchors and the world core. He will be in control of the very things holding this world together. The Altari might just be one more sacrifice to gain the power he needs. Dylan groaned. There's always something, isn't there? We need to speak with Lawfen, Emilia said. Surely he would have planned for this already. Would he? Selene asked. I don't know if you realize this, but Lawfen is at least slightly mad. As far as I can tell, he cares about two things, avenging his wife and his creations. All the more reason we need to talk to him, Emilia said. Can we even trust what he has to say? Bud asked. It's not like he has not lied before. I think I have an idea about that, Hump said. I'm not certain it will work, but Lawfen has left me almost complete access to his tower. I could use the time-stop hourglass to make a few subtle changes with the help of Glyndorl. Changes like what? Emilia asked. Changes that would make it so that he cannot access the power of the reality anchors without my permission. Why would he give you the opportunity? Selene asked. He must have known you could do this. Hump shrugged. Perhaps it was an extension of trust. From what I can tell, it won't even be challenging. A few runes keyed to my own soul, and anyone else would be locked out, whether that be Godfrey or Lawfen himself. You can stop Godfrey from accessing the reality anchors, Emilia asked. Hump nodded. I think so. Given time, he would likely be able to find a way to overpower my changes, but first he would need to decipher how Lawfen created it all in the first place. It could be a trap, Dylan suggested. Lawfen could be testing you. If it's a trap, I don't see how it's a very good one. It would still be good to speak with him. Emilia sighed. I'll do it. Not alone you won't, Bud said. I'm coming with you. There's no need. You stay here and rest. Hump might need you once Godfrey shows up. No, Bud said, just in case something might happen. I still can't quite tell which side Lawfen's on. Emilia smiled, offering a hand to help the knight up. Even fully donned in armor, she was stable as a stone. Thank you, she said. I should come too, Dylan said. If he goes into detailed magical theory, I'm not much of a translator, but I'm better than nothing. Do something destructive if you need us, Selene said. Bud nodded, same to you. And let us know if he doesn't have an answer you like, Hump said. Left alone, the three of them settled in for the long wait. Hump never liked the eve of battle. Somehow, it was even worse staring out into the darkness of night with no idea when Lawfen might come. A little trust in the wards that he was to wield. You look anxious, Selene said softly. I'm about to adapt the spell formation of a god, Hump said. Am I not allowed to be a little nervous? Selene smiled. You'll be fine. You're as ready as you can be. I thought you said you were ready. We're about to go up against the 9th circle chosen. Can I ever be ready enough? Selene leaned away from him and gave a sharp smile. We'll soon find out. Show me what you've got. The task was even simpler than Hump had expected. There was nothing to stop him, no prevention in place to prevent one from manipulating what Lawfen had created. The fact that Hump had already wielded the reality anchors made it all the more easy to instill them with his power. He had used the time-stop amulet to work with Glindrel on any changes he could make, keying the formation to his soul, which was a fairly straightforward enchantment. The trouble lay in identifying the right location for it, one that would not change the function of the spell formation over the tower, but would shut down the essence supply from the reality anchors if he so desired. For once, Glindrel had jumped at the opportunity to provide him additional knowledge. Pages upon pages laid out the complex runes and channels that made up the tower. The important parts were highlighted in shining text. With a plan in place, all Hump had to do was leave the phylactery and reach into the tower. In the ward's standby state, Hump could feel every inch of the world around the tower. It was a level of awareness beyond anything he'd experienced before. Overwhelming at first, but it hadn't taken long to adjust. His focus was inward, however. He planted his staff upon the core of the formation. The new runes made it so simple. His will, essence, and mind flooded through the tower from top to bottom, spurting through the stone walls and many channels like blood through veins. Hump felt every part of it in his mind. He could sense the hundreds of constructs at work, crawling through each floor in acute detail. He sensed his friends, the Altari, like ghostly forms of essence, each with their unique feel. Most of all, he felt Lawfen and his avatar at work on the gateway. It was a blazing flame compared to everything else. A well of power growing only stronger as the artifact continued to progress. And deep below, swelling like molten heat beneath the earth, the reality anchors brimmed with power at Hump's literal beck and call. It was there that Hump made his changes, marking each of the reality anchors with a rune unique to him. It was one of Glindrel's inventions, something similar to how the Book of Infinite Pages was bound to his own soul. When he was finished and all 4 reality anchors were marked, he felt as if his connection to the tower had deepened. Did it work? Selene asked. I think so, Hump said. We won't know for sure until someone tests it. Night came and darkness descended upon the barren lands, illuminated only by the returning essence in the sky above. casting a faint red hue across the land. A few hours must have passed when the moment finally arrived. Hump had worried that Godfrey would arrive quietly, that he would somehow go unnoticed and sneak in before he had time to prepare the wards. Such a fear had been unnecessary. Godfrey did not care to hide his presence. He arrived with a bang that shook the tower to its very foundations. Golden light rose through the barren lands like noon had come. It streaked from the mountains in a blaze of warmth, and in a flash, Godfrey stood before the tower doors. His appearance was unchanged from Hump's memory. The perfect skin, the flawless golden hair, an angelic face that was eerily difficult to judge an age for. This was a man on the edge of divinity, a mortal whose toes had already dipped in what lay beyond. "He's come," Hump said. "Take Nisha and leave this chamber." "Are you sure you don't want me to stay?" Selene asked. Hump shook his head. "What I need right now is to focus, and I don't want you to get caught up in the essence once this begins." Selene gave his hand a squeeze. "Good luck, I'll be back when I have news." With the tower vacated, Hump got focused fully. "Lord Lawfen," came a bellow from outside, filled with essence. There was no missing the sarcasm in his voice, the loathing. "I am Tobias Godfrey, former chosen of light. I come before you today not as an enemy but a friend. The Pantheon wronged you just as they wronged me. Join with me, and together we can bring about their end. All you must do is let me in." It was as Hump had feared, perhaps even more dangerous than Godfrey arriving with open hostility, was the traitor chosen arriving as a friend. There was little reason for Lawfen to choose to side with Hump and the others. They lacked the power he had. What they possessed was the book of infinite pages and the fact that it had been them who set him free, a fact that might soon prove far too insignificant. Yet time passed and Lawfen brokered no reply. "Will you not answer me?" Godfrey demanded. Hump sensed a burst of essence beyond the tower, yet still within the ward. An illusion of Lawfen appeared with the sight granted to him by the tower. Hump saw through it clearly, every rune, every bit of essence and intent holding it together. And interestingly, he felt like he could undo it if he wished. This was Lawfen's power, but right now the wards were under his control, and anything within was his to do with as he wished. It shocked him that Lawfen had given him so much. "It must have hurt greatly for her greatest chosen to turn against her," Lawfen said. Godfrey's posture was relaxed. "You will not speak with me face to face?" Godfrey said. The man laughed, a chilling sound filled with scorn. "I know what you are, Lord Lawfen, or rather, I know what you are no longer. You have lost your spark. Join me and we might reclaim it." Chapter 515, What Breaks First? Lawfen had lost his spark. Hump's mind raced to try and process what that might mean. Only one answer came to him. If Godfrey's words were true, Lawfen had lost the very thing that made him one of the gods. Right now, Hump wasn't sure whether that was good or bad news. If Lawfen was to be their ally, the more powerful, the better. Yet if he turned against them, perhaps it was a good thing that they hadn't set free an evil god. Then there was the third option. Did it even matter? If Lawfen allied with Godfrey now, they were doomed no matter what they did, unless Hump tried to stop them here and now. He could concentrate the tower wards and forcefully disband Lawfen's illusion. But even as he considered the possibility, he feared it might already be too late. "It amuses me greatly that you think I have need of you," Lawfen said, his voice derisive. "Even now you are but a pawn for light. You know her power better than most. What gives you the confidence to think you could do anything to stand against the 12, against the Pantheon?" "I have done it," Godfrey shot back feverishly. "I destroyed the last of the 12 seals. I tore open the veil. And I am not alone. Baelker stands with me. Together we will set Uvdar free and take what is ours." "Baelker is a worm," Lawfen scoffed. "Irrelevant. A servant cloaked in delusions of grandeur. But Uvdar," Lawfen's voice darkened. "Uvdar cannot be released, not ever. You do not know of what you speak." Godfrey chuckled. "I did not think you would still hold to such ideals even after what the rest of the 12 did to you. Surely you want vengeance. Humanity has lived in the shadow of the Pantheon for far too long." "You have not felt the hunger of Uvdar," Lawfen said. "His hunger would devour the realms. The return of Uvdar would not only mean the end of the Pantheon, but of all things." "You are just like the rest of them," Godfrey growled. Blind to the truth, stuck in the old ways, how did you even escape your bindings? I do not believe that those Altari from the ship had the capability. That was when Hump stepped in. With a thought, he appeared before them using a sculpt illusion spell conducted through the tower. I think this conversation has become unproductive enough. Godfrey turned, surprise flicking across her perfect features. He looked better that way, still irritating but a little more human. You find yourself in my path again, wizard. I did not think you would survive the abyss. I'm full of surprises, Hump said. Perhaps you should turn around here in case you don't like the next one. Godfrey's lips curled. Amusing, was it you who freed Lawfen? But how? Warlocks, demons, gods, they all seem to circle you. You're young, talented perhaps, but there have been many like you in my centuries. You are not that special. Special enough to thwart you, Hump replied without hesitation. Indeed. A humbling moment for me, though I fear you will come to regret stumbling upon my path again. Yet you think you can stand against me, Lawfen said. Before my tower, your arrogance is just like your former master. It is no wonder you did so well under her. Did you see her face when you betrayed her? Lawfen's face turned ugly. How was it? Godfrey's expression hardened. It seems I was overly ambitious to think this could be solved peacefully. He raised his arms toward the sky. Much has changed since your exile, Lord of Craft. There is a new order. Let me show you your place in it. Behind him, the sky twisted. Night vanished. In its place rose two blazing suns, burning with such concentrated essence that Hump had to raise his arm to shield his eyes. They churned with fire and light, the pressure pressing on the tower ward like a great weight. Even with the tower's wards empowering him and his senses extended through the very stone of the Maker's tower, Hump felt his illusion thinning beneath Godfrey's light. He acted quickly, retreating to the inner tower. With a single thought, he activated the full strength of the wards. Essence surged through the structure like a tidal wave. Every rune, every channel, every bit of the barrier thrummed to life, sealing Godfrey on the other side. Godfrey raised his arm, then swept it forward. The twin suns descended slowly, ominously. Moving with deliberate intent. They appeared weightless as they rolled through the sky like boulders in an avalanche, brighter than the sun at noon, and with such heat that even through the ward's Hump could feel it scorch his skin. Hump barely had a moment to process it. He reinforced his will and drew deeply on the power of the reality anchors. The tower responded. Essence flooded up from the base, roaring through him and the tower. The twin suns collided with the ward. A white flash blinded him. A roar shook the ward to its foundations. The impact reverberated through every inch of his body, the world spinning out of control. His soul trembled under the force of the blow. The tower didn't budge, but he did, his knees nearly buckling as he braced against the staff, teeth clenched, breath ragged. He screamed, forcing his will into the wards, holding the line with all he had. Every second stretched on. He gripped tightly to his staff, unable to see through the light. Unable to sense anything but the roaring power beyond the ward. Then, at last, the light faded. The false day turned once more to night, though it seemed darker and more ominous than before. The ward still held. Hump's vision was a blur, but he blinked back the black spots and gazed down at Godfrey through the glass windows of the tower. He stood there, a smile on his face. Fury surged in Hump's chest. He couldn't just sit here. He lashed out, the tower acting as a conduit almost like his own staff. Flame gathered outside. Red turned to organ and orange to white, compressed by the density of power beneath him. Its intent roared back, excited and desperate for release. So energetic that he could never contain such a manifestation without the tower to guide his will, but it came easily now. All that essence packed in so tightly. He launched it, a blazing streak of white fire aimed straight at Godfrey's heart. Yet the traitor chosen didn't even flinch. With a flick of his hand, he batted the spell aside. The blaze arched away and exploded in the distance. A dome of heart swept outward as the blast cratered the land below, sending smoke billowing to the sky. Hump leaned from foot to foot, his balance suffering, but he didn't let the ward weaken for even a moment. A golden aura enveloped Godfrey, All Hump could do was watch as he rose into the air, carried upon radiant light. He spread his arms, floating before the tower window, staring directly in at Hump. Around him, dozens, no, hundreds of smaller suns appeared in the air, each dense with that same power from before. Hump's eyes widened at the sight, but he only had a moment to process them. "The ward shall hold, wizard," came Loffin's voice from below, "so long as your will does not break." Easier said than done, Hump thought. He sensed Loffin's magic at work below, a pull, a pressure. A silence that devoured all that was around it. Something was opening, like a wound in the world. Essence flooded into it and vanished, and a dark spot in Hump's mind appeared. Moment by moment, it widened, trapped in the runework on the obsidian plates. The stones screamed as the powerful force warped them only for the constructs, shining spots in Hump's mind-eye to drag them tirelessly back into place. The air rippled, like the world itself recoiled at what was being made. Hump dug deeper, pouring more of himself into the ward. Loffin needed time to tear open the sky. Only time. His attention returned to Godfrey's onslaught. The miniature suns descended like rain, all aiming for a single spot. He threw himself into the wards, directing the essence to where the blows would strike. Layering his barriers, weaving new channels into place, and reinforcing the ward as much as he could. They struck with speed and power. Light rippled across the ward in circular waves. Cracks spread from the point of impact, and Hump threw essence into them. He gritted his teeth. As his soul shook with each impact, every instinct told him to step off the wall, to leave the spell formation, to take a break, to get away from this constant pain. It lanced through his body, icy cold, stabbing out from his soul. It crossed his mind that Loffin might be trying to kill him like this, but the god's words rang true. No matter what Godfrey threw at the ward, the barrier held. All Hump had to do was stand strong, resist the pain, and focus through it. The question was, would the tower ward break first, or would he? Godfrey did not sustain the same attack. There were breaks in his barrage. Hump didn't try to strike out again. It was all he could do just to stay on his feet when the breaks came. He stared out into the darkness at Godfrey, the lone source of light. But the breaks never lasted long. Each time Godfrey tried a different mix, needles of light stabbing at the cracks, or long strings that wrapped around the entire tower, twisting from its base all the way to the top, trying to compress it. Essence surged in from all directions at once, seeking a way through. The reality anchors provided an almost endless source of essence, yet Godfrey did not appear to be tiring. When the next pause came, Hump stumbled, panting, his control over the ward momentarily slipping and granting Godfrey a glimpse into the tower once more. The man sneered at the sight of him, yet Hump's eyes went past him to the mountains behind. No attack had come yet. He glimpsed the sliver of gold beyond the mountains. Hump smiled. The night was almost over, and yet he still stood tall in the light of his rage. Godfrey continued his bombardment. Hump felt his mind begin to falter. The cracks in the ward were like punches to the skull. His thoughts scattered. His vision swam. All he could do was cling to his staff and remain standing, pressing his will into the spell formation, maintaining it with everything he had. The fight was not against Godfrey. It was against himself. Each hit a new burden to overcome, and each time he forced back that inner voice telling him he'd done enough. He blinked back his tiredness when he heard a voice. At first he thought it was Godfrey, but then his eyes found Emilia standing on the platform. Hump reinforced the ward, ensuring there was no chance Godfrey could see inside. "Emilia." "It's done," Emilia said. "We need to go, and quickly." I'm not sure I can get anyway quickly right now." "Then I'll carry you," she said. "Tell me when you're ready." "The gateway is open, but we need to get there before Godfrey gets us." Hump drew a deep breath, sending one last surge of essence into the ward. He didn't know how long it would hold, but even an extra few seconds would be valuable against someone as fast as Godfrey. He gave Emilia a nod, and she appeared beside him in a blur. He was swept from his feet and cradled in her arms. His body jerked before he knew what was happening, and they were on the platform, descending into the tower. As they reached the ground floor, Hump heard the barrier shatter like 1,000 chiming bells. They raced through the tower into the antechamber below, so fast the world was a blur to Hump's eyes. It took them less than a minute to reach the room where Loffin had forged the gateway. Much had changed since Hump had left. most significantly the gaping black tear in the world hovering over the obsidian platform. The altari were already gone, along with most of Lawfen's constructs. Only the god and Hump's party remained, all of them staring at him while Emilia held him in both arms. "Well, this makes me feel manly," Hump said. Emilia smirked and shot him a wink. Hump sighed. "That's really not helping." "Are you flirting with my man?" Selene asked. Emilia snorted, not putting Hump down as they made their way for the gateway. "To be fair," Hump said as they passed, "you've never held me like this." The last thing Hump saw before Emilia stepped into the portal was Selene rolling her eyes. A feeling like cool water over his body washed over him, and then they were in another place. Darkness surrounded them on all sides, yet they were shielded from it by something. The ground was solid, somewhere between dust and sand, with shining essence barely holding it together. It drifted through the darkness like a cloud. The altari looked relieved to see them arrive. Moments passed when the others followed them through. Only Lawfen remained on the other side. Hump's heart sunk, a terrible feeling rising in his chest. Seconds dragged on. The rift remained open, yet they couldn't see through it. Then finally Lawfen fell through, landing on the ground in a heap. Chapter 516, Through the Abyss. "You can put me down now," Hump said to Emilia. Emilia gently lowered him to the ground. The stone beneath him was cool and sharp. Nisha stumbled toward him on unsteady claws, her wings drooped low, tail dragging behind her. She pressed her snout into his side with a soft whine, her violet eyes bright with concern. "I'm all right," Hump murmured, resting a hand on her head. It wasn't entirely true. He was spent. Every limb ached. The cold of essence overuse penetrated to his bones, and yet the day was not over. He lay his head back and gazed up at a sky unlike any other, an endless void dusted with luminous particles that floated like embers in the breeze. Not stars or clouds, that much he was certain of. It might have been essence, but it was so far away that he couldn't even sense it. Lawfen rose to his feet nearby, his back to the black gateway rippling behind him. The gods unraveled his shoulders and stood tall. "We need to move. The gateway will not close, and this traitor of light will be here in only minutes." Emilia turned toward him. "Godfrey can follow us here." "Was that unclear?" Lawfen replied, his voice clipped. "I warned you once the gateway was open it would remain so, not just this one but all of them. The veil is shattered, and now for the first time in 1,000 years, the realms are connected." He strode past them, not looking back. "If you wish to live long enough to witness this new era, follow me." Prince Markov stepped forward, his tone desperate. "What about us? I must return home." The other altari stood by nervously. Princess Urella and runesmith Tatsy had their eyes on the abyss beyond this small path of stone they stood on, their eyes wide. Acalon and his party seemed more pragmatic, hands on their weapons and surveying their surroundings. Captain Hadbur's face like stone, yet there was a burning anger in his eyes. Hump could guess at what was on his mind. His ship was destroyed, his crew dead, and now he was here with them. "There is no simple route home for you now," Lawfen said. "You will come me. Your path home will be clearer from elsewhere." "No," Prince Markov said. "Lord Lawfen, there must be another way. To enter this place, I created a gateway leading away from To find our way back is no simple task. If you wish, you may go back through that gateway behind us. I do not think you will like what you find. Otherwise, you will speak no more of this." He didn't wait for agreement. The god was already walking into the depths of the tunnel, his eyes on the shadows around him. Hump drew a deep breath. His body screamed at him to rest, but the urgency pressing down on them was suffocating. "Where do you think we're going?" Bud asked. "He didn't mention Alvaran." Hump frowned. "No, he did not. I suppose we better find out." Hump groaned as he pushed himself into a sitting position. "Want me to carry you this time?" Selene asked with a smirk. He raised an eyebrow at her, pressing his lips tight in consideration. "Tempting, but no, just help me up." She offered her hand. He gripped it and she hauled him to his feet. His knees buckled, strength draining from him, but Selene caught him around the waist before he could fall. "Maybe I really should carry you," she said, but her smirk softened. Hump started after Lawfen, leaning on his staff. "I've had quite enough carrying for one day." You should count yourself lucky, Emilia said. If anyone else had come to get you, we wouldn't have made it. I'm not used to being the damsel in distress, Hump said. Bud and Dylan both snorted, only to look at each other and laugh even harder. You do a good job of it, Bud said. That you do, Dylan added. Hump couldn't help but smile at the sight of his two friends with some cheer back in them. Soon the laughter faded, but it was good to see them more their usual selves. How can you all be so calm? Princess Yorella asked, her voice higher than usual. This is madness. Do you not care that we are lost to the world, surrounded by darkness? I do not even know what we're walking on. There are more dangerous things than darkness, Hump said. As for being lost, he shrugged, your maker is leading the way. It could be a lot worse. He's right, Yorella, Acallan said. Now that we're here, all we can do is keep moving forward. We accomplished our mission, now it's time to trust in the Maker. Yorella drew in a deep breath. In the Maker, I never had any doubts. It's just a lot to take in. The path ahead looked solid, paved with smooth black stone that glinted faintly beneath their feet. But Hump could feel that it wasn't real, not entirely. They walked through a space that defied understanding, a tunnel with no walls, no ceiling, only endless shadow at its edges. The very air shimmered with unstable magic. Light glowed in shifting waves far off to either side, like essence coalescing in thick clouds. And through those ripples, Hump glimpsed things. A landscape of jagged rock, a sky painted in fire. Mountains rising impossibly high, then folding into themselves like crumpled paper. Sometimes he thought he saw movement, a distant figure, a flare of energy, but each time it vanished just as quickly. Pathways. He realized there were many of them, layered upon each other like threads in a web. 100 roots splintering through the void. Where they led, he couldn't even begin to guess. Do not let your eyes linger in one place too long, Lawfen warned. It would not do for your intent to be detected. Lawfen, Hump said as the man came to a stop. Before we continue, I need to know where you are leading us. The deal was that you take us home. We are not returning to Alvarin, Lawfen said. Not yet. The Trader of Light has made that much clear. Waiting is not an option. Then where? Hump asked, already knowing the answer. Where else? Lawfen said. The path to heaven is open. We shall follow it. Hump tried not to let it show, but the thought made him nervous. He knew that they needed to go there, but in his mind there would be more time along the way. More rest. A chance to return home first. What do you intend to do once we are there? Hump asked. Lawfen met his eyes. Who is to say? I'm not sure even I know yet. With that, Lawfen stepped through a ripple in reality, passing from this place to another. All Hump and the others could do was follow. Hump had no idea how Lawfen chose the portals he did, only that it had something to do with the artifact on his wrist. To his eyes, they were all just ripples in the air, shimmering like heat waves on a summer road, a faint glimpse of the shapes or color of whatever lay on the other side. But where Lawfen went, they followed. Each time, Hump felt the now familiar sensation return, like stepping through cold, liquid silk. Essence slicked over his skin, clinging for a breath before vanishing entirely. And then they were elsewhere. There was no sign of Godfrey trailing them, but if anyone had their ways, it would be him. They had moved through 6 worlds in quick succession and were not slowing down. This time, light greeted them. Not the sun, but something softer and more diffused. There was the warmth of nature in it, and Hump felt invigorated. His body breathed it in, and the lingering cold was pressed back, along with the weariness in his body. They stood on a field of vibrant blue grass, much like what was found in dungeon groves. Each blade shimmered slightly, laced with essence. The sky above stretched on in endless bloom, cloudless and strange, like the inside of a crystal dome. Nishari took to the sky, but she did not fly high or far. Even Lawfen was cautious of these places and what might lurk in their shadows, and she picked up on it, watching their surroundings from above with a protectiveness that was more mature than Hump was used to from her. They didn't linger. Within minutes, they passed through another veil, another ripple, another world. Hours passed this way, through one portal and into another, across burnt wastelands where black sand whispered beneath their boots, through a realm filled with towering crystal trees, their leaves humming with barely contained energy. Most unnerving of all was a realm where time itself seemed slower, each movement sluggish and heavy until they emerged once more. Lawfen paused only briefly in each space, sometimes just long enough to orient himself using the artifact on his wrist, other times barely at all. He wasted no energy explaining where they were. They came to another tunnel of nothing but dark gray stone, and Hump couldn't help but ask, "What is this place, Lawfen?" "I sense no essence in the ground. How can it exist?" "These paths are all fragments of worlds that have been and worlds that one day might be," Lawfen said, not stopping. "Each a place where essence is either gathering or fading. Some are stable enough to support rudimentary life, while others are the echoes of dead worlds, lost to the abyss. Imagine them all like shifting island pathways, connected through the veil." Hump shook his head, bewildered. Lawfen made imagining such a thing sound easy. But the abyss was empty, only darkness in all directions. How can these places be connected? Distance and time are a restraint upon our mortal forms, but the abyss does not work within such restrictions. Not even I understand them truly. "How can you know where we're going if these fragments are constantly shifting?" Hump asked. "With my connected gateways, the paths are clear," Lawfen said. "The gateways act to bring together the appropriate rifts so that one only needs to walk in the right direction. In this case, I was forced to form a breach in the network around The road we walk is untraveled, but the threads of essence that connect the realms can be detected and used to find a path through the maze." "What do you mean by dead world?" Dylan asked. Lawfen glanced at him, eyes bright. "This is what happens when intent fades and essence is stripped to its most basic form. Nothing remains to hold a world together. Over time, they come apart, forever separated, devoured by the abyss." "The remnant realm," Dylan said slowly. "Will it become like this one day?" "Yes," there was no hesitation in his voice. "When gods go to war, this is the result of their destruction. Without purpose, without intent, this is the inevitable fate that follows. And one day, even this will fade. Not ruin, but nothingness." A stillness. Dylan let out a breath, gazing out into the emptiness around them. "What a waste! Think of all that has been lost." "You see it wrong," Lawfen said with a boyish smile. "Do not focus on what was lost, but what there is still to discover." "Do you care nothing for the destruction you and the rest of the Pantheon have wrought?" Dylan asked. "An entire world was already lost." Lawfen came to a stop. The tall man looked over them, white eyes like those of a blind man, but Hump felt as if they peered straight through him. "You still do not understand what was at stake. When gods go to war, the price is great, so you must ask what it is we fought for that was so important. Uvdar could not be negotiated with. He could not be swayed or satiated. His hunger was so great that nothing would have survived it if we had not stepped in. Given the chance, there is nothing he would not consume, no essence that would be spared." "Yet you seek vengeance on the Pantheon that keeps him sealed," Bud said. "You scorn them, twist their chosen. Do your actions not risk setting Uvdar free?" "The 12 seals are destroyed," Lawfen said. "The path to heaven is open. For things to have reached this stage, the risk is already there." Chapter 517, A Promise. Marcella's sword was wet with blood. It slid in slow, steady drops from the curve of the long blade, spattering darkly against the flagstones as she walked. She stopped the drip with the slightest touch of Sumi's blessing, controlling the water in the blood to keep it on her blade. The essence stones set into the walls cast a weak, uneven glow down the narrow corridor, their light catching along the edge of her weapon and painting it in dull crimson. The passage was barely wide enough for one person at a time, moving with quiet precision despite the exhaustion etched into his shoulders. As a ranger of Cern, he kept one hand near his bow and the other trailing lightly along the wall, feeling for hidden seams, loose stone, or concealed runes. Tamsin was just behind him, her twin axes shining with runes in hand and a savage grin on her face. They were all spent. Their armor was scored, robes torn, and faces smeared with soot and blood. It had taken a full day of relentless fighting to finally break through the outer defenses. Months of sieging in the remnant realm. The warlocks and demons had held well, their magic powerful, but as more and more of their gateways in Alvarin were discovered, their supplies had dried up. It had only been a matter of time, and today that time was up. They were inside. The 5 of them were part of the advanced force sent ahead of the main army to breach the inner keep and eradicate whatever remained. There would be no surrender here. The enemies left behind were the worst of them, fanatics and beasts alike, too twisted or too devoted to retreat. Every skirmish in these corridors had been close, desperate, and savage. "There's a door ahead," he said quietly. "I hear at least a dozen inside, probably more. They're restless." Marcella came to a stop just behind him. "Same breach as before. Tef, get that door open, Varys." He was the newest member of their party, a replacement for Kendrick. She stepped back, flattening herself against the wall as he moved past. His stone armor shifted across his broad frame like liquid granite, plates flowing and reforming with a faint, grinding whisper. Once settled, it gleamed with a metallic sheen, polished so smooth it almost shone gold in the essence light. As a chosen of Ossidium, he wore the strength of the earth itself, and since joining them, that strength had only deepened. Marcella repositioned herself in the center of the formation. Behind her stood Len, barrier sorcerer of Avaroth, and Phalar, archer of Kark. Tef crouched at the door, tools flashing briefly in his hands. The lock gave way with a muted click. He rose and glanced back at them. Marcella met his eyes and gave a sharp nod. Tef slipped aside. Varys didn't hesitate. He charged forward like a boulder launched from a siege engine, magnetic force surging through him. The door exploded inward beneath his charge, splintering in a roar of shattered wood and stone. He barreled through the wreckage without slowing. The enemy had made some attempt to barricade the way, but Varys tossed it aside with ease. Stones surged over his body, thickening, layering, forming a reinforced shell just as the room beyond erupted. Arrows shrieked through the air. Blades flashed. Bolts of magic struck with violent cracks. Demons threw their bodies at him, tearing at the stone with teeth and claw. Len thrust his wand forward, and layered spheres of blue barrier snapped into place around Varys, each impact rippling across them in bursts of light. The chamber filled with thunderous booms and the hiss of spellfire. Acid splashed and steamed where it struck the shields, sizzling as it ran down in smoking rivulets. Varys planted his feet and forced stone up from the floor, anchoring himself, becoming an immovable pillar amid the storm. Then the first barrage faltered. "Hurry!" Varys called, his voice carried by resonating stones in his armor, deep and gravelly. "One of them is creating a rift." Phalar squeezed past Len and aimed his bow past Marcella's side. Silver light gathered on his arrow, bright at first, then condensing to a single sharp point. Essence pulsed, then he sent it flying into the center of the chamber. It exploded in 1,000 needles, tearing outward in every direction. Screams echoed from the room, pained and panicked. A humming warmth spread across her skin as his mobile barrier blessing enveloped her, thin and flexible but strong enough to turn aside blades and stray spells. The familiar buzz steadied her pulse. Now it was her turn. She dashed past Tef and Varys into the chamber, already swinging her blade at the group of foes gathered on the left, Tamsin splitting off to the right with a berserker roar. 2 were chanting around a spell formation, a deep red crack in the world taking form between them. Marcella slashed out, sending the blood on her blade flying with water blade in a violent crimson arc, reshaped by her will into a razor-edged crescent. It flew across the chamber in a glittering spray, scattering like ruby shards beneath the flicker of warped torchlight. Across the room, a circle of warlocks stood shoulder to shoulder around a half-formed rift in the air. The ritual crackled with unstable essence, a jagged tear in reality that pulsed like a bleeding heart. At her attack, translucent wards flared to life before them, layered plates of shimmering force that intercepted the blood blade in a burst of steam and light. They were strong, not true threat, but she sensed a few with the distinct pressure of soul manifestation amongst them, their intent trying to dominate the essence of the chamber. The rest were lesser, but together they formed a wall that would not break quickly. Instead of pressing directly, Marcella pivoted. She sprinted along the chamber's outer edge, boots crunching over splintered wood and broken stone, angling for the far side. If she could force them to divide their attention, Tef and Phalar could crack the wards from the front. Spells lashed out at her as she ran. Bolts of shadow hissed past her shoulder. A lance of sickly green flame streaked towards her ribs. She deflected what she could with swift, economical flicks of her blade, water trailing from the steel in shimmering lines. The rest struck Len's barrier. Blue light rippled over her skin, absorbing the impact with a muted hum. She reached the far flank just as Varys roared from the entrance, stone grinding against stone. The warlocks faltered, their focus splitting between two threats. That was enough. Tef and Phaler bombarded the weakening wards from the front, while Varys stormed forward with Len's support, sheer mass pressing into the enemy. The layered protections shuddered, then collapsed inward with a sharp crack as he weirded his arms like hammers. Marcella was already moving, plugging into their midst, blade weaving in lethal arcs. Water followed her strikes like silver threads, slicing through cloth, flesh, and conjured hide alike. A demon lunged at her from the side, its elongated jaw snapping. She stepped inside its reach and carved upward, splitting it from hip to shoulder in a single, fluid motion. Behind the broken ritual circle, the crack in the world widened. Two clawed hands forced their way through first, talons scraping at the edges of reality. A red-scaled head shoved after them, horns catching briefly on the tier before wrenching free. The demon's eyes burned with hunger as it snarled, trying to drag its massive frame into the chamber. Marcella crossed the distance in 3 strides. The demon saw her at the last second. Its eyes widened, surprise overtaking rage. Her blade fell. Steel and water cleaved through neck and spine in one decisive stroke. The demon's head separated cleanly, thudding to the floor as the body spasmed and collapsed back into the rift. Her blade was already moving toward the 2 casters, 3 perfect slashes before she finally went still. The tear shrank with a wail of displaced essence and snapped shut, leaving only a scorched scar in the air. She waited for movement, her blade poised. Only when silence crept back into the chamber did she sheath her blade, the quiet hiss of leather soothing to her ears. Marcella straightened, chest rising and falling. Bodies lay scattered across the stone, warlocks in torn robes, demons dissolving into foul smoke. The ritual circle was shattered beyond repair, yet unease tightened in her chest. The deeper they pushed into the keep, the worse the resistance became. Stronger rituals, more desperate defenders. She wiped her blade clean on a fallen robe and forced her breathing steady. She had made a promise, to Hump and to Mav. Taking the stronghold was the army's objective, but victory would be incomplete if she was unable to bring Mav's sister home from these halls, along with the many other children that had been taken from Alvarin. There was more at stake than simple victory. There was a generation of talent stolen by the warlocks, and she would see it returned. Her greatest fear was that when defeat was certain, the warlocks would kill them out of spite. Tef was already moving, scanning the chamber's perimeter. It appeared to have previously been a barracks. Rows of crude beds lined the walls, though many were now splintered and overturned from Varys's violent entry. Personal effects lay scattered underfoot. Cracked bowls, torn blankets, ritual implements. More doors lined the far wall. Tef moved from one to the next, listening, checking, testing the handles. At the final door he paused, then shook his head. "Clear," he said quietly. Marcella nodded once. "Then we keep moving." They pressed deeper into the keep. It was hard to tell any one part from another. The same old stone and dead essence lingered everywhere. Marcella's grip tightened on her sword as they turned another corner. The grueling fighting continued, but bit by bit they worked their way through the keep, soon finding other similar parties tasked with this role. As the day wore on, there was a change. A shape rounded the bend ahead at a sprint. Weapons snapped up instantly. Varys stepped forward, stone flowing across his fingers, ready for another fight when Tef suddenly shouted, "Wait, one of ours." The figure came to a sudden stop, hands raised, a sly grin on his face. "Only me, everyone. Let's all take it easy." "Skander," Marcella said. The rogue that had followed Randall even before the fall of House Ferrand. "What's the matter?" "Randall sent me," he said. "We found children. Alive and well, though a little on the crazy side. He thought you'd want to come see for yourself." For a heartbeat, everything stilled. "Where?" Marcella asked. "Lower cells, south wing. They were warded. We broke through when the inner ritual collapsed." "I'll show you." Skander led them through the keep. Her boots pounded against the stone as she ran, weaving through broken corridors and past the remnants of barricades. Skander kept pace at her side, guiding her with brief gestures whenever the passage split. They descended a narrow stairwell, the steps slick with moisture. The air shifted again, stale and thin. Marcella felt it in her chest, a tightening she could not quite name. They turned into a final corridor barred by iron grates twisted from within. Two Allied soldiers stood guard outside a reinforced door, one nursing a bandaged arm. "Inside," Skander said. Marcella pushed the door open. "Careful," one of the guards said. "They're savage, look like kids, but they're just as much warlocks as the rest of them." "They're still kids," Marcella said. The chamber appeared to have once been a large storage hall, but it had been converted into some sort of training chamber. Dozens of children filled it, glaring at them with hate-filled eyes. Some sat huddled in corners. Others were right at the front of the group, staring at anyone who came close. These were not the eyes of children that thought they were being rescued. "Good luck," Skander said. "I need to catch up with my party." "Thank you, Skander," Marcella said. "And thank Randall for me too. I owe him for this." Marcella stepped inside slowly, lowering her sword. "I'm here on request of a young boy looking for his sister," she said, forcing her voice to be steady. "Is there an Amy from Alenven here?" For a moment, nothing happened. Empty eyes looked up at her. Suspicion, that same anger. "You're all safe now," she said, softer this time. "The warlocks are defeated. This place is ours." A murmur rippled through the room, faint and uncertain. Then from near the back, a small hand lifted. "I'm Amy." Marcella's gaze found her. The girl was slight, hair matted and cut unevenly, but there was strength in her posture. She stood even as the others crouched. There was an emptiness to her eyes, but no anger. "Tiredness? What's your brother's name?" Marcella asked. "Mav," the girl swallowed. "Is he okay?" The name struck Marcella square in the chest. She couldn't help it. She grinned. "Better than okay now that I've found you." Something shifted in the girl's face. Not quite a smile, not yet, but the emptiness receded, replaced by something warmer. Hope, Chapter 518, Domains. Hump entered the chamber to the trial of persistence with Walt at his side. They could only travel so many hours each day along the fractured pathways between realms, and he had found himself coming here often in his downtime. The familiarity of the Lick's phylactery was surprisingly comforting while traveling the abyss. At least here, the ground was solid, and Essence behaved as he expected. Laufin set a swift pace, but it was quickly becoming clear that the path to heaven was not some well-marked road awaiting them. For 4 days, they had wandered through fragments of decaying realms, or others that were only in their infancy. Places where land was forming before their very eyes, or the gravity tilted strangely, or skies without suns, and horizons that were folding back upon themselves. It was impossible to keep track of time, so they relied on their exhaustion levels instead. Their limit came faster than one would think of chosen and practitioners. Without a consistent supply of essence to draw on, it was tiresome. Not quite as bad as moving through the remnant realm, but far from pleasant. And during his rest, Hump didn't stop either. If they were to face to God soon, he wanted to use every spare moment he had to consolidate his strength. While Plague Zombie Tom, as Hump had taken to calling him, was intended to be a target for Lick Queen Irilla to destroy, he had found a far better use for it. One that didn't result in the agonized screams of another being. The plague domain contained inside the zombie was so powerful that it took every shred of will Hump had to withstand it. He had promised he would free the soul trapped inside, but to reach it, he needed to harden himself. So each day he came here to the small chamber in the back. Each time, he read the message left behind by Geas on the plaque on the wall. Trial of persistence. The flesh will rot, but one's spirit must not. This spawn is born of my will, shaped from rot and bone. Strike it down and it will rise again. Hone your skills, sharpen your craft, and find a way to truly unmake it. It was a reminder of just how cruel Irilla's father had been. He had bound a soul in a prison of flesh for his daughter to torment. And now Hump would set it free. "Evening, Tom," Hump said, stepping into the trial of persistence chamber. "Actually, I have no idea if it's evening." Plague Zombie Tom stood where he always did, slouched, swollen, blistered skin weeping slow trails of rot. The stench hit Hump immediately, thick and sour. The creature's dull eyes remained fixed somewhere beyond him, unseeing. "We're currently between realms," Hump continued conversationally. "I know that probably means nothing to you, but the point is it's impossible to track time here. We pass through one place in the night, and in another the sky is bright as day, but there is no sun. I don't even know if day or night exist in these places." He folded his arms, studying the zombie's unmoving face. "I'm not sure this is working at all," Walt said. "We've got some statues in this place with more brains than him." "There is a soul in him," Hump said. "I can sense it more and more every time I try to wedge my way through whatever sickness Geus forged this prison out of." "Yeah, but you've been at this for a month, kid. Maybe it's time to try something else." "You don't think he likes the conversation?" "Don't think he's even listening. Trust me, I've talked his ears off by this point. Eyes are the windows to the soul, and those—" Walt raised his palms and swiped them apart. "A blank as a sheet." Hump snorted. "Well, we don't lose anything by trying." He exhaled slowly. While he didn't admit it, the talking was a stall tactic. The next step was so unpleasant that every fiber of his being resisted. This time was to pump himself up for the next attempt. Each time he pressed his will into the black, plague-ridden core, it dragged him back into that world of sickness, into that choking, putrid landscape where the very air felt infectious. It wasn't just unpleasant. It was invasive. The deeper he pushed, the more he felt something trying to seep into him in return. He feared that if he forced it, his own soul might become infected too. But it was not for nothing. That world of sickness was a domain forged by a god, and each time Hump gained a little more insight into what it was. "I really do wish talking to it was enough," Hump said. Walt gave a dry snort. "If talking could solve everything, I wouldn't be stuck here." Hump huffed a quiet laugh despite himself. "Right," Walt said. "Well, I do want to take a step back. Yeah, actually, I'll be in the other room." He glanced at Walt, eyebrow raised. "Well," Walt said, wrinkling his nose, "you have no idea how bad this place reeks by the time you're done. The entire room goes green." Hump blinked. "The room turns green." "That's what I said. Why didn't you tell me this before?" "What do you mean, why?" Walt shot back. "You're in the room with me, you can't pay attention." "I'm focused on getting into his soul." "Oh, well, it goes green. What does it matter?" "That power is inside of him," Hump said. "If the room's turning green, it means something. Maybe he's trying to manifest his soul, or it's simply leaking out. Did you see anything else?" "Nah," Walt said with a small shake of his head. "Once everything starts going green, I tend to take a step back. I don't know how you put up with it." Hump turned back to plague Zombie Tom. "Neither do I," he thought, but didn't voice. Instead, he said, "However bad it is for us, it's worse for the soul trapped inside." That was all the motivation Hump needed to get started. Walt retreated to the rear of the chamber while Hump focused on Tom. It was easier for him to find that spark in the zombie now. He didn't need much, just a sliver of intent to lock onto before diving into the plague domain, a point to guide him through the green fog. The instant he was inside, Hump felt sick. His body heated up as if fevered. In every direction, all he saw was the putrid green of plague essence. He did his best not to breathe and began to plod forward as he had done so in the past. Each time, he felt he lasted a little longer. The walls he built around his soul became a little more solid and resistant to the seeping nature of the plague trying to infect him. With each visit, he felt like he better understood this place. An understanding of what it truly meant to walk through another's soul domain. It didn't obey the rules of what was outside, but behaved in its own way, following its own intent. Or more specifically, Geus' intent. Even after so many years, the plague god's will was so powerful that simply trying to move through a domain corrupted by it felt almost impossible. As his progress once more came to a halt, Hump stared around. It was impossible to tell if he'd made it farther this time, but he felt like he had. Surrounded by nothing but green fog, however, he felt like it was something he had sensed before. And then it hit him. Geus wasn't simply forcing his intent upon this domain. This wasn't the projection of a soul. It was the embodiment. Geas hadn't simply corrupted this soul, he had reforged it into something that took the form of his will. For Geas, that was the plague. For Hump, his mind returned to the ancient wolf dragon, Alguin. She had given him a true name, and in that moment he had seen a land of molten earth and fire surrounding him. Ignorok, she had called him, even thinking it sent heat through his blood, the dragon within waking. And in that moment when she'd called him by that, he had seen a vision of molten earth and rivers of fire surrounding him. And at its center, untouched by the blaze, stood himself, cloak snapping in an unseen wind, staff raised, a white flame erupting from it, piercing smoke and ash. Myra Selen's sister had told him that a true name reflects a person's heart, a person's soul. What if it was more than that? What if Alguin saw his soul's potential, a clue to its potential and what he could become? That was the key if he were to breach the barrier of the 7th rank. If he were to ascend to the impossible like the wizards of old and those of the 3 eyes, that was what he needed to do. Not simply force his will upon the world. He needed to forge his will into a world itself. With a thought, Hump manifested his soul, but this time it was different. He did not simply try and impose his intent upon the plague domain. Instead, he focused inward. The plague sought to corrupt him, to poison him just like it had Tom. But one could not poison flame. One couldn't poison the rivers of lava that flowed beneath one's feet. The world quaked around him. Heat manifested in scarlet streaks. The green fog of plague was pressed back as lava erupted from below. It didn't go farther than Hump's feet, but for the first time the way was clearer. The pressure on his soul lessened. He could breathe without feeling like the very air would poison him. He pressed forward, deeper into the plague domain, a new vigor to his step. Only it didn't last. The deeper he went, the more powerful the domain became. He forced himself onward, grinding his teeth against the discomfort, his body roaring with the dragon in his blood, hot with essence. Ignorok, he repeated in his mind. The name pulsed through him like a heartbeat. He stepped forward, lava hissing with each movement. The green fog thinned immediately around him, forced back by the embodiment of his will. Ignorok. In the distance, there was a change. For the first time, he saw a flash of blue amidst the green, pure, perfect essence. A soul, and then it was gone. The green fog pressed in with such force that Hump gasped. His fires were crushed beneath the terrifying intent. It closed in so hard and fast that he thought it would consume him. Instinct took over. Hump withdrew his will, hardened the walls of his soul, and retreated. The green fog flew past in his mind like a sandstorm. And then once more he was in the trial chamber, exhausted but elated. Finally, he knew the next step forward. When Hump left the phylactery, he had a smile on his face. That quickly changed when he saw the downtrodden faces of his friends and the distraught Altari. They were in a fragment realm of thick moss-like ground surrounded by spindly trees in all directions. Light filled the sky, but here they were fairly shaded and it had made for a good place to stop and rest. "What happened?" Hump asked. Selene let out a long sigh, Nishari rolling her head in her lap to look at Hump. "Lawfen is gone." Hump frowned. "What do you mean he's gone?" "He just left," Selene said. "Packed up all his constructs and artifacts and vanished through a rift. Told us he's sure we'll meet again." "You're kidding," Hump's stomach dropped. "Nope," Emilia snapped. "We're stranded here." Chapter 519, Angry Little Man. "Thank you, Larissa," Marcella said. Larissa smiled. "Not at all. Vivienne should be arriving shortly. It's almost midday here in Alenvain." It had been a month since Marcella had breathed the fresh air of Alvarin. With the warlock stronghold captured, their duties were finally relaxed, and today Marcella would do something she had been looking forward to for a long time. Larissa had portaled them back to Alenvain, just the two of them along with Amy, Mav's sister. Today they would be reunited. It had been a long week. Each of the captured children had undergone a strenuous interrogation period where the priests of the Pantheon checked them for signs of corruption and heresy. There was nothing Marcella could do to prevent it. The warlocks were simply too dangerous. "Are you nervous?" Marcella asked Amy. Amy shot her a sideways look, suspicious, guarded. Seeing Alenvain again had grounded her a little, but it hadn't softened her. Of the children they had rescued, none had come out untraumatized. Amy had not been imprisoned as long as some, but that didn't mean she had come out untouched. At least she didn't seem to believe the warlock's lies anymore. That alone had earned her a little trust. Still, she had only been allowed to return because Marcella had insisted on escorting her personally. The higher-ups feared the warlocks and demons might still have plans in motion, that the rescued children could be used as pawns. Nervous? Amy scoffed. Why would I be nervous? Mav's my brother. Marcella shrugged lightly. I don't know, it's a big change. Maybe excited is a better word. Amy snorted. For a few months I was fed proper meals and had a roof that didn't leak. Now I'm back to Elenven where I've got nothing. Does it sound exciting to you? Things are different now, Larissa said warmly. Amy rolled her eyes. So you say. You'll see, Marcella said confidently. There's a place for you if you want it. Amy folded her arms. Yeah. What's it to you? Why you so eager to help me? Marcella's smile twitched, but she held it. You don't think I want to help children? Don't give me that horse shit, Amy snapped. There's plenty of kids in Elenven that need help. I've watched many starve. Nobody helped them before. Why do you care now? She looked at Marcella as if she'd won something. I'll know if you're lying. Marcella sighed. I really do want to help you, but if you must know, I made a promise to a friend to help Mav find his sister. To find you. Amy's expression flickered at Mav's name, but she masked it quickly. And why's this friend care? Because he's kind, Marcella said, and because he's been where you are. Yeah, she muttered. Well, I didn't ask for help. There had been a few conversations like this. Marcella had known stubborn teenagers, but Amy possessed a dangerous combination of pride and disdain for anyone that came from wealth. Marcella couldn't blame her, but that didn't make her any less difficult. She only hoped that with time, her new reality would set in. Vivienne and Mav were already waiting when they arrived. Marcella stopped in her tracks, but it was not the two that caught her off guard. They waited before the newly erected statues of Hump, Bud, Dylon, Selling, and Emilia. The five of them stood together at the center of the plaza, determined looks on their faces, weapons in hand. I thought you'd like to see, Larissa said. When did they finish it? The unveiling was a few days ago. I see, and how are you? Larissa gave her a smile. I'm all right. Malva and Vivienne stared up at the statues, talking to each other as the crowd strode past. They hadn't noticed them yet, but Amy had. She'd come to a stop and stared at Mav with wide eyes. For a long few seconds, she didn't move. Then the hard outer shell disintegrated. Her face crumbled. She rushed forward. Mav. The boy turned at the sound of her voice, eyes wide. His mouth fell open, then he sprinted straight for her, barreling through the passing crowd. Amy. The two caught each other in a tight hug. I knew you would come back, Mav said. I knew you wouldn't leave me. So much has happened. A wizard found me, and then I went to a fancy sword school, and then another wizard started teaching me magic, but I'm not really getting it. Amy laughed, tears in her eyes. You'll have to tell me all about it. Marcella smiled. All that effort, all the annoying teenager moments had been worth it. She saw that same smile reflected on Larissa and Vivienne's faces. Marcella opted to give the brother and sister some time and approached Vivienne. It's good to see you both, Vivienne said. She brought Larissa into a hug, then gave a bow of her head to Marcella. You both look well. Being here today is the best I've felt in a long time, Marcella said. It's good to be home. What do you make of the statues? Beneath each of the figures was a title. Dyln, the Druid of Krioc. Celaine, the Huntress of Owlyn. Humphrey Woodrow, the White Flame. Emilia Rike of Elian, Transcendent Blade. Robert of Blackthrani, Knight of Kelisia. Vivienne scrunched her nose. Pompous Dylan never looked this heroic, and Hump was certainly not that tall. I can imagine just how smug he'll be at that. Larissa laughed. Dylan will fall over with embarrassment when he sees the face they gave him. Marcella smiled. I think they look rather splendid. They've captured both Selling and Emilia's beauty, and the dashing heroism of Robert. Vivienne sighed and glanced back at each of their faces. I jest. I have to admit it's good to see them even if it's only their visage. You must miss them dearly, Marcella said. She had come to be fond of the entire group. Fond friends, but she did not know them like Larissa and Vivienne. Even now she could see the worry in them both. Larissa stood before Dylan's statue. Sometimes I come here just to look at him. As do I, dear, Vivienne said. I can hardly believe it's only been 3 months, Larissa said softly, her hand going to Dylan's. It feels like far longer. How goes our progress with the abyss? Marcella asked. As our understanding grows, my certainty of their survival only increases, Vivienne said. There is far more beyond the veil than we realized. More, Marcella said. I thought it was nothingness. I have seen them, Larissa said. There are places beyond the veil, little pieces of life floating through the darkness. And we can find these places? Marcella asked. You really think so? Marcella asked. Do you remember Graham Fitcher? Vivienne asked. One of my mother's researchers, of course. Graham had played the key role in producing a method to track down warlocks by the black stones that they carried. Vivienne nodded. He's here in Elenvine to assist with our research into the abyss, specifically, mapping the astral fragments closest to us. Progress has been quick. We've been able to access the abyss through the gateways to the remnant realm. Now it's a matter of accessing the correct location with intention. It's a field of expertise known as astral cartography and one pioneered by a warlock here in Elenvine. Wizard Menos, Larissa added. The one Dylan and everyone took on to rescue one of the academy professors. Marcella nodded eagerly. I remember, she looked at Larissa, but you didn't tell me you had already crossed over. Not fully, Larissa said. I have seen into the abyss. As a chosen of Vesta, we've been relied on to test many of the astral coordinates. Natalie has stepped onto an astral fragment briefly, but the rift didn't remain stable long enough for her to make much of it. The rifts will still take some time, Vivienne said. Our ability to open them to the right location is moving quickly, but astral fragments are constantly in motion. Sustaining a rift is far more challenging. Can we do it? Oh yes, challenging, but far from impossible. There was an eagerness to Vivienne's voice. Progress is already being made, Marcella. Now that the warlock stronghold has been defeated, it won't be long until you are taking your first steps into the abyss. Marcella couldn't help but smile. For the first time in a while, she felt like moral was coming back. How will we find them once we're in? The path to heaven, Vivienne said. I am certain Hump will lead them there. Marcella's smile fell. Good. Then we only need to beat everyone else there first. She turned around as Mav and Amy came over, Mav practically dragging his sister by the arm. Amy, this is Master Vivi, Mav said. She's been teaching me magic. Amy was taller than Vivienne, but right now she seemed suddenly timid. Hi. Vivienne smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you, Amy. My name is Vivienne. If you are willing, I've arranged for you to stay in my own accommodation along with your brother. You will have a bed and food provided while we figure out what you want to do from here. Marcella immediately recognized the way Amy went on guard. And why should I go with you? Master Vivi is great, Mav said. He pointed excitedly at the statues. She taught all of them, well, not really Amelia, but she helped train the others and now she's training me too. You'll train Amy as well, right? If she wishes it and has the talent. Mav beamed. Maybe we'll get statues too one day. And there's hot food, water whenever you want it straight from the wall. Oh, and hot baths, Amy likes steaming hot. He took Amy's hand. Come on. I'll show you. Mav was already leading his sister away. Vivienne glanced at Marcella, tiredness in her eyes. Good luck, Marcella said. You're going to need it. Together, she and Larissa watched them go. How dangerous is this stuff in the abyss? Marcella asked. I don't mind it, Larissa said. Wizard Aldrich needs someone to gather information, and I'm the obvious choice for it. Marcella gave her a look. He has you spying on the research project. I wouldn't phrase it like that, Larissa said. But in a way, yes, there isn't much choice. Nobody else thinks Dylan is still alive. He's obsessed with getting Hump back. Marcella frowned. She knew some of Hump's secrets, but she was confident he still had many more to share. Wizard Aldrich's interest clearly stemmed from his spellbook, but the implications of it were beyond her. "Do you know something?" Larissa asked. Marcella met her eyes, considering her answer carefully, then nodded. "But you can't say." Marcella nodded again. "I'm sorry, but it's not my secret to tell." Larissa let out an exasperated sigh. Dylan was always the same. Maybe if they'd told me what was going on, they wouldn't be in this mess. Marcella chuckled. "Wherever they're lost, they'd be far better off with you by their side." "Exactly." There was a pause between them. The silence lulled before Marcella asked a question that had been on her mind. "You're really sure that they're alive, aren't you?" Larissa nodded. "I'm sure of it. If nothing else, the gods wouldn't let the saviors of Elenven be lost to the abyss." "Hump wouldn't agree to that." "Hump is a disagreeable little man that drags my Dylan into messes he shouldn't be a part of." Marcella raised her eyebrows. "Sorry," Larissa said, "but he makes me angry." "I know you've only ever seen the reckless side of him," Marcella said. "Don't worry, I get it. But it's that side of him that saved Elenven and Sheercliff before that. If they survive this, I'm willing to bet it will play its role there too." "You still have doubts?" Larissa asked. Marcella looked up at the statue of each of them, thinking for a moment. So much has gone wrong, so much has been lost. Yet finally, things seem to be turning around. I don't dare hope for too much. Right now, the most I can do is take each little victory as they come. The stronghold is finally captured, Mav has his sister back, and I've fulfilled a promise. Larissa smiled at her. "Sounds like it's time to celebrate." Marcella beamed back. "Let's go back for everyone else first. Len gets mad enough whenever I'm called home for command meetings. If he finds out we went out for dinner without him, I'm not sure I'd ever hear the end of it." Chapter 520, Stranded in the Abyss. Hump gazed out across the empty plain of moss. No food, no water, and no way out. Well, that wasn't strictly true. There were countless ways to leave this place, but one wrong step and they might find themselves once more floating through the darkness of the abyss, just like when they had first fallen through the veil from Elenven. It was a shit spot to be in. He'd cursed it out often 100 times now, but any more than that wasn't going to do any good. What they needed were solutions, not more problems, and right now that was becoming more and more of an issue. Bud's laughter rattled through the plain like that of a madman. Nishari lifted her head from Hump's lap at the sound, a low rumble building in her chest. The moss around her jaws blackened slightly where stray heat escaped her mouth. She did not understand the words, but she understood tone. Her eyes tracked Bud warily before shifting back to Hump, as if checking whether she should bare her teeth or stay still. "You need to stop," Akallan told him. "This is the last thing we need." The Altari was on his feet, holding Prince Markov back and trying to maintain some element of friendly alliance between them all. They had taken Lawfen's departure even worse than the rest of them. But Bud shook his head. "Not only did Lawfen destroy my faith, but he, the one god that actually bothered to speak with me directly, then abandoned all of us to die in this place. You must see the irony of the situation." "Our god would not abandon us," Princess Yorella snapped. "There must be a purpose to this, a reason that he needed to leave." "After all we have learned, you're a fool to think that," Bud said. "Please, Bud," Akallan said. "Don't make this any harder. You're better than this. This isn't the noble knight I came to respect." Bud looked away and said softly, "Unfortunately, he was just as much a fool as the rest of you." "Out of the way, Akallan," Prince Markov said. "I won't stand for this." Bud smirked and gave him the most arrogant look Hump had ever seen on the knight's face. "What are you going to do?" Markov tried to push past Akallan, but the larger Altari pressed him back and dragged him away, his own party helping him. As he strode past Hump, his jaw was clenched in anger. "Get your pack in order." Hump watched him go with a sigh, then turned to Bud. "Not helpful." "We are stranded in the abyss," Bud said. "How much help can I be?" "A little positivity would be nice," Hump shot back. Keeping the Altari on our side would be helpful, but honestly, even just sitting there silently would be better than this. You're out of control. If there was anything about our situation to be positive about, maybe I would try a little harder. We're alive. Selene was seated cross-legged on the mossy ground, sorting through their food rations, checking through each on the storage crystals on her belt. We have food and water. Nobody is injured. There is plenty to be positive about. Not for long, Bud said. Emilia stormed to her feet from opposite Selene. She strode over to Bud and loomed over him. Enough, Bud. You might have given up, but the rest of us haven't. I get that you're a mess, but snap out of it. Bud stared up at her. The smile slipped from his face. He averted his gaze, staring down at the stone. I haven't given up. I've just accepted reality. We're stranded here, Emilia. Stranded by Lawfen. He gave a helpless shrug. Can you blame me for feeling a little defeated? I don't blame you for that, Emilia said. I blame you for making an arse of yourself and making the rest of our lives more difficult. Now cut it out and either sit there quietly or start being helpful. It's not over. We still have options. What options? Bud asked. We don't know left from right in this place. I have some ideas, Emilia said. If you'd starting thinking with your head instead of letting your anger get the better of you, then maybe you'd have some ideas too. Can I share them, or will you try to start a fight with me too? Or is it just the Altari you have a problem with? Bud closed his eyes for a long moment, breathing steadily. Finally, he sighed. You're right, I'm sorry. It's not me you need to apologize to. Bud pushed himself to his feet. Give me a minute. Maybe give them a chance to cool off first, Dylan suggested. Bud looked over to the Altari, who were arguing quietly. All right, he turned back to Emilia. What are your ideas? To start with, Selene, do you think you could track Lawfen? Emilia asked. We don't need to know our way out of this place if we follow him to where he is going. I managed to locate the rift that he passed through, Selene said. There's a chance, and I mean a slim chance, that I could find the next one after that. Essence doesn't behave like I'm used to in this place, and there's not a whole lot to track through lands of empty stone and barren wastelands. The rifts are constantly changing. Reliably finding his path with so many variables would be a problem. An achievable problem? Emilia asked. Selene glanced at Hump. I assume you've got some tracking spells in your book. Hump nodded. I don't know how much good they'll be, but yeah, there'll be some spells. The only way to find out is to try it, Selene said. Considering how quickly Lawfen goes through different fragments, I think it's unlikely we'll find him. A last resort, then, Emilia said. Also, these rifts aren't stable, Dylan added. There's no guarantee that we can all make it through before one closes. He was stabilizing them with that artifact of his. We'll need to figure that out first. Any idea how? Emilia asked. Dylan looked at Hump. What do you think? Some sort of essence anchor should do the job, right? I would think so, Hump said. As long as it has an essence stone or even my staff to draw fuel from, it shouldn't disappear on us. I still think we will most likely end up wandering through rifts aimlessly before we find Lawfen, Selene said. Then maybe we need to adjust our focus, Dylan said. Figure out how Lawfen was navigating the abyss and find our own way to Alvarin or the path to heaven. Or honestly, anywhere with food and water. I don't know how this moss survives, but it's certainly not edible. It's crossed my mind that Lawfen may have left us what we need, Emilia said. He was hardly a trustworthy ally, but he brought us this far and seemed somewhat honor-bound. I struggled to believe that he would simply abandon us to die. What exactly did he say when he left? Hump asked. That if luck has it, we will meet again, Selene said. If we have a method to leave, why wouldn't he just tell us? Bud asked. Why make it so difficult? Hump let out a groan in realization. Because he doesn't want us to follow him. What do you mean? Dylan asked. If he tells us how to navigate the rift, then we can just stalk him through the next ones. By not telling us, we're forced to figure it out ourselves, by which point it's too late to follow him. Which mean the clue is probably in my staff. It crossed my mind, Emilia said. How can you find out? I'm not entirely sure, but I have an idea. Give me a few minutes. His focus drifted to his staff. When Lawfen had upgraded the staff, it hadn't been a mere improvement of craftsmanship. The weapon had changed, it had advanced to the rank of diamond, evolved into something more sensitive and precise. Lawfen had relief on his own artifact to navigate the abyss. He had spoken of it almost casually, as if describing a map. A maze of threads, he had said. Threads of essence binding realms together and influencing them. It was those threads that the god had followed. If Hump could find them, perhaps he could follow them too. Hump planted his staff lightly against the ground and closed his eyes. Essence followed from him into the runes. One by one, they stirred, the complex patterns along the shaft brightening in silent pulses. He let his senses imbue the staff and then stretch outward, expanding them in the same way he might manifest his soul on the world, only far more subtle. At first, he senses resistance. All he felt was the ambient essence of nature in this place. It was overwhelming almost, thick like water, dulling his senses, swallowing intent before it could travel far. And at the very edges, all he sensed was darkness. Yet as he adjusted, as he keyed into the resonance of his staff, he felt it gentle hum in his hand. Suddenly, essence was projected, a subtle, probing pulse. Then faintly, something answered. Not exactly a vibration, but a tug at the edge of his awareness. Bursts of intent lit up his senses, rippling through the darkness like threads, but they felt thin, almost like they could snap and he would lose them in a heartbeat. Hump exhaled softly. It's working, but there's a complication. The threads feel fragile. I'm not sure if it's the rifts or the intent itself, but I wouldn't trust following anything I'm feeling. Lawfen never went straight through, Dylan said. Perhaps you can stabilize it somehow. Perhaps, Hump said, exasperated. You understand that if I mess this up, whoever steps through that portal is dead, right? Hump, I don't know if you realize this, Emilia said, but if you don't get a portal open and stable for us, we're going to die here anyway. We have, 2 months' worth of supplies, maybe less. I'm not sure I want to count on Lawfen coming back for us. Hump frowned. This is the worst kind of wizardry. What do you mean the worst? Selene said. It's exciting. You're getting to explore unknowns, test new boundaries, experiment. You love experimenting. That's true, Bud said, finally perking up. You do love experimenting. Hump gave them both his most disapproving glare. My experiments usually have at least some basis for success. They stared back at him, faces flat. They do, Hump insisted. Do we need to talk about that time I almost chopped off your hand again? Selene asked. Hump sighed. It's a good thing, Selene continued. Think of it this way. This is your area of expertise. Before you start, give me a chance to apologize to everyone, Bud said. I shouldn't have said that to the Altari. I don't know what came over me. Don't worry about it, Hump shot him a grin. The fact you have flaws makes me feel better about myself. With the help of the others, Hump reduced the problem to a few clear steps. First and most crucially, they needed a way to avoid walking blindly into the abyss. Lawfen had relied on his artifact as a detector, something that could sense and isolate the threads of essence connecting one realm to another. He had not wandered at random. He had chosen a destination, located its thread, and followed it. From the brief glimpse Hump had managed to steal, he understood the principle, if not the mastery, behind it. Beyond every rift lay strands of intent woven through the darkness, like ribbons drifting in an unseen current. They varied in thickness, color, and strength. Some pulsed faintly, others, supposedly, thrummed with life. It was one of those threads that would lead them back to Alvaran, or at the very least, to somewhere habitable. Hells, he would take even a demon world at this point. At least there might be a means to survive or gather information there. The theory seemed simple. Practice was far more challenging. 2 days passed in careful experimentation. Hump tested rifts, adjusted the resonance of his staff, and followed various threads across the realm they were in. By the end, he stood before one particular tier in the veil that felt different from the rest. Through there, he sensed a brighter intent. The moment he first sensed it, he'd latched onto it. And now he planted his staff, closed his eyes, and focused. Essence flowed into the runes of his staff, filtering ambient essence into a controlled, probing pulse. A final check to make sure he finally had the right spot. It's kind of like striking a tuning fork, Emilia had said. Hump had frowned but nodded confidently. Sure, I know what a tuning fork is. It's used to tune instruments to the correct note, Emilia said patiently. In the same way, you're trying to locate a rift where the fragment on the other side shares a frequency with the thread your staff is attuned to. If it hums back, we know we're on the right path. It was a reasonable metaphor, Hump decided. He had taken time over the past 2 days to consistently attune his staff to the strongest threads he could sense. The problem was that they were never still. The threads shifted constantly, sliding through the abyss like currents beneath black water. It wasn't enough to catch one in a single moment. He needed to recognize its resonance anywhere, at any time, from any angle within the plane. Sometimes it felt as though the thread hovered above them, high in the false sky where a sun ought to be. Other times it seemed buried deep beneath their feet, like something rooted in the heart of the fragment itself. Wherever it manifested, he had to be able to recognize it by its intent alone. Only when he felt confident in that could he attempt the next step. Once they passed through a rift, finding the same thread again would be even more difficult. At least that was the theory. The abyss did not obey predictable rules and ideas. There was no north, no east, only a resonance that he was attempting to follow. Now standing before a rift that opened onto a world of dark stone and jagged edges, Hump felt they had finally found the right one. For hours he had tested different rifts, shifting locations, probing, withdrawing, listening. Most had answered weakly. Brittle, fading responses that felt like they would snap the moment he leaned on them. Others were chaotic, their resonance fractured or polluted. But this one, he could feel it clearly through the runes of his staff. A steady vibration, not violent, not unstable, sustained. Not all threads were stable, and even fewer rifts were. Most were little more than thin scars in the veil that could collapse without warning. This one had weight to it. Substance. They had decided against brute forcing it open the way Lawfen had. The god could wrench the veil aside and hold it there by sheer power and will. Hump could not. If he tried, the rift might tear or fold in on itself. He had to do this carefully. Hump pressed his staff firmly at the edge of the rift and began feeding it essence. The runes along the shaft ignited in sequence, drinking in the ambient energy around them and redirecting it. He anchored the staff's resonance to the rift, allowing it to draw on that power if it began to weaken. Rather than forcing the breach, he strengthened what was already there, fueling it. "Is everyone ready?" Hump asked. "We're ready," Emilia said. Hump increased the flow. Essence poured from him into the staff. The crystal focus flared with bright blue light, pure and concentrated. The rift shimmered, its edges stabilizing instead of fraying. Nishari's wings spread instinctively as the veil distorted, her body lowering like a predator bracing against a storm. A thin stream of smoke curled from her nostrils as she watched the rift with wary fascination. "Now," Hump said through gritted teeth, "go." Quickly, Bud passed through, followed by the Altari, and passed through. Dylan and Emilia were next. The rift trembled as each body displaced the fragile threshold. Hump could feel the drain through his arms. The staff's reserves were falling fast, but his preparation was holding. The rift remained steady. Selene was last through, Nishari darting close behind her. Then it was Hump's turn. He pulled the staff free and stepped forward, careful not to stumble at the threshold. For a split second, there was the familiar sensation of cold liquid sliding over his skin. Then he landed hard on solid ground. Dark stone stretched beneath his boots. Cheers rose around him in immediate relief. "We made." "Stop," Selene snapped. The sound cut through the celebration instantly. She tilted her head, listening. "I heard a noise in the distance." "What kind of noise?" Emilia whispered. Selene hesitated. "It sounded like the scream of a demon." Hump's hand went to his face. "I think I know why some rifts are stronger than others." "Why?" Dylan asked. Hump lowered his hand slowly. "We chose the rift with the strongest resonance, the one most filled with essence and intent. The one capable of sustaining life." He looked up at the jagged skyline, where black spires cut into a blood-tinged sky. "Who else do you think might choose that?" "Demons," his party said as one. Hump exhaled. "It's quite possible," he said quietly, "that I've just brought us to a demonic world." Chapter 521, Demonic Fragment. "Acallan, get the Altari behind us," Hump said, already stepping forward. The screams were unmistakable now. They rose in fevered waves over the jagged stone spires surrounding the fragment, a chorus of hunger and fury that scraped at the nerves. Hump still couldn't see them, but he didn't need to. They were coming. Nishari pressed close to his side, a deep growl vibrating through her chest. Smoke curled from between her teeth, thin streams twisting into the air as the spines along her back lifted. Hump uncorked an essence elixir with shaking fingers and swallowed it in one motion. The power spread through him in a warm rush, dulling the ache in his channels and sharpening his mind. But it was only a small top-up. He was nowhere near full strength. "What do you mean you've brought us to a demonic world?" Prince Markov demanded, voice already fraying at the edges. Hump met his gaze flatly. "I'm not sure how I can put it more clearly." He gestured toward the horizon where shapes were beginning to move. "Now get in line if you want to live. If Selin says demons are coming, they're coming." The Altari stood frozen. "How can there be demons?" Princess Yorella whispered. "They are myths." "They are certainly more than myth," Selin said, eyes fixed on the distant movement. Her hand hovered near her blades, posture already coiled. "We've told you of our battles against them." Markov staggered back a step, then sank to his knees. "Then we're doomed. We should have stayed behind." "Too late for that now," Acallan said sharply. He hauled the prince upright by the arm. "On your feet, my prince. Do as they say." "How can we fight demons?" Markov cried, despair breaking through whatever composure he had left. "Maker's mercy." With his murmur, the first of the creatures crested the stone ridges. They moved in unnatural ways, some on four elongated limbs like gaunt apes, dragging themselves across the heights with jerking speed. Others slithered down the rock in coiling, segmented bodies, scales scraping against stone. A few flew through the air on buzzing, translucent wings, their bloated torsos sagging as they hovered and then drifted forward with unsettling grace. Bud stepped forward and drew his sword. For the first time since his blessings had changed, frost fire erupted along the blade. "You kill demons much the same as anything else," he said. The blue flame burst outward, casting cold light across the dark stone. The temperature dropped sharply, mist forming around him. "Now get behind me, Prince. We will protect you if you do as we say. Move." His voice was steady, resolute. Ice armor formed over his body in layers, not just on the surface of his own, but manifesting with sharp, ringing cracks as plate after plate locked into place. A helm sealed over his head, visor sliding shut. Frost crawled across the ground at his feet, spreading in jagged patterns. Before them stood the Frost Knight. A paladin against the dark, clad in blue steel, frost fire burning at his core. "Hump," Emilia said, not taking her eyes off the approaching swarm. "Work on getting us out of here." "That didn't work too well this time," Hump muttered. "Find the next thread," Emilia snapped. "Just get on with it." Hump grimaced. It had taken him 2 days to track down this rift, though he's improved along the way. The first demons leapt from the spires, landing with bone-jarring impacts that sent chips of stone scattering. Claws gouged lines in it as they tore forward. The buzzing ones shrieked overhead, approaching in a swarm. Steel rang as Bud met the first charge. Frostfire burst forward from his blade in a violent arc, shards of ice erupting from the ground and tearing into the front ranks of demons. Some were frozen and shattered, others skewered, while others reared back to avoid the blow. The cold snapped through the air, buying them a few precious seconds as the demons realized they were not easy snacking. Hump forced himself to move back behind the defensive line. He steadied his grip on his staff. The ground trembled faintly as the creatures closed the distance. He drew a long breath, focusing through the noise, ignoring the shrieks, scrape of claws, the hum of wings. He shut his eyes, first reaching inward, then expanding his senses outward through his staff. The abyss pressed back, chaotic and turbulent under the violence of this fragment. Finding a thread now would be challenging, but he was pleased he had the practice before coming here. He had to cut through fear, through distraction, through the knowledge that one mistake would mean the death of them all. The darkness unraveled, and threads of light and intent swam in Hump's mind. Most were fading lights or so thin or short that there was no point in following, but as he pushed deeper, as he focused on the intent so far and distant from him that they were like stars, some with potential came through. He latched onto the first that did not evaporate the moment his intent focused on it. Thin, flickering, but good enough. Only problem was it was some distance away. Hump opened his eyes. For a heartbeat, he took in the bloody battlefield around them. Screeches and roars filled every direction. Blood pooled at their feet. Demon bodies were already piling up, only to be sent flying into the oncoming horde by Dylan's vines. The Altari fought where they could, but for the most part it was Hump's party holding back the tide. Nisha worked with Emilia to cover one side, tearing into the demons with jaws and fire while Emilia was a red line through their ranks. Every swing of a sword felled a beast. Every arrow was a felled foe. They were weak, but they were many. "We need to move," Hump called. "Feels like it could be 2 minutes from here if we run." "We can't run through this," Emilia said. "We won't all make it." "You're right, this is an escort mission now. We fend off the demons and keep the Altari alive. Captain Hadber, I want you to focus on protecting your fellow Altari. All of you help me clear a path forward. Emilia, I want you there too. Leave protecting the rear and flanks to Bud and Dylan. Selene, fill in where you're needed." "Understood," the captain said, already getting the Altari into formation. Akalan's party, Runesmith Tatsy, Prince Markov, and Princess Urella formed a tight box, leaving their rear for Hump's party to cover. Emilia stood out in front, while Bud and Dylan covered the rear, waves of frostfire and a staff the size of a tree clearing swarms of demons with each strike. Selene's arrows went they were needed, taking out the more dangerous foes. They began moving in a controlled formation, step by step rather than breaking apart. With their rear and flanks protected, Hump focused on helping Emilia, Nisha, and the Altari clear a path forward. He controlled the abundance of rocks all around him, hurling them into the demons with rock shot, each one piercing through their first target and through the line of demons behind them. A shriek from above drew Nisha to the air. She launched up like an arrow, wings snapping once to adjust her path. She struck the creature midair, driving it down into the stone with crushing force. Her claws tore into its leathery hide, dead in an instant. His attention was on the next foes ahead of her, claws still in its body. She leaned forward and flame poured from her throat, bathing the racing horde in scarlet flames. They crawled over every ridge, climbed down spires, and dug out of the stone, hundreds in all directions. The frenzied cries of the battle only drawing more. Hump wouldn't be surprised if they had the entire realm's attention by this point. How do they survive here? Hump wondered, did they prey on each other, feed on ambient essence, or simply wait for something unfortunate to fall through the veil like they had? He thrust his hand outward and sent a volley of stone shards ripping through the front ranks. They punched through leathery flesh and jagged bone, staggering the charge. Selene pivoted smoothly behind him, her shadow arrows streaking upward to impale the next wave of flyers before they could dive. "They're weak," Dylan called over the chaos. "Not like the demons we faced before." "Not yet," Emilia added, blade flashing as she cut down a lunging brute. "There's still time for the stronger ones to reveal themselves. If they're anything like the demons we know, something will be in charge." That was the thought Hump had been trying to avoid. If a demon lord ruled this fragment, their situation shifted from dangerous to catastrophic. For a split second, it crossed his mind that perhaps they hadn't stumbled upon this world by accident at all. What if Karlach had found them? Perhaps this was an ambush set by the devil, come to take the book of infinite pages from his corpse. If anything, death would be a mercy if Karlach got his hands on them after what Hump had done to him. They were nearing where Hump sensed the thread when the ground ahead of them erupted in a deafening explosion, shards raining down like an avalanche. A colossal shape surged from within, unleashing a wail that sent a tremor through the ground. The creature was monstrous. Its body was some grotesque fusion of a tortoise and a dragon, though far larger than either. It had a shell on its back, formed from jagged slabs of stone locked together in shifting plates. Between the cracks, thick dark blood oozed. Where it dripped to the ground, it pooled in rancid piles. The smell that rolled off it was suffocating, rot, acid, and something far fouler. It drew its head back, its neck tucking into its shell, but Hump could still recognize the motion. Green light flared deep in its throat. The flesh at the side of its neck swelled, crackles of green veins bulging. Hump rushed ahead of the Altari, joining Emilia and Nisha at the front. He planted his staff in the ground. Shield. A torrent of bile spewed from its maw, a churning wave of corrosive sludge that arched toward them. Hump's barrier formed a dome around them just as it struck. The acid splashed and sizzled violently against it, hissing and eating through its surface. The stench alone left him gagging, but he fought through it, forcing more essence into it. It wouldn't hold. He clenched his jaw and shifted formation in his mind. The barrier flared red, then dissolved into fire. Flames surged outward, consuming the bile in a roaring inferno. Steam and smoke exploded into the air. With a sharp stab of his staff, Hump triggered Shatter's shield, sending a ring of fiery force blasting outward to clear the space around them. "That is truly the most disgusting thing I have ever smelled," Dylan said. Emilia vanished in a flash of movement, reappearing atop the creature's back. She drove her rapier down beneath the shifting plates, the force of transcending blade piercing deep, yet the great creature only let loose an irritated roar. It was simply too enormous, less a beast, more a moving hill. Even the other demons skirted back at its arrival. Spouts of blood burst from its shell like fountains, forcing Emilia away. She appeared back beside them on her knees, gagging from the stench. "How the hell do we kill something that big?" Emilia asked. "Maybe we don't have to kill it." Hump pointed at an area behind the creature against a cliff face. "The rift is over there. If we can lure it away, I can activate it." "Or we chop off its head," Bud said. "Worked on the Hydra." "Did you not notice the mass of stone and shell protecting its neck?" Selene asked. Bud wrinkled her nose. "Aim for the heart." It seemed more a question than a statement. "I can lure it away," Emilia said. Hump shook his head. "If we split up, we may never meet back up again." "It doesn't need to be far," Emilia insisted. "Let me distract it long enough for you to get behind it and open the rift. You'll need everyone else to protect you while you do that anyway. I'm fast enough to maneuver around it and get back to you." "Leave it to me." "No," Bud said. "I'll lure it away." Emilia shook her head. "You aren't fast enough." "But I am," Selene said. "I'll go with you. I can pepper its eyes and I can get in its face. We can keep its attention while the rest of you get around the back. The two of you will be needed to keep the demons away." "Hump, tell her that's not the way," Bud said. Hump gave a helpless shrug, his own stomach twisting at the idea too. It was the only good idea they had, and if they dwelled too long, it was just time for more demons to show up and overwhelm them. The creature took a looming step forward. The entire ground tremored so much Hump almost fell from his feet. He raised another barrier as needles of blood shot forth, not like darts or arrows, but like rain. It peppered the land all around them as far as the eye could see. Stinking, rancid blood. The other demons were forced back farther. They tried to get closer, but Bud and Dylan responded with their own attacks. Acidic, bloody rain was one thing, but a staff the size of a tree trunk did the job just as well. "No time to discuss it," Selene said. "Emilia, let's go. I'll get around to the other side and shoot at its eyes and draw it to the left. You get in front of it. If we get surrounded or caught, we split and circle back around to the others and reassess." "Make sure you do," Hump said. "Both of you. Better to regroup and look for another rift than risk things going sideways." "Don't worry," Emilia said. "The three of you are the risk takers. You just leave everything to us and worry about getting that rift open, okay?" Hump let out a sigh. "Okay, good luck." Both the girls were gone before they could say another word. An explosion of arrows peppered the demon's eyes, and it let out another wail like the ground itself was screaming out. "I really should go with them," Bud said. "Don't even try it," Dylan said. "I couldn't catch up with them if I tried, and you're a lumbering oaf compared to me." Chapter 522, Chasing the Thread. Hump and the others moved the instant the monolithic demon's focus shifted. Emilia was already on the far side, while Selene's arrows found its eyes. The beast turned with a grinding roar, the entire fragment trembling beneath its weight as it lumbered after them. "Let's move," Hump shouted over the chorus of screeching demons. They broke for its rear, circling around the oozing blood piling on the ground beneath its shell. The horde of demons saw the same pocket of space and surged to intercept them. Dylan drove roots through the cracked stone, buckling the ground beneath charging bodies. Bud's frostfire swept in controlled arcs, freezing limbs and spearing them on shards of ice. Nisha's fire did not stop. Hump was surprised to see her power approaching that of a Callan and the other advanced bronze-ranked Altari already. Captain Hadber led the Altari to cover the gaps. All the while his saber easily slayed the creatures with its blades of water. He glided over the battlefield on his boots, so fast the demons hardly knew he was upon them before they died. Occasionally, the silver cuff on his wrist sent spears of ice piercing through the air or formed a barrier at an integral moment. Meanwhile, Hump forced himself to hold back and conserve his strength. Not an easy thing to do with hundreds of demons throwing themselves in his direction. In a way, the demon beast's appearance had helped them. It had disrupted the swarm and given them some space to work with. Even with the swarm closing in once more, they covered the distance to the thread in less than a minute, boots pounding against black stone. The rift site lay at the base of a tall cliff face. Jagged rock rose behind them, shielding their rear from anything but the few monsters capable of clambering down from above. It wasn't safe, but it was defensible. "Where's the rift?" Bud asked. "Give me a second," Hump said. He didn't see it either. No ripple in the air, no shimmer or glimpse of another world within. Nothing. Yet closing his eyes, he sensed the thread here brighter than ever. Not sure what else to do, he activated Spirit Sight. The rift lit up like a crack in a glass, if it could be called a rift at all. He'd expected a tear in the veil, opening into another fragment like the one they had just passed through. Instead, there was next to nothing, only the faintest crack in the veil. "It's not open yet," Hump murmured. "What do you mean it's not open?" Bud said. "I thought you said there was a thread." "The thread's here, it's just not created an actual tear yet. There's a little crack." Bud swung at a few approaching demons, then between breaths snapped. "Well, get it open then." "Is that even possible?" Dylan asked. "Lawfen made it seem simple enough. He forced a few rifts open along the way, didn't he?" "So it must be possible." "How long do you think you need?" Bud asked. It had taken Lawfen only moments each time, but brute forcing it required an immense amount of essence. It also meant he'd be providing all the fuel to keep it open. If he faltered for even a moment, it could snap shut. Anyone still between worlds would be lost to the other side, and there was no guarantee he could get it open again. "Don't know," Hump said. "It'll be open when it's open. Either we're overrun first or we're not." "We could find another thread," Dylan suggested. Hump surveyed the battlefield. They were already getting tired, and the demons were only growing in number. He hadn't seen any other good choices to escape through. It was this or nothing. "I can do this. Just hold them off until it's done." "Do it," Bud said. "We'll handle the rest." "A Callan, I want you watching Hump. Don't let anything past your shield." "His shield is for me," Prince Markov snapped. "We protect Wizard Hump or we all die," a Callan told the prince, then turned to his party members. "Meli, Tamira, look after him." Hump let out a slow breath and turned fully to the rift. Unfortunately, the Book of Infinite Pages didn't have a spell for this sort of thing. At least not one that Hump had been able to find. The rifts were fairly simple in concept, fragments that were bumping into each other in the veil. To open them required pressure exerted with the right amount of force in the right place. In the previous fragment, he spent days searching and testing countless threads until he found one stable enough to support them. This time, there was no luxury of patience. He raised his staff and aimed carefully at the crack, pressing his essence through the runes Lawfen had etched into the shaft, guiding them into the crack like water finding a seam in a stone. The staff amplified the flow, channeling it with far greater precision than he could manage alone. Essence poured into the fracture as he willed the breach to widen. His mind fixed on that singular thing, yet nothing happened. The crack didn't tremble, it didn't glow or shimmer. It simply remained as it was, a thin scar in reality that refused to acknowledge him. He pressed harder, feeding more essence through his staff, pressing his will against the veil. It did not answer. There was no resistance pushing back against him, no opposing intent trying to deny him. No pressure, no conflict. His power simply vanished into the fracture without consequence, as if reality itself had ignored him. Hump frowned and eased off the flow. That wasn't right. Every other rift he had worked with had reacted immediately. The moment his essence touched them, they drank it greedily, widening under the influx of power like wounds forced open. They had been more stable than this, but he didn't think there was more difference than that. Stable or not, it should have at least reacted in some way, unless his essence wasn't being applied correctly. Something was missing, or maybe I simply don't have the strength. The thought buried itself into his mind, a seed of doubt that could be a wizard's undoing. What he was trying to do went against everything, the very rules that he knew. His own mind fought him. Logic against what he knew was possible. He had to envision it. He had to know he could do it. It took effort to trick the brain like that, but Hump had opened many rifts in the past now. This was just another one, only the gap in reality was so small that it was hardly a crack. If he had time, perhaps he'd be able to figure out a spell to do this. He'd already used the time-stop hourglass. There was nothing he could do to buy more time. He simply had to find a way. He studied the fracture again, tracing its shape with spirit sight. Other than being far smaller, he couldn't see a difference. But when he closed his eyes and reached for the thread, it all fell into place. The connection was weak. Every rift he'd used before had been anchored by one, connected through the strand of intent that ran through the abyss, binding fragments of reality together. The rifts were the doorway to those connections. Here the crack was forming, but the thread was not connected. Not quite. Hump shifted his focus outward through his staff. The runes hummed as he extended his senses into the abyss beyond the fragment, searching through the darkness for the familiar resonance. He found it. Stronger than before, the thread drifted nearby, its intent brushing the edge of his awareness. Hump tightened his grip on his staff and reached for it. Essence flowed through the crack again, but this time he cast it outward, reaching for the thread. It spiraled through the darkness just out of reach. It still wasn't working. He needed to do more. He needed intent strong enough to draw it to him. With a thought, Hump manifested his soul. The dreadful, alarmed cries of demons filled the air around him, but he paid it no notice, trusting in the others to keep them at bay. Every shred of attention he had was solely on the sliver of intent. He stabbed his staff towards it. Essence poured from it, reaching inwards, worming into the gap and out the other side, drawing the thread in closer. Yet still, reality resisted. The thread moved, caught in a gentle breeze, but it did not come to him. He was but a mortal trying to force his will upon the universe itself. It was not listening. He needed more power, more intent. The air changed. Lightning crackled around him. Grass sprouted at his feet. The wind surged, and small tufts of fire erupted around him in bursts of flame. Hump's dragon blood roared. He was not just a mere mortal, he was the bearer of infinity. The thread would come to him, and then he felt it. Movement. Proper movement, drawn to his intent like a magnet to metal. The strand of intent followed his own essence back to the crack, and with its touch, the veil finally reacted. The fracture widened with a sudden, violent shimmer. The veil peeled back a fraction, feeding on the residual essence. Hump fed it more, and the rift ate it up hungrily, drinking in his power as it expanded bit by bit. It continued to get wider, stronger, more stable. A fragment beyond appeared. Hump caught a glimpse of grass around what could have been a lake. At the very least, they would land on the other side with something beneath their feet. "Nishari, it's time to roar," Hump said through their bond. Nishari unleashed a roar like none he'd ever heard, so loud it shook the very fragment itself. That was the signal. Selene and Emilia would be on their way. They only needed to hold until then. "Everyone get ready," Hump said. "The moment you see the girls, I want the Altari going through the portal. I can't hold this long." "Is it safe?" Prince Markov asked. "Safer than here," Hump said. He caught a glimpse of Nishari and realized why she sounded so different. With the manifestation of his soul, her scales had changed to gold, her eyes were brighter, and her fire hotter as it burned through the ranks of demons. Acid blood rained from above as the great beast's attention returned to them. Hump forced himself not to react, trusting in his companions to protect him. Bud formed a wall of ice overhead, absorbing the blows. Dylan held them off with a field of trees, vines, and roots working in tandem, all the while healing everyone and helping to sustain their essence. "I see them," Dylan said. Through the chaos, Hump glimpsed two figures cutting through the swarm as they circled round the giant demon. "Time to move through the portal," Captain Hadber barked. The Altari rushed forward. One by one, they passed through the rift while Hadber counted them off, remaining behind to help hold the line. With them gone, the pressure on Bud and Dylan intensified. A demon lunged toward Hump, claws outstretched, but an arrow drove straight through its eye before it could reach him. Selling. They had made it. "Nishari, go," Hump said. "Everyone else move it." "What about you?" Selling asked. "Clear off as much as you can," Hump replied. "The rift won't last without me." "I need to be the last out." Dylan nodded grimly and prepared his largest attack. His quarterstaff expanded, growing until it towered above him like a tree trunk. Channeling the aspect of the bear, he swung it in a massive arc that smashed through the demons in a devastating sweep. Bud followed with a wave of frost fire that rolled across the battlefield, freezing and shattering anything in its path. Selene's arrows fell like rain, each shot claiming another demon. "All of you go," Bud said. "I'll buy Hump some time." The others moved quickly, one after another slipping through the rift as it shimmered in the air before them. Each passing body made the portal ripple, the fragile edges of the tier in reality trembling under the strain. Selene was the last of them. She paused beside Hump for the briefest moment, long enough to squeeze his arm. "Move quickly," she said quietly, then stepped through and vanished. Bud transformed. The wings of the Frostfire Paladin surged on his back, the flames billowing out until they seemed as tall as the cliff at his back. He swept out his blade and Frostfire coated the land. The demons screamed in agony and were forced back. Then Bud created a barrier of ice, surrounding them both. "That should give you a few seconds." "Go," Hump said through gritted teeth. Bud stepped through and then was gone from the realm. For the first time since the battle began, Hump stood alone. Alone in a realm with only demons, the rift trembled in front of him, still drinking the last of the essence he poured into it. Around him, the battlefield roared with distant screeches and crashing stone, but for a brief instant it felt strangely quiet. And then he felt it, a presence. An observant eye, a sinking feeling filled his stomach. Something had taken notice. He didn't give it time to get a proper look. He tore his staff free from the rift and lunged forward. The moment his body crossed the threshold, the portal wrapped around him like cool water. For a heartbeat, he existed nowhere at all, caught between fragments, the world stretching and folding around him. Then he was back in the light. Pain flared in his leg. Claws, or perhaps teeth, caught him as he passed through the narrowing tier. Then the sensation vanished. Hump fell out of the rift and was caught by Dylan on the other side. The pain lessened, the druid's essence encompassing the wound. Behind him, the rift still hung open. Screeching followed as several demons hurled themselves after him, scrambling through the shrinking tier. They didn't make it far. The others were already waiting. Bud and Amelia's blades made short work of any that made it through, until finally the closing rift severed those that were still caught part way. Within seconds, the creatures were dead, and they were surrounded by silence. Hump breathed in the air, fresh and earthy. There was water at their back and tall reeds growing from it. Inside, he thought he saw something move. "Selene, please tell me nothing's coming to get us this time," Hump said. "At the very least, I can confirm that I don't hear any screaming demons," Selene said, "though I'm pretty sure there are fish in that lake." Chapter 523, Journeying Through the Abyss. Selene harvested the essence stones from the demons, while Dylan worked his blessings over Hump. The demons had torn up his calf pretty badly, though his battle robes had prevented any irreparable damage. Still hurt like hell, though. Hump lay there, arm over his eyes, trying to catch his breath and ignore the burning sensation in his leg in combination with essence exhaustion. Nisha cooed softly at his side, her scales still golden, but he could feel her essence starting to calm down. She lay down next to Hump's leg and fire built in her throat. She gave him a questioning look, and he could feel her desire to help. "Go ahead," Hump said. "Burn it off if you have to." Dylan chuckled as a gentle flame poured from Nisha's jaws. It was warm against his leg. Immediately, the pain lessened. He felt his skin tighten, his muscles itched. Dylan withdrew his blessings and simply watched. It only took a minute or so before Nisha collapsed against Hump's side, exhausted, her scales losing the last of their gold coloring. "Incredible," Dylan said. "Is it better?" Hump asked. "She didn't really burn it off, did she?" "No, you're good, not even a scar." Hump ran a hand down Nisha's back. "Aren't you such a good girl? Thank you, little one." She turned to rest her head over his stomach, and the two of them lay there, exhausted. They were all tired. The battle had drained them more than anyone wanted to admit. But time did not wait, and they were in an unfamiliar land. Selene, Emilia, and Captain Hadber went off to scout the local area, and only when they returned did they all begin to relax, even if not fully. They were on a small patch of land at the edge of a lake. There were no trees here, but thick vegetation grew in all directions, the tallest being about half their height but still tall enough to hide some sort of creature. Despite their escape, there was unease amongst the Altari. They'd been engaged in a heated discussion earlier in their own language. Even without understanding, Hump could tell Prince Markov was causing issues. He wanted to return to his world, a sentiment that Hump understood, but that they had limited means to help. The discussion came to a head when Hump and his party went over to join them. Better to deal with it now than to let discontent fester. "Ah, good," Prince Markov said. "The humans have joined us. We were just discussing our need to get home." "Stop it, Markov," Princess Urella said. "You're an embarrassment." "We survived." "We barely survived," Markov snapped. "This will keep happening. How many times do you think we can survive a close call like today? We're only alive because of them." Markov scoffed. "They're not even taking us home." He turned to Hump with disdain. "Where are we going?" "The path to heaven." "Yes," Hump said. "It's the same place Laufen was taking us, and we have business there." "Business that doesn't concern us," Markov said. "Why are we coming with you?" "You're free to try and make your way on your own," Selene chided. "Good luck getting home from here." "I am a prince," Markov said. "My people need me. My father needs me." "If I could clap my hands and send you home, I would," Hump said. "We're not bringing you with us to make our own lives any easier. We're simply stuck in a difficult situation. I'm doing my best to follow the path that Laufen set us on. So far, we're finding fragments that contain some sort of life. I'm going to take that as meaning we're going the right way." The prince let out an annoyed grunt, like a snarl caught in the back of his throat. "And you expect us to just go along with you? Who are you to demand that, to force us to follow you?" "You're not being forced," Hump said. "At least not by us. You're stranded, and we're doing our best to keep you alive. We're in the unfortunate situation where there is no good solution. We have our own destination, and I'm doing my best to navigate to get there. If the opportunity arises, we will drop you off somewhere safe along the way. I don't know what more I can offer you." "You could bring us home," Prince Markov said. "We can't allow our enemies to reach the path to heaven first," Hump said. "I also don't know how to bring you home. At least if you come with us, Laufen might be able to show you the way if he finds us again." "Do you really how demanding you are all being?" Selene asked. "The only reason you're all alive now is because of us. We're escorting you through fragments of worlds. This isn't a matter of getting home, it's a matter of survival. I suggest you keep your heads down, mouths shut, and be grateful that we didn't abandon you like your god." Markov was about to say something when a Callan clasped him by the shoulder. Interestingly, that seemed to shut the prince up. A Callan gave Hump an apologetic smile. "We do appreciate all of your efforts to keep us safe. It's just, we all want to get home." "I understand," Hump said. "And I'll do my best to help you get home. It simply cannot be my priority. The beings that we're up against aren't foes we can ignore. You've seen the power of Godfrey, and he is but one of many." "What can you do against such strength?" a Callan asked. "Strength that even the Maker fled from. With any luck, we'll find that answer where we're going." "When do you think you'll be ready to move again?" Captain Hadber asked Hump. "Probably tomorrow. If I push any further, I'm going to suffer essence overuse, and it might leave us stranded in a fragment we'd rather not be in." "So we have a day to kill," Hadber said. "I'll be nearby." The fragment was quiet, almost peaceful. The sun was warm and pleasant, but it moved across the sky far faster than back home. When night came, Hump had expected the same, but it seemed to linger twice as long. It suited him perfectly. He must have slept for 12 hours before morning came. When he woke, Emilia sat on a patch of grass watching the others as she cleaned her blade. Bud still slept now that they had time to think again. He'd returned to his previous lethargic state, caught somewhere between irritation and depression. The situation with Kalija was not weighing on him well. Dylan and Caro fished at the edge of the lake, Nishari sitting beside them staring with such focused intensity that she didn't even notice Hump approaching to see how they were doing. Hump crouched at the edge of the lake and watched the strange life moving beneath its surface. The water was so still that it reflected the pale sky above like glass. Dylan fished in an unorthodox way. He had a vine attached to the ground beside him and rising into the air overhead, thinning until it was no larger than a piece of string before dangling into the water. The vine itself was the hook. A school of thin eel-like fish slipped past just below the surface, their long bodies twisting together in tight formations before vanishing into deeper water. Along the lake bed, flat armored creatures crawled slowly over the stones, their segmented shells a pale red. Strange spiked worms drifted lazily through the shallows, their soft limbs waving in the current. Hump glimpsed a small, round creature with far too many eyes dart between the rocks. "Those are some very strange fish," Hump muttered. "Oh yes," Dylan said. "The weirdest one was as flat as a pancake and moved through the water by squeezing in on itself. It had one big eye on the front of its head." "That wasn't a head," Caro said. Dylan shrugged. "Well, it had one big eye." "Have you caught anything?" Hump asked. "Those small, armored things," Dylan said, "but there's not much to eat on them, so we put them back. Other than that, we haven't had much luck." "You spoken to Bud at all?" Hump asked. "He was up for a bit," Dylan said. "He didn't want to join us, though. I think the situation with Kalija is weighing heavily on him again now that he's got time to think." "I'm not sure what to do about it," Hump said. "You're already doing well," Dylan said. "All we can do is try to distract him and keep him focused when we need him. If he wants to talk, he knows we're there for him." Hump nodded, considering his words, when he felt Nishari stir beside him. Her head lifted suddenly. The dragonling stalked toward the lake's edge, her eyes fixed on something beneath the surface. "Nisha," Hump said warningly. She dove. The splash was enormous, like a horse hitting the water. "Nishari," Hump called instinctively. For a moment there was only rippling water. Then Nishari burst to the surface with a long fish thrashing violently in her jaws. Dylan suddenly went tense. "Nisha, out of the water," he said sharply. "Out," Dylan repeated, more urgently this time. Hump reinforced the command through their bond, stricter than before. Nishari scrambled away from the edge at once, clearly picking up on the tension in his voice. She paddled back to the shore, claws digging into the mud as she hauled herself onto dry land. The fish wriggled desperately until she gave it a final shake. Dylan stared. Caro stared. Caro laughed. "That's 10 times the size of anything we caught today." Nishari looked immensely pleased with herself as she began tearing into the fish with obvious enthusiasm. Dylan's eyes were back on the water. Hump tried to see what he was searching for but saw nothing. "What was wrong?" Hump asked. "I definitely saw something big down there," Dylan said. Selene wandered over beside them. "How big?" she asked. "As big as a person." Selene raised an eyebrow. "I didn't notice." "Well, it was there," Dylan insisted. "I didn't say it wasn't." "But you were thinking it." "I was not." "Your eyes aren't perfect, Selene," Dylan said with played exaggeration. Selene rolled her eyes and looked to Hump. "Help." There was no dramatic opening of the next rift. Once breakfast was finished and everyone had gathered their gear, Hump led the group towards the thread he'd identified the previous day. There was no brute forcing it this time. The rift was already open, and all Hump needed to do was stabilize it with his staff before they stepped through. The fragment on the other side was familiar. Empty stones stretched in every direction. No vegetation, no water, just endless slabs of dark rock broken by shallow ridges and shallow valleys. They had crossed several places like it already. Dead fragments, or perhaps worlds that had never fully formed. As they moved toward the next rift, however, Hump realized they were following a single thread. This hadn't been the destination, but one stop along the way. The thread he'd been following stretched deeper into the abyss. For the first time, he felt a little more confident that they were on the right path. Now it was a matter of proving himself right. Navigating the abyss was still more instinct than knowledge. Each time they jumped between fragments, Hump's understanding grew a little clearer. The threads were not paths in the traditional sense. They were more like resonances, lines of shared intent linking fragments together. If he focused on the destination strongly enough, certain threads began to answer him. He'd been following one such path for a while now. When he envisioned Alvarin and searched for that familiar feeling of home, certain threads lit up in his mind. While they were aiming for the path to heaven, Hump's theory was that one of these would lead them to the gateway network Laughlin spoke of. Once there, navigating in general should become easier. A world of clouds. Hump saw land far beneath them and his stomach dropped. Yet somehow the cloud held them up. Nisha jumped through it, springing off the surface in delight, much to the rest of their dismay. He got her to stop, but there wasn't much need. The cloud held. "How are we standing?" Selene asked. Hump tapped a foot against the cloud, feeling for essence. He shrugged. "Magic." "You mean you don't know?" "A wizard never tells." "He definitely doesn't know," Emilia said. "This world is richer in essence than any we have been to so far," Dylan said, breathing deeply. "I'm willing to bet it has something to do with that. It's invigorating, honestly. I wouldn't mind stopping here for a while." Hump picked a direction and they were moving again. It was farther to the next rift this time, and he wasn't sure what they'd do if their cloud coverage ended. Worse still, if they needed to get to the ground. He could slow the descent of a few of them, but they numbered 13 people. That might be pushing it. A flicker of colored light darted through the air nearby. Hump turned just in time to see a small shape streak past them, a ribbon of blue light no larger than a bird. It curved through the air in a tight loop before slowing, hovering a short distance away. Another followed, then a third appeared nearby. Soon there were dozens. Hump and the others readied their weapons, but the little creatures didn't seem aggressive. They drifted around them like living essence. Some looked like tiny streaks of wind twisting through the air. Others resembled small clouds with glowing cores that pulsed softly with color. A few appeared almost like miniature lightning bolts that crackled quietly as they floated. "They look like elemental spirits," Dylan said. "I've never seen so many in such a small space." Nishari crouched low, tail twitching as she eyed one that floated near her nose. The little spirit bobbed up and down in response, flashing briefly gold. Then it darted forward and tapped her snout. Nishari sneezed in surprise. More of the spirits gathered now, swirling around them in curious circles. A larger spirit appeared, its glow pulsing gently. When it reached Hump's staff, it circled it, his focus lighting up to match its pale blue light. "What in the world is going on?" Bud asked. "I think they're trying to communicate," Dylan said, holding out a hand and letting the spirits land on it. "Maybe Shimmer can help." Dylan summoned his spirit fox, the little creature appearing on his shoulder, its body made of essence. It tilted its head at the spirits. "They seem to recognize us," Dylan said. The spirits bobbed around in front of the fox spirit in spiraling circles. "Shimmer wants to follow them. I can't tell why, but I can feel his enthusiasm." Hump frowned. Maybe people have been to this fragment before. They might recognize humans or Altari. "Why do we care?" Prince Markov asked. "If people have been here before, perhaps they left something behind," Hump said. "The thread has led us here. This might be part of the gateway network we're looking for." Chapter 524, Elementals. The spirits led them onward through the drifting clouds. At first they remained high above the fragment, walking across the endless white fields of mist. The small elemental shapes darted ahead of them in loose clusters, occasionally pausing to circle back as if to check that Hump and the rest of the group were still following. Hump had been skeptical to begin with. Trusting unknown spirits in an unfamiliar fragment hardly seemed wise. Yet the longer they traveled, the more confident he became that the creatures were helping them. It helped that Nisha flew ahead to scout for him. keeping watch for something that might threaten them, but even she only saw more spirits. Hump closed his eyes briefly and reached outward with his senses to test their direction once more. The staff in his hand hummed faintly as he brushed against the threads that ran through the fragment. When he opened his eyes, he said quietly, "They're bringing us toward the thread." Amelia glanced at him. "You're sure?" "At the very least, we're going the right direction. The resonance with the thread is getting stronger." Gradually, the clouds around them began to thin, revealing more of the world below. At first, it was only vague shapes and muted colors beneath the mist. Then the fragment opened up beneath them, and Hump slowed to take it all in. It was breathtaking. Around him, the others paused as well, staring toward a distant mountain rising from the forming land. Not because anything moved across its surface, but because the mountain itself was moving. Vast slabs of stone lifted slowly from the ground, drawn upward by spiraling currents of essence that twisted through the air. Thousands upon thousands of spirits swarmed around the rising rock, guiding the process. In some places, the stone seemed to form out of nothing at all, the concentration of earth essence so dense that matter itself was taking shape. "How is that possible?" Akalin asked. "Lawfen told us that some fragments are remnants of dead worlds," Hump said. "Others are the beginnings of new ones." He gestured toward the growing landscape. "I think we may have found the latter." Behind them, where the clouds parted toward the horizon, the sea was forming. The essence was so thick it was hard to tell where the water began. It poured endlessly into a vast basin that had not existed moments before. Waves rolled across the expanding surface, spreading outward. They continued descending as the spirits guided them lower. The closer they came to the ground, the more Hump realized the world was not forming on its own. Essence was not the only force shaping the fragment. Spirits were everywhere, thousands of them. Millions, they moved across the forming landscape like living expressions of the elements themselves. Some burst from the rising rock like small worms made of gravel before scattering into the air in showers of dust. Others clung to the sides of newly formed trees, their leafy shapes swaying gently as though they were part of the branches themselves. Feathery wisps drifted through the sky, stirring the wind and pushing the clouds into new shapes overhead. Water spirits flickered through newborn streams that trickled toward the distant ocean. Even the ground beneath their feet seemed alive with movement as small stone spirits wriggled through the fresh soil, leaving faint trails in the dirt behind them. "I would love to spend some time here," Dylan said, gazing around at the forming landscape with clear wonder. "We're in an elemental world. I've never felt so much nature essence. I've never been to anywhere as pure as this. It's amazing." "There really is something special about it," Hump agreed, watching the spirits drift through the branches overhead. "Do you think beings like these might be the key to restoring a place like the Remnant Realm?" Dylan shook his head slowly. "I don't think they could survive there. The Remnant Realm is too far gone. From what you saw of the Gorger's previous life, it wouldn't surprise me if shades were once like them, though." He looked out across the growing forest. "It's sad to think about. Maybe one day they can return to the realm." They continued walking through the forming woodland, the spirits weaving around them as if curious about their presence. The trees here were young and thin, their trunks still twisting slowly as essence flowed through them, shaping bark and branches in real time. Then ahead of them something appeared that did not belong to the natural growth of the fragment. Black brick walls rose from the earth, half hidden beneath creeping moss and fresh grass. A single doorway faced them, set into the dark stone. The roof was little more than a mound of soil and vegetation, trees already beginning to grow around and over it. It was unmistakable, a structure built by hands rather than nature. "There it is," Hump said. "Is that a gateway?" Amelia asked. Laughter erupted among the group, relief breaking through the tension that had followed them across the abyss. Around them, the nearby spirits chimed cheerfully, their small forms flickering with bursts of color and light as if sharing in the excitement. The structure itself was smaller than the temples they had discovered in the Remnant Realm or in Alvaran, but the material was instantly recognizable. The black stone was identical. Hump found himself wishing he had asked Lawfen why so many gateways were constructed from it. His instincts told him the stone possessed some sort of magical conductivity, but he would have liked to know the truth. "Thank you, Shimmer," Dylan said. The small spirit perched on his shoulder let out a tiny howl, and several others nearby chimed in response. They must be quite intelligent to bring us here, Emilia said, studying the cluster of spirits floating nearby. I wonder why they did it. The larger ones seem to have led the way, Dylan said. The others, I think, are just trailing along, interested in what we're doing. He glanced around thoughtfully. It does make me wonder if there are greater elementals here. I've heard of spirits like these that are capable of speech. If people have been here before, it's possible they'd even speak modern Alvaronian. I'm not about to stick around to find out, Bud said, making his way forward toward the entrance, only for a few spirits to float before him and start pressing him back with a blast of wind essence. He frowned. What's going on here? Am I under attack? I don't sense hostile intent, Selene said. They don't want you to get to that door. Maybe we need to give them something, Dylan said. That might be why they helped us. Shimmer and the spirit on the crown of the winds both react well to essence. Stones, try give them a few. Selene reached into her belt of storage, withdrawing enough small essence stones to give to each of the nearby spirits. The moment they appeared, they floated toward them, draining them of essence. The ones that had swarmed Bud left him alone now. He took a tentative step toward the entrance, this time undisturbed, and then continued. Dylan chuckled. Amazing! They must have learned that humans will give them gifts if they help them. Like stray cats, Emilia said. I suppose so, Dylan shrugged. Ruins the magic of it a little. Let's get a move on, Bud said. I want to make sure the area is secure before we lower our guard entirely. Everyone behind me, I'll lead the way. As they approached the door, Hump's eyes fell upon the symbol carved into the center of the stone. Hump recognized the 3 eyes sigil set into the center of the stone immediately, just above the divide. 3 eyes joined at the tear ducts like the petals of a flower. So it's not one of Lawfen's gateways, Hump said quietly. The 3 eyes were here. He lifted both hands and ran his fingers back through his hair, letting them rest behind his head as he stared at the symbol. How could they build this? The wandering wizard, maybe, Emilia suggested. Hump wasn't convinced. From what he could tell, the wandering wizard hadn't shared his knowledge. It was for that reason the 12 had turned on him in the first place. Still, Hump wondered if the man had once stood here as they did now. Perhaps he too had traveled the abyss, following threads, opening rifts, fleeing from one fragment to another, escaping a demon world only to arrive in an elemental one. It seemed likely. Hump stepped forward and reached out, placing his hand against the stone door. The moment his fingers brushed the surface, he felt it, the familiar structure of runes hidden beneath the black stone. He had opened a door like this once before, deep beneath the waters of Fisher's Lake, in the ancient wizard temple buried there. At the time, it had been difficult. Now it felt almost effortless. The runes flared to life beneath his fingers. Pale lines of light raced across the surface of the door as the ancient formation awakened, revealing its layered complexity. Interlocking patterns of magic unfolded across the stone, each line feeding into the next in precise channels. Hump studied them carefully. Then he compared the structure to the old entry recorded in his spellbook. SBLLBOOK. 3-eyed seal. Unknown. Description. A powerful locking enchantment designed with a channel pattern that can be altered to restrict access to only those that know it. It was exactly the same. The runes were in the sharper shapes they'd found on other such shapes, somewhere between god glyphs and Alvaronian. Actually, they reminded Hump of Bud's blessings once Lawfen had changed them. Something interesting? Dylan asked. It's exactly the same as the temple we found in Fisher's Lake, Hump said. The doors pulled back, sliding into the walls. The spirits flitted ahead of them, illuminating the temple within. In a dazzling display of colors, the light was absorbed by the black walls. Inside, the temple was ancient. Everything here was stripped down to its most basic form. There were no decorations, no elaborate carvings or murals like Hump had often seen in places like this. The design was entirely utilitarian. Dust covered every surface, thick enough that their footsteps left clear marks across the floor as they entered. A small chamber opened off to one side. Inside were half a dozen simple beds carved from the same age-dry wood, the bedsheets partially disintegrated. They looked untouched for centuries. The main room contained what they had been hoping to find, the same style of gateway that they were familiar with. This location may be directly connected to the rest of the gateways, Hump said. I don't know if it's the same network Laughlin was talking about, but it may be our route home. How will we know? Selene asked. If it's connected to the same network, it should function with the correct essence application now that Laughlin has brought them back. Hump approached the central console, an orb in place atop the podium, the main platform behind it, surrounded by a curved black wall. He inserted his essence and sensed threads all around him. It was so much clearer than before, as if many different places attached to here. Hump smiled at the others. It's working. Can you reach Ur? Princess Yorella asked. He tested it, feeding the artifact his intent, but it was distant. Perhaps he could find the route if he looked hard enough, but it wasn't connected to here. Alvarin, on the other hand, felt much closer. I can sense the thread distantly, Hump said. If this leads directly to other gateways, I believe the path home would be possible. It would be far, though. We cannot take you. We can pay you handsomely, Wizard Humphrey, Markov said. You must take us back. We've not come all this way only to take you home, Hump said. You don't have to, Captain Hadber said. Am I able to work this artifact? Hump nodded. There's nothing complicated about it. I can show you later. Then we will make our own way back. You have brought us far enough already. It could be dangerous, Emilia said. It's been a long time since anyone has walked these gateways. Who knows what's wormed its way in? My skyship has carried me across Ur for many years, Hadber said. Yet it is gone now, destroyed, lost. If there are new boundaries to explore, I would be the first to face the danger. And if we die along the way? Markov asked. Then we die, Hadber said, a little of his cheer returning. That is the way of adventure, Prince. To survive, we must be wise, skilled, and above all, lucky. Hump looked to his own party. What about us? Do we continue trying to find the path to heaven or return to Alvarin? I think both would be possible. Allies would be helpful, Dylan said. Our people know what the warlocks are after. They would have involved everyone they could in learning to navigate the abyss. Master Vivienne would certainly be trying to find a way to navigate the abyss now that the veil is open. It's possible they already have. Returning home would allow us to coordinate with them, Emilia said. Dylan nodded. And in truth, I would like to let everyone know we're all right. I don't like that Larissa thinks I'm dead. The Pantheon will take charge, Bud said quietly. If the gods are not what they say they are, then our chosen, our priests, have been leading us on falsehoods. I do not know if reinforcements would be a boon or a burden. Hump frowned at that. Hearing words like that from Bud was shocking. It made him realize just how much had changed, not just for the night, but for all of them. Hump said nothing, but the words lingered in his mind. He had always been pessimistic when it came to the gods. Yet now there was little doubt left in him. The gods and anyone who served them could not be trusted any more than the warlocks they had been fighting so desperately to defeat. I hate not having enough information, Hump said with a sigh. My own instinct is that we keep looking for the path to heaven. I'm not sure allies will be as helpful as speed. The gateway network has only just opened again. If we move fast enough, we can arrive before anyone else. If we do that, at least we can make an informed decision about what we do next. What if the warlocks beat us to it? Emilia asked. Not sure how I feel about the 6 of us taking on an army. Hump shrugged. It's a risk either way. If we do it this way, we won't be beholden to anyone else, though. What we find, what we decide, it'll be up to us. Emilia nodded. Agreed, I'm in. The rest of the party gave their affirmations. All were in agreement. Hump nodded. Captain, shall we get this lesson underway? We need to get moving quickly. Chapter 525, Path to Heaven. Hump brushed a thick layer of dust from the gateway console, a small podium where the orb was set into the stone. The dust rose in pale clouds around his hands, while Emilia and Bud worked nearby, clearing the rest of the gateway platform. As the grime lifted, The orb began to dimly reflect the drifting lights of the spirits moving lazily through the chamber. "Captain," Hump said, stepping back and gesturing for Hadber to come closer. "It's best you try it for yourself rather than simply listening to my explanation." Hadber stepped up beside him, his boots scraping across the dusty stone floor. Markov and the other Altari hovered anxiously nearby, while the rest of the group spread out around the chamber. Selene remained near the door, keeping watch just in case. Hump placed his hand against the orb and fed a small trickle of essence into it. This time, as he focused on the threads he could sense, he felt a rune react to him. He focused his intent on it and felt something spread through the gateway. Essence stirred. The runes along the curved black wall ignited softly, thin lines of pale silver crawling through the stone like they were awakening after a long sleep. Essence hummed in the air. The spirits reacted immediately. They darted through the air faster, chiming and spinning in excited loops as the gateway awakened. Shimmer zipped after them enthusiastically, only for Nishari to try joining the chase. Unfortunately, the dragon was far too large now. In her eagerness, she nearly barreled into half the room before Dylan caught hold of her horn and pulled her back. "Easy," he said, laughing as she squirmed in protest. The entire process looked very different compared to when Hump had wielded the gateways in the Remnant Realm and Alvarin. Back then, the black wall hadn't revealed anything. Now the air above the central platform shimmered. Threads of light stretched outward, weaving themselves into a glowing web suspended above the platform. Hundreds of faint lines formed the illusion of a silk strung across the air, with knots marking spots between them. "Are these all roots?" Hadber asked, staring up at the display. Hump nodded. "I think so. I've never seen it activated like this before." Now that Lawfen has restarted the gateway network, it seems everything is coming alive. Hump focused his mind, envisioning Alvarin. One point within the web brightened immediately. "That's our home world." He focused again, this time on Another point far away from the first glowed faintly within the web. "And that's Hadber stepped forward, studying the glowing map carefully. After a moment, he pointed along a chain of connected strands. "To reach we would have to travel between these places." "I think so," Hump said. "They would need to pass through 8 worlds to return home. I've never done this before, so I can't say with certainty, but I believe that's how it works." He gestured toward the console. "It should function much like any artifact you're used to. Intent combined with fuel. The gateway has its own store of essence, but right now it's empty. You'll need to supply it yourself to see the map, and to open the rift we'll need to restore the essence stones powering the gateway." "How long will that take?" Hadber asked. "For my party, a few hours per gateway, with some time to rest before opening the rift. That way we arrive ready to fight if we have to. For all of you, perhaps a day or 2, depending on how hard you push." Markov frowned. "If it would only take a few days, why don't you simply take us home?" "Days that we don't have," Hump said unapologetically. "This is as far as we go together." "We will get you home, Prince," Hadber said. Markov still looked dissatisfied. "But why can't we go directly there? Why must we pass through all these worlds?" "I barely understand it myself," Hump said. "My guess is that it requires a lot of energy to anchor any point within the abyss. Shorter jumps may be easier, or perhaps it simply isn't possible to cross such a great distance in a single leap." He gave a small shrug. "If you find the Maker along the way, you can ask him. We'll have a go at creating a rift once it has the essence. Until then, experiment as you wish." The fuel source sat at the rear of the platform, a cluster of essence stones linked together in a configuration Hump didn't fully understand. Fortunately, he didn't need to. All that mattered was feeding them power until they were at capacity. It took several hours, but by the time they were finished, the gateway was ready to go. Hadber had a practice run creating a rift. It was a simple process. Hump had managed to do so when he was far weaker than the captain. Afterwards, Akallan took a turn, followed by Caro, runesmith Tatsi, and finally Princess Urella. Each practiced opening and closing a rift, ensuring they had backup options if something went wrong. Everyone was ready. It didn't take long to prepare the Altari for their departure, though they chose to rest before leaving. After everything they had endured crossing the abyss, no one was eager to rush blindly onward again. While they recovered, the two groups gathered what supplies they could from the surrounding fragment. There were no animals in this world, none at all. No birds, fish, or even insects. Plants, however, were everywhere. The spirits proved invaluable guides. Curious clusters of them flitted through the vegetation, leading them to patches of fruiting shrubs or thick-stemmed plants. Some glowed faintly with essence, others bore strange shapes and colors unlike anything Hump had seen before. Naturally, this led to a problem. "Someone has to try it first," Emilia said, examining a bulbous purple fruit with suspicion. Everyone looked at Dylan. The druid sighed. "I knew this was coming." Over the next hour, he dutifully sampled a variety of strange fruits, seeds, and leaves, while the rest of them watched carefully for signs of poisoning. Fortunately, none appeared. If anything, the food was rich with nature essence, leaving Dylan energized rather than sick. The following day, it was time to say goodbye. Hump clasped Acalan's forearm in a firm grip. "I'm pleased to have met you," Acalan said. "Me too," Hump replied. "A few months ago, I would never have imagined meeting an entirely different race of people. Now that the gateways are open, our worlds are bound to cross paths again." Acalan nodded. "I believe they will." "I would like to visit your world," Caro said, the wiry Altari stepping forward with a curious smile. "I'll show you around if you ever make it there," Hump said. "I would like that." Unfortunately, not everyone shared the same warmth. Prince Markov stepped forward last, his expression as stiff as ever. "I will not say it was a pleasure, Wizard Humphrey," Markov said, "but I do believe I am alive because of you. For that reason, I would prefer we do not part on terrible terms." He inclined his head slightly. "You have my gratitude, though not my friendship." Hump snorted. "I don't know what to say to that. You're irritating, Markov, but I've met worse nobles, I suppose. It could have been worse." Markov considered that for a moment before nodding. "I can accept that." He straightened his cloak and looked Hump in the eye. "If you do return to Urandal, I will tell my people the truth, that you freed the Maker and that you are a friend of the Altari." The rift opened like any other gateway, a jagged tear in the fabric of the world, its edges rippling with unstable essence. One by one, the Altari stepped through. Watching them go felt like a weight lifting from Hump's shoulders. He liked Acalan and the others well enough, but escorting them through the abyss would have slowed his party considerably. Their journey ahead was already dangerous enough without adding more lives to protect. With that responsibility finally gone, they could focus entirely on what lay ahead. Hump had deliberately avoided revealing the path to heaven to the Altari. They knew some of their purpose, but the less that information got around, the better. When the last of them vanished through the rift, Hump maintained the essence supply for a couple of minutes to ensure the Altari didn't need to retreat, then finally let it close. With them gone, he closed his eyes and envisioned the path to heaven. For a moment, he waited. Then he frowned. Nothing happened. "What's wrong?" Emilia asked. "That's his confused face," Selene said. "I'm definitely confused," Hump admitted. "I assumed that now the path to heaven is open, it would appear in the gateway like the others. Yet I'm not finding it." "Could it be that the path to heaven isn't the destination?" Emilia suggested. "It's a pathway." "You could try thinking of heaven instead," Dylan said. Hump nodded and did as she suggested. He focused on the idea of heaven itself, the realm where the gods supposedly dwelled. He tried to grasp that distant sense of divinity the same way he had envisioned other worlds, but no matter how hard he tried, the map didn't light up like it did for other locations. The glowing web above the platform remained unchanged. "I don't understand," Hump said. "I could feel the thread before, but it's just not represented by the gateway. Maybe there isn't a route." Bud let out a long, tired sigh. "Let me try." Hump raised an eyebrow. "You have an idea. Magical artifacts isn't usually where you offer ideas." "Just let me try something." The knight stepped forward and placed a hand upon the orb. Frostfire flickered inside the crystal as he closed his eyes. The chamber fell silent. Hump watched carefully. He had no idea what Bud could do differently, but anything was worth a try. Seconds passed, still nothing. Then suddenly a new point of light appeared within the web. Hump's eyes widened and he turned to Bud. "What did you do?" A single tear slid down the knight's cheek. His eyes were still closed, sadness etched deeply into his face. He looked pale and so defeated that Hump's stomach dropped. "You couldn't find heaven because you don't know what it feels like to believe in it," Bud said quietly. "You've never known the true touch of the gods or understood what it means to have faith in them, but I do. Things may have changed, but I remembered that feeling to the very core of my being." He hesitated, searching for the words. "It's strange, knowing heaven and the gods are before me yet not wanting to go." He gestured toward the glowing web above them. "But there it is. Our destination." Everyone looked up. A new thread now stretched through the map. Between them and that distant point were 13 glowing connections. Hump clasped his friend's shoulder. "Good work, Bud." 13, Amelia said grimly. "That can't be good." "It seems fitting," Bud said. "We go to stop the 13th god's return." "How long do you think it will take?" Selene asked. "If the other gateways require as much power as this one." Hump studied the glowing chain. "If we hurry, maybe 3 days," he said. "If we take our time and rest properly between each stop, perhaps triple that." "I think we should aim somewhere in between," Amelia said. "We need to hurry, but I find it hard to believe none of the gateways will be guarded along the way. Demons and gods know what else will have been drawn to these structures, just like the spirits were. We need to be in fighting strength." "Agreed," Hump said. "For now we'll recharge the essence stones, return to full strength, and then activate the gateway." He pointed to the glowing point at the beginning of the route. "The first stop." He paused, squinting at the faint glow. "Wherever in the hells that is." Bud gave a humorless smile. Hell seems apt. Chapter 526, Watchful Eyes. The first fragment they arrived in was a world of lava. The gateway temple stood precariously atop a towering needle of soot-stained rock, rising like a spike from an endless ocean of molten fire. Lava churned below in slow, violent currents, glowing rivers of orange and red stretching to the horizon in every direction. The heat struck them instantly, as did the noise. A constant roar coming from beneath them. Hump flinched, raising an arm to shield his face as a wave of scorching air washed over him. It was suffocating, the kind of heat that pressed against the lungs and threatened to strip the moisture from his skin in seconds. The sharp stink of sulfur filled the air, thick enough to taste. Before he could muster up a defense of his own, Heart of Frostfire erupted from Bud, encompassing them all. An icy blue sheen filled the air. The oppressive heat dulled slightly, though it lingered enough to feel like a threat. "It's too hot for me to hold this for long," Bud shouted. "I'll find something," Hump replied quickly. He pulled open his spellbook, the pages stirring on their own, reacting to his need. "Heat shield. Warding ritual tier 2 range, short. A defensive spell that forms a thin barrier of controlled essence around the caster and nearby allies, regulating temperature and dispersing excess heat. The shield does not block fire directly, but instead reduces thermal transfer, allowing the wielder to endure extreme environments or sustain proximity to heat-based attacks." Hump poured his essence into the runes on the page, utilizing compact formations to directly cast the spell from the book. A soft shimmer spread over everyone, forming a thin, barely visible barrier that dampened the worst of the heat. The difference was immediate. The air became survivable. Bud withdrew his blessing, no, not a blessing, his ability. "That's much better," Selene said. "How long can you sustain it?" "A couple of hours, I expect," Hump said. "As long as we don't move around much, a bit more with Dylan's support. My book is doing most of the work." With that problem temporarily handled, they moved toward the edge of the temple. Dylan took one look over the side and immediately stepped back, shaking his head. "Nope. I'm staying in here," he said. "The world is on fire." Hump ignored him, stepping closer to the edge. The sight below was hypnotic. Lava surged and cracked, waves of molten rock crashing against one another in slow, unstoppable motion. Beside him, Nishari leaned forward with equal fascination, her eyes reflecting the glow of the magma. "Don't even think about jumping," he told her. She gazed up at him, a goofy grin on her face. "How do you think the rock beneath us doesn't collapse?" Selene asked. "Who cares?" Dylan said irritably. Everyone back away from the fiery doom. Selin glanced back at him with a raised eyebrow. I thought you of all people would be interested. You usually love figuring this sort of thing out. When it's all that standing between us and falling into that, Dylan gestured wildly at the lava below. Not so much. We better get started on the gateway then, Emilia said. I'll go first. You and Bud should sit this one out. I can help, Bud offered. Better to keep you in reserve in case Hump needs a break, Emilia said. There was no grand marker here. Nothing to distinguish this fragment from the others they had passed through, beyond the obvious fact that the entire world was ablaze. Still, it was more alive than the empty stone wastes they had crossed before. They didn't stay there long. The next fragment was uneventful, a desert plain with a night sky filled with stars. Hump appreciated the emptiness. They took their time getting their essence back and empowering the gateway for the next jump. While they waited, they trained. Bud took the opportunity seriously. His new power demanded control, and for the first time since it had changed, his focus seemed to change. He experimented with the changes. The abilities themselves were largely the same, but there were some subtle differences. The purging, fear-inspiring edge that once defined his power had faded. It was still there, but diminished. What remained felt more refined, more Bud. When he manifested his wings of frostfire, there was a clarity to it now, steady and resolute. Less a force of righteous destruction and more like what he had always shown himself to be. A knight, an unbreakable bastion against the dark. Chosen or forsaken, it didn't matter. His values hadn't changed. Live with honor, protect those that need it, and purge evil where it lurked. That radiated from him stronger than ever. Dylan, on the other hand, remained uncertain. He had yet to decide whether he would forsake Creoc's blessing. She was not one of the 12, and unlike Bud, his connection to her had never been shaken. He had met her, and she had offered him strength in exchange for little. For now, that was enough. Hump, on the other hand, didn't have much to work on outside of trying to help plague Zombie Tom and practice a few new spells. With enemies like Godfrey becoming a very certain threat that they might have to face, he needed a way to actually survive those battles. That meant both a better defense and offense. For that, he focused on two things. First, his shield spells were inadequate. It was simply impossible to reliably defend a large space against foes with such power. Instead, he found a Tier 5 variant that concentrated essence into a small area in front of his staff. In many ways, it was similar to Parry's shield, only it required far denser essence, to the point that it could only be sustained for a second or two at a time. Still, it might let him stop those golden spears of Godfrey's. As for his choice of offensive spell, he focused on the idea of dealing with foes that was both fast and sturdy. Essentially, he needed a way to both land a hit and ensure it was powerful enough to actually hurt them. For that, he combined the homing nature of rock missiles and the power of Titan's wrath, creating homing obsidian needles that could pierce magical defenses by disrupting their intent, while being sharp enough to actually cause harm. How effective it would prove, Hump would need to test to find out. An ambush? They arrived through the gateway, ready for a fight, and that was exactly what they found. They had made 4 jumps without any trouble, enough that they had all begun to wonder if they were being overly cautious in their slow approach to the gateways. It had crossed Hump's mind that perhaps the path to heaven had been closed to everything, not just people. That changed today. They stepped through the portal to find demons already waiting. The creatures clung to every surface of the gateway chamber like fleshy mollusks. They were deformed things. Most had no limbs at all, only mounds of flesh with too many eyes and a gaping mouth, dragging themselves forward as they slunk toward the group. Their bodies made wet, glooping sounds as they moved. They chittered and screeched, filling the chamber with grotesque, grating cries. Hump didn't need to say a word. Everyone pressed in around him as planned, tightening their formation, and he threw up a fire shield. The blazing barrier roared into life, and those hungry, eager sounds turned instantly into shrieks of agony. Flames consumed the creatures as they hurled themselves against the barrier, their bodies bursting and collapsing into charred ruin. The chamber filled with the stench of burning flesh and rot. Hump's stomach churned as the pain-fueled howls echoed around them. It took only seconds. When the last of the creatures had burned away, All that remained were blackened heaps scattered across the floor. Silence fell. They stood there amid the smoke and stench, Hump maintaining a barrier to keep the worst of it at bay. Beyond the chamber, through the open doorway and whatever world lay outside, more distant cries echoed. "They don't sound friendly," Bud said. "We planned for this," Emilia replied. "Nothing changes." They were at full strength and ready for a fight. While the rest of the group moved to defend the chamber, Dylan went to the essence stones at the rear. "I'll take first shift," he said. "Shout if you need me." "We'll check outside first," Bud said, already moving toward the door. "Follow me." The temple door was no longer sealed by the three eyes. The runes had long since drained of power, leaving it open for anything to enter. Outside, there was no sun. Instead, a cracked sky glowed with raw magic, as if something beyond it was bleeding through. Mana storms drifted overhead, and pulsing clouds lit the world in flashes of blue, purple, and red. Floating masses of stone hung suspended in the sky. Strange growths covered the landscape, if they could even be called plants. They rose from the earth in jagged clusters, resembling crystalline fungi, yet their surfaces pulsed and shifted. Colors bled through them in slow waves like essence beneath the skin. The moment they stepped outside, nearby vines stirred. They uncoiled from the surrounding growths, long and sinewy, their surfaces slick and almost wet in appearance. They drifted toward the group, tasting the air with thin tendrils before snapping forward without warning. Bud cut them down without hesitation. His blade carved through the nearest vines in a sweep of frost fire, severing them before they could reach the group. The cut ends writhed briefly before collapsing into stillness. Whether it was the noise or the presence of essence, creatures nearby responded. The ground appeared to shift. Shadows moved. Hump sent light forward from his ossidium ring, illuminating hundreds of creatures. They crawled on dozens of limbs, their long bodies rippling like centipedes, only their flesh was raw and slick, covered in coarse, spiked hair that bristled as they moved. One reached the edge of the group, its body coiled upward like a striking snake. Eyes opened along its length, dozens of them blinking and focusing all at once. Its mouth split open at the front of its body, stretching far wider than it should have. Fangs lined the circular maw in tight rows. Hump took aim. Scorching ray. A beam of searing heat lanced from his staff, punching straight through the creature and burning it from the inside out. It collapsed in a twitching heap. The death only seemed to spur the others on. It was a slaughter that followed. The demons of this world were nothing like those he'd become familiar with, even compared to the previous demonic fragment. These ones seemed more like insects. They didn't seem to think and lacked the capability to project magical power. There was still some danger to them. Their bodies were enhanced, living off essence. Their blood burned the ground like acid, and a few of them spat venom that would certainly cause some damage. While they fought, they rotated shifts, taking turns to fuel the gateway. With them rushing, it didn't take more than a couple of hours, but during that time they dealt with intermittent attacks constantly. They would deal with one pack, only for the scent of blood and sound of battle seemed to draw demons from all over the fragment. Fortunately, everything had come at them from the ground. It seemed this world had no flyers, which made it all the stranger when Hump felt he was being watched once more. He turned to face the sky. There was a dark spot, a figure floating in the air. It looked like a bird from so far away, but there was something with the way it moved. It didn't glide like a bird, but instead hung there with deliberate stillness. A second passed and its position shifted, turning away and flying away. "I think that thing is watching us," Hump said. Selene didn't answer. She loosed an arrow at the demon's back. It dropped for a moment, only to flap its wings hard and regain altitude. "Bring it down," Bud shouted. Selene was already shooting more arrows. A volley of shadow arrows followed her own eclipse shot, silver and shadow spiraling through the air like the trail of a comet. There was a burst of light, a barrier around the demon. The impact of the arrows sent it flying, and then it was out of range, disappearing into the essence-filled sky. Before Hump could react, Nishari snarled and bolted forwards, launching herself into the air. "Nisha, no," Hump called, but she ignored him, giving chase. Hump's heart raced as she vanished into the sky, pursuing the creature. He willed her to turn back, but he felt her intent through their bond. The hunt was on. A moment later, she sent him a vision. He saw through her eyes as she gained on the creature, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Closer and closer she drew until Hump could finally make it out. Its wings were long and uneven, stretched too thin in places like those of a bat. It had 2 arms and 2 legs tipped with claws, horns curling from its head, and a vaguely humanoid face, but its lips were pulled far back, revealing rows of jagged teeth. It turned and saw her, eyes widening. Then Nishari struck. They collided in midair. Hump felt it all, pain, exhilaration. The fury of the clash. Fire flashed in the distance as they tore at each other, claws and teeth meeting in savage struggle. Locked together, they tumbled from the sky, twisting and coiling as they fought. Then, with a final surge, Nishari overpowered it. She hurled the demon to the ground and bathed it in flame. The last image she sent him was of its corpse, a charred husk lying broken below. She stood over it, wings spread wide, triumphant. When she returned, she landed before them proudly, a few jagged wounds marking her body. Dylan moved to her immediately, hands already glowing with healing essence. "Nisha, you don't go off like that," Hump said, trying to sound stern. Then he sighed, "But you did good." "She did do good," Selene said, "but you need to do good with the pack." Nishari lowered her head slightly, but through their bond Hump could feel her pride burning strong. There was movement from Selene, a sharp twang as she loosed another arrow into the sky. They all turned to follow its path, but Hump saw nothing but empty air and the shifting haze of the fragment above them. "Damn it," Selene muttered. "There was another one." Nishari tensed instantly, wings spreading as she prepared to launch again. This time Hump was ready. He reached out, grabbing hold of her and anchoring her in place. She strained against him for a moment, eager to give chase, but he held firm. "No," he commanded firmly, empowered by his intent. It was enough for her to settle, albeit reluctantly. "It got away," Selene added, lowering her bow. "What do you think it wanted?" Bud asked, glancing up into the sky. "It may have been drawn to the fight, but intelligent enough to know it couldn't take us," Dylan suggested. "I don't think so," Hump said. "This isn't the first time I felt such eyes on me. Just before I stepped through the rift in the last demonic fragment, I sensed something watching me. I think that was a scout." A brief silence settled over the group. "I can think of a few possibilities," Emilia said. "Inhabitants of these fragments would naturally want information about the arrival of powerful figures. That seems obvious, and not exactly a problem we need to deal with. Alternatively, our enemies may be looking for human travelers in the abyss." "It could be Karlak," Selene said. "That devil would have the resources to search for us, and he knows about the Book of Infinite Pages. He could be trying to reach us. Either way, best we don't stick around long." Hump turned back toward the temple. "Let's get this rift open and leave." Chapter 527, Pursuit. They poured through the rift in a rush of bodies, stumbling out onto solid ground on the other side. Hump dropped to one knee, catching himself with his staff as the world steadied around him. Behind him, the rift still hung open, and through it came the screeching of pursuing demons. "Close it!" Selene shouted. Hump was already turning, withdrawing his essence from the gateway and forcing the connection shut. For a split second, the rift resisted, then it collapsed. A few of the creatures made it through before it sealed, twisted shapes spilling onto the stone only to be cut down by Bud and Emilia. Others were even less fortunate, the closing gateway severing their bodies cleanly, leaving halves to fall in wet, twitching heaps on either side of the fading rift. Silence followed, broken only by heavy breathing. The stench of rotten blood and decay filled the chamber. Hump pushed himself fully upright, scanning the room as the last flickers of the gateway died away. "Do you think whoever is tracking us will be able to find us here?" Emilia asked. "If I'm right about the first time, that means they've found us twice now," Hump said. "However they're doing it, I expect we'll encounter it again." Selene lowered her bow slowly, eyes still flicking toward the doorway. "There's only one route along the path to heaven, right? Especially if they're using the gateway network like we are. If someone knows that, it wouldn't be hard to lay in wait along the way." "If that was the case, why would they look for us twice?" Dylan asked. "Surely they'd see the risk in giving it away like they have." Selene paused, frowning. "What if they don't know the way? Maybe we're being followed." Hump nodded along. We don't know how demons communicate across realms. It could be that Karlak or someone else has put out word to look for humans traveling the abyss, either to follow us along the path to heaven or to come for us directly. Lawfen could be ahead of us too. Dylan shifted uneasily, glancing between them. He would know the route. Do you think he went ahead of us too? It would explain why he left so suddenly if he wanted to beat us there. Maybe it's not us they're after at all, Emilia said. Someone could be hunting Lawfen. Nobody knows he's free, Hump said. Unless the Pantheon had a way to detect his release from their prison, Emilia said. This couldn't be the Pantheon, Bud said, dismay in his voice. Surely not. The gods are many things that I am only now realizing, but they wouldn't conspire with demons. Maybe it's Lawfen himself, Dylan said. He knows where he left us, knew where we were going, he could be keeping track of us. Bastard, Bud muttered, kicking at the ground hard enough to crack the stone. We should have never let him go. It's too early to say that, Hump said, though his own thoughts weren't far off. Conspiring with demons is quite the jump for him, too. More likely, I think this is either the warlocks who we already know they are working with them. It's much simpler. Or Karlak, who has personal reasons to come after us. That devil wants us dead. The point still stands, Bud said, jaw tight. He left us, that's a betrayal. Hump exhaled slowly, pushing the frustration aside. At least we got off he said. Whatever this is, we're still moving forward. We can deal with it. He looked around at the group, taking stock. How's everyone holding up? Dylan let out a tired laugh, dragging a hand through his hair. I'm exhausted. If we're being pursued, we don't have much time to rest, Hump said. I'll take first shift and start working on the gateway again. Better to tire ourselves out first and then rest. At least we have the option to move on quickly if we need to. You think they could come after us? Emilia asked. Demons have never had problems entering our world before. I don't see why moving through the abyss would stop them either. What if they come through the gateway? Selene said. Hump paused, considering it. Then we'd be in a lot of trouble. They've never used the gateways before, Dylan said. Selene shrugged. That doesn't mean they can't. I would know if they tried, Hump said. If they start opening a rift, maybe I can prevent it from this side. I'm more worried about them coming after us by other means. Karlak is ancient and from beyond the Vale of Alvarin, as is the demon lord working with the warlocks and Baelker. All will know far more about the abyss than we do. They must know other ways to navigate it. So we don't know who's chasing us or why. Bud let out a sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. That doesn't bode well. It's even worse than it sounds, Emilia added. If one person's pursuing us, it increases the chance that others might find us too. We still have Godfrey to worry about. Hump's gaze drifted to Nishari. She had settled nearby, though he could feel the restless tension still lingering in her through their bond. Their situation had changed. Before it had been dangerous but controlled. Now they were exposed. If they delayed, they risked being caught. If they rushed, they risked walking straight into a trap. 8 fragments still stood between them and their destination. In any one of them, their enemies could be waiting. No. Hump straightened abruptly. Neither Lawfen nor Godfrey could have come this way yet. They simply couldn't have. He slapped a hand to his forehead, unable to believe he'd missed it. Get some rest, Hump told everyone. Use elixirs if you need them. I'm going to start fueling the gateway. I'm getting tired too, so I'll need to switch out sooner rather than later. Why are you suddenly so energetic? Bud asked. Because I've decided that we're changing plan. We move as fast as possible. Emilia frowned. Are you sure that's wise? No, but our one advantage is that we're early. And when dealing with a bunch of unknowns, it's best we play to our strength. How can you be so sure we're early? Emilia pressed. Hump nodded toward the gateway. They don't have essence. Every single one has been empty until we arrive. Understanding dawned on Emilia's face, a sharp smile following. Oh, it's so obvious. Nobody else has come through yet. Exactly, Hump nodded. We wanted to reach the path to heaven first, and we've done it. Now we just need to follow it quickly. It means more risk in each fragment, but minor demon worlds aren't the real problem. We need to stay ahead of anything powerful. We should leave Dylan until last, Selling said. We'll need his support fresh. I'll take second shift. Bud raised a hand. I'm still good. I'll take third. Then I'm fourth, Emilia said. That works. Dylan blinked at them. Do I get a say in this? I thought you'd appreciate a nap, Selling said. Dylan hesitated. I mean, I would, and this place is definitely nicer than the last one. Hump could feel it too. This fragment was rich with nature essence. Alive in a way the others hadn't been. Once his shift was over, he might take a look around. Charging the gateway was exhausting. Once done, Hump stepped outside to find a peaceful world. Tall cliffs rose in the distance, streams of fresh water cut through the land, and for the first time in the abyss there were animals, not monsters or demons, but life. Birds filled the sky, their song surrounded them. Insects chirped. If they'd had time, Hump might have stayed a while. Unfortunately, time was not on their side. Not 2 hours later the world changed. Hump felt it before he saw it, a tremor of essence that ran through the fragment, rippling through the air itself. Bud and Dylan rushed out from the gateway temple just in time for the four of them to stare up as a crack split the clear blue sky. Red light bled through. Essence poured from the fracture, thick and oppressive, spreading outward as though something on the other side was forcing its way through reality itself. Not 2 hours had passed when they sensed a tremor of essence through the fragment, so deep and powerful that the very air rippled with it. A crack marred the clear blue sky, red light pouring through. Essence poured from the crack, slowly spreading. What's happening out there? Emilia shouted from where she was working on the essence stones. Nobody answered immediately. They're coming, Selling said quietly to Hump. That confirms it then, Bud replied, his voice grim. Someone is hunting us. Looks like we made the right call pushing forward. How quick do you think it's opening? Dylan asked. I don't know, Hump said. Someone answer me. Emilia shouted again, more annoyed this time. Hump sighed. I think it would be a good idea to tell Emilia she needs to hurry up. Hump watched as the crack expanded into a gaping tear, revealing a red sky beyond, yet nothing came through. An hour passed, and still the rift was expanding. He could only cross his fingers that it was too unstable for anything to enter. The moment their own gateway was ready, they moved again. Time blurred after that. Fragments came and went in quick succession. 5 more worlds crossed with barely a pause between them. They didn't stop unless they had to. Didn't linger to explore or rest. Just refuel the gateway and leave again and again. Once they felt the impact of the crack as it struck the fragment once more. That same red fracture split the sky like a wound, only this time they were further ahead. 2 fragments had passed since then with no sign of it. With some luck, they'd outrun it. He estimated they were managing 2 fragments a day, maybe more when they pushed themselves hard enough. It was fast, but it was costing them. Each jump drained them further. Each gateway took more effort to charge. Sleep became shorter, more shallow, more desperate. Progress was swift, but pushing themselves from one fragment to the next was leading them to exhaustion. They were in a fractured tundra where glowing cracks split the ground, revealing a slow-moving river of molten light beneath. The 9th fragment on the path to heaven, Hump could see it on every one of his friends' faces. I think it's time we rest, Hump said. The others were slumped on the floor of the gateway temple around him. We're so close, Selling said. We should push on. We're slowing down already, Hump said. If we push much farther, we might not make it at all. And if we're caught? Selling asked. We've pushed hard. With any luck, we've created enough distance between us and our pursuers to get a good night's rest. There haven't been any scouts, have there? Demons don't sleep like we do, Selling argued. If it's any help, Selling, Dylan said. Whether they catch us or not, I need to sleep. I was going to suggest it here anyway. I'm 1 step away from passing out. As am I, Emilia said quietly. Sorry, Selling. Selling shrugged. I won't argue against the group. We should still get the gateway fueled before we rest in case we need to leave in a hurry. Hump hung his head and sighed. He was freezing. Essence overuse was starting to settle in, and he was starting to reach that point where if he went much further, he'd need a few days to recover. I'll start, Bud said. I've still got a bit of essence in me. You sure? Hump asked him. You look exhausted. Bud pushed himself to his feet, armor clattering, grunting from the effort. I'm sure. They watched him move over to the rear of the gateway where the essence stones were embedded. He'd been pushing hard. Hump got the impression the activity kept his mind away from things he'd rather not think about, but he was getting worried. Bud no longer had Kalija to draw upon. It was his own essence. Too much, and he'd suffer essence overuse just the same. Selene shuffled along the wall until she leaned against Hump's shoulder. I'm going to sleep for an hour and then take over for him. Don't worry too much. I don't mind taking the next shift, Hump said. Selene gripped his hand. They were warm, so warm it made him realize how cold his own hands were. He's not the only one pushing himself. With Selene pressed against his shoulder and Nishari's head on his lap, sleep came easily. Chapter 528, The End of the Path. Hump woke with a jolt. Essence tremors rippled through the ground beneath him like the distant echo of something shifting through the fragment. The sensation crawled up his spine, dragging him from sleep in an instant. Around him, the others stirred just as quickly. Tiredness vanished in the rush. They were all on their feet within seconds. Selene was the only one awake, her hands on the gateway fuel console as she fed essence into it, exhaustion lining her face. Nishari stood near the entrance, low to the ground, a deep growl rumbling in her chest. Through their bond, Hump could feel it clearly, anticipation, tension, the urge to fight. Anyone think that's a natural phenomenon of this world? Dylan asked dryly. Feels a little too much like before for that, Hump said. Emilia was already sticking her head out the door, peering out into the fragment beyond. Most definitely not. There's a crack in the sky. She glanced back at them. They're coming. Hump's jaw tightened. Where are we with the gateway? It's close, Dylan said, moving to Selene's side. Hump, if you jump in now, I can boost you. We can speed this up. Hump nodded once. Let's do it. He stepped in beside Selene, helping her to her feet before taking her place and forcing his essence into the gateway. It felt like trying to move muscles already pushed past their limit, every part of him protesting as he dug deeper. His channels felt sluggish, his essence thick and unresponsive, like cold sludge dragged through his veins. It hurt, but Dylan's blessing was there to bolster him a moment later. Warmth spread through him, steady and grounding, easing the strain just enough to keep him going. Not removing the pain, but making it bearable. Together, they rushed to finish fueling the gateway. Time stretched. Every second dragged on as Hump maintained the stream, the runes of the gateway slowly brightening as the essence stones reached capacity. It took about 20 minutes, the rest of the party keeping watch by the door. How's it looking? Hump asked. Nothing's come through yet, Emilia said. It's getting wider, Bud added. I don't think we have long. We're ready, Hump said, moving to the central orb and activating the gateway. The rift tore open space before them. Let's move. No one hesitated. They passed through in quick succession, boots striking new ground as they emerged into the next fragment. Hump turned as the last of them crossed and forced the gateway shut behind them, cutting off whatever followed. Darkness swallowed them, complete in all directions. No stars, no hint of bioluminescence, just nothing. Hump lifted a hand and activated his ring of obsidian. Golden sand poured out in a slow, controlled stream, spreading across the ground and into the air. Light bloomed outward, soft and shimmering, illuminating the cavern like a sky scattered with stars. Jagged rock formations rose around them, the ceiling lost somewhere in shadow. The space felt vast, empty. How are they following us? Dylan asked. Either they're hunting us or they know the route, Selene said. They could just be following the same path to heaven as we are, only one step behind. Doesn't explain the scouts, Bud said. Selene shrugged. If they're moving an army, it makes sense to send something ahead. That's true, Emilia said. Better that than the alternative. 2, maybe 3 worlds left, Hump said, rubbing at his eyes, trying to clear the fog in his head. If that's the case, we might stay ahead. He looked around at them. How long did we sleep? 4 hours, Dylan said. Then after a beat, maybe. It wasn't enough, they all knew it. Exhaustion clung to them, heavy and inescapable. They had tried to rest, but there simply wasn't time. Not now. They had all wondered what waited at the end of this path. If this truly was a race, would being minutes ahead even matter? Hump wasn't even sure what to expect once they reached the end. Would the 12 help them? Would they even be there? Hump pressed the palms of his hands into his eyes, trying to rub away the tiredness. "I'm sorry, but I think I need to sleep again." "Is anyone in form enough to start on the gateway?" "I can do it," Emilia said. "Thank you." Hump turned to Selene. "How are you feeling?" "Good enough to scout," she said immediately. "I'll shout if I need you." "Take Nishari with you," Hump said. The dragon was still restless, energy buzzing through their bond. Selene nodded. "Come on, Nisha." Nishari perked up at once, her earlier tension turning into eager movement as she bounded after Selene, claws clicking lightly against the stone as they disappeared into the cavern. Hump watched them go for a moment. Then the weight hit him again. He lowered himself back down against the cold rock, leaning his head back as his eyes closed. "Wake me when it's my shift." "One more to go," Hump said, a tired smile breaking across his face as they arrived in the 12th fragment. It was a world of sand and stone. The gateway stood within a dome of hardened glass that shimmered faintly with protective enchantments. Outside, towering pillars rose from dunes, their surfaces worn smooth by endless storm. A constant, grinding torrent of sand battered everything without pause. When the wind shifted, the pillars hummed like a giant windpipe, an ever-changing song echoing through the land. They were so close now, one more world to go, but their pursuers were catching up. They had barely been there an hour when the sky split. A crack tore across the amber sky, bleeding red light into the storm. The moment it appeared, the air shuddered and the song of the pillars deepened, becoming heavier and ominous. "We're not going to make it in time," Selene said quietly. "One more stop," Hump said with what confidence he could. "We just need to push through for one more, even if that means we fight here first." "The sand might cover us," Selene said, peering through the glass dome. "We can barely see the sky as it is. It's only when the wind breaks that the rift becomes visible." Dylan frowned, thinking, "Could you cover the barrier in sand? From above, it might keep us hidden. The intent in the sand is so confused it might cover up whatever essence spills out." Hump hesitated, already running through the idea. "I can try, but if they know where to look it won't do much." "We can cross that bridge when it comes," Bud said. "If we must fight, we must fight." Hump nodded, then got to work. He was too tired to fuel it himself, so he created a formation on the ground around the gateway, fueled by essence stones. He shaped a thin veil of swirling sand that moved with the storm itself. It wasn't perfect, but from above it would blend in with the shifting dunes and storm to an undiscerning eye. They spent what time they had empowering the gateway. They'd become quite efficient when it came to shifts, each of them so tired that falling asleep during their rest periods was almost instantaneous. But for all their efforts, it wasn't enough. They were too slow. The rift tore apart the sky like a gaping wound. Finally, it was open. Finally, they could see who had chased them so far across the abyss. And from it, demons poured through. Dozens at first, then hundreds. They emerged through the fracture in the sky, their forms twisted as they landed across the dunes, spreading out like a searching tide. Hump's heart hammered in his ears. If this came to battle, they couldn't overcome such numbers, but the worst had yet to come. "That's Karlach," Selene said suddenly, her voice low. Hump froze. "Shit." He hadn't seen him yet, but he trusted Selene's eyes over his own. He had wondered who was following them, and in truth, there were worse options. The problem with Karlach was that his issue with them was personal. The warlocks had grander goals than tormenting a party of adventurers, but Karlach, he wanted revenge along with Hump's spellbook. "The demons seem to be searching with purpose," Selene continued. "Wait," she pointed at the rift. "Look there." Massive monoliths were dragged through the rift, each one embedded with essence stones the size of boulders, glowing with a deep, violent red. One by one, they were planted into the sand, forming a pattern across the landscape. Hump's confidence slipped further with each one. There were too many. Karlach alone would have been enough to threaten them. With an army, they wouldn't last minutes. Still, his veil kept them hidden for now. The storm shifted, and a lull tore through the wind, clearing the air just long enough for Hump to spot Karlak Gormoth. The devil stood amidst his forces, towering and still, his presence warping the very air around him. He stood tall compared to the other demons, utterly still while the others writhed around him. His wings hung like shadows from his back, untouched by the wind, and his tail curled behind him. His face was strangely human, but his features too perfect. Other than the one eye that Hump had ruined, blackened and hollow where Hump had struck him with the sands of Ossidium. And the other. The other was staring directly at them. Hump's breath caught. For a moment he was certain they'd been found. He didn't dare move, let alone speak. All of them froze, waiting. Then finally Karlak turned away. Hump let out a shaky breath. "How long?" he asked. Selene went to check on the gateway before returning. 15 minutes, Hump swallowed. "I don't know if we have that long." "It'll work," Selene said confidently. She wrapped her arm around his, and he put an arm around her shoulder, pulling it close. "It'll work," she said again. Hump nodded. He didn't like the H word, but right now that was all they had. Their luck had certainly run out. Together they watched as the demons activated their monoliths. Tendrils of essence lashed out between them, linking the structures together before a beam of red energy surged upward into the sky. A second rift began to form above them. "So that's how they've been doing it," Hump said. "If they're moving on already, maybe it really isn't us they're after," Selene said. Hump frowned. "This is Karlak. If he's here without the demon lord and warlocks, I can only think he's after whatever lies at the end of the path to heaven for himself. That could be something we don't know, or it could be the book of infinite pages and us." Hump maintained the formation until the gateway was activated. The demons would need some time to open the rift of their own, though they didn't seem to tire like Hump and the rest of his party. Emilia arrived beside them. "We're ready. Shall we open the rift?" Hump nodded. "Do it." They gathered before the gateway. Hump placed his hand upon the orb, envisioning the path to heaven. There was only one spot left along the way. They had almost made it. With an effort of will, the rift opened before them, and at that exact moment Hump felt it. Intent snapped onto them. Something saw them, someone. The storm died beyond the glass dome. The pillars no longer sang. Silence filled the fragment. And demonic essence descended. "He knows we're here," Hump said, "through the rift." They were through in moments, all of them turning in the gateway room on the other side, weapons drawn. Hump stayed at the rear, forcing his will back into the gateway, fighting to close it before anything could follow. They stood in silence, all aiming for the rift, waiting for some enemy to follow. Seconds stretched, they waited, yet nothing came. No claw reached through. No shadow crossed the threshold. No demon forced its way into the chamber. The rift flickered, then collapsed. Silence followed, real silence this time. They held their positions for a moment longer, tension refusing to release all at once, then slowly looked to one another. Relief broke first, then tired smiles broke across their faces. "We made it," Bud said, his tone bittersweet. "The end of the path to heaven. Maybe we can finally get some answers." No one talked much. Together they turned toward the exit, only to find themselves inside another chamber. Dust coated every surface, thick and undisturbed, as though no one had passed through in a very long time. Narrow windows lined the walls, letting in faint, muted light from the fragment beyond. Hump stepped closer to one and looked out, only to pause at the sight. This was no unpopulated fragment. Stone walls stretched outward in layered formations, rising into towers and battlements. Every inch of the landscape had been shaped with purpose. Defensive lines, reinforced structures, pathways designed for control and protection. A fortress, Hump stepped back from the window, his expression tightening. "Seems we're not quite done yet," he said. "I think we might need to take a look around." Chapter 529, Indigo Tower. The fortress was vacant. They had not strayed far from the gateway chamber, yet Hump could already feel it. An absence so complete it pressed in on him. There was no life here, no movement, no presence lingering in the air. Dust lay thick across every surface, undisturbed by wind or footstep. No banners stirred from the walls. No birds circled above, no distant murmur of voices. They had emerged onto an outer wing of the fortress, high within a tower set into the outermost wall. Just beyond the doorway, a narrow staircase led downward, hugging the inner side of the wall. It was the only visible access point. Hump frowned at that. There were no wide gates or grand entrances leading inward, just that one narrow staircase. Whoever had built this place had not intended for easy movement between its layers. Stepping out onto the battlements, there was no breeze. The air carried the stale scent of age and stone, like a house long abandoned. It was wrong. A structure this exposed should have been lashed by wind, yet nothing moved. Hump wiped away the dust to reveal stone that was dark blue, almost like slate, but with the rough texture of granite. He stepped up to the inner edge of the wall and gazed down. There was nothing between him and the drop. The street below was littered with skeletal remains, scattered in clusters and lines where a battle must have been fought. Most still wore armor, the steel dulled with time but still intact. Weapons lay where they had fallen, blades, spears, shattered shields. For nobody to have claimed them after all this time spoke of an emptiness beyond anything Hump had witnessed. The streets were vast, wide enough for entire armies to march through in formation. They led to another wall deeper within the fortress, its base lined with immense iron doors, each one tall enough to admit even the largest altari. Beyond the wall, more layers rose, walls upon walls, each higher than the last, forming a 10-tier defense that climbed toward a central keep. The inner structure had hexagonal walls crowned with towers at each corner, and at the very center of it all, an indigo tower rose tall like a blade of jewels piercing the sky. "Look at this," Selene said. She leaned over the battlement and peered out at what lay beyond the fortress. Nishari had her from feet on the wall beside her and was looking too, her tail whipping back and froth. Hump and the others joined. The wall dropped away for what had to be 100 paces, its surface lined with all sorts of defenses. Arrow slits covered almost the entire surface, but there were defenses that Hump had never seen elsewhere. Large, gated openings led to platforms with mounts clearly designed for weapons far greater than bows or with space to stand. The stone was scarred. Great blackened streaks cut across it, as though something had burned its way down from above. Patches of stone had melted and run, hardened into warped shapes. Elsewhere, deep pitting marked where something corrosive had eaten into the surface. Long gouges began halfway up the wall and dragged downward like giant claws. Between the damage, faint lines ran through the stone, thin channels like veins or runes branching across the surface. Most were dark and inert, but a few still held the faintest glimmer of dormant essence, and beyond it all there was nothing. No ground, no land stretching outward from the fortress. Far below, past the shattered defenses and the drifting edge of the structure, there was only empty blue. "What purpose could such defenses serve?" Dylan asked. "It's like they're trying to protect the wall itself," Bud said. Hump pointed at one of the platforms. "I imagine they would have been shielded with magic, some sort of one-way barrier perhaps. People could stand in there with ranged weaponry and shoot down any attackers." Dylan let out a slow breath. "But there's no land to lay siege from. What's it meant to defend against?" Hump didn't take his eyes off the sky-facing walls. "Demons don't need land. They come from the sky in rifts, from anywhere they please. This place wasn't built to defend against a conventional army, but to hold back whatever lurks in the abyss. And to slay whatever tried to get inside," Selene said. "Nobody builds platforms outside a wall to defend a place. Those are for killing." His gaze lingered on the broken channels in the stone, and the dead channels that must have once hummed with essence. Not just the walls, but everything. "Just imagine what it must have been like in its day," Hump said. "This entire fortress must have hummed with essence. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the greatest magical creation we've ever witnessed, an entire fragment turned into a magical fortress. I'm not even sure the Maker's Tower compares." "Raises the question, though," Selene said. "What could be capable of destroying a fortress of this magnitude?" "Uvdar," Bud said. "The fallen god, who else but him?" "Where do we go from here?" Dylan asked. "If this is heaven, I've got to say, powerful magical fortress is great and all, but it's a little disappointing." "Perhaps this is what guards heaven," Emilia said. "If we make our way into the keep up there, perhaps we'll find out answer." Hump's eyes roamed the 10 tiers of walls. "That's a long way to go with an army of demons in pursuit," Dylan said. Hump started toward the stairs. "Then we better get a move on." They moved quickly through the streets, passing through the remnants of the ancient battle, preserved in eerie stillness. Weapons lay scattered across the stone, swords, spears, shield, all of fine craftsmanship well beyond what Hump would have expected for an army. Armor still clung to skeletal forms, its surface dulled with time but intact, the metal unmarred by rust. Essence stones were set in almost everything, all dark, drained completely. "These couldn't have been common soldiers," Hump said. "Common soldiers wouldn't guard the gods," Bud said, stooping to pick up a fallen sword. He gave it a few experimental swings. They moved through the street. Almost every piece of weapon or armor was of fine craftsmanship, embedded with essence stones that were now completely drained of essence but must have once been splendid. "This equipment rivals that of silver rankers. Surely only the gods would have the wealth to arm such a large force like this." "They would need it," Selene said. "These monsters were powerful. Look at this thing. I can still sense the essence in its bones. Not sure how confident I am that I could take a living one alone." The corpse of the enormous creature lay collapsed across the street. Its skeletal remains fused into the stone where it had fallen. Its bones were thick as pillars. It might have once resembled a dragon if not for the absence of wings and the unnatural proportions of its skull. Its jaws were wide, lined with jagged teeth, frozen in a final snarl. The stone beneath it had melted. Acid burns scarred the surrounding walls. They didn't linger. So far, nothing had moved against them, but the deeper they went, the less Hump trusted the silence. This place had been built for war, with layered defenses and complex magical formations. If anything still functioned, it would be closer to the center. Selene was ahead of them, moving with practiced caution despite the pace. She advanced lightly, eyes scanning every angle, bow ready. Hump followed just behind, his staff in hand, searching for any hidden runes or traps with spirit sight. The first gate came quickly. A massive iron structure set into the inner wall, its surface scarred and partially torn open. Whatever had struck it had not bothered with finesse. The metal had been bent inward, warped by force or heat, leaving a jagged gap large enough for a horse to pass through. Beyond it lay another district. The layout was similar, with broad streets and stairs leading up to the walls, but here the shadows of the walls were lined with buildings, clustered together beneath looming stone. Hundreds of them. Homes, shops, barracks. Many had collapsed, but a few remained complete. They didn't stop to investigate the people that might have lived here, maintaining a pace no ordinary man could have, weaving through debris, fallen structures, and the bodies of 2 armies. Even at such a speed, it took them 5 minutes to reach the next gate, where they passed through and continued climbing upward through the tiers of walls, following sloping streets. Each gate was breached inward. In places, they had been shattered from the very hinges. And it was not just the gates that were broken. Sections of wall had fallen too. The inevitable happened shortly before they reached the keep. A red crack tore across the sky. Blue turned to blood. The color spread unnaturally fast, as though the fragment itself were being stained from the other side. A wave of foreign essence poured through the fracture. "There it is," Dylan murmured. "Sooner than I expected," Emilia said. "They must be working faster to catch us." "We should." Hump stopped talking as essence stirred. Channels in the streets beneath their feet flared to life, pulsing erratically with pale light. Then the fortress was reacting. Essence surged through the ancient lines in fits and starts, as if the system were trying to remember how to function after a very long sleep. All around them, dust trembled loose from stone. Far above, the tower at the center of the keep began to shine with the blue light of pure essence, the same blue as the sky, Hump realized, glowing like a beacon. With it came another pulse of essence, this one stronger, spreading through the air like a shockwave. "What in the hells was that?" Bud said. "The fortress is reactivating," Hump said. "Any idea what it does?" Emilia asked. "With any luck, it slows the rift," Hump said. He activated Spirit Sense and watched the surging essence stream outward from the keep. "I think the power source is in the keep. Maybe we can use some of these old defenses to buy us some time." They crossed the grounds of the keep at a run. The keep stood at the highest point of the fragment, enclosed within hexagonal walls and corner towers built on a scale that made the rest of the fortress feel modest. Even here the defenses had not held. Two of the towers lay in ruin, broken open and slumped inward. The other four still stood, scarred but intact. They entered through a collapsed door to find a narrow entryway that led into a grand hall. Balconies looked down over the hall from above. The walls were lined with murals, depicting beings he didn't recognize. Tall figures with blue skin and 4 arms, armored in styles unlike anything from Alvarin or the Remnant Realm. Some carried curved swords and spears in all 4 hands. Others were shown bearing the severed heads of their enemies. In several images, their own heads were animalistic, hawk, wolf, serpent, while in others they wore golden halos behind their heads like crowns of light. Many were depicted riding dragons or great-scaled beasts into battle. "They look like gods," Hump said, studying one towering figure holding a spear in one hand and a chain in another. "But no gods I recognize. Not even from the other continents." He gazed around. "Actually, nothing I see here looks like the Pantheon." "I don't understand," Bud said. "Why would they be here? None of this makes any sense." "It's possible the people that built this worshiped different gods," Dylan said. "Or perhaps the same gods represented in a way more similar to them." "I didn't see any 4-armed skeletons on the streets outside," Bud said. "We can find our answers once we have a plan to deal with Karlach," Hump said. "Keep moving." They hurried deeper. The channels in the floor were brighter now, converging toward the center of the keep. They passed through a door in the rear of the great hall where a pillar rose up in a chamber at the center of the keep, the Indigo Tower. The walls were filled with runes that shone with essence, but Hump didn't recognize them. Not Alvaronian god glyphs or Lawfen's runes. These were something else. "I can't make anything out of these," Dylan said. "Me neither," Hump said. "All I can tell is that they're directing essence to the top of the tower." "There's a door here," Emilia called, having rounded the right side of the tower. Or rather, the lack of the door. Looks like some sort of control room inside. Hump rushed and looked through the opening to a chamber filled with artifacts. Mechanisms moved. Runes were alight with power. Channels of essence lined almost every inch of the chamber walls, yet in places there were gaps. Places where essence didn't reach, runes that didn't quite activate or where the essence was lacking. "Can you do anything with this?" Emilia asked. Hump's eyes roamed the unfamiliar runes. The book of infinite pages didn't react. "I have absolutely no idea." Chapter 530, Awakening Fortress. Hump looked around the unfamiliar rune room. Whoever had created this understood spell formations and magic that was as intricate and precise as any he had ever seen. Even when compared to the Maker's tower, he felt like he was looking upon a masterpiece. He stepped into the room tentatively, pausing only to instruct Nishari to remain outside. There was no telling what defenses might still be active if he wasn't careful, or worse, something he might trigger by accident. Assuming this place had been abandoned since the War of the Firmament, 1,000 years might have passed since anyone had set foot here. That was a long time for spell formations to wear down and develop faults. Even in something as masterfully created as this, channels and runes required maintenance. Essence by its nature constantly shifted, and even the most resilient materials could not resist that entirely. There was a ladder against the wall, leading upward through the tower. The floor and walls were covered in runes, all of them etched into artifacts that had been mounted in place. Most prominent of all was a spell formation at the center with a crystal lattice of floating rings suspended above it, spiraling slowly in the air. Looking around, Hump had to admit the place was making him wonder how true that was. So much of it seemed unmarred by time, but there were flaws. He had seen splutters of essence and leaks throughout the fortress when the tower had first activated, reacting to the demon rift in the sky. It had sputtered and pulsed unevenly. Something wasn't working as it should, but if Hump could find the fault and restore it, even temporarily, he might be able to delay Karlach and his demons. "What are you making of all this?" Dylan asked. Hump gave a bewildered shake of his head. He pointed to the largest of the spell formations and the complex crystal lattice above. This one was active, at least in part. A few runes were dull, and some of the channels were broken or clogged with dust, but he could still sense intent flowing through it. It had to be quite considerable to keep the physical component floating in the air. "This formation is active," Hump said, studying its runes. "I expect it's integral to whatever activated earlier considering how much floor space it's taking up. But judging by how many runes aren't responding properly, I highly doubt it's functioning at full capacity. It would explain why the essence was behaving so erratically." Dylan took a step closer, leaning over it. "Does it look dull to you? I feel like runes usually glow with more light, especially in a spell formation of this power." "The essence doesn't feel very intense." Hump tilted his head, studying the runes. He could see what Dylan meant. Activating spirit sight, the channels especially looked weak. Essence flowed through them, but it was thin and frail. "It's been a long time. Maybe the fuel source is running low." Dylan circled the formation, scanning it carefully. He picked out a channel and followed it to the tower wall where a thick metal pipe ran up the spine of the tower. It was etched with runes. "This looks like the essence source to me," Dylan said. He pressed one of the runes and fed it a touch of intent. Essence pulsed through the runes, spreading until light rippled up the entire pipe. There was a click, and an outline of essence formed around a section of the pipe. It split open along the line, revealing a churning beam of essence that ran straight up the pipe. Spirit sight distinguished the many channels contained within like pieces of string clustered together. Some were thick and still filled with power, while others had become thin and weak. "I'm guessing the essence source is underground," Hump said. "Seems weak to me, though. Could be that it's almost out." "I'm amazed it's still functioning at all after all this time," Dylan said. Hump nodded. He tried to find a sign of it, but his eyes couldn't make out any essence through the ground. It seemed to be made out of some kind of resistant material. The ladder didn't lead down either. Perhaps it was stored elsewhere, somewhere an enemy couldn't so easily access. Or maybe it was a redundancy measure to avoid a single point of failure. Hump turned slightly. "Selene, can you see if you can find a way underground? Take Emilia with you." "What are we looking for?" she asked. "A big essence store, a room full of essence stones perhaps, or some sort of artifact." "I'd expect it to be a fairly small room, quite possibly in a secure location." "Got it." "What about me?" Bud asked. "Stay on guard here," Hump said. "I don't think we can assume this place is entirely abandoned. If something triggers, we may need you." Bud nodded, hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Hump and Dylan continued their inspection. A ladder along the far wall led upward through the tower, and they climbed it cautiously, moving from chamber to chamber. Each room mirrored the last in design, walls and floors etched with intricate formations, artifacts mounted with deliberate precision, but none of them were intact. Some had fractured runes. Others had entire sections of channels carved through or blackened by whatever had torn through the fortress. In one chamber, a large table stood at the center. Its surface was etched with a map of the fortress. Every wall, every tier, every gate represented in fine detail. Runes and channels spread out from it like veins, branching across the room and linking into the wider system. It was clearly of magical design, yet no matter what Hump tried, it remained unresponsive to his intent. Where the lower chamber had still held faint traces of power, here there was nothing at all. He glanced upward, following the flow he could barely feel. "The tower's still receiving power," he said, "but it's not being distributed properly." "The beacon?" Dylan asked. Hump nodded. "It's getting more than anything else. Maybe it takes priority over everything else, effectively starving the other magic from essence." They descended again, regrouping just as Selene and Emilia returned. "It's not underground," Selene said. "Come and see." They followed her out of the tower and into a separate structure nearby, a vault set slightly apart, its walls thicker, its design more defensive. Whatever it had once held, it had been meant to be protected. The door stood open. No resistance, no traps. This place had long since been breached. Hump stepped through and stopped. The fortress didn't rely on essence stones at all, but a rift. It hung in the center of the chamber, a tier in reality itself, contained within a spell formation that circled it like a cage. Essence poured from it in a steady, controlled stream. It brushed against Hump's senses. Raw, dangerous, and so vast that it should have been enough to power everything he had seen in the fortress so far. That explains why the fortress still has fuel after all this time, Dylan said quietly. Hump nodded, and why they keep it away from the tower. Can't imagine it's easy keeping a rift open inside something designed to suppress them. His gaze narrowed. Raises a new question, though. He shared a look with Dylan. If there's this much essence, where's it all going? A broken connection somewhere, Dylan suggested. Some sort of inefficiency. Something like that. They started with the obvious. Hump traced the channels from the rift, following the flow with spirit sight. The system was elegant in its simplicity. A containment formation surrounded the tier, stabilizing it and regulating the flow of essence. From there, the energy was directed into carved channels that fed into a nearby artifact, likely something to either store or regulate it before being sent onward through the fortress network. It should have worked, and at first glance it did. The channels were intact. The formation was stable. The artifact responded as expected when Hump probed it. Essence flowed from the rift in a steady stream, guided cleanly into the system. There were a few channels that were worn out, but nothing egregious. Yet something was wrong. They tried following the flow of essence, searching for any leak they might have missed. All Hump could find were points of weakness. Not a full-on leak or rupture, but the essence simply diminished. Its concentration faded, somehow thinned out before ever reaching the tower. Hump frowned. I don't get it. There's no damage here, nothing broken. Then why isn't it working? Dylan asked. Hump didn't answer. Instead, he looked back at the rift, his mind turning. If the existing channels weren't the problem, then he would remove them from the equation. I have an idea, Hump said. A safe one? Selene asked from the door. Relatively safe, Hump said. I'm just going to try to harness the power of the rift through channels of my own. What's that relative to? Emilia asked. Hump shrugged. Safer than fighting Karlach, right? The two girls gave a sigh. Hump stepped forward and drove his staff into the stone. Essence flowed from him, feeding into the ground as he began carving out a new formation. This one was simple. Nothing like the ancient complexity surrounding the rift, just enough structure to stabilize the flow and guide it where he needed it to go. He gouged deep grooves into the stone floor, the rock parting under his will. With a second pulse of essence, he hardened the channels, reinforcing them with transform earth so they would not collapse under the strain. The design was crude, but it would work. Its only purpose was to move essence from one point to another. When the final channel was carved, Hump extended it toward the main pipe that fed into the tower. The moment he connected them, the change was immediate. Essence surged. The flow thickened, no longer thin and strained, but full and forceful, flooding into the pipe with renewed strength. Light flared along the runes, racing upward through the structure. The channels within the pipe brightened until they blurred together, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Only through spirit sight could Hump still pick them apart. He let out a slow breath. It's working, Dylan said, a note of surprise in his voice. Hump nodded, though his expression remained tight. Don't sound so surprised. His gaze drifted back toward the original channels. I didn't fix the problem, though, only skirted around it. I don't think anything in here is broken. If I'm right, it's being drained. By what? Dylan asked. Hump shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. Let's return to the tower and see if anything new is functioning. Returning upstairs, the runes of the tower were filled with renewed light. Channels that had carried only a trickle of essence now pulsed with steady flow. At the center of the main chamber, the crystal lattice had been reawakened. Where before it had slowly spiraled, now the pieces spun fast enough to blur, filling the structure with a constant hum. Intent surged from within, difficult to read, for it was not focused here but far out around the fortress. A column of pale light now surged upward from its core, shooting through the open shaft of the tower toward the beacon far above. Hump paused at the edge of it, watching. Looks like you did it, Dylan said quietly. For now, Hump replied. His eyes tracked the beam as it climbed out of sight. We've restored the supply, but that doesn't mean everything's functioning as intended. We need to see the beacon. I don't even know if this is slowing down the rift. Still, it was more than they'd had before. They began climbing. The higher they went, the stronger the flow became. Essence thickened in the air, brushing against Hump's senses like a rising tide. The tower was drawing power again. whether for defense, for signaling, or something else entirely he couldn't yet tell. They found Selene, Emilia, and Bud gathered around the map chamber. The table that had once been dark was now alive with light. Lines of essence spread across its surface, illuminating the fortress in intricate detail. Layers of walls, gates, and structures glowed faintly, while brighter threads pulsed between them like arteries. But it was not the fortress that held their attention. Around all of it was a bubble of essence, a barrier of some sort, and something more. "What is it?" Hump asked, stepping closer. "The map has activated," Emilia said, not looking away. She pointed to a pulsing tier of red light hovering above the outer wall. "That's the demon rift, right?" Hump studied it, comparing it to what he had sensed outside. "Looks about right." "Then what are these?" Her finger shifted. Two more points flared into focus, fainter than the first, but unmistakable. They hovered over different sections of the outer wall, each one a knot of concentrated essence pressing against the fragment. One was inside a tower, while another on the streets in a large courtyard. Hump's stomach tightened. 3 rifts. "Looks that way," Selene replied. Her voice was calm, but her posture had gone rigid. "I was just about to go to the top of the tower to check." Bud folded his arms, staring down at the map. "They could be spreading out to surround us or test the defenses. Or it's no longer just Karlach that we're dealing with," Hump said. Neither option was good. The climb to the top of the tower was quick, but it felt longer. The higher they went, the stronger the essence became. The air itself seemed to vibrate, pulsing in time with the structure around them. By the time they reached the beacon chamber, the light was almost blinding. At the center stood the beacon, a pillar of condensed essence anchored within a ring of ancient runes. It pulsed rhythmically, sending waves of power outward, through the tower, through the fortress, and into the barrier beyond. Hump could feel the defense was activated even if he couldn't read the runes. Their intent was clear: keep out. He stepped to the edge and looked out across the fortress. The demon rift in the sky was larger than before, a jagged wound in the sky, bleeding red light into the fragment. The second source of concentrated essence was in the fortress itself, between the two most outer walls. A tree of damnation, its trunk twisted upward in unnatural spirals, bark splitting and reforming as it grew. Dark branches stretched outward, already pushing above the walls, their leaves red like blood. The third point on the map remained hidden from this angle, somewhere within one of the towers on the outer walls. Perhaps another gateway like the one they had arrived from. He turned back to the beacon. "It should be slowing them. That might have bought us more time." "Where does that leave us, though?" Bud asked. "There are no gods here, nowhere to go." "The fortress is empty." Hump frowned at the night. Something was niggling at him, something wrong. He stepped closer to the formation, eyes scanning the runes, searching for a fault, a source of the draining essence he'd seen throughout the tower and fuel reserve. Then he stopped. Up close it was so clear. The original formation was there, deeply etched, precise, geometric. But something had been layered over the top. Sharper lines like those of a blade. They wove through the ancient design like invasive roots, intersecting the original channels at deliberate points. In some places, they didn't just overlap, but carved new pathways that twisted the flow of essence away from its intended course. Hump recognized them. "These are runes of Lawfen," Hump said. The others turned to him. "He's been here?" Bud asked. "Not recently," Hump said. "I think these don't look new." Hump's eyes widened, the pieces falling into place. "The missing essence," his gaze flicked toward the fortress. Toward the rifts, toward the growing tree. What if it's not just being diverted away? What if it's being used for something else entirely? Chapter 530, One End of the Path. "What kind of something else are you thinking?" Bud asked. Hump didn't answer immediately. He stood beneath the beacon, eyes fixed on Lawfen's runes layered over the original spell formation, his thoughts turning over and over. Something wasn't adding up. "I don't know," Hump said. "There's a missing piece of the puzzle, something obvious that we're not quite seeing. What could Lawfen have used this essence for that is still active after so long?" "Maybe it's something to do with knowing he would be imprisoned," Emilia said. "Or how he closed the path to heaven in the first place." "Would it still be active now if that was the case?" Dylan asked. "Don't think so." Hump retraced everything. The abandoned fortress, the bodies left where they had fallen, the defenses that were drained by not destroyed. The murals of unfamiliar gods, yet no sign of the pantheon. And then there was Lawfen, cannibalizing these ancient formations for his own work. Hump pressed both hands against his forehead, thinking. The warlocks, they keep talking about freeing the old gods, not just Uvdar, but all of them. Maybe they mean more than his army. What if there were gods before the pantheon? Gods that the pantheon overthrew. Gods that built the fortress we now stand in. If that's true, Dylan said, why would the path to heaven lead here? The path to heaven might have nothing to do with the pantheon at all, Hump said. It may refer to this place, the palace that once housed these old gods. Only now it is in ruin. We've always assumed that it refers to the heaven of the pantheon. What if we were wrong? What of it? Selene asked. How does this explain the changes Lawfen made to these spells? Hump shrugged. The most obvious answer is that he either wanted to save time or resources. By using the existing fortress, he had a power source and channels already in place. For an enchanter of his skill, repurposing them for his own goal may be easier than creating it himself. It would make sense, Emilia said. When one power conquers another, they don't always destroy what was there. They take it, repurpose it. Why build something new when this already exists? We've seen this in our own history. The Nilshi are famous for having 23 kings in only 100 years, yet their palace has never changed. Or it was beyond him, Dylan said. It's possible Lawfen lacks the skills of the old gods. Either way, we're still no closer to its purpose. What could Lawfen want? Where are the gods? Bud asked suddenly. The others looked at him. The knight's face was dark. We've been looking, Selene said with a small shrug. There's nothing here. What's your point? This is supposed to be the end of the path to heaven, so where are they? The old gods and the pantheon are nowhere to be found. What if Lawfen used the fortress to imprison them? The moment Bud said it, the answer came to Hump. A pocket dimension, he said. It seemed so obvious and so right. His gaze went to the beacon, an artifact designed to keep the space of the fragment closed, preventing unwanted rifts and invasion. If there is any artifact that could be repurposed to create a pocket dimension, it would be this one. Not only that, but the fortress fuel source provides a continuous source of essence, one that hasn't failed even after a millennium without maintenance. Where better to seal away the old gods? Hump approached the ruins of Lawfen once more, searching for some sort of activation point. Anything that he could lock onto and try to manipulate. His spellbook didn't react. Whether that was a struggle with the formation of the old gods or the complexity in general. For now, he was on his own. It took some time, but he located a location where Lawfen's runes converged into a central point. He placed the butt of his staff against it, poured essence into the ancient runes, and the spell answered him. It was even larger than it appeared on the surface, spanning more than just the tower. He could sense runes all around them, the entire fortress part of this great formation. And the ease of which he accessed it told Hump something. Lawfen must have prepared him for this. Just as the staff had allowed him to control the gateway network, it worked now on Lawfen's runes. Without it, he would have needed to force his way into the gods' workings, but with it, they gave way to his will. I can activate it, Hump told the others. If we're right, it should grant us access to whatever is beyond this fragment. We have warlocks arriving, Karlach and his demons, and a third unexplained rift, Emilia said. I think we try it. The others nodded in agreement. How long will it take? Selene asked. Impossible to say, Hump said. I've never done this before. I haven't figured it out entirely yet. Then we'll buy you what time we can, Selene said. We should scout out the Tree of Damnation and other rift in person and see if there's anything we can see, Bud said. Selene and Emilia, do you want to handle that? Dylan and I can keep Hump safe. Sounds like a good plan, Hump said. Just be back before the demon rift is open and take Nisha with you. If anything happens, she can let me know. He turned to the dragon. You go with Selene, girl. Be safe. She nudged him but didn't protest, which made Hump smile. They were both beginning to better understand her role in the party now. The sky was a deep red when Hump finally figured out what he'd been missing. The demon rift was wider now. Cracks spread around it like fractures in glass, bleeding demonic light into the world. The beacon had grown fainter, straining to maintain whatever defense remained. Selene, Emilia, and Nisha had long since returned. They'd confirmed the Tree of Damnation, but at least for now it was progressing more slowly than Karlach and his demons. Hump focused on the formation beneath his hand, fixed on Lawfen's runes. The others gathered around him, forming a loose perimeter, ready for the fight when it came, but relaxed for now. They all knew what was coming. Above them, the first demons soon forced their way through the rift. They came in shapes that defied reason, twisted, armored masses that floated through the sky. Others crawled across the cracks in the fragment as if they were part of a physical boundary. And soon came the weapons, constructs of war made from jagged masses of metal, bone, and flesh, pulsing with red essence. Living siege weapons. They struck the barrier around the fortress, and the fortress groaned beneath the strain. Each impact shook the very foundations. The air trembled. The beacon flared in response, holding for now, but Hump could sense that wouldn't last. "Cracks already," Bud said quietly. Hump didn't respond. He could feel the formation resisting him, not in defiance, but in complexity. This wasn't a spell meant to be cast. It was a lock with the key in it. He only needed to turn it. He adjusted his intent, aligning himself with the flow of the formation instead of fighting it, searching for that key. Searching for anything that responded to his desire to open. The moment he found it, something shifted. The runes responded. Light surged through them. "They're through," Bud said. "We have minutes." "I see Karlach in the sky," Selene said. "He hasn't moved yet." A section of it shattered under the assault, and a wave of demonic essence poured through. The first of the creatures descended, descending toward the fortress like falling stars. Selene took aim at the targets veering closest to them, felling them as they flew. Nishari wanted to take off, but Hump urged her to stay. This time she listened. Finally, the spell formation yielded. The appropriate runes responded, and a flood of essence left him. Something activated. Reality bent, not like a tearing open space, but rather folding in on itself until a shimmering window was before them, suspended beyond the tower's edge, floating in the air. It shimmered like a reflection in disturbed water, only beyond Hump saw a large antechamber. "It's open," Hump said, the final step. The end of the path to heaven and the entrance to heaven itself. "Move," Bud barked. They didn't hesitate. One by one they poured through the doorway. Hump expected the warm touch of divinity. Instead, he was hit with the sensation of decay that reminded him of the remnant realm. Essence was empty here, lacking in intent. Dead. The structures still stood, tall and untouched by time all around them. White buildings of immaculate stone, towering overhead. The finest walls and manors with smooth stone pillars and grand staircases. But the feeling of it all was wrong. Worse even than the remnant realm. Drained, as though something had stripped the life and intent from it, leaving only the hollow shell behind. White stone stretched out before them in sweeping architecture, pillars, terraces, grand structures that should have gleamed with brilliance. Instead, the color was dulled, washed out into grays and lifeless tones. Hump turned slowly, taking it in. Above them, colossal statues rose into the pale sky. The 12, each one towering high overhead, their expressions stern as they gazed down at any that entered this place. A large road stretched between them, paved in stone tiles. It led inward. This was no city or fortress, but a sanctum. The structures that stood here were few, but each was immense, cathedral-like halls of white stone, their pillars rising like spears toward the dark, empty sky overhead, their stairways broad. Toward the center, atop the gentle slope, a palace of white stone looked over them. A wide building with many columns along the front, and a great dome over its central building. It all seemed so large, built not for humans, but for beings much larger. Certainly looked the part of a palace for gods in Hump's mind, but they hadn't found any yet. Time would decide that. One thing he had no doubt was that this was where the path to heaven was meant to bring them. This was it, only it was far from what Hump expected from this so-called heaven. Beside him, Bud stumbled forward, looking around in awe and shock. "This is no heaven," Bud said quietly, his voice heavy. "What kind of hell have we found? What is this?" Hump didn't answer. He had already turned back to the still open doorway. Through it, the red sky burned, demons pouring through the broken barrier. He stepped forward and pressed his will against it. Closing it was harder. The space resisted, pulled open by the weight of what lay beyond. Hump gritted his teeth and forced his intent through the formation, withdrawing what he had granted. Slowly, the doorway folded in on itself. The red light dimmed, until with a final pulse it sealed shut. Silence returned. There was no way back now, only forward. "Well, we're about to find out," Hump said. "We've come this far, finally it's time for answers." "I'm afraid there's one last thing first." The voice cut through the silence like a blade, sinister in a way that drained all the warmth from Hump. He froze. A pressure settled over the space. The air itself seemed to grow heavy, as though something vast had stepped into the world and they were in its way. Hump's gaze lifted. Karlach hung in the air ahead of them. How he'd gotten in, Hump had no idea. Yet here the devil was, his wings stretched behind him like shadows given form, unmoving. The ruined eye still marred his face, but the other gleamed with a blood-red light. He regarded them as one might observe something already claimed, a victorious smirk on his lips. Then his gaze settled on Hump. "Hello again, bearer of infinity." Chapter 532, Shadow and Flame. Hump gazed up at the Karlach with tired eyes. He wasn't exactly surprised that Karlach had come for them, but he was disappointed. They'd been too slow, and now they had a devil to deal with. "Karlach," Hump said, "I really wanted a few moments before you arrived." Karlach's smile tightened, faintly amused. "I'm sure you did." A final breath before the noose tightens. His gaze drifted lazily over them. "There is nobody to help you here. The three eyes cannot reach this place. No gods, no saviors." His lips curled. "Just us." Hump frowned at that, and Karlach caught it instantly. "Oh, did you not know?" he taunted. "You've come all this way to heaven, yet still the gods do not speak to you. They do not greet you." His good eye burned brighter. "You're alone, bearer of infinity. And now you are mine." "You talk like you've already won," Selene said, stepping forward slightly. "Last time we met, it didn't end so well for you." Karlach went still. Slowly his gaze shifted to her, hatred in his eyes. "Nobody will save you this time. I have thought of that moment often. Your tricks cost my eye, and it will be many years before it is whole again, but it will be whole. I will show you before your punishment is done." Bud stepped forward, placing himself between them. "You're forgetting about the rest of us. You've made a mistake coming here alone." Karlach glanced at him, dismissive at first, only to pause. His brow furrowed. "Child of," he tilted his head, studying him. "No," his smile returned, wider now. "You have forsaken Kelija." His words dripped with delight. "You are fallen." Bud's jaw tightened. "I am still a knight." Karlach laughed, the sound echoing through the hollow city. "Oh, but it is different now. The doubt, the hollowness, you feel it, don't you? That absence. The silent pit where your goddess once made you whole." Bud didn't answer. "Is that why you're here?" Karlach continued softly. "To beg answers from empty temples." His gaze flicked away, bored already. "Go then, pray." "Scream, it makes no difference to me." He waved a hand dismissively. "I am not here for you." His eyes returned to Hump and Selene. "I am here for them." "Why would we leave when you have served yourself to us?" Bud asked. "I may no longer be a chosen of Kelija, but that does not change what I stand for." Karlach's smile sharpened. "My offer will only last so long." "Why are you here, Karlach?" Hump cut in. He already knew, but time mattered. It gave them a chance to compose themselves, to prepare for the inevitable fight. A part of Hump thought the gods might even arrive to help them, but that was clearly not something he could rely on. Karlach was right, he didn't sense them at all. Karlach inhaled slowly, savoring the moment. "For you," he said, "for the book, and for your staff." His gaze dropped to it, hunger flickering behind his eyes. "It is different from before. You carry something possessing a power that I have not sensed in a long time. Where did you get it?" "You don't need to know that." The devil paused, then let out a sigh that seemed like genuine disappointment. "You will speak in time." His expression shifted, something almost gentle, almost regretful. You and I are going to become very well acquainted." Then his composure broke. His face twisted into a cruel, inhuman smile, his hollow eye fixed on Hump, unblinking. "There is a world of pain waiting for you, wizard." His gaze slid to Selene. "And for you, huntress, I have been so looking forward to it." He spread his arms, addressing the others as one would an audience. "As for the rest of you, I am feeling generous. Give them to me, the wizard, the girl, and the dragon. In return, you will live, you walk freely." "Refuse," Karlak's voice dropped. The air grew heavier. "And I will show you what pain truly is." His eye gleamed. "There will be no third chance. This is the limit of my mercy. There will be no quick deaths." He looked at Hump, waiting, enjoying it. "Now choose," Karlak said softly. Hump clenched his jaw but hid his fear. Fear was his enemy. The worst thing he could do was show Karlak that he was afraid. The truth was, while Karlak was weaker than Godfrey, he was still a demon with strength equivalent to the 8th rank. One who could not only manifest his soul but project his soul domain. "My choice was made long ago," Bud declared, drawing his sword with the scrape of steel. "There's no use talking. If we are to fight, let us fight." Selene had an arrow on her bow in an instant, silver and shadow already coiling faintly around the shaft. Vines erupted from the ground around Dylan's feet, thick and twisting, rising like spears toward Karlak. Emilia moved to flank without a word, rapier low and ready, her steps light and precise. Hump remained at the rear, staff in his rift hand, essence boiling in the focus. Yet even as it gathered, he could sense that the essence here was not like he was used to. There was little ambient magic for him to draw upon. And Karlak was right. He sensed no divinity here. If the gods were present, surely they would have responded in some way. At his side, Nishari snarled. He could sense her barely contained rage. She recognized Karlak from their encounter with him in the Devil's Vault. An encounter that had almost killed her, Hump, and Selene. But it was different this time. Not only were they more powerful, but they'd prepared for this. Karlak was a foe they knew they would one day face. They'd discussed him at length. Recalling every detail of his powers, his strategy, his strengths, and his weaknesses. Karlak wasn't just strong, he was overwhelming. His will alone could crush spells before they fully formed. His control was so absolute that even the ambient essence bent toward him shadows answered him like an extension of his soul. Or the demon equivalent, binding, shifting, and striking where he pleased, while his hellfire devoured anything it could. And worst of all was his domain, a place where his power was absolute. Fire did little to him. Power meant nothing to him. Everything they could throw at him would be met with sturdy defenses or simply ignored. A head-on fight wasn't going to work. They knew that. They'd spent days pulling apart everything they'd seen in that previous battle. Every weakness they could exploit, every mistake they couldn't afford to repeat. Hump exhaled slowly, feeling the others settle into position around him. Bud anchoring the front, Selene searching for the opening. Dylan and Emilia shaping the field. Nishari coiled, waiting for the moment to strike. Karlak ruled the battlefield, but he couldn't be everywhere at once. That was where they would win. Their advantage lay elsewhere. Teamwork, numbers, pre-planned strategy. And then there was one more weakness. Karlak didn't want to just kill them, he wanted them to suffer. That arrogance was their opportunity. At least that was the theory. In practice, Hump could already sense the intimidating aura of Karlak radiated. Bud moved first. Frostfire erupted around him in a surge of icy blue flame. Ice armor crackled over his existing plate. Wings of the Frostfire paladin burst from his back, and he launched forward, a streak of cold fire cutting through shadow straight at Karlak. Dylan followed, his body shifting as aspect of the Guardian took hold. Bark spread across his skin while spectral trees manifested around him. Roots tore through the stone tiles, anchoring deep as vines lashed outward, forming a living barrier between them and the encroaching horde. Emilia was already gone, slipping to the right without a word, curving toward the flanks. Selene vanished behind Hump, her presence dissolving into shadow. She would build up her shots and focus on lethal attacks aimed at exposed points. His armor was dented, but the ice had held. Hump walked behind Bud and Dylan, watching, waiting. Karlak's hellfire was their greatest threat. That all-consuming flame fed on anything it touched. Karlak met the knight's charge with his own. A weapon formed in his hand, flying out from the shadows, a long, gleaming spear etched with runes. "The spear of Ornidil," Bud said, shock in his voice. "You dare tarnish it." Karlach's cruel smile cut him off as he pressed down on Bud, sword and spear locked together. "What better weapon to strike down a traitor of the Pantheon? Today I do the gods' work." "Do not speak of them," Bud roared. "You forsake them, yet defend them now," Karlach mocked. "How interesting that I can be their true defender." The spear flashed. Bud deflected the blow with his sword, but the devil's free hand shot forward and caught Bud's arm. Hellfire erupted, latching on to Bud's arm as his chest became exposed. Karlach drove the spear forward. It slammed into Bud's stomach with a bang. Ice armor burst outward in pointed crystals, but they didn't reach Karlach before Bud was blasted backward across the stone. Dylan caught Bud with his vines before Bud could hit the ground, absorbing some of the force, but the knight still doubled over with a grunt, the breath knocked out of him. Hellfire still consumed Bud's arm, but Hump was there. The trick with Hellfire was that it sought to consume, give it a better target, and it would lose focus. He formed a barrier that was rich in essence and swept it over Bud as if it were liquid, dragging the flames with it and sending them into the air. As the barrier's essence was consumed, the flames burnt bright, only to vanish into nothingness. Bud's arm was burnt. Even a few seconds had done damage, and that was through his blessings. The rest of them would have it even worse. "You have grown more skilled, but you cannot win," Karlach said. "I wouldn't be so sure," Hump said. "You're outnumbered." "Is that what you think?" Karlach said with a smile. Power manifested around Karlach. The space warped, air bending as though reality struggled to hold shape around him. Black essence seeped from the devil's wings in slow, inevitable currents, fiery embers drifting and outward. His soul domain expanded, bleeding outward in a tide of shadow that turned the already gray fragment to shadow. Hump felt its pull immediately. That terribly familiar tug toward Karlach's vault. For a heartbeat, his soul trembled on the edge of it, the pressure immense, like unseen hands trying to drag him inward, but this time he was ready. He gritted his teeth and pushed back, manifesting his own soul in defiance. His aura flared, violet essence pressing back in defiance, sending out a shockwave that sounded like the roar of a dragon. Nearby, the rest of his party protected themselves too. Buildings dimmed. White stone was hidden beneath long shadows. Within that darkness, shapes stirred. A host of lesser demons crawled out from the dark places. Dozens of twisting things of claw and bone, their flesh like sand. From amongst them, two more prominent figures stepped forward. The first was an enormous towering brute of layered muscle and blackened hide, its frame bulging like the muscles of a bull. In one hand it carried a brutal war axe, its edge chipped and jagged. Beside it strode a more controlled figure, almost human in form, but with a face that looked as if it had melted. They were tall and lithe, with limbs that were too long and a posture that was too straight. It walked with deliberateness. A wand of white bone rested lightly in its hand, runes crawling faintly along its length. Its fingers ended in long, elegant claws, and its eyes were sharp with intelligence. Karlach raised an arm toward them. "Do not kill them, my servants. I want them alive." Chapter 533, Temple of Uvdar. Demons came at them from all directions, a crushing mass of pale flesh, claws, and snapping jaws. They emerged from the shadows of the surrounding walls and poured down the road in a shrieking flood. Dozens, but not hundreds, and Karlach had instructed them not to kill. The main problem was that they were surrounded. Bud, Emilia, Dylan formed a triangle around Hump and Nishari, preparing for the encroaching wave. Selene was elsewhere, lost beyond the bodies. Above it all, watching with a sick smile, was Karlach. Hump tried to cast rivers of lava, a single cast of it, and he could wipe out the whole horde, but the moment his essence gathered, hellfire descended, forcing him to go on defense once again. He had to hold back both his essence and focus just to deal with the threat of Karlach. The moment the demons struck, it was a desperate tangle. The three of them worked together to keep the creatures off them. It became a desperate tangle. Bud sliced of heads and limbs. Emilia danced back and forth, supporting the others with her rapier and killing those that closed in. Dylan had grown a number of vines and used them like pointed clubs, bashing back bodies or piercing them. Hump sent waves of fire blast into the demons where he could. Soon, a circle had formed around them, the demons pressing in on each other to force the front line closer, but their own desire to live overriding that previous ravenous hunger. Many had died already, yet still Karlach only watched in amusement. The demons couldn't kill, but that didn't stop them going for their limbs. The fighting was brutal. If Hump used his defensive spells, Karlach would intervene, destroying his shields. It forced him to rely on parry shield if any demons did make it through. Outnumbered and surrounded, their options were limited. They were all taking hits. Pain seared down Hump's back as a demon managed to get its claws on him, only for Nisha to tear it away. His breath caught and he breathed deep against the pain. His battle robes had stopped it from tearing him open, but he felt the warm flow of blood down his skin. Dylan's blessings already went to work repairing the damage, but it was clear they couldn't stay here. He had cuts and grazes on his arms and legs, but nothing that had pierced his robes. Karlach was toying with them. It didn't matter how many of his demons they killed. He could end it whenever he wanted. He just wanted to watch them dance. They couldn't keep on like this. Caught in an unfamiliar place and surrounded on all sides, Hump couldn't even spot an escape path. Tall walls lined both sides of the road leading up to the main plateau with the temples, but he couldn't even tell if they were safe. Suddenly, a figure fell from above, Selene. She landed in a swoop of shadow, her cloak billowing around her as she landed beside him. "I was worried about you," Hump said. "I've found a path out," she said. "Right side now, clear away to the wall." Hump didn't need more explanation than that. He leveled his staff toward the wall, the focus billowed with fire. Scorching ray. A torrent of fire erupted, wide as a cartwheel, roaring as it tore through the horde. Demons screamed as they were burned apart, bodies splitting and collapsing in charred heaps. The tide of flesh parted. "Move!" Hump roared. Bud went first, surging through the opening, Emilia at his side, the two of them forcing a path forward through what remained. Steel and frostfire carved a corridor through the carnage. Dylan followed, vines crashing outward to widen the gap, holding back anything that tried to reach them. They reached the wall, blackened from where Hump's spell had struck it. "Make stairs, Hump," Selene said, leaping to the top of the wall and launching a barrage of shadow arrows back behind her, felling a row of approaching demons. "Nisha, come." The dragon launched herself up with a few quick flaps of her wings, helping to secure the top of the area above and where she could be away from the worst of the danger. The others turned, forming a brief line as demons surged again, buying a precious few seconds. Hump used them to manipulate the white stone wall, forming a rudimentary staircase up to the top of the wall. A deep roar bellowed through the demon ranks. They separated, allowing the large, bulking captain of Karlach's to race forward, axe overhead. Bud moved to intercept, a wall of ice forming between them, but the demon simply sliced straight through it, a yellow beam shooting upward along the path of his swing. Bud was forced to block with his sword, blade catching axe. His feet cracked the ground beneath them from the impact. Dylan was above them then, spinning through the air and descending, his staff growing in size and crashed downward, forcing the demon back. The smaller demon grabbed at the air and Dylan screamed, suddenly moving away from them, caught in some telekinetic grip. He caught himself with his vines and drew himself back to the wall, landing atop it with Selene. It was enough time, though. The stairs expanded from the wall, Hump and the others followed. Above, on the plateau, there were fewer demons. A temple was not 50 paces ahead of them, a few shrines and smaller buildings between them and it. Hump saw no sign of people, but a few demons lurked, while more still clawed their way out from the shadows. There were no trees. No water fountains, nothing that showed any sign of life. Only mute, lifeless statues and buildings that looked washed out of any color. Hellfire bombarded their backs. Hump caught most of it, but an ember managed to reach Dylan's shoulder, his razor claw armor catching. He dropped to the ground, rolling to try and put it out, but it only made it worse. With another barrier, Hump wiped it from the druid's body and sent it flying into the air where it consumed his essence and burnt itself out. Dylan's shoulder was burned, but he didn't slow, back on his feet in a heartbeat even as his essence went to work repairing the damage. Behind them, Karlach laughed. "There's nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide." They sped across the ground, quickly felling those at their front while Selene kept their flank clear. With a final push, Hump broke through the stone wall of the temple, creating a breach for them to pass through. Masonry cracked and gave way, chunks of ancient structure collapsing outward as they forced their way in. Hump turned as he stepped inside. Karlak was coming, but he was in no hurry. His spear was still in hand as he drifted through the air with slow, deliberate ease, his captains just behind him, leading his horde. The hulking brute leapt up from the path below, dragging its axe across the stone as it walked, while the slender one glided just beyond, eyes fixed on them. Hump felt a chill at the sight. They knew something about this place that gave them confidence. He didn't know what. Karlak seemed to know something about this place that the rest of them didn't. At the very least, that no gods were here. But how could that be possible if they'd only just arrived? Without taking his eyes from them, Hump waved his staff and reformed the wall behind them. The brickwork was replaced by smooth stone now that it was formed by his magic, but it would hide them from view. "Now what?" Bud asked Selene. "What do you mean, now what?" Selene snapped. "I got us this far, we're not surrounded anymore. The rest of you can figure something out now." Thuds sounded on the outside of the wall as demons tried to force their way inside. There was a bellowed roar, and Hump envisioned the hulking captain charging. "Talk while we move," Emilia said, leading them deeper into the temple. "We set a trap," Hump said. "Karlak is arrogant and overconfident. Selene and I heard him before. Together we can kill him." "Trap him how?" Dylan asked. "Not sure yet," Hump said. "How do we kill a demon of his strength?" "If he was alone, I think we could take him," Selene said. Hump slowed for half a step, then nodded. "I think you're right." The idea clicked into place. "So we don't trap Karlak, we trap everything else." The others looked at him, only for them all to turn back as a thundering crash echoed through the hall. Far behind them, dust and stone rose up. The demons were in. Hump raised his staff, collapsing the roof behind them with a contained use of cataclysmic eruption. Rubble filled the hallway at their back, and they were moving again. "We take away his numbers," Hump continued. "Kill his captains, break his ranks, then isolate him before he can call on more reinforcements. He probably expects us to try and target him. He wants to play with us. Drag it out and make us suffer, so we give him that. We fall back, let him corner us. Then we wipe them all out at once." "What if he decides to stop playing?" Dylan asked. "The threat of that never goes away," Emilia said. "At least this way we might be able to use it to our advantage." "There's a bigger problem too," Hump added. "Karlak can shut me down. I'll need someone to distract him so that I can wipe out his army." "I could do it," Selene said. "Pretend the trap is for him. Lure them all in while I prepare to strike. I take aim at him, and when he thinks he's beaten us, you unveil the trap." Hump glanced at her and frowned, but she was the obvious choice. They needed someone fast who could actually threaten him. "Sounds like as good a plan as we have time for. Emilia, find a place for us to stage it." She nodded and moved on ahead. The halls were wide and imposing. He imagined it once full of worshippers, yet now it was empty. Thick carpets muffled their steps, their one-rich colors dulled by centuries of dust. The walls were painted in deep reds and blues, lined with gold-framed artwork depicting scenes of conquest, worship, and gods. They were definitely of the pantheon. He recognized Lady Light in many of them, along with others of the 12 and some more unfamiliar lesser gods. Nothing was broken, looted, or disturbed. It was as if this place had simply been abandoned. "I see no sign of any fighting here," Dylan said quietly. "But why would anyone abandon this place?" "No idea." Emilia led them through a set of towering doors into a vast chamber beyond and stopped. There were feasting tables, laden with golden plates that were filled with what looked like fresh food. Fine glasses, fountains of wine and other drinks spread out along them. A feasting hall somehow preserved in time. At the far end, beyond a grand altar, a statue loomed, almost as tall as the ceiling itself. The figure held a goblet in one hand and a haunch of meat in the other, an expression of indulgence on its face. Hump frowned. He didn't recognize the figure. "Is this not a temple of the pantheon?" Hump asked. "Uvdar," Bud said quietly. Hump looked again. Now he saw it. Not the monstrous depictions he grew up with, but some of the traits were there. He was always depicted like a villain. A bloated body, ravenous eyes, and insatiable hunger. That hunger was there even now. This must have been from before he fell, Hump said. Will it work for the trap? Emilia asked. The demons will need to funnel in through these doors. Selene can position herself on top of the statue and target Karlak, while the rest of us will flee out that. She pointed at some doors at the back. Those doors lead outside. It'll force them into a tight group. A dull impact echoed from somewhere deeper in the temple, then another, closer. They were coming. What if they come in from another angle? Selene asked. I checked. The demons chose going through the wall rather than around it. Worst case scenario, if they do find the way in, we can go back the way we came and break out through the wall again. We'll need to reassess then. Another crash. The doors on the other side of the chamber shuddered. Dust fell from the ceiling. We don't have time to perfect this, Hump said. Can you make it work? I'll find a way, Selene said. Go. She vanished into the shadows, disappearing atop the statue. Hump and the others raced for the great doors at the back of the room just as the doors slammed open, demons chasing after them. Hump watched her go for half a heartbeat, then turned and ran across the chamber toward the doors leading outside. Behind them, the side doors exploded inward, splintering as demons poured through, screaming, clawing, flooding into the sanctum. Emilia was first to push through the doors. She held them open as they passed through, only for Bud to slam them shut, bracing himself against it, armor grinding as he held the doors closed with sheer strength. Ice formed around his feet, anchoring him in place. It crystallized over the door in thick layers, reinforcing and holding it shut. It wouldn't last forever. Cracks were already forming. Hump prepared himself, spellbook in one hand, staff in the other. Essence churned in his focus, and he held it tight, careful not to let the power inside slip out. It had to be kept condensed, so much so that nothing leaked out, but that he could still unleash his spell at a moment's notice. Prepared, he gave a nod to Bud. The knight stepped back, his door of ice shattering. The door broke into pieces, and the demons scrambled to get through the gaps first, driven by frenzied hunger. Bud and Dylan held them back with frostfire and grasping vines. Beyond, floating at the center of Uvdar's holy sanctum, was Karlak. He seemed to be appreciating the beauty of it all, his gaze slowly turning toward Hump. Enough of that, Karlak said, taking aim with his spear, hellfire manifesting at its point. Aye. An arrow hit him in the back. He seemed shocked. A flash of blinding light filled the entire chamber as Selene's shot struck true, the impact bursting against him in a surge of silver and darkness. An explosion shook the whole room, and Karlak went flying, crashing into the stone. Hump couldn't help but smile. They had come far since the infernal halls, and now Karlak would come to regret his arrogance. For a fraction of a second, there was stillness, even the demons caught in shock. Then Hump unleashed his essence. Rivers of lava. The stone floor split with a deafening crack. Lines of molten light racing outward in jagged veins before the entire chamber gave way. The ground heaved like a living thing, and then the world broke. Pillars of lava tore upward in roaring columns, vast and furious, flooding the sanctum in blazing ruin. Demons were caught mid-charge, their shrieks cut short as they were swallowed by the rising tide. Some were dragged under, limbs clawing uselessly at the molten surge, while others desperately fled to escape the chamber. The press of the horde collapsed in an instant, reduced to burning shapes and ash as the chamber became a furnace. Selene dropped from the statue, landing on a table before launching herself from the room with spring step. Behind her, something moved in the fire. The lava surged and split. A shockwave tore through the chamber, blasting molten rock outward as a shape forced its way through the inferno. Heat bent around him, flames recoiling as if driven back by sheer will. Karlak stepped forward from the heart of the eruption, wreathed in fire, his armor glowing like a forge and his ruined eye burning brighter than the flames themselves. Selene's arrow was still in his shoulder. His smile was gone now. Chapter 534, Palace of the Pantheon. Karlak rose through the smoky interior, shadow and smoke swirling around him, yet he was illuminated within, body flickering with fire. Anger raged across his face. Arrogance had turned to rage, another emotion they could use. Nice shot, Emilia said to Selene. Yeah, Hump said. The plan didn't include actually hitting him. Plans change, Selene smirked. Clearly he's weaker than we thought. Karlak said nothing, lingering in the molten interior of Uvdar's temple. All around him, the flames built, consuming the tables of preserved food, the great tapestries and paintings, and all manner of other treasures. At the rear, beyond the altar, shadows of flickering flame danced across Uvdar's towering statue as if hell itself had risen to consume him. From the molten floor, an angry, smoking mass of muscle charged through the door ahead of Karlak, smashing apart what was left of it. The brutish captain was charred from head to toe. He roared, the very air shaking, his axe still in hand, the shaft flaming. Behind him, the smaller figure of the sorcerer emerged, a sphere of essence around it, keeping back the worst of the heat. Yet it wasn't unharmed. Its robes were burnt, its skin seared. It had managed to save a few demons of the horde, but their number was thinned out significantly. It levitated across the molten floor, leaving the 4 demons it had protected behind, and coming to a stop slightly behind and above the larger demon. Selene loosed a volley of arrows, while Hump leveled his staff, gathered the rubble from the destruction around them, and unleashed a hail of stone. The mage demon swiped its clawed hand, wand in its grip, and sent most of their barrage off to the side, while the big demon slammed it away with a tree trunk of an arm. For a few seconds, the battle came to a halt, only the groans of dying demons and crackle of fire breaking it. Then Karlak uttered something in demonic tongue, his voice dark, simmering with hate. It seemed he knew better than to toy with them now, yet he still had not moved from the chamber. The beast grunted at his words, its brow lowered, eyes becoming focused. Immediately, the energy in the air changed. Hump felt a shiver down his spine as something dangerous manifested from the demon, a weight like Selene's predator's intent. The aura of a killer made manifest through its soul. In it, Hump sensed its hunger and rage, but above all, its desire to kill. Suddenly it exploded forward, throwing itself at them in a frenzied charge. It spun wildly through the air, axe whirling around its body, gripped at the end of the shaft in both hands with no regard for self-preservation. Bud dodged beneath it and got inside its reach, then lunged, blade aimed for its chest, frost fire blazing from its edge, only to be met by a pale pink barrier. The demon grinned, then its axe slammed down, a yellow line carving through the air. Bud barely raised his sword in time to deflect the blow, yet the weight of it sent him stumbling back. Suddenly he was caught in the smaller demon's telekinetic grip. The Hulk's grin turned feral as he reached out and grabbed Bud by the throat and crushed. There was the crack of armor. Bud grunted. Then the demon let out a cry as ice armor crystallized, spikes bursting from Bud's armor and pierced the demon's hand. It stumbled back, and Emilia was there, her rapier dancing. 3 thrusts pierced its stomach, but they didn't go deep. Red essence poured from the wounds, some ability preventing more serious damage. Hump activated accelerated thought, the world slowing down as he took aim at the mage demon. It was then that Karlak finally moved. His wings unfurled and flapped, smoke and flame billowing beneath them with such power that a hot wind burst from the doors of the temple, battering Hump's face. The devil shot forward, veiled in shadow. The world turned suddenly dark, even the flames of the temple seeming subdued. Hump rose a shield on instinct, barely finishing it in time as Karlak appeared at his rear, spear slamming down with force that rocked Hump on his feet. Karlak snarled, demonic words chanting from his mouth. Hellfire lathered Hump's shield, forcing him to abandon it. This time he took control of the flames, their all-consuming intent far from as overwhelming as in the past, and sent the essence straight back at Karlak. The devil caught it easily, letting it spiral around him. Selene's arrow whizzed past Karlak's head and he dove forward, spear stabbing for Hump. A parry shield deflected it to the side, but it left Hump off balance. There was nothing he could do as Hellfire descended once more. "Nisha, fly!" he roared through their bond. Then to save himself, he barked, "Dimensional snap." The world's sun. He appeared 10 paces behind Karlak, the ground where he'd just been standing, a raging inferno of hellfire. Nishari was in the air, and Selene had leapt to the side, more arrows already flying. Karlak sprung into the air, this time his focus on Nisha. Hump raised his staff, only to hold off as Dylan intervened, meeting the devil in the air. The two collided, but Dylan fell back to the ground, unable to keep up in his aspect of the ape form. However, 2 vines erupted from Karlak's shoulder and thigh, twisting around the devil, then piercing down. Dylan caught the vines and pulled, dragging the devil back to the ground. "What's the situation?" Bud called, locked in a fierce fight alongside Amelia, the two facing Karlach's captains. "We'll keep Karlach busy," Hump shouted. "Kill the captains." "You will keep me busy, will you?" Karlach said. Hump ignored him. "Dylan, keep us alive," Hump said. "I'll focus on the fight. Selling that arrow hurt him." "You can kill him. Now finish the job." "Just find me the opportunity," Selling said from the shadows. Fire burned away the vines, and then he was upon Dylan. Spear and staff met in a fierce exchange, but the druid couldn't keep up. As strong as he was, he lacked the training of a duelist. He flipped and dodged through the air, staff whirling around his body in an acrobatic display, but mistakes slipped in. A cut here, a slash there. Blood trickled from wounds across his body after only seconds of battle. Hump's spellbook whirled. Grasping hand. A fist of stone rumbled from the ground, grabbing at Karlach's leg just as Nisha swooped down. Fire bathed the devil's back, catching him off guard from the left where his eyes didn't so easily see. He screamed, more from shock than pain, her fire not hot enough to do any real damage, but it was enough to buy time. Selling's arrow shot from the shadows, a silver trail streaking behind it. Karlach managed to partially dodge it, but it took him through the left shoulder, piercing until the point stuck out the other side of him. He howled a primal, animalist scream, then whirled on Selling. The devil's wings flapped so hard they rocked Hump on his feet. In a heartbeat, he was before Selling. He stabbed at her, but she managed to judge, launching herself back with spring step. But his spear was fast. Hump sent boulders flying for him with rock shot, but he seemed to sense them coming, smashing them apart with his spear even as he attacked Selling. He caught her on a misstep and stabbed, spear slicing the side of her neck. Her hand went to the wound, blood coming away, the sight of which made Hump's heart still. She stumbled to the ground and crawled backward, then kicked at the ground, launching herself back in a blur of shadow. She grasped at the shadows, pulling them tight around her as she manifested her own soul once more. Karlach loomed over her, but Dylan appeared overhead, staff growing until it was so large it cast a shadow across the street. Hump's spellbook churned, falling open onto molten pit. The ground fell away beneath Karlach's feet, heat swallowing him, his feet sinking into it as he tried to move, but Hump held tight, forming it around the devil's ankles, forcing lava to climb his legs. Dylan's staff slammed into Karlach's back with the force of a mountain. Karlach managed to partially block it with an arm, but the impact sent him flying, crashing into a nearby wall and passing straight through it. In an instant, he emerged again, shooting at Dylan like an arrow, spear first. Dylan dodged the bite of its blade, but the flame exploded outward as a blade of its own, slicing Dylan across the torso. The druid screamed, hitting the ground with both hands over his stomach. Green essence of nature poured from his hands, saturated a charred, bleeding wound. Hump stepped before Dylan then, staff in hand, spellbook churning in his left. Essence spiraled between the two, both shining bright with power. His soul surrounded him, its violet aura radiating. He marched on Karlach, blasting him with Essence Blast, sending him staggering back. Lifting a hand, Karlach prepared a spell, but Hump sent another straight at him. Each Essence Blast struck him in the torso, staggering him a little further. One step. Another. The irritation on his face grew, but Hump realized something. He was faster. For all Karlach's power and control, when it came to a simple spell, Hump was faster. Another arrow found Karlach's back. The moment it made impact, Selling's essence exploded from within, flesh and blood raining from around the wound. Karlach screamed again and launched himself into the sky, retreating even as his magic went to work healing the damage. "The mage!" Amelia shouted. "Someone!" Hump looked over to see Bud struggling against the mage and brute. His blade would find the brute, but every time a barrier pulsed around it, the mage demon's doing. Amelia was dodging at the side, pursued by a barrage of magical arrows of blue light. With the brute locking Bud down, the mage was free to pressure them at will. Dylan held up his prosthetic wooden arm, taking aim. Briar cage. Vines erupted, but his target wasn't the big demon at all, but the mage that had been supporting it. Thorned vines erupted from around its feet, twisting together to form a cage that tightened around it. Its barrier was disrupted. Bud dropped into his sword stance, blade gripped in both hands and to the side. "Face my blade of judgment," Bud declared. His weapon surged with frost fire, then in a perfectly clean slice, he carved out the big demon's throat. It gripped it with a giant hand, eyes wide as it stumbled back, stunned. Blood flowed profusely, only to turn to ice in its flesh. Removing its hand, it stared at the crystallized blood in its palm. The gouge in its neck would have brought a human to the ground in an instant, yet somehow it still stood. Its face scrunched up with fury, and it stumbled toward Bud, trying to raise its axe. Bud raised his sword overhead, then brought it down to deliver the final blow with divine reckoning. Yet this time it was not the power of Kalija that surged through his blade, but its own. Hump felt Bud's aura explode from him. Courage, honor, justice, the intent of a true knight filled the air. The blade split the hulking beast from head to foot, carving him in two. Each half hit the ground with a heavy thud of ice. Nishari alerted Hump to Karlak's movement above. "Above!" Selene shouted. Karlak was fleeing, but not toward where they had first entered the fragment. He was heading deeper in, toward the temple at the very top. "Come on," Hump said, making his way up the road. "Let's finish this."